A magnificent empire has just been born, heralding the dawn of a new era. Liu Chang had once contemplated whether to vie for the throne and lead this nascent empire himself. However, upon surveying his surroundings, Liu Bang, Empress Lu, Liu Ying, Liu Heng, he pondered, is it not preferable to simply live? Thus, Liu Chang donned the cap of a time traveler, embarking on a languid existence of idleness and lethargy. Chapter 1. This child resembles not his sovereign. In the 10th year of the Han Emperor's reign, the city of Chang'an, barely 5 years into its construction, appeared desolate. Despite being the new capital of a burgeoning empire, it lacked any semblance of innovation. A heavy gloom enveloped the area, and beneath the oppressive clouds, even the newly built residences exuded a sense of weariness. At this juncture, Chang'an was yet to erect its city walls. The not particularly opulent palaces of Chang'an and Weiyang stood isolated amidst a cluster of low, grayish-white structures, one occupying the southeast and the other the southwest. These diminutive edifices sprawled irregularly around them, occasionally obscured by a few withered mulberry trees, while the uneven dirt roads bore witness to the scarcity of passers-by. Chang'an Palace, situated in the lowlying southwestern corner of Chang'an, covered an expansive area, connecting to Weiyang Palace and comprising 60% of the city's territory. However, compared to the former splendor of the Yipang Palace, Weiyang seemed somewhat diminished, its gray walls lacking vibrant hues. Even the emperor's favored crimson was scarcely present. Within and beyond the palace, desolation reigned, imbued with a pallid hue. Occasionally, a few eunuchs could be seen, heads bowed and feet shuffling silently past, their lack of conversation rendering the atmosphere eerily still. Master! Master! A sudden clamor shattered the tranquility as a mischievous child burst forth from the Jiaofeng Hall, the most vividly adorned edifice within Chang'an Palace, its walls painted in a warm hue of pepper and clay, exuding a faint fragrance. This child, quite diminutive, could easily be overlooked, yet trailing behind him were 6 young eunuchs, unable to run or raise their voices, each wearing a troubled expression as they followed in his wake. Despite his short legs, the child sprinted with surprising speed, racing from the Jiaofeng Hall towards the Changxin Hall on the west side of the front palace. The eunuchs felt a chill surging to their heads, and their leader, alarmed, called out, "Master, you must not recklessly enter the Changxin Hall." Only then did the young scamp halt, panting and out of breath, as he leaned against the palace wall and declared, "I may not enter, yet there is one matter that requires my attention. Master, your studies are determined by His Highness. We dare not disobey," they replied. This young lad, known as Liu Chang, was the 7th son of Liu Bang. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he harbored a secret. Within his youthful frame resided 2 souls. Liu Chang himself was perplexed, unable to comprehend how he had arrived in this world and taken possession of this body. As an engineer, Liu Chang spends the majority of his time in the office and factory, with his understanding of time travel primarily derived from a handful of television dramas. His grasp of history is exceedingly limited. From a young age, Gongzi Zhang began to dream, consistently envisioning himself in an alternate reality. The boundaries between reality and dreams blurred, to the point where he found it difficult to discern whether he was Gongzi Zhang or Liu Chang. After months of confusion, Gongzi Zhang ultimately came to a realization about his identity. He was neither Gongzi Zhang nor Liu Chang. He was a completely new entity, Liu Chang retaining the same mischievousness and naivety, yet possessing fragments of clandestine memories from the future. Aside from the occasional recollection of things alien to this era, he was indistinguishable from an ordinary child. He reveled in playful antics and wept just the same when subjected to punishment. But why did he endure such beatings? Liu Chang himself was uncertain of the specific reasons. One day, he abruptly recognized that the towering figure before him was none other than Liu Bang, and a term suddenly sprang to his mind, exclaimed, "Han Gaozu." For reasons unknown, the previously benevolent Liu Bang, upon hearing this phrase, became incensed, gritting his teeth and delivering a harsh beating. Later, his mother informed him that his father was not yet deceased, and there was no need to contemplate posthumous titles so soon. However, she did commend him on his choice of temple name. The memories from the future had little impact on Liu Chang. His affection for his mother, disdain for his brothers, and fear of his father were all emotions he inherited fully. along with the most significant sentiment of a deep-seated resentment towards scholarly pursuits. Perhaps it cannot be deemed influence. Liu Chang had always harbored a disinclination for the humanities in his past life. In this new existence, having prematurely showcased his intellect and mathematical prowess, Liu Bang, in his exuberance, sought several scholars to instruct him. These scholars imparted various philosophies, including Taoism, legalism, and Confucianism. Even after ascending to the throne, Liu Bang retained the rough edges of his lower-class upbringing. While it is often said that he had an aversion to Confucianism, in truth, he disliked all schools of thought. He favored only those philosophies that he could wield to his advantage. For Liu Chang, however, this became a substantial torment. He found the profound ideas inscrutable and lacked the desire to learn them. Out of all the myriad schools of thought, the only one that piqued his interest was Moism, which, by this time, had fallen into decline, relegated from a prominent doctrine to the fringes of society, edging towards extinction. The scientific spirit of Moism had dissipated, replaced by a chivalric ethos and affinity for wandering knights. Nobles no longer regarded Moism as a legitimate discipline. Only those rogues adhered to its tenets. Consequently, Liu Chang spent his days devising strategies to evade classes, which were not only challenging but utterly devoid of utility. The eunuchs were left in a state of bewilderment, uncertain how to respond to the threats posed by the young master. Several eunuchs exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their concerns. Among all the young lords, this particular child was the most troublesome. Unlike his brothers, who embodied the virtues of benevolence and humility, he was nothing short of a wild and unruly spirit. From a young age, he exhibited remarkable intelligence, speaking his first words before he was even a year old, astonishing everyone in the palace. By the time he reached 1 or 2, he could read and write, much to the emperor's delight, who eagerly devoted resources to nurturing this bright prince. However, after merely 2 months of studying the classics with esteemed scholars, the young prince could no longer endure the drudgery of academia. He devised countless schemes to escape his lessons, adamantly refusing to continue his studies. In his quest to evade learning, he resorted to numerous ruses, including feigning illness, playing the fool, pretending to sleep, and even acting as if he were dead. Eventually, when these disguises proved ineffective, he unabashedly revealed his defiance, tugging at the beards of the scholars and spitting in their face. She might as well have urinated on their hats. Liu Chang felt a sense of frustration. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have pretended to be foolish, not revealing his true self so early on. Now he had overplayed his hand, and the monotonous recitation of the classics echoed in his mind like a relentless drone. He believed that studying these texts was akin to enduring a form of torture, with phrases endlessly dissected and each character bearing multiple interpretations, often leading to arguments among the scholars. As he grimaced and raised his head, he was met with the imposing figure of a tall, dark-faced man, whose fierce countenance exuded an air of intimidation. His square jaw and unkempt beard, coupled with a furrowed brow, conveyed a seriousness that was daunting. The eunuchs, unable to meet his gaze, stood in a line with their heads bowed in respectful greeting. Yet Liu Chang felt no fear of this man after all. His father was Han, Gaozu. Should he fear? He spread his legs and sat on the ground like a scooped-up basket, gripping his knees and letting out a loud wail. The man scrutinized Liu Chang with earnestness, saying nothing, before turning and striding past him. The eunuchs sighed deeply, helplessly lifting Liu Chang and making their way toward the Jiaofeng Hall. The man continued on to the Xianshi Hall, where he hesitated briefly at the entrance, finding no eunuchs to announce him, but ultimately resolved to enter. Inside, an older gentleman was engaged in jovial conversation with a woman he held in his arms. This man had a prominent nose and pronounced brow, his thick beard quivering as he spoke, adorned with a skewed long crown and disheveled attire. His appearance was quite telling. As their conversation grew animated, the man's boldness increased until, just as he was about to make his move, an intrusion disrupted the scene. The burly man appeared flustered, hastily adjusting his garments and fastening his belt, while the woman quickly sought refuge behind him. Upon witnessing this scandalous sight, the stern man was overcome with fury, letting out a heavy huff before storming out of the hall. Hey, hey! The bearded man clutched the strap in one hand and sprinted towards the gentleman, finally catching up just before he exited the palace doors. With a sudden leap, the bearded man toppled the gentleman, pinning him beneath him. As he straddled the man, he continued to secure his strap, and once finished, he smiled and inquired, "Why did you flee upon seeing me? Do you perceive me as a tyrannical emperor? You are indeed a ruler akin to the infamous tyrants." Ha ha ha! The bearded Liu Bang erupted in laughter, rising to his feet and proudly stroking his beard. The minister stood, straightened his garments, and glared at Liu Bang with indignation. Only then did Liu Bang temper his arrogance, cautiously smiling as he said, "Do not hold it against you, Sir Zhou. I shall never dare again." Zhou Chang let out a cold huff, disregarding Liu Bang's words. "Ah, your attire is soiled. It is my fault. I shall compensate you with 10 garments. How does that sound? My clothes are not sullied by your majesty, but rather by your son." "Son?" Liu Bang was utterly perplexed. Zhou Chang then stammered as he recounted the earlier encounter with Liu Chang, concluding with a stern admonition. If a father's conduct is improper, the child will inevitably emulate it. Clearly, he intended to use this topic to counsel Liu Bang that in a fit of anger. Liu Bang retorted, "That wretch, among my children, Fei is the most gentle and the most wise, Ru is most like me, Hung the most virtuous, and Hui the most trustworthy. Yet this Liu Chang, with his unruly temperament, is the least like me." His response was a blatant counterargument, asserting that if children imitate their fathers, then how could his other children be so admirable? Oh, Zhou Chang narrowed his eyes, contemplating the emperor of this vast Han empire before him. Chapter 2. The prince next door, the esteemed Marquis of Fenin, eager to meet with me, surely has significant matters to discuss. Yet, it was Liu Bang who first diverted the conversation. Indeed, Zhou Chang, recalling the purpose of his visit, spoke earnestly. "Your Majesty's intention to depose the crown prince and elevate Prince Rui in his stead is misguided. Oh, although the crown prince is intelligent, he exhibits excessive caution and lacks decisiveness. In contrast, Rui possesses a carefree spirit, a talent for martial pursuits, and embodies my own demeanor, making him more suitable for the throne. What could be wrong with my desire to designate Rui as crown prince?" Liu Bang settled leisurely into his seat, avoiding Zhou Chang and Apos' gaze as he fiddled with the adornments on his attire. The crown prince, by nature, is pure-hearted, benevolent, and respectful, visiting your majesty daily. He maintains harmonious relations with his brothers and is diligent in his studies, embodying the virtues of kindness and righteousness. Why, then, should he be dismissed? Setting aside other considerations, let me offer the simplest rationale. Liu Bang replied with a hint of indifference. "He is my legitimate eldest son, yet he is constantly bullied by that impudent youth. Can such a person truly ascend to the throne?" Liu Bang and Apos' tone escalated, his voice rising above its usual level, momentarily shedding the guise of the jovial old rogue, revealing a figure of imposing authority, brimming with fierce resolve, a testament to his experience as a battle-hardened emperor. However, Zhou Chang was undeterred. His face flushed with anger, he raised his voice further. "The crown prince does not fear Prince Zhang. Rather, his youth invites indulgence and tolerance. Is this truly a transgression? Do you wish to select a crown prince who is unassailable and capable of slaying his own brothers? Do you aspire to become the second Qin Shi Huang? Do you desire a Huhai? My eloquence may falter, yet I absolutely cannot acquiesce to the deposition of the crown prince." Seeing Zhou Chang's agitation, Liu Bang's fury began to wane. He retracted his imposing demeanor and once again regarded Zhou Chang with a genial smile. Zhou Chang was not the first to attempt to dissuade Liu Bang. Nearly all ministers had come before him, voicing their opposition to the idea of replacing the crown prince. Liu Bang and Apos' intentions had already stirred considerable debate within the court. With countless officials engaged in spirited discourse, the number of those advising against the decision being countless, most approached the matter with subtlety, whereas Zhou Chang was the first to speak candidly and directly. In the end, Liu Bang merely offered a nonchalant response, appearing dismissive and lacking sincerity. Yet Zhou Chang could say no more. As Zhou Chang exited the Xianshi Hall, he fortuitously encountered Empress Lu, who had come seeking the emperor, younger than Liu Bang. She donned a striking crimson robe. The attire of Liu Bang and Empress Lu stood in stark contrast, while Liu Bang preferred the simplicity of his former garments. Often wearing the same crown he had in his earlier days, dressing lavishly only during public appearances, he typically adorned himself in plain attire while engaging in revelry with ministers. Empress Lu, on the other hand, consistently wore the most vibrant and opulent garments, accompanied by several maidservants who followed closely, heads bowed in obedience. Liu Bang, carefree and exuberant, indulged in merriment with his ministers, drinking heavily and engaging in light-hearted brawls. In contrast, Empress L remained as cold as ice, her demeanor solemn, resembling a frosty beauty. Liu Chang hurriedly greeted her, and to his surprise, L responded with a deep bow, expressively stating, "Were it not for your intervention, the crown prince would have been deposed." This remark startled even the audacious Liu Chang, as the matter of the heir was a delicate subject, particularly between the emperor and empress. The crown prince in question was L's own son, while the new heir was the offspring of concubine Qi. Unexpectedly, the empress candidly expressed her thoughts at the entrance of the Xianshi Hall, knowing full well that Liu Bang would overhear. A rare smile flickered across Liu Chang and Appos's face, albeit unsettling in nature, as he nodded and departed. L, with her head bowed, entered the hall only after Zhou had left, maintaining her icy composure throughout the encounter. Upon her entrance, Liu Bang, seated before his desk, appeared considerably more serious. Their marital bond had grown fragile over the years, as Liu Bang's infatuation with concubine Qi led him to spend most of his time in her company. It was not that L had lost her allure, rather, their prolonged companionship had perhaps dulled Liu's passion. Nevertheless, L did not exhibit the typical frustrations of a wronged wife. She accepted the reality with remarkable calmness. For years, she had endured solitude while Liu reveled in the company of concubine Qi, who consistently sought to elevate her son, Liu Rui, to prominence. Despite the precariousness of the crown prince and Appos's position, L remained unfazed, her demeanor growing ever more composed and steely. Liu Bang regarded his wife without a hint of surprise at her presence, as if he had anticipated her arrival. L sat across from him, their gazes locked but devoid of warmth, tinged with an air of estrangement. The vast Xianshi Hall felt as though it had been cleaved in two. A stark juxtaposition between the fiery passion of a volcano and the chilling presence of an iceberg, as they silently regarded one another. "I intend to confer the title of King of Zhao upon Rui," Liu Bang declared abruptly. "That should have been done long ago," L replied. Liu Bang began to articulate further thoughts but faltered, expressing his grievances. "I may indeed need to heed the counsel of Confucian scholars. There is a lack of decorum in the court. Liu Chang had the audacity to rebuke me as a tyrant. I believe it prudent to seek an opportunity to strip him of his position as grand historian and assign him to serve the king of Zhao instead." L regarded him with a dismissive scoff, responding simply, "Indeed." The couple was intimately familiar with one another, requiring no elaborate discourse to comprehend each other's sentiments. After exchanging these few words, silence enveloped them once more. Neither had anything further to say. Time lingered, and at long last, L rose, casting a glance at the fleeting silhouette beyond the side door. Without uttering another word, she turned and departed from the Xianshi Hall, her demeanor as frigid as ever. After the departure of Empress L, Consort Qi swiftly entered the palace, her eyes glistening with tears as she rushed into Liu Bang's embrace, weeping profusely. Liu Bang, naturally flustered, began to wipe her tears and inquired about the cause of her distress. Consort Qi, in a sorrowful tone, implored, "Your Majesty, grant us mother and son at death. Should the crown prince ascend the throne in the future, our existence would be akin to a living hell." Liu Bang erupted in hearty laughter, lifting her into his arms and planting a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "Do not fret, Rui shall be safe. I have already secured the finest protector for him. With this individual by his side, Rui and Appos's safety is assured, especially given the immense debt of gratitude he owes." As Empress L made her way to the Jiaofeng Hall, she fortuitously encountered the young Crown Prince Liu Ying, who was on his way to pay respects to the Empress. Following Liu Ying were 4 elderly men, who, despite their age, displayed utmost deference to him, trailing closely behind with bowed heads, exuding profound respect. This scene, with venerable elders trailing a youth, appeared strikingly incongruous. The Crown Prince knelt before Empress L with great seriousness, demonstrating profound reverence. Liu Ying epitomized the ideal child that every parent dreams of. From a young age, he exhibited remarkable obedience, never daring to defy his parents. He commenced his scholarly pursuits early, honoring his parents and showing kindness to others, even extending patience to the tempestuous Liu Chang. He treated the ministers with great respect and was particularly amicable towards scholars, often inviting esteemed individuals to engage in academic discourse. This garnered him immense acclaim. Almost no minister in the court harbored ill will towards him. His stature was so elevated that even Liu Bang and Appos's capriciousness could not diminish it. He was, indeed, an exemplary child. Empress L walked ahead, with Liu Ying carefully trailing beside her. Mother, please do not anger father on my account. I would be deeply remorseful if my presence were to sow discord within our family. I have heard from the esteemed scholars that harmony within the royal family fosters peace among the common people. If discord arises from my relationship with father, I would be consumed by guilt. Empress L nodded coldly, her demeanor chillingly austere, causing even her own son Liu Ying to avert his gaze in trepidation. Since childhood, Liu Ying had harbored a profound fear of his mother, speaking with utmost caution, lest he provoke her ire. Your position is already secured. No one can alter it. Although your father's emissaries ensured his safety, he can no longer contest your claim. Mother, I do not covet power. If Rui can govern with benevolence and bring goodness to the realm, I would willingly relinquish my position. I believe that fraternal harmony is paramount. Empress L coldly interrupted Liu Ying and Apos' lengthy discourse. The crown prince fell silent, continuing to follow her closely. I hope you take good care of yourself. Liu Ying concluded, once more expressing a series of sentiments regarding the importance of the royal family's well-being before bidding farewell to Empress L. In recent years, Liu Ying has diligently visited the Emperor and Empress daily, imparting words of care for their well-being. Each day is filled with lengthy discourses, replete with references and delivered with utmost respect and deference. Beneath the embellishment of these utterances, the seemingly sincere countenance appears to lose a touch of its authenticity. Chapter 3. The little rogue. As she entered the grand hall, Empress L found herself alone, gazing at the empty surroundings. The hall, despite its intended warmth, felt unexpectedly cold. With a chilling wind sweeping through, silent and pensive, she prepared to change her attire when a sudden wail shattered the solemn atmosphere. A small voice cried out in distress from within the depths of the hall. Startled, Empress L noted the vastness of the main chamber, which housed 4 inner rooms, and the sound emanated from the innermost one. Upon entering the small room, she discovered Liu Chang sprawled on a couch, his eyes misty with tears and a look of deep grievance on his face. What troubles you now? She inquired. I was injured on my way to study, he replied. The imperial physician said I need to recuperate for half a year. Which physician? The one with the beard. Under her penetrating gaze, Liu Chang instinctively shrank deeper into his blanket, murmuring, You must believe me, mother. What mischief have you caused this time? Your father instructed me to send you to Xianshi Palace. Liu Chang, no longer feigning innocence, sprang upright, exclaiming, To see father? Mother, can we not postpone this? I'm injured and need to recover first. That is not an option, she replied sternly. Mother. Liu Chang leapt from the couch and rushed towards her, nearly knocking her over. With great effort, she grasped him, seeing his pleading gaze. Elle reached out to wipe his runny nose, fixing him with a cold stare. What have you done now? I didn't go to study. I bumped into someone. And the day before yesterday, I spat on someone. And the day before that. Enough. You need not elaborate. That is sufficient. What, mother? I cannot go alone. Would you truly let me be beaten to a pulp? Watching as Liu Chang wept, smearing his tears and snot across himself, Empress L shot him a disapproving glance before reluctantly rising. Very well, let us find your father. Hand in hand, Liu Chang skipped eagerly towards Xianshi Palace, where he felt most cherished within the imperial palace. Liu Chang had little interest in history, thus he could not recall anything particularly useful from his memories. In this era, he only recognized a few names: Liu Bang, Fan Kuai, Zhang Liang, Xiao He, and Han Xin. His knowledge stemmed from a lesson in middle school about the feast at Hamin, where he remembered Fan Kuai feasting while Liu Bang made his escape. He was vaguely aware of the reigns of Emperors Wan and Jing, but their names eluded him. He knew Emperor Wu was called Liu Che, yet he presumed he was considerably younger than himself. This could be viewed as a failed transmigration, where the native Liu Chang had gained a nebulous glimpse of the future along with some practical skills. However, his profound affection for his mother, fear of his father, disdain for learning, and craving for beef remained unchanged, as ever. Liu Chang was perplexed as to why Liu Bang, who clearly had a fondness for meat, rarely indulged in beef, reserving it only for grand occasions, while he typically consumed pork and mutton. Once, a Confucian scholar advised Liu Bang, asserting that pork was food for the lower class and that it was unbecoming for an emperor to partake in it. In response, Liu Bang commanded that the scholar be assigned to a lifetime of pig raising. Meanwhile, Empress L knew of Liu Chang's preference for beef and would often bring him some whenever the opportunity arose. Liu Chang had been raised by Empress L since childhood and was her most cherished among the princes. While the other princes trembled in her presence, Liu Chang dared to act out, even going so far as to wipe his nose on her. When Liu Bang encountered her this time, he was indeed taken aback. Why have you personally brought him here? he inquired. Empress L took the little one by the hand and pushed him forward, seating herself calmly beside them, observing intently. Liu Chang, standing before the illustrious Han Gaozu, felt a mixture of trepidation and awe. Truth be told, since his birth, his encounters with his father had been few and far between. His mother was always by his side, while his father made an appearance only once every 3 or 4 months. Most of the time, when Liu Chang did see his father, it was during moments of reprimand. Liu Bang was known to discipline fiercely, treating his child with a severity that rivaled his treatment of the Qin army. Indeed, he was far harsher with Liu Chang than he ever was with any soldier. Liu Bang held a bamboo slip in his hands, occasionally glancing at Liu Chang. Though he remained silent, an undeniable aura of authority enveloped him. "Speak. What mischief have you been up to today?" Liu Chang blinked innocently and stammered. "I was bumped into on my way to class." "Did the grand historian of the Han have nothing better to do than bump into a little child?" Liu Bang retorted with a smirk. Gradually, he lowered the bamboo slip, squinting as he posed his next question. "Tell me, did you spit on Mao Gong and Amp Apos S face the day before yesterday?" Upon hearing this, Empress L narrowed her eyes, mirroring Liu Bang's expression, and softly inquired, "Oh, is that true?" Liu Bang, his voice rising in indignation, exclaimed, "Indeed. I specifically sought out a great sage to teach this young rascal. And he dares to spit on his teacher and Amp Apos S face? How can a disciple so shamelessly insult his mentor?" Liu Chang quickly interjected. "But he called Mosey a beast without a ruler or father. Shouldn't we dig up the graves of Xuanzi and Mencius, who also criticized Mosey?" Puffed up with indignation, Liu Chang found himself at a loss for words. "You have gone too far. The young must respect their elders. This is a principle I have always instilled in you, especially when it is the one who imparts knowledge to you, your teacher." It was Empress L who spoke this time. "Indeed. How could you treat such a learned scholar in this manner?" Liu Bang concurred. The couple, whose relationship had grown cold, surprisingly found common ground in their disapproval of Liu Chang's actions, engaging in a rare synchronized critique. Liu Chang was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Mother, you are my mother. How can you side with him?" Liu Bang exclaimed, "She is still my wife. Why can't Apos she speak up for me? I have known her for decades, while you have known her for only a short time. Let me tell you, your age may be youthful, which has allowed you to act recklessly without reprimand. But we shall not indulge you forever. Look at your brothers. Which of them behaves as you do?" Elho furrowed her brow, her tone growing increasingly frigid. "Indeed. If you dare to misbehave again, it will not be just me who disciplines you. Your mother will join in, so you may learn the true meaning of parental love." The two exchanged harsh words for quite some time, while Liu Chang hung his head, his fingers intertwined, fidgeting incessantly. Liu Bang and Elho exchanged a glance. And suddenly Liu Bang blinked. "Since you are so disinclined to study, let it be. You shall not accompany those individuals for your education." Upon hearing this, Liu Chang abruptly lifted his head and asked, "Really?" "Of course it and Amp Apos as true. You shall no longer follow those esteemed individuals to study," Liu Bang replied with a smile, embracing him. "However, such a remarkable talent must not go to waste. Henceforth, you will study alongside your brothers." Liu Bang and Apos S cheerful expression once again conveyed to Liu Chang a profound truth. His father would always be his father. Liu Chang and Apos S smile instantly froze. The desire to kiss Liu Bang faltered as uncertainty gripped him. Would expressing such affection lead to dire consequences? Thus, with a heavy heart, Liu Chang departed the Xianshi Hall, silently vowing, "One day, when power is in my grasp, I shall eradicate all who are merely test takers." After sending away his disobedient young son, Liu Bang could no longer contain his laughter. While Elho and Apos S face bore no smile, it was no longer as frigid as before. After all, the emperor of the Han dynasty had to consider a mere child. "Why shouldn't I?" he mused. "Indeed, this lad is quite clever. Unfortunately, his thoughts are not directed toward learning. However, we must devote some effort to him, or with his disposition, he will surely cause great trouble once we are gone." "Indeed," Elho agreed. Liu Bang suddenly sighed deeply, shaking his head as he asked, "Do you know why I suddenly wish to change the crown prince?" Elho and Apos S expression turned icy at once, and she remained silent. "It is not that I no longer cherish Ying. It is because my affection for him is too profound. You are aware that a benevolent and weak individual cannot govern effectively. Look at our realm. Those individuals harbor ulterior motives, feigning utmost respect for me while secretly training troops and stockpiling provisions. What are their intentions? If one day I am no longer here, can I keep them in check? If I do not change the crown prince, then I must clear the obstacles for him. Liu Bang spoke with fervor, his eyes reddening with emotion as tears nearly escaped. He reached out, grasping Elho and Empress Lu's hand, locking his gaze with hers. I truly do not wish to confront them. Can you understand my plight? Elho furrowed her brow but did not withdraw her hand, as if pondering something deeply. Liu Bang and Empress Lu's sorrow lingered until the chancellor arrived to deliver his report. The ruffians of Peixian are no longer the same as they once were, however. Xiaohe remains steadfastly the same, frugal and amiable. These are the two most prominent traits that define him. A smile perpetually adorns his face. A smile that is genuine and emanates from the depths of his heart, endowing him with an extraordinary charm. Liu Bang greatly enjoys conferring with Xiaohe on troublesome matters. For no matter the difficulties faced, Xiaohe's smile invariably instills immense confidence in others. As long as Xiaohe continues to smile, all will surely improve. Xiaohe is surrounded by a multitude of friends who trust and respect him deeply. Indeed, with age, his visage has taken on a more benevolent appearance, rendering his smile even more captivating. Your Majesty, you seem troubled, Xiaohe remarked. Just moments ago, Liu Chang caused quite the uproar. Liu Bang lifted his head, gazing at Xiaohe with a melancholic expression, and inquired, Do you understand why I suddenly wish to change the crown prince? Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback and remained silent. Within the court, he was one of the few ministers who did not engage in this matter. As the chancellor, he refrained from taking sides in the crown prince controversy, neither supporting Liu Ying nor Liu Rui, quietly observing as a bystander. Liu Bang spoke heavily. It is not that I no longer cherish the crown prince. Rather, I have my reservations. The power of the L clan continues to grow, and I have grown old. The crown prince dares not defy his mother in the slightest, and many ministers collude with the L family. Even my loyal general is willing to offer strategies for her. With a sorrowful tone, Liu Bang asked, What should I do? Chapter 4. How to be a qualified feudal king. The feudal kings of the Western Han dynasty were distinct from those of the Eastern Han. The former were required to possess the capabilities necessary for governing a state. This education was divided into two categories. The first was foundational education, wherein the princes, upon reaching a certain age, would gather to begin their studies, aimed at enabling them to read and write. Notably, the crown prince was excluded from this group, as he received specialized instruction from the grand tutor, separate from his brothers. As the princes grew older and were bestowed titles, the emperor would assign them a royal tutor, who would impart deeper knowledge, ranging from etiquette to statecraft. In the case of a particularly adept tutor, they might even learn the arts of warfare and entertainment. Liu Chang, recognized for his wisdom at a young age, was assigned a dedicated tutor by Liu Bang, and now he was finally to join his several brothers in their studies. Reflecting on his unreliable siblings, Liu Chang let out a resigned sigh. Currently, for princes were still undergoing foundational education, Liu Rui, Liu Heng, Liu Hui, and Liu Yu. Their ages were relatively close, differing by merely 1 or 2 years, and none of them had been granted titles yet. In contrast, the eldest son, Liu Fei, had already been dispatched to his fief. The youngest, Liu Jian, had not yet reached the age for foundational education. The following day, Liu Chang rose early, reluctantly prepared himself, and was escorted by several eunuchs to the Tianlu Pavilion, the royal library of the Han dynasty located in the northern part of the palace, which also served as the venue for the princes and Apos, collective education. As Liu Chang sulkily entered the Tianlu Pavilion, he found that the others had already arrived, but the lesson had yet to commence. They were all waiting for him, seemingly already aware of his attendance. Their instructor was an elderly man with a head of white hair, who sat upright before them, his gaze unwavering and not once glancing at Liu Chang. The sight of this old man chilled Liu Chang and Apos' heart, as it bore no distinction from what he had previously experienced. The other young princes were seated in front, each displaying varying demeanors. In the center sat a proud boy, holding his head high, almost a mirror image of Liu Bang. While it is typical for children to resemble their parents, this was strikingly so. It was as if Liu Bang's visage had been stamped upon that of a child. Save for the absence of a beard, even the moles at the corners of his eyes were identical, not only in appearance, but also in demeanor. He exuded an air of nonchalance, a miniature version of the emperor. This was Liu Rui. The relationship between Liu Rui and Liu Chang could hardly be described as fraternal. It was more akin to a bitter rivalry. From a young age, they frequently engaged in brawls, much to Liu Bang's chagrin. As Liu Rui matured and began to disregard petty squabbles with his younger sibling, their skirmishes ceased to escalate into major troubles. Seated to Liu Rui and Apos' right was Liu Hui, a robust lad with a round face, embodying the archetype of a chubby child. At that moment, he was grinning foolishly at Liu Chang, projecting an air of simplicity. Liu Hui was of a genial disposition. Known for his kindness, he had once helped Liu Chang sneak beef at a banquet, showing consideration for his younger brother. The individual seated at the far right is Liu Yu, a frail and sickly child, slender in stature and bearing little resemblance to Liu Bang, unlike the others, who display varying degrees of Liu Bang's features. He closely resembles his mother. Liu Yu occupies a modest position within the palace, his presence barely felt, as he maintains a low profile, spending his days in the company of his elder brother, Liu Hui, and seldom engaging in conversation. Next to Liu Rui sits Liu Heng, who, upon Liu Chang and Appos's entrance, does not even cast a glance in his direction. Liu Heng is the fifth son of Liu Bang, whose mother was not favored by Liu Bang, placing her in a position akin to that of Liu Yu, unloved and neglected, often overlooked even by Liu Bang himself. However, Liu Heng is distinctly different within the palace. He does not resemble a typical child and finds it challenging to connect with the other princes. Liu Chang frequently bullies his brothers, including the crown prince Liu Ying. Yet he dares not lay a finger on Liu Heng. Liu Chang harbors a disdain for Liu Heng, perceiving him as pretentious and excessively self-important. Yet in Liu Chang's memories, he has attempted to provoke Liu Heng on several occasions, only to find himself at a disadvantage, consistently outmaneuvered by Liu Heng in various encounters. While the other brothers tend to weep and report to their parents after being bullied, Liu Heng is unique. He not only evades Liu Chang's assaults but also manages to bring him before the Empress, engaging in articulate conversations. The Empress, who shows little fondness for princes other than Liu Ying and Liu Chang, holds a favorable view of Liu Heng, which invariably leads to Liu Chang and Appos's misfortunes. After Liu Chang ascends to his position, he finds himself, surprisingly, harboring a tinge of apprehension towards Liu Heng. Once seated, an elderly gentleman commences the lesson. The saying goes, "The Qin dynasty plants the trees, while the Han dynasty enjoys the shade." Despite the literati of the Han dynasty decrying the tyranny of the Qin, the textbooks employed by the princes are written by Li Si, the chancellor of the Qin, specifically the Zhangye Pian, which serves as the standard textbook for learning small seal script. The Qin dynasty unified the written language, and the Han dynasty adeptly inherited the small seal script. There were proposals to restore the original characters during the founding of the state, yet Liu Bang firmly opposed this, declaring that small seal script would be the sole writing system of the Han dynasty. The instructor, showing no inclination to accommodate Liu Chang, resumes the lesson from where it had previously left off. Fortunately for Liu Chang, having recently received a formal education, he finds no difficulty in recognizing the characters. However, he soon grows bored, propping his chin upon his hand, his thoughts drifting far away. The teacher, a Taoist, is exceedingly indulgent with his students, focusing solely on teaching while indifferent to their engagement. Thus, the class proceeds with Liu Chang coasting through it. Brother? Brother! Suddenly, Liu Chang and Appos's reverie is interrupted. As he regains his focus and glances ahead, he discovers, to his surprise, that Liu Ying, the crown prince, has appeared before him. "How are you finding it? Are you adjusting well?" Liu Ying inquires with a cheerful smile, having come specifically to visit Liu Chang. Liu Chang was acutely aware that this individual had not come to Tianlu Pavilion to mock him or seek revenge. Rather, he had simply arrived to fulfill his responsibilities as an elder brother. Initially, when Liu Ying persistently urged him to apply himself diligently, Liu Chang found himself harboring doubts about his intentions, wondering if he was merely a schemer playing the part of a benevolent elder brother to foster harmony among siblings. However, as their interactions deepened, Liu Chang discerned that Liu Ying was, indeed, a true gentleman. He treated everyone with kindness, devoid of ulterior motives, and was particularly attentive to his brothers. Knowing that Liu Rui had a penchant for swordsmanship, he gifted him the ceremonial sword bestowed upon him by the emperor. Recognizing Liu Hui's earnest nature, he frequently summoned him to inquire if anyone had belittled him, aware that Liu Yu felt overlooked. He made it a point to invite Liu Yu to sit beside him at every banquet. Understanding Liu Heng's love for history, he endeavored to gather an entire collection of pre-Qin historical texts for him. He was also mindful of Liu Chang and Appos's fondness for meat, ensuring that he shared his own portions at feasts. Liu Ying embodied a gentle and righteous ruler. Truthfully, when Liu Chang first arrived, he had idly contemplated contesting for the throne, but with greater familiarity with his brother, such thoughts dissipated. The Han dynasty and Appos's emergence as a formidable power was not without justification. In Liu Chang's eyes, Liu Ying was undoubtedly a worthy heir apparent, far surpassing him in both personal virtues and capabilities. Upon Liu Ying's arrival, the princes rose to their feet. Even Liu Rui, who was intent on competing for the throne, stood respectfully at the side, honoring their elder brother. Only Liu Chang remained languidly seated in his place, feeling no obligation to change his ways. After all, he was merely awaiting the day he would be enfeoffed as a prince. Liu Ying chuckled softly and remarked, "This is for your own good. You are destined to become a prince. If you lack the ability to govern a territory, how can you ensure a prosperous life for the people under your rule? Once enfeoffed, you may not enjoy the same comforts you do now. Being a prince is no simple task. You must understand household registration, agriculture, water conservancy, and military strategy." As Liu Ying elaborated, his discourse grew increasingly fervent, and the elderly instructor nodded approvingly, recognizing the essence of a true heir apparent. The other princes feigned attentiveness, while the four elderly attendants trailing Liu Ying could hardly contain their applause. It is said that the noble youths of the pre-Qin era delighted in such exchanges, seeking out flaws in others to expound grand philosophies, persuading them to see the light and amend their ways, subsequently recording such events in history, which would later be deemed refined by scholars. However, Liu Chang clearly did not relish this approach. His eyes widened in astonishment. Liu Ying's discourse was even more voluminous than that of the learned elders. "All right, brother, I concede. I shall dedicate myself to my studies and strive to be an exemplary prince." Liu Chang couldn't and oppose to contain himself any longer. He hurriedly interrupted Liu Ying. Had he been the former Liu Chang, he might have resorted to physical confrontation. He finally grasped why the original persona found this brother so exasperating. Although Liu Ying possessed commendable character, his incessant prattling, laden with lofty principles, proved to be exceedingly irksome, as he invariably circled back to the same point. Liu Ying adopted a demeanor of a teachable child, smiling and nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall return in a few days. I hope you will diligently engage in your studies." "Oh no, I can study just fine." Liu Ying departed, leaving Liu Chang gazing anxiously at his retreating figure before swiftly turning to the elderly gentleman and inquiring, "Sir, may I continue my studies alone as I did before?" Chapter 5. Brotherhood and Respect. The old gentleman calmly shook his head. Liu Rui could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Chang, you should focus on your studies here. We, your elder brothers, will certainly keep a watchful eye on you. If you continue to act recklessly, we shall summon the crown prince." "Why should that concern you?" "Of course it does. Your actions will affect the people you govern, the citizens of the Han. Each of us has the right to demand that you become a worthy lord." Rest assured, I shall be far superior." "In what way?" "At this rate, I foresee you seizing the plow oxen from the common folk to satisfy your hunger. Do you wish to fight?" In the midst of their verbal sparring, Liu Chang, feeling cornered, erupted in fury, abruptly rising to confront Liu Rui, declaring, "Am I afraid of the crown prince? How could I possibly fear you?" Fighting was Liu Chang's only advantage. Despite his youth and small stature, he possessed remarkable strength, easily overpowering ordinary children. Historically, Liu Chang was known for his imposing physique and valor, capable of lifting heavy weights. He indeed had once lifted a cauldron, as attested by an unnamed warlord who spoke of his prowess. Just then, Liu Hui hastily intervened, blocking Liu Chang's path with a look of exasperation on his chubby face. "Enough, Chang. Stop this nonsense and sit down." Only when the old gentleman cleared his throat did Liu Chang reluctantly take his seat once more. The old gentleman resumed his lecture, while Liu Rui smiled, relishing the sight of his younger brother, full of rage yet restrained from striking him. "Oh, my foolish little brother." As Liu Chang, seething with frustration, entered the pepper chamber, there were visitors in the presence of Empress Lu. Those who came to see her at such a time were undoubtedly of notable standing. Among them was Shiji, the empress's brother. He, along with his elder brother Zhe, had made significant contributions to Liu Bang's unification efforts and had been honored for his military achievements, receiving the title of Marquis of Jianqing. He had been speaking softly with the empress when he noticed Liu Chang and Empress Lu's arrival and immediately fell silent. The empress scrutinized Liu Chang and remarked, "Not bad, no fighting." Liu Chang, patting his round little belly, declared, "Mother, I am hungry. I have matters to attend to. Go find a palace made for something to eat." "All right." Once Liu Chang had departed, Shiji chuckled. "That lad seems to be living quite comfortably. Did he not take anything?" "Nothing was confiscated. He refuses to see me again. It is my fault. I offended him gravely last time, nearly drawing my sword against him. Never mind, the goal has been achieved. Do not seek him out again. And the Chancellor? I have my own plans. The Empress was known for her stern demeanor. Thus, although the palace maids were curious, they dared not engage in discussion or gossip. When Liu Chang laid eyes on the machine, memories from Liu Chang surged forth, propelling him towards it. He hurried to the machine, examining it intently. The apparatus consisted of a fixed wooden board with a pulley, clearly resembling a hand-operated spinning wheel. At that moment, Liu Chang felt somewhat bewildered. He had not been in this era for long, and it was his first encounter with the industrial machinery characteristic of this time, although primitive and entirely wooden. Such rudimentary machinery appeared even more captivating to Liu Chang. Is this a loom? Who created this? Liu Chang inquired eagerly. Liu Ho, somewhat astonished, had not anticipated Liu Chang's ability to recognize the device. She calmly replied, I had it since I was a child. It must have been crafted by the Mo family. Liu Ho did not refute this assertion and remained aloof, refraining from further comment. Mother, how did you come to possess a loom? He asked. To pass the time. She responded. Liu Ho understood how to operate the machine. As she manipulated the device, Liu Chang sat motionless beside her, intently observing the ancient apparatus. He had assumed that upon traversing to this era, he would be entirely disconnected from his expertise, believing he would no longer have the opportunity to showcase any talents. However, this machine before him demonstrated that this was not a primitive age devoid of mechanical innovation. Liu Ho perspired slightly. Indeed, the machine was significantly more efficient than manual labor. Yet it still required physical exertion, which was undoubtedly tiring. Liu Chang attempted several times to offer assistance, but each time, Liu Ho firmly grasped his head and pushed him away without mercy. Thus, Liu Chang could only assist by wiping her brow. Liu Chang was acutely aware of Liu Ho and Oppo's intentions. Every piece of clothing he wore had been meticulously woven by her hands. As the weather grew increasingly cold, it was evident that she was preparing winter garments for him. At his age, he grew taller each year, rendering most of his previous clothing ill-fitting. Liu Chang grinned foolishly, sitting beside Liu Ho and nuzzling her arm, yearning to try his hand at the loom. In the end, Liu Ho agreed, stipulating that if Liu Chang caused no trouble for the next month, he could borrow the spinning wheel to play with. As an introductory text, the Zhangjiapian was indeed rather challenging. Perhaps Li Si had overestimated the capabilities of future teachers and students or underestimated his own intellect. He did not follow the conventional method of writing a primer. Instead, he infused the Zhangjiapian with his profound thoughts, which could become a lifelong psychological burden for children being introduced to literacy. Originally, these children, delighted by their newfound ability to recognize characters, would face the overwhelming complexity of Li Si's intellectual masterpiece upon their first encounter with formal education. How utterly disheartening that must have been. Consequently, the Zhangjiapian was lost to time. This loss was also a source of anguish for Liu Chang, while he had no issue with recognizing characters. Delving into the essence of Li Si's legalist philosophy was rather too formidable. A detrimental trait of ancient Chinese literati was their tendency to complicate the straightforward. A simple chronicle of the spring and autumn period has been transformed by later generations into countless versions, each imbued with myriad meanings, accompanied by an abundance of annotations, growing increasingly voluminous, profound, and ultimately incomprehensible. In the end, even members of the same clan struggle to understand their ancestral records, leading to bitter conflicts. Liu Chang, in his previous life, harbored a profound disdain for reading comprehension, and now he finds himself grappling with the arduous challenges of such interpretive tasks. Meanwhile, Liu Rui relentlessly provokes him, wearing a constant smile as if to inquire, why the hesitation? Why not take action? Liu Hui remains his ever-friendly self, even offering to tutor Liu Chang, who declines the offer. As for Liu Heng, he maintains a perpetually stern demeanor, reminiscent of Empress Lu, prompting Liu Chang to ignore him. You are not the crown prince. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Is there someone missing from this gathering? It seems not. Seated in the Tianlu Pavilion, having endured yet another grueling class, Liu Chang finally approached Liu Hui during the instructor's respite. Brother, I have heard that father is hosting a banquet. Is that true? I am not certain. It is indeed to be a feast. What? Do you wish to sneak in for some meat? Liu Rui interjected playfully. Liu Chang disregarded him and turned to Liu Hui, saying, Brother, I have a matter I would like your assistance with. Could you wait for me a moment? Liu Hui was taken aback. He had never witnessed such a respectful demeanor from Liu Chang before. He nodded in agreement. Liu Rui, intrigued, leaned in and asked, What is it? Call him brother, and I can assist you too, you know. With a roll of his eyes, Liu Chang retorted, "You address them as brother. Why do I become Rui?" Frustrated by Liu Chang and Appo's continued indifference, Liu Rui grumbled about the perceived disrespect of the younger generation, muttering incomprehensible phrases about filial piety. Chapter 6. The Family Feast. As the instructor concluded the lesson, Liu Chang hastily rose and exchanged a knowing wink with Liu Hui, who nodded in response and led the way out of Tianlu Pavilion. Liu Rui stretched languidly, engaged in conversation with Liu Heng, and slowly got to his feet. Just as he stood up, he was taken aback by the astonishment reflected in Liu Heng's eyes. It was at that very moment that an unexpected foot struck him forcefully in the rear. Liu Heng witnessed Liu Chang's aerial kick, which sent the unsuspecting Liu Rui crashing to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Regaining his composure, Liu Rui pushed himself up and furiously exclaimed, "Liu Chang!" Liu Chang had long harbored the desire to confront Liu Rui, who perpetually provoked him with that insufferable smirk. Liu Chang yearned to deliver a punch, but Liu Hui, being older and somewhat portly, had always intervened. Now that Liu Hui was absent, Liu Chang seized the opportunity to deliver a righteous kick. Liu Heng extended his hand to help Liu Rui to his feet, who brushed off the dirt and angrily remarked, "I shall undoubtedly teach that little brat a lesson. Why must you always engage in petty squabbles with him, brother? You are no longer a naive child. There are far more pressing matters to attend to than wasting time in futile conflicts with a mere boy." I was merely teasing him. Liu Rui, who was 2 years older than Liu Heng, found himself at a loss for words, his face flushed with embarrassment, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame at being chastised for immaturity by his younger brother. "Brother, as you rightly pointed out, we are destined to govern a realm one day. The turmoil has only just subsided, and many regions are in dire need of food and agricultural tools. The common folk are suffering greatly. How fortunate we are to be born into a royal family. Yet beyond these city walls, children our age are starving, toiling in the fields like oxen. The number of those who perish from hunger and exhaustion is staggering." Liu Rui and Appo's complexion grew increasingly flushed as he stammered. Liu Heng chose not to respond further and turned to leave. Liu Rui forced a wry smile and thought, "Is there anything more humiliating than being reprimanded for childishness by a brother 2 years my junior? Being kicked in the backside by a brother 5 years younger? These siblings are utterly insufferable." Liu Rui pondered silently. Liu Chang, where shall I procure a spinning wheel for you?" Liu Hui lamented, almost in tears, for he had not anticipated that Liu Chang sought his assistance in acquiring a spinning wheel. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Chang added, "Then procure me a knife. I shall do it myself." Do it yourself?" Liu Hui was taken aback and quickly grasped Liu Chang and Appo's arm. How could brothers resort to blades and weapons? "Their brother truly cares for you. When you were unconscious, he visited you daily. The physician remarked that you might never awaken, and he cried bitterly. He wept because he had no one to bully anymore. But that is unrelated to the matter at hand," Liu Chang explained. "I observed mother laboring to weave our winter clothes with such perseverance. Therefore, I wish to craft her a new spinning wheel. It is rather simple, merely transforming a single spindle into multiple spindles on one wheel. However, mother forbids me from touching her spinning wheel, and I possess no tools." Liu Hui gazed at Liu Chang with an expression of incredulity, as if to say, "Only a fool would believe your fanciful tale." Liu Chang felt a surge of urgency. He spoke no deceit. In the hazy recesses of his memory, he recalled his previous life as an oil well worker, and despite the rudimentary nature of the machinery, he could easily discern its flaws with just a glance. From his memories of the future, he had always enjoyed dismantling structures in his youth. His grandmother once owned a traditional foot-powered loom, which he had taken apart to grasp its principles. The potential for improvement in such a simple machine was immense. If only he could procure some tools, he could construct a highly advanced weaving machine, alleviating his mother's toil. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he truly could not obtain any tools. Firstly, as a prince of his age, he was not permitted to leave the palace at will, and within its confines, he could only interact with eunuchs and palace maids. The eunuchs were forbidden from bringing anything from outside the palace, or they would face execution. Although the Han dynasty had made certain amendments to the laws of the Qin dynasty, these laws were still rooted in the practices of the Qin, often involving severe punishments for minor transgressions. Liu Chang aspired to improve the spinning wheel. While he could forego other tools, a carpenter and Appo's knife was essential. Liu Hui merely shook his head. He could not procure a knife for Liu Chang, and even if he could, he would never part with it. Consequently, Liu Chang conceded. "All right, no knife is fine, but how about an axe?" "Not an option. If you possess such filial piety, why not directly request it from mother? What do you understand? This is meant to be a surprise. Liu Chang furrowed his brow, pondering how he might locate suitable tools within the heavily guarded palace. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his gaze drifted towards the Changxin Palace. If his memory served him correctly, there were numerous guards stationed there, all fully armed. Liu Chang and Oppos, his head bowed as a devious smile crept across his face. Long, whatever you are contemplating, do not act upon it. Liu Hui cautioned earnestly. I recall that third brother possesses a sword. Why not borrow it from him? Someone interjected. Liu Chang turned to see that it was Liu Yu who had spoken. You startled me. When did you arrive? Liu Rui indeed wielded a sword and was a rather unique prince, favored highly. He could leave the palace, carry a sword, and visit Liu Bang without prior notice. However, borrowing from Liu Rui? He had just kicked him, causing him to stumble in a most humiliating manner. Would he be willing to lend it to him? Asking for his sword might very well lead Liu Rui to demand his head in return. Liu Bang, a man who relished the company of others and shunned solitude, frequently hosted grand banquets, whether indulging in hearty feasts with his close companions or enjoying merriment with his family. He found joy in convivial gatherings. On this particular evening, Liu Bang resolved to host yet another family banquet, much to the delight of Liu Chang, who adored such festivities, primarily for the delectable offerings they presented. Despite his royal status, Liu Chang and Oppos' daily fare was rather humble, often consisting of millet or wheat, with the monotonous yellow grain failing to stimulate his appetite. Occasionally, he might partake in a steamed bun, yet it would be soft and devoid of flavor, akin to consuming sand. The meat dishes were similarly unappetizing, typically limited to dog, chicken, or pork, and lacking any seasoning, rendering them nearly inedible. Only at the banquets could he savor an array of fruits and vegetables, along with beef, lamb, and horse meat. To prepare for this feast, Liu Chang had refrained from eating since morning, eagerly anticipating the evening and Oppos' delights. As Empress L led Liu Chang into the banquet, nearly all the guests had arrived, including Liu Yuan, Liu Bang, Lady Chao, Lady Qi, Lady Bo, Lady Guan, Zhaozi, and Oppos, the beautiful Shi, and Lady Tang, along with the Crown Prince Liu Rui, Liu Heng, and Liu Hui. Upon Empress L's entrance, with the exception of the venerable Liu Laodai and Liu Bang, all rose to pay their respects. Lady Qi, seated close to Liu Bang, almost leaned against him. Upon the Empress and Oppos' arrival, she sprang up as if electrified. Liu Chang joyfully rushed to his grandfather and Oppos' side, exclaiming, Grandfather. Having been raised by his grandparents in a past life, he shared a profound bond with them. As their appearances began to align with his memories, Liu Chang found himself increasingly enamored with these elderly figures. Ah, we have been waiting for you. Come, have some meat. His grandfather eagerly offered him a piece of meat, while his grandmother held out fruits, both beaming at Liu Chang. Though his grandfather was indeed Liu Chang and Oppos' biological grandfather, his grandmother was not. She was his grandfather and Oppos' concubine. Nevertheless, Liu Bang treated her with utmost filial piety, elevating her status to that of a beloved mother after ascending the throne, and honoring her with the title of Empress Dowager. Among Liu Bang and Oppos' grandchildren, Liu Chang was the youngest and thus the most cherished, with his younger brother Liu Jian still in swaddling clothes. Chapter 7. The singer Liu Bang. Who was the arranger? Once Liu Ho entered, the previously lively family banquet immediately grew somewhat subdued. Liu Bang continued to boast loudly about his past experiences, flaunting his achievements before the children. The crown prince sat respectfully beside him, his head bowed and body inclined, listening earnestly. Liu Rui, with his chest out and head held high, gazed at Liu Bang with eyes full of admiration, lamenting only the misfortune of being born 10 years too late to accompany his father into battle. With exuberance, Liu Rui declared aloud, seemingly outshining even the crown prince beside him. Such flattery left Liu Bang beaming, while Chi Fu Rin and Oppos' eyes sparkled with delight as she inched closer to him. In stark contrast, Liu Ho maintained a stern demeanor, not sparing them a glance. Liu Hui, seated at the far end, wore a simple smile, choosing not to engage in the festivities, appearing notably earnest. Liu Heng frowned as he surveyed the lavish banquet before him, gently shaking his head, lost in thought. Liu Chang voraciously devoured a large piece of beef, quickly followed by an orange, consuming his food with a ravenous zeal akin to a squirrel, his cheeks puffed up and round with morsels. Liu Chang's gluttonous behavior prompted Liu Bang, who had been reveling in his tales, to pause in exasperation, questioning, Why are you so concerned with the children? Eat, eat, all you do is eat. So unambitious, Liu Taigong remarked authoritatively, causing Liu Bang to fall silent. Liu Taigong commanded considerable respect among the ministers, yet privately he could occasionally deliver a few admonishments to the emperor, a reality Liu Bang dared not challenge. Just eat. All day long, Liu Bang muttered under his breath. You ate quite a bit when you were young, and look at how successful you are now. Liu Taigong countered. Liu Bang seemed to reminisce, breaking into a grin as he suddenly asked, Father, you often said I lacked the skills to survive, couldn't and oppose, earn much, and was less capable than my second brother. Tell me, how does my career compare to his now? Taken aback, Liu Taigong turned his head away. Refusing to meet his gaze, Liu Bang erupted in hearty laughter. As the banquet continued, Liu Bang grew even more jovial, likely intoxicated, and began to sing loudly. Liu Chang shot him a disdainful glance and quickly distanced himself from the cacophony. Father and Apos, singing cannot be regarded as a heavenly melody, but rather likened to the wails of ghosts and wolves, he mused. Fourth brother, why aren't you eating? Liu Chang inquired, noticing the empty dishes before Liu Heng. I'm not hungry, came the reply. Fourth brother, next time before a banquet, don't eat anything. Fast from morning until evening. Then you'll be able to eat. Liu Chang generously shared his wisdom. Liu Heng smiled, affectionately ruffling Liu Chang's hair. Don't touch my head. Find a moment to apologize to your third brother, Liu Chang suddenly asked. Fourth brother, can you go outside? No. Do you have a knife or an axe? No. Sighing. Liu Chang turned to Liu Ruyi, pondering if they were destined to yield to malevolent forces. The four elder gentlemen sat behind the crown prince, who was the sole royal permitted to bring guests to the banquet. These four individuals are strangers, their beards as white as snow, appearing to be older than the venerable Liu Taigong. Liu Bang was taken aback, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, who are these four gentlemen? Upon Liu Ying's introduction, the four elders stepped forward to pay their respects to the emperor, each revealing their name. Tang Bing, Cui Guang, Wu Shi, and Zhou Shu, at your service, your majesty. Liu Bang was astonished and quickly rose to his feet, exclaiming, It is you. For many years, I have sent emissaries in search of you, wishing for your assistance. Yet you have always evaded my summons. What brings you now to support my son? Tang Bing stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied earnestly, Your Majesty has always shown disdain for esteemed scholars, and we were reluctant to subject ourselves to humiliation. However, upon hearing of the Crown Prince and Apos' benevolence, filial piety, and respect for learned men, we found ourselves compelled to come forth, eager to serve him with utmost loyalty. Liu Bang was delighted, responding with a smile. Then I am grateful for your willingness to assist the Crown Prince. The four men raised their glasses in salute to Liu Bang, then courteously took their seats. Liu Bang occasionally glanced at them and then at his son. He whispered to Consort Qi, Look at them. I once considered replacing the Crown Prince, but I never anticipated such distinguished scholars would choose to follow him. With their guidance, it seems the Crown Prince has acquired formidable support, making him difficult to displace. Suddenly, Consort Qi burst into tears. The guests at the banquet turned in surprise, and she quickly covered her mouth, stifling her sobs. Liu Bang laughed heartily, exclaiming, Why are you crying? Get up and dance for me. Once more, Liu Bang and Apos' voice rang out in song, The Swan Soars High. Traversing 1,000 miles with its wings fully formed, sweeping across the seas, yet what can be done even with arrows in hand? Upon hearing this song, Liu Ying felt a surge of emotion, his face flushed with pride. At last, he had made his father proud and earned his recognition. In that moment, however, he felt somewhat helpless and flustered, his smile radiant. Meanwhile, Empress Lu was engrossed in conversation with the old patriarch, oblivious to the happenings at the banquet. After Liu Bang's contemplation of replacing the Crown Prince, she had summoned her brother El Shirji, urging him to seek out Zhang Liang for advice. El Shirji hesitated, and Empress Lu, wiping her tears, said, If only our elder brother were here, he would not allow you to undertake such a perilous task. Spurred by her words, El Shirji promptly agreed and set off to find Liu Bang and Apos' loyal minister. As to why he sought Liu Ho instead of the chancellor or other high officials, it was because Empress Lu believed that only the unparalleled Liu Ho could resolve this matter with ease. However, persuading Liu Ho was no simple feat. El Shirji nearly resorted to coercion, and after much persistence, Zhang Liang reluctantly advised him, Invite the four heroes of Shangshan to assist the Crown Prince, and this issue shall be resolved. Liu Shirji was initially uncertain whether these four esteemed individuals, who even the emperor could not summon, would be willing to assist the Crown Prince. However, Upon approaching them, he was met with remarkable enthusiasm. Indeed, the crown prince and Apos' reputation among the populace was exceedingly favorable. These individuals were reluctant to aid Liu Bang, yet they were inclined to support the crown prince. Upon their meeting, the crown prince was elated, spending his days soliciting their counsel on state affairs, treating them as mentors, and fostering an excellent rapport. The four men consistently followed the crown prince, overseeing his conduct and offering timely advice, which led to the current situation. Who could have anticipated that a song within the palace was arranged by the distant Liu Heng? Perhaps this exemplifies the art of strategizing from afar and orchestrating plans behind the scenes. Liu Chang gradually shifted his body, stealthily seating himself beside Liu Yi. Clearing his throat, he sought to capture his brother and Apos' attention. Liu Yi, however, remained fixated on his meal, utterly ignoring Liu Chang and Apos' presence. In desperation, Liu Chang reached out, prodding Liu Yi and Apos' arm, yet still received no response. It was only when Liu Chang and Apos' fingers began to poke at his own face that Liu Yi could no longer contain himself. "What do you want?" In the face of Liu Yi and Apos' fierce demeanor, Liu Chang was not intimidated. For Liu Yi could not best him in a physical confrontation and was disinclined to attempt it. Raised by Empress Lu, Liu Chang knew that in the palace, aside from Empress Lu and Liu Bang, none dared to lay a hand on him. Nevertheless, as he sought assistance, Liu Chang could only force a smile, dismissing Liu Yi and Apos' volatility. "I wish to inquire, are you permitted to leave the palace?" "No, only the crown prince is allowed." "Why do you ask?" "Then, may I borrow your treasured sword?" The atmosphere suddenly grew tense as Liu Yi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Liu Chang intently. "It is not intended for use against you." Chapter 8. My unreliable brothers. Had Liu Chang foreseen the impending awkwardness, he would have refrained from engaging Liu Yi in conversation. However, Liu Yi firmly grasped his shoulder, compelling him to remain in his seat. Liu Yi appeared markedly more solemn than usual, his brow furrowed, exuding a semblance of Liu Bang and Apos' commanding presence. "What do you need a sword for? Is someone bullying you?" "Bully me?" Liu Chang was taken aback, hastily shaking his head, and proceeded to elaborate on his plans to enhance the spinning wheel. Contrary to his expectations, Liu Yi and Apos' expression bore no hint of mockery. He attentively listened to his younger brother's ideas. After Liu Chang concluded, he observed Liu Yi's unyielding demeanor and felt a pang of disappointment. No one truly believed in him. "Your idea is rather commendable. It is rare for you to consider our mother," Liu Yi remarked, unfastening his sword from his waist. Just as Liu Chang reached out to grasp it, Liu Yi withdrew it. "You kicked me today, and I feel rather shortchanged giving this to you. How about you repay me with a kick?" "I shall temporarily refrain from retaliating." "Ha ha ha, let's leave it at that. Here's the deal. If you call me third brother, I shall grant you the sword." Liu Chang frowned and reluctantly called out, "Third brother." "Ah, I couldn't quite hear that. What did you say?" "Third brother." "Ha ha ha, here you go, dear brother." Just as Liu Chang jubilantly seized the sword, a large hand suddenly clasped his forearm. Angrily, he looked up to find Liu Heng, the one who had gripped him. "Third brother, you cannot give him the sword. It is far too perilous. What if he injures himself? Why do you concern yourself with me? Let go." Liu Heng merely shook his head in calm disapproval, then turned his gaze to Liu Yi. "Brother, this could endanger him." Liu Chang was infuriated. After finally encountering someone willing to believe in him and take action, Liu Heng had disrupted it all. In that moment, Liu Heng surpassed Liu Yi, becoming Liu Chang and Apos' most detested individual. Liu Yi cast a helpless glance at Liu Chang, as if to say, "This is not my fault." During the ensuing banquet, Liu Chang was visibly discontented, sulking in his seat, even finding the beef less appetizing than before. Liu Bang, in a state of inebriation, sang boisterously and then took to the floor to dance, swaying unsteadily, yet somehow adding a touch of charm to his movements. His spirits were high, and he seldom invited Liu Ying to dance alongside him. This was perhaps one of Liu Ying and Apos' happiest days, not due to the assurance of his position as heir, but rather because of his father's rare display of affection. In earlier times, Liu Bang had been wholly consumed by grand ambitions, willing to forsake his wife and children, even laughingly requesting a share when enemies threatened to consume his father. When he finally achieved great success, he found the inclination to indulge in enjoyment. By this time, Liu Fei and Liu Ying had reached adulthood, and they could only watch enviously as Liu Bang embraced his younger siblings, pouring upon them a paternal affection they had never experienced. However, it would be unjust to say that Liu Bang did not care for his two elder sons. He bestowed upon Liu Fei, his illegitimate son, the most prosperous land of Qi, appointing his most trusted and beloved strategist, Cao Can, to assist him, who ranked second in merit during the establishment of the nation, just after Xiao He. During Liu Ying and Appo's illness, Liu Bang was consumed with worry, neglecting food and drink, remaining by his son's side while summoning the finest physicians from across the realm. Yet, confronting a son nearly his own stature, Liu Bang found it increasingly challenging to express his emotions, particularly towards Liu Ying, for whom he held exceedingly high expectations. Throughout his upbringing, Liu Ying had never received a single compliment from his father. In a quest for paternal approval, he relentlessly strived to excel. At this moment, as Liu Bang twirled him gracefully in dance, Liu Ying smiled, tears occasionally flinging from his eyes. Throughout the banquet, apart from Lady Qi, Liu Rui, and Liu Chang, everyone else appeared quite joyous. When the feast concluded, Lady Qi weakly attempted to rise, supported by Liu Rui, whose spirits had significantly lifted after Liu Chang's earlier interruption. Now softly comforting their mother, Liu Chang stood furiously beside Empress Lu, gritting his teeth as he glared at Liu Heng in the distance. As was customary, Lady Qi intended to stay for the evening's attentions, while Empress Lu took Liu Chang's hand, leading him away first. The pepper room was desolate. Since Liu Chang's arrival, he had not witnessed his father grace this place. Meanwhile, Empress Lu's demeanor had grown increasingly solitary in his scarce memories. He recalled his mother's smiling face, her holding him while they played within the hall. Yet now, Empress Lu rarely smiled, and even when she did, it was merely a disconcerting smile of courtesy. In the dimly lit pepper room, she sat alone before the spinning wheel, weaving fabric. Young Liu Chang sat quietly beside her, pouting as he lamented about his unfortunate day. Yes, Rui loudly berated the teacher, claiming that what he was learning could not govern a country. The teacher praised him, saying he had inherited their father's spirit. I stood up, declaring that such talk was nonsense, and that old man even attempted to strike me. We are all princes. Why the disparity in treatment? Yes. Heng answered the teacher's questions correctly and flattered him profusely. I have come to realize that none of my brothers are good. Except for the second brother. Yes. Father's singing is truly dreadful. Even if it is terrible, he forbids criticism. Yes. Under the flickering candlelight. In the empty room, the mother quietly wove fabric while her son chattered incessantly. The following day, Liu Chang indulged in a rare lie-in, for it was a day of respite from their studies. They were required to attend classes for 16 days a month, while the remaining days were free for leisure. It was said that during the Qin dynasty, attendance was mandated for 15 days. However, the Han dynasty, in an effort to differentiate itself from the oppressive regime of the Qin, deliberately adjusted this to 16 days. One cannot help but acknowledge the significant nature of this alteration, which clearly illustrates that the Han did not merely replicate the Qin and Appo's system. Young Master Heng is outside, wishing to see you. Heng? I Shan and Appo's, see him. Liu Chang declared loudly, recalling the events of the previous day. In truth, as the elder brother, it was his duty to greet Liu Heng upon his arrival. Yet, given that they were in the Jiaofeng Hall, the residence of Empress Lu, Liu Heng could only request an audience and was not permitted to intrude. The palace maid, somewhat exasperated, remarked, I see young Master Heng has brought quite a few items. If the Empress were to learn that you made him wait at the door, I fear. With that, Liu Chang rose and strode confidently toward the entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, he noticed the bundle cradled in Liu Heng's arms and thought, do you believe that a mere token would suffice to earn my forgiveness? That is out of the question. Heng, what brings you here? Liu Chang asked. And without further ado, Liu Heng unveiled the contents of his package. Liu Chang and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a small saw, approximately the length of his arm, reminiscent of the saws commonly seen in later times, but differing in craftsmanship and materials. This is, a long sword is far too perilous, and cannot be utilized for carpentry. This, however, is quite suitable. Brother, is this a gift for me? Liu Heng stated. We agreed beforehand that you must be cautious in all your endeavors and refrain from injuring yourself. Liu Chang accepted the saw, momentarily at a loss for words. And he murmured, but how did you come by this? I sought the craftsmen engaged in the construction of Weiyang Palace. But how could they possibly lend you such a tool? Chang, As long as you show respect to others, they will extend the same courtesy to you. Liu Chang felt a surge of joy as he toyed with the saw in his hands. With this tool at his disposal, crafting would be significantly more convenient. Were he to possess a carpenter and amp, oppos, knife, saw blades, milling machines, drill bits, and mortise cutters, it would be even better, alas. It was likely that Liu Bang could not procure such items. Wonderful! Once I complete the spinning wheel, Mother will surely be delighted. And she shall not have to toil so hard. Liu Heng smiled, gazing into the distance with earnestness as he said, I too hope you can accomplish this. If you possess a talent for such work, do not forsake it. Should you create a machine that enhances textile efficiency, women would be able to support their families, and the sericulture industry would thrive, thereby increasing the state's revenue. Most importantly, people throughout the realm would be able to afford clothing, making the harsh winter much more bearable. Liu Chang was rendered speechless. Chapter 9. The house demolisher Liu Heng departed, yet Liu Chang's heart remained restless. Suddenly, Liu Heng's words jolted him awake. If a mere fleeting inspiration could yield creations that benefit the world, why not strive to produce more? Rather than squander his days at Tianlu Pavilion, he would be better served by engaging in endeavors of significance. This marked perhaps the first occasion Liu Chang approached a task with such earnestness. For an entire day, he stood before his mother's spinning wheel, meticulously observing its intricacies. Though the fundamental principles were similar, this device differed significantly from the spinning machines of later times. Liu Chang had dismantled a spinning machine many years prior. But before undertaking any hands-on work, he needed to draft a comprehensive plan. He possessed a number of sheets of paper, though these were exceedingly precious. Not even a prince like Liu Bang would frequently utilize paper, preferring bamboo slips instead. Liu Chang had acquired this paper through his own efforts, pilfered from the esteemed scholar who had once instructed him. Ho's whereabouts were uncertain. She seemed displeased and lost in thought, oblivious to Liu Chang, who remained absorbed in his task. Without a word, she entered the inner chamber, changed her attire, and upon re-emerging, noticed Liu Chang still engrossed with the spinning wheel, but chose to ignore it. It was only when a palace maid announced Liu Heng's visit to seek Liu Chang that Ho's curiosity was piqued. Chang, come here. Liu Chang was startled and promptly dashed to her side. Mother, did Hong come by? Indeed, your fourth brother visited this morning. What was his purpose? Nothing much. He merely brought me a gift, heh. Liu Chang grinned widely, clearly pleased with the present. However, Ho furrowed her brow and pulled Liu Chang into her embrace, speaking sternly. When one seeks a favor from another, one must first lower oneself. What do you mean? To have a request of another, one must first assume a subordinate position. No one offers kindness without reason or bestows gifts without ulterior motives. Should someone do so, exercise caution, for they may harbor other intentions. Liu Chang paused, slightly taken aback. But I don't believe my fourth brother has any ill intentions toward me. I do not imply that your fourth brother is ill-natured. However, you must heed my words and remember them. Understood? Liu Chang nodded, deep in thought. Go play now. The spinning wheel is yours, but do not injure yourself. Overjoyed, Liu Chang was about to plant a kiss on Ho's cheek when suddenly, a realization struck him. And his expression grew solemn as he murmured, when one seeks a favor from another, one must first lower oneself? For the first time, astonishment flickered across Ho and Oppo's otherwise composed visage. She playfully tapped Liu Chang on the back of his head, admonishing, that is not how it is used. Upon receiving the imperial decree from Empress Lu, Liu Chang was officially granted the opportunity to dismantle the spinning wheel. Had the Empress realized that this favor would unleash a Pandora's box within the palace, birthing a veritable demon of dismantlement, she might have hesitated to bestow such a gift upon Liu Chang. Over the course of 2 days, Liu Chang meticulously crafted a design blueprint for a somewhat sophisticated spinning machine, detailing components such as the crossbeam, transmission ropes, frames, upper and lower tracks, shuttles, weft yarns, fabric rolls, and various mechanical elements. Indeed, Liu Chang had abandoned his initial intent of merely refining the spinning wheel. After hearing Liu Heng and Oppo's words, he resolved to construct the most advanced textile machine imaginable. Within the realm of wooden materials, his design would undoubtedly be regarded as cutting-edge. All components were to be fashioned from wood, a readily available resource in the Han dynasty. However, as Liu Chang prepared to commence his work, he realized that possessing a saw alone was insufficient. He required a measuring tool, and ideally, a plane, file, and axe as well. Yet, he felt too embarrassed to request further assistance from Liu Heng. while Liu Heng could effortlessly summon craftsmen from the neighboring areas. Liu Chang found himself confined by his previous unseemly disposition, perhaps out of fear of venturing out to engage in a brawl. Liu Chang decided to wait until the Tianlu Pavilion commenced its academic session to seize an opportunity for Liu Heng to accompany him next door, where he could borrow a ruler, plane, and file. Even acquiring a saw would not pose a significant challenge. In the interim, he resolved to gather materials. Preparing himself for the day, he would be ready to utilize them. The spinning wheel was swiftly dismantled, as its components such as shuttles, arms, pulleys, and pedals were readily usable with minimal modification. Liu Chang determined to construct his textile machine on the foundation of these elements, though it needed to be at least twice the size of the original spinning wheel, necessitating additional materials. Thus, he wandered the palace with his saw, in search of suitable resources. Whenever he brandished the saw within the pepper chamber, the palace maids were left in a state of sheer terror, fearing he might inadvertently sever the main beam of the hall. Of course, even with tenfold courage, Liu Chang would never dare dismantle his mother and Appo's cherished pepper chamber. Despite Liu Bang's fierce demeanor, he was surprisingly gentle in his actions. Liu Chang recalled the time he had playfully hurled stones outside the palace, resulting in a rather unfortunate encounter with his uncle, who bore a sizable bump on his head. His uncle, however, bore no grudge, instead affectionately embracing Liu Chang and recounting how he had emerged unscathed from battle, only to be bested by a mere child. Nevertheless, while his uncle remained forgiving, his mother was incensed, punishing Liu Chang for 3 days, leaving him unable to sit comfortably due to the soreness inflicted. Liu Chang's uncle was indeed a good-natured man, often accompanying him for playful antics during his visits to the palace, in stark contrast to his second uncle, who maintained a stern expression, mirroring his mother and Appo's unyielding demeanor. The Weiyang Palace was newly constructed, and thus the interior had yet to flourish into a verdant paradise. The wood was not readily available, and at this moment, the Han Palace appeared rather desolate, awash in shades of gray and white, lacking in color. From time to time, eunuchs hurried past with their heads bowed in a rush. Liu Chang had been surveying the palace for quite some time before he finally discovered a valuable source of raw materials. Firstly, this place was not a grand hall and Appo's beam, posing no danger, and moreover, it was utterly deserted, merely an empty facade devoid of practicality. It would be far better to utilize it for the benefit of the common people. As Ho gazed upon his slumbering form and the maid beside him, she pondered whether he was still working on that spinning wheel. Indeed, the young man possessed a heart full of filial piety. Ho chose not to utter another word. In truth, she had been aware of his intentions to surprise her since the very next day after Liu Chang conceived the idea. The matriarch of the harem was not one to be trifled with. Any stirrings within the palace were typically known to her first. Ho was the first empress of Huaxia. After all, the first emperor of Huaxia had not formally enshrined an empress, and this era was still grappling with the role and powers of an empress, with no precedent for interference in state affairs from the harem. Consequently, the power wielded by the empress was formidable, enabling her not only to intervene in governance, but also to exert influence over the emperor's appointments. This is a new pavilion I have constructed. It is usually deserted, flanked on 3 sides by artificial hills, allowing me a moment of tranquility. Liu Bang remarked as he strode along the gravel path, feeling somewhat weary. He decided to remove his footwear and walk barefoot, accompanied by a stern-looking middle-aged man. The two walked along the path, with a group of armored soldiers coldly observing from a distance. The middle-aged man had upward-arching brows, giving him a commanding and somewhat intimidating presence. He was slender yet possessed a significant frame, dressed rather plainly, steadily following Liu Bang. Why the silence? Here. We are not sovereign and subject, merely friends. There is no need for the formality of the court, Liu Bang said, tapping his foot and smiling broadly. Since it is a gathering of friends, why then are there so many elite soldiers trailing behind? Liu Bang responded, You have misjudged me. I walk alongside a fierce tiger, and those soldiers dare not let their guard down. The middle-aged man suddenly chuckled, only to abruptly cease. What are your thoughts on Fan Kuai? He inquired. Loyal and valiant. An excellent vanguard, yet not suitable to be a general, Liu Bang replied. And what of Chao Can? Obedient, capable of executing orders well, but lacking independent thought. He can break the enemy but cannot lead the army. Chapter 10. The affable and kind Uncle Liu Bang and the middle-aged man strolled towards the pavilion. Engaged in lively conversation, Liu Bang, barefoot and cheerful, chatted as if they were not sovereign and subject, but rather true old friends. This old companion of Liu Bang possessed a rather audacious temperament. When Liu Bang mentioned several founding generals, his friend vehemently criticized them. As if their collective worth was beneath his notice, his words dripping with disdain. I have heard that recently you visited Fan Kuai, who welcomed you with a kneeling salute and remarked, "Your Majesty graces my humble abode, truly a glory for me." Indeed, I was quite moved. However, I also heard that upon your departure, you jested to those around you. I never imagined I would be on par with Fan Kuai in this lifetime. Is this true? The middle-aged man and Apos' expression shifted, and he coldly replied, "He is, after all, inferior to me." What is wrong with such a statement? Liu Bang burst into hearty laughter. If Fan Kuai were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be disheartened, for he holds you in such high esteem. As they continued walking, Liu Bang inquired, "We have discussed many generals, yet have overlooked 2 individuals. Oh, and what of me? What do you think my capabilities are in leading troops? Your Majesty could command no more than 100,000 soldiers. And you? How many can you lead? The more, the better. There is no upper limit." Liu Bang, with a teasing glint in his eye, responded, "It seems I shall still surpass you." "Oh, you may wish to command a greater number of soldiers. Yet how is it that you ensnared me then?" The middle-aged man and Apos' eyes twitched, his face flushing crimson. Nevertheless, confronted with Liu Bang and Apos' mocking expression, he quickly regained his composure and replied earnestly, "Your Majesty may not excel at leading soldiers, yet you are adept at commanding generals, which is why I fell into your grasp. And further, the position of your Majesty is bestowed by heaven, not achievable by mere human effort, which is also why I was caught." Well said. Liu Bang truly rejoiced, ready to laugh heartily at the sky, when the middle-aged man interjected, "However, while your Majesty is skilled at managing generals, it appears your aesthetic judgment regarding architecture leaves much to be desired." Liu Bang, taken aback, queried, "Why do you say such a thing?" The middle-aged man pointed nonchalantly towards the distant pavilion and asked, "Is this the work of your Majesty's intention?" Turning to look, Liu Bang beheld the main pavilion surrounded by railings that had been haphazardly dismantled, revealing numerous gaps. The remnants of the railings swayed in the wind, and the ground was strewn with wood chips and broken planks. Liu Bang stood there, dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. "Is it not so? It appears someone within the palace has pilfered your Majesty and Apos' timber." The middle-aged man continued to press. "Summon the guards." Liu Bang bellowed in fury, and soldiers rushed to his side, kneeling before him. Liu Bang's face turned crimson, his eyes ablaze with wrath. How dare anyone dismantle his pavilion and steal his wood? The soldiers immediately fled, leaving only 2 who remained, fixated on the middle-aged man. Liu Chang, wielding a handsaw, hummed a tune as he strutted along the gravel path, pleased to have discovered a fine location filled with various types of timber, long, square, and round, sufficient for his needs. He mused that if only he had an axe, for the handsaw was rather inadequate. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a shadow suddenly enveloped him. Liu Chang slowly lifted his gaze to find 4 or 5 towering soldiers, fierce like tigers, staring in astonishment at him with the handsaw. "Wow, you are quite tall. May I see the sword at your waist?" he exclaimed, only to be met with suspicion. "What are your intentions?" "I am the 7th young master. My father is Han." Liu Bang regarded the trembling Liu Chang with cold eyes, flanked by over 20 fully armed soldiers, alongside the tools of his trade. It dawned on him that this was indeed a case of domestic treachery. Liu Bang, who had always valued his dignity, was particularly sensitive to losing face, especially in the presence of others. "You wretch, why did you dismantle my pavilion?" "Father, I did not realize this was your pavilion. I rarely see anyone here. Is it permissible to dismantle something simply because it is not mine?" Liu Bang retorted angrily, slowly picking up his shoe from the ground. Liu Chang instinctively recoiled, casting a furtive glance at the scowling soldiers surrounding him, realizing escape was futile. "Father, please, listen to me. I attend lessons at Tianlu Pavilion, and my teacher says that as children we must honor our mothers, and as princes we must seek the welfare of the world. Do you not agree with my teacher? Did your teacher instruct you to dismantle my pavilion?" "No, I merely wished to accomplish something. I noticed my mother toiling away at the spinning wheel and wanted to create a more convenient one. However, lacking timber, I had no choice but to take materials from these structures." Liu Chang replied hastily, observing Liu Bang's hand rise higher with the shoe, compelling him to speak faster. "Moreover, should there indeed be a machine that enhances the efficiency of weaving, women could support their families, benefiting the silkworm farmers, and consequently increasing the national treasury's income. Most importantly, Everyone in the realm could afford clothing, making the harsh winter more bearable. Liu Bang paused, momentarily stunned, incredulously regarding Liu Chang. Could such words truly emanate from this scoundrel? Your Majesty, if His Highness truly harbors such intentions, what does it matter if the entire pavilion is dismantled? It is easy to reconstruct a pavilion, yet educating a prince is a formidable challenge, the middle-aged man remarked coldly, offering Liu Bang an avenue of retreat. Nodding in agreement, Liu Bang finally donned his footwear once more. Liu Chang exhaled in relief. Thank you, fourth brother, and thank you, kind stranger. You, sir, clearly possess great knowledge. My gratitude knows no bounds. Liu Bang's expression darkened, yet he refrained from further outbursts. May I inquire your esteemed name? Han Xian. Liu Chang's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly approached Han Xian, scrutinizing him with fervent admiration. Are you truly Han Xian? He inquired. Han Xian, perplexed by the boy's fervent demeanor, nodded with calm composure. Liu Bang scoffed, remarking, You, an unlearned wretch, are aware of Han Xian, the god of war. Who isn and Apos, T acquainted with him. Even a historical novice like Liu Chang knows of Han Xian and Apos, s illustrious name. After all, in later generations, his renown surpasses that of his contemporaries, almost rivaling Liu Bang himself. Initially, upon realizing the man before him was Liu Bang, Liu Chang had felt a surge of excitement, but familiarity soon dulled that thrill. This time, however, encountering the legendary god of war overwhelmed Liu Chang with exhilaration. Han Xian remained unperturbed, while Liu Bang felt a twinge of discomfort at his son's admiration for his rival. After all, a certain unnamed founder of a great Han dynasty might feel a touch of envy. Was and Apos, he more formidable? Captured in the capital yet still revered as a god of war? Once he departed, Liu Bang vowed to show him what true prowess looked like. Liu Chang incessantly questioned Han Xian about his experiences, particularly how he had triumphed over the seemingly invincible Shichu overlord. As Han Xian reflected on past events, a distant look clouded his eyes. Liu Bang attempted to interject several times, yet Liu Chang paid him no heed. Han Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, Do you have a fondness for military strategy? Clad in armor, riding a majestic steed, leading knights across the battlefield, what man wouldn't cherish such a vision? Suddenly, Han Xian raised his head, smiled at Liu Bang, and proposed, I find a kindred spirit in your son. Why not allow him to study under me? It would be beneficial for my skills to be passed on. Liu Bang narrowed his eyes, chuckling softly. Very well. Han Xian ruffled Liu Chang and Apos' hair, saying, Whenever you have the chance, seek me out, and I shall teach you the art of warfare. Liu Chang stood there, dumbfounded. What was happening? Han Xian would instruct him in military tactics? Even after Han Xian departed, Liu Chang remained in a state of disbelief, pondering how incredible it was that he had become a disciple of Han Xian. With the departure of Han Xian, Liu Chang abruptly lifted his head and asked, Father, could you allow Xiao He to teach me about governance, and let Zhang Liang instruct me in strategizing? Get lost. As Han Xian exited the palace, his expression abruptly turned icy. He surveyed the few trusted confidants standing beside his carriage, silently taking his seat. As the carriage gradually made its way to his residence, Han Xian lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with a chilling intent for vengeance. Chapter 11. The greatest man. Han Xian's residence was not far from the palace, a deliberate arrangement by Liu Bang, who claimed it was so he could visit whenever he missed him. Han Xian, however, was fully aware of the underlying intentions. The estate assigned to him was vast and of a rank befitting a feudal lord, despite the fact that he no longer held such a title. The compound was adorned with courtyards, pavilions, and artificial hills, truly a splendid retreat for one seeking a tranquil retirement. Unfortunately, while Liu Bang had aged, Han Xian remained in the prime of his youth. As Han Xian entered his somber abode, the servants stood on either side with bowed heads. Known for his strictness in military, governance, and personal matters, Han Xian instilled fear in his subordinates, resulting in a pervasive silence within the courtyard, where laughter was seldom heard and faces rarely seen, all eyes cast downward, unwilling to meet his gaze. With narrowed eyes, Han Xian knelt in his study, where a formidable servant adorned with a sharp sword stood before him, awaiting orders. Execute Jia, Su, and Zhang, and bring me their heads. The servant, undeterred by the fact that these three were Han Xian's most loyal companions, left without hesitation. Once he departed, Han Xian calmly picked up a bamboo scroll and resumed his reading. Amidst the courtyard, cries of anguish erupted, followed by curses, weeping, and terrified screams. Yet, none of this disturbed Han Xian. He continued to read with serene focus. It was only when 3 bloodied heads were tossed before him that he put down the scroll, examining the gruesome trophies with indifference. After a lengthy inspection, he instructed, "Take them away and give them a proper burial." Meanwhile, Liu Chang sat before Empress Lu, grinning foolishly. Han Xian truly lives up to his reputation. He immediately recognized that I am no ordinary child. He was astounded by my potential and implored me to become his disciple, claiming only I could inherit his legacy and one day bring peace to the Han dynasty, rendering it invincible. At that moment, I was torn. But he sought my father and Appo's approval, and seeing Han Xian and Appo's age, I reluctantly acquiesced to his request. Empress Lu shook her head with a deep sigh. Liu Chang, perplexed, asked, "Mother, why do you sigh? Your father often says that Rui resembles him the most. I fear his judgment has diminished over time." "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Liu Chang, still smiling, exclaimed, "Father said he would prepare a gift for my apprenticeship and soon send me to Hawaii." Empress Lu furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, "Do you remember what I told you a few days ago?" Liu Chang was momentarily taken aback, as he prepared to ask again. Empress Lu had already turned her attention elsewhere. During these days, she had imparted much wisdom to him, and sitting in the hall, he pondered deeply which words had struck him. Lowering his gaze, he suddenly spotted a bundle concealing a hand saw, jolting him into alertness. To seek assistance from others, one must first humble oneself. Liu Chang squinted, gently stroking his chin. "Yet, what do I possess that could be of utility to a figure as esteemed as Han Xian? My status? It seems I have little else to offer." Before Liu Chang could formally become a disciple, the courses at Tianlu Pavilion had already commenced. The instructor, as lethargic as ever, displayed an attitude of indifference, reciting the classics of Huang Lao philosophy in a half-hearted manner. Liu Chang's mind was far from the lesson. He deliberately sat beside Liu Heng, grinning at him, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation. This left Liu Rui quite astonished. "Fourth brother, I brought some steamed buns. Would you care to share?" "Fourth brother, your earlier words were truly remarkable. I am in awe of you." Observing Liu Chang fawning over Liu Heng, Liu Rui could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Hey, I'm also hungry. Why not ask third brother if he would like some?" "Well, go ahead and suffer from hunger," Liu Chang retorted, casting him a sidelong glance, before distributing a bun to Liu Hui. Liu Hui was the only prince in the palace who could match Liu Chang and Appo's appetite, a fact evident in his physique. He often concealed delectable treats within his garments, sneaking bites during lessons. Yet, when Liu Chang offered him a bun, Liu Hui cheerfully passed it to Liu Yu, seated behind him, and extended his hand back towards Liu Chang. Liu Chang was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting Liu Yu's presence, and hurriedly handed him another bun. Only Liu Rui was left empty-handed. Liu Rui seethed with indignation. Just days ago, when he sought Liu Chang and Appo's favor, he was referred to as third brother with such familiarity. Yet now he was denied even a single bun. He was not particularly hungry but disapproved of Liu Chang and Appo's blatant favoritism. Liu Heng remained unperturbed. After savoring Liu Chang and Appo's bun, he calmly inquired, "What do you wish to borrow this time?" "Oh, fourth brother, it and Appo's. It's not a matter of borrowing. After class, could you take me next door? I wish to meet those artisans. I have quite a few items I require." "That is not permissible. Fourth brother." After class, Liu Chang trailed behind Liu Heng as they made their way to the Changlu Palace. After Liu Chang and Appo's persistent pleas, Liu Heng reluctantly agreed to escort him to the artisans. Liu Heng, typically reticent, bore Liu Chang's incessant chatter, reminiscent of a chirping sparrow that never ceased its prattle. Liu Chang ultimately divulged the secret of Han Xian's interest in him to Liu Heng, a fact that had already ceased to be a secret through Liu Chang and Appo's own grandiose proclamations. They finally arrived at the site of the under-construction palace walls of Changlu. Had Liu Heng not been so easygoing, he might have long since lost patience with this loquacious companion. Liu Chang and Appo's propensity for chatter was distinct from Liu Ying and Appo's. While Liu Ying relished expounding grand principles and referencing texts, ensnaring listeners in his rhetoric, Liu Chang's approach was more straightforward and incessant. However, in this era, literati are quite fond of such antics, and Liu Chang is a notorious chatterbox, indulging in meaningless prattle, much of which is spent mocking others, while the remainder is devoted to self-aggrandizement. Are there truly such peculiar individuals in the imperial palace? Indeed, there are. Liu Bang too. Liu Bang has 8 sons, each remarkably exceptional, thanks to the outstanding matching mechanism of the Western Han dynasty. The eldest son, Liu Fei, reigns as king in Qi, where he governs with wisdom and is open to counsel, transforming Qi into a realm even more prosperous than before the wars within just a few years. The second son, Liu Ying, is gentle in nature, an avid scholar, and respectful towards the learned. His virtues are innumerable, making it difficult to find a successor of such caliber throughout the vast Han Empire. The third son, Liu Rui, is valiant and charismatic, known for his camaraderie. The fourth son, Liu Heng, possesses a kind heart and humble demeanor, often underestimated yet unmatched in capability. The fifth son, Liu Hui, is kind-hearted and amiable, earning the affection of all. The eighth son, Liu Jian, is merely an infant at present, yet he shows no discernible flaws and may be considered of average potential. Yet, the seventh son, Liu Chang, well, he stands as a rather inferior specimen among the many illustrious offspring. Having wholly inherited his father's shortcomings while possessing the strength of a tyrant, yet lacking in intellect, the Changla Palace remains under construction, and from a distance, one can observe a throng of laborers diligently toiling away, overseen by several fully armed soldiers who urge them onward. This marks Liu Chang and Appo's first encounter with the common folk beyond the palace walls, and he feels a surge of excitement, quickening his pace to witness the engineers of this age. However, as they draw closer, he is taken aback by the sight before him. It is a group of frail, almost unrecognizable beings, draped in some tattered rags that could hardly be deemed clothing, lest it be an affront to garments. In essence, they are swathed in a filthy, dust-stained shroud, laboriously carrying enormous, suffocating stones towards the palace walls. They are so emaciated, their bodies caked in dirt, blending in with the earth, their hair is unkempt. And as they struggle under the weight of the stones, each step is a tremendous burden. On their faces, one can scarcely discern any emotion, be it despair or numbness. Nothing is visible. In the distance, a group of craftsmen relentlessly pounds the earth with stone hammers, working on a square wooden mold filled with soil, employing the most primitive methods to compact the earth into cohesive blocks. This bears no resemblance to any ancient scene Liu Chang had ever envisioned. Upon noticing Liu Heng's arrival, one of the soldiers greets him with a smile and a bow. Liu Chang stands in a daze, following Liu Heng closely. Liu Heng approaches, and the craftsmen all bow, their faces suddenly brightening with smiles as they set down their tools, while the soldier, without uttering a word, turns away, feigning ignorance. Chapter 12. The Benevolent Sovereign Young Master. I trust your saw remains intact? Indeed, it shall be used shortly, and I will send it over then. Liu Chang found himself somewhat perplexed by the conversation, for the words of these individuals resonated with a sharpness, their intonations perpetually ascending. He could discern a few phrases, but that was the extent of his comprehension. In contrast, Liu Heng engaged seamlessly with them, even mirroring their dialect with ease. Those unaware would never suspect that this fluent speaker was the fourth son of the Liu family. For reasons unknown, a surge of admiration welled up within Liu Chang for Liu Heng. This individual was truly remarkable. Liu Heng conversed warmly with the artisans, a demeanor Liu Chang had seldom witnessed. Typically, Liu Heng was reticent, maintaining a stern countenance. Yet in the presence of these men, he exuded an amiability that felt genuine, akin to the intimacy shared among close friends. Liu Chang tugged at Liu Heng and Appo's sleeve, prompting his brother to acknowledge his presence. This is my seventh brother, young Master Chang. Liu Heng introduced Liu Chang to the group. The artisans' expressions shifted dramatically, their smiles vanishing in an instant, eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded Liu Chang. Their demeanor became noticeably constrained, with several artisans dropping to their knees, offering a gesture of reverence. Liu Chang was taken aback. This display of respect, so distinct from that shown to Liu Heng, did not elate him, though they appeared to hold him in high esteem. The contrast to their earlier treatment of Liu Heng led Liu Chang to suspect that this was merely a facade of respect. True respect, perhaps, lay in the camaraderie shared with Liu Heng, characterized by laughter and friendly banter, rather than the deference reserved for a lofty master. Friends seldom betray one another, yet many a master has met their demise at the hands of their own servants. Liu Chang successfully acquired the tools he needed, ruler, plane, and file. While an axe was absent, he was now poised to commence his crafting endeavors. Yet, as he departed, a weightiness settled upon him, dampening his spirits. Brother, is our father a benevolent emperor? Indeed. Then why does he treat those people thus? Barely clothed. Why not provide them with a cart? Do you know how many artisans were involved in the construction of Changla Palace? I do not. Countless thousands. Our father does not starve them. He allows for rest. and they merely toil for a few months after the harvest. This is already a significant boon. This is considered a boon? Certainly. Do you have any idea how many labored on the Great Wall? Many, I presume. Indeed. This time, Liu Chang hesitated no longer. In comparison to the past, Liu Bang could indeed be regarded as a rare benevolent sovereign. To construct his palace, he merely summoned the labor of thousands, providing sustenance and adhering to a schedule that prioritized agricultural duties, abstaining from arbitrary violence. Yet, I still feel they endure great hardship. Those who endure hardship are not solely they. Liu Heng did not further discuss this matter with Liu Chang. Instead, he calmly bid him farewell. Before departing, Liu Heng gazed intently into his eyes and solemnly remarked, "When you become a feudal lord in the future, do not forget the scene you witnessed today." Liu Chang stood frozen in place, watching Liu Heng recede into the distance. He suddenly felt that perhaps this brother was more suited to be the emperor than Liu Ying. Yet, regrettably, the fourth brother was not the legitimate eldest son. Upon returning to the Jiaofeng Hall, equipped with all the necessary tools, Liu Chang began to construct a spinning wheel. Having previously prepared the design blueprint, the assembly of the components proved to be significantly more manageable. His first task was to create the frame and the loom. He retrieved the wood he had hidden away, most of which was already in square shapes, requiring no further processing. As there were no nails available, he had to stabilize the structure using traditional mortise and tenon joints. His diligence surpassed that of his earlier efforts, perhaps spurred by the memory of the tattered garments worn by the artisans he had encountered. Just as Liu Chang completed the frame and began assembling the internal components, Liu Bang prepared the customary apprenticeship gifts. In this era, such gifts, known as shu xiao, typically consisted of 10 strips of dried meat. To show his respect, Liu Bang took the liberty of adding a few extra items. As he dispatched someone to deliver the gifts to Liu Chang, he admonished, "This is for your teacher. You, young lad, must not indulge in it." Liu Chang felt quite disgruntled, questioning whether he truly appeared to be that kind of person. Finally, Liu Chang exited the palace for the first time, becoming the fourth prince to do so, following Liu Fei, Liu Ying, and Liu Rui. As he sat in the carriage, he found himself filled with curiosity about the world beyond the palace walls. However, he soon realized that the scene outside bore little difference from that within. A pervasive desolation enveloped everything, devoid of human presence, as the gray and white buildings seemed to isolate all life. The proximity of Han Xian and Amp, Appo's residence to the palace was such that Liu Chang scarcely encountered anyone before arriving at Han Xian and Amp, Appo's estate. Han Xian, already informed of Liu Chang's arrival, sent servants to welcome the prince. The apprenticeship ceremony was not as complicated as Liu Chang had anticipated. It merely entailed a simple act of kneeling, presenting the gifts, and receiving a nod from the teacher, thus concluding the event. Liu Chang was quite curious about his instructor. Previously, he had held Han Xian in high esteem, yet after the words of Empress Lu, he found himself harboring a certain trepidation towards Han Xian. He was indeed somewhat bewildered about the future, but even so, he was aware of Liu Bang's penchant for eliminating his loyal ministers. It seemed that Han Xian had met his end at Liu Bang and Amp, Appo's hands. Liu Chang was uncertain of Han Xian and Amp, Appo's transgressions, but he understood that his father was not one to engage in indiscriminate killings. Through conversations with others, Liu Chang had gleaned considerable information about Han Xian, who was indeed renowned in the Han dynasty. His brothers were well acquainted with him, yet their sentiments were mixed with both admiration and disdain. Liu Rui had once candidly informed Liu Chang that Han Xian was merely a failed traitor. It was only through Liu Rui's words that Liu Chang learned that Han Xian was once the king of Chu, a revelation that astonished him. For did not the title belong to Xiangyu? Han Xian, the king of Chu, did not hold his position for long. After ascending to the throne, he began to train troops, stockpile provisions, and cultivate numerous friendships. This stirred disquiet in Liu Bang, who was well aware of Han Xian and Appo's past. During Liu Bang's conflict with Xiangyu, he found himself in dire straits, while Han Xian was achieving consecutive victories in Qi. Desperate for assistance, Liu Bang sought Han Xian's help, commanding him to come to his aid. Han Xian, however, sent a messenger with a stipulation. Han Xian would only come if Liu Bang conferred upon him the title of a false king. Enraged, Liu Bang berated Han Xian in front of the messenger, exclaiming, "This brat Han Xian, while I am besieged, refuses to rescue me and dares to aspire to a mere false kingship." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping swiftly kicked Liu Bang, prompting Liu Bang to amend his outburst, saying, "This Han Xian lacks ambition. A true man should pacify the lords and claim the title of a genuine king, not settle for a false one. This incident lingered in Liu Bang's mind. Later, when Liu Bang ascended to the throne and appointed Han Xin as the king of Chu, he soon discerned Han Xin and Appo's treacherous intentions. Consequently, Liu Bang consulted Ping, pondering whether he should mobilize forces against Han Xin. Liu Bang imagined that Ping must have wanted to scold him. Mobilize against Han Xin? Your Majesty, do you possess a clear understanding of the situation? Nevertheless, Ping refrained from such reproach and calmly inquired, is your army superior to Han Xin and Appo's? Which of your generals could rival him in battle? Liu Bang fell silent and began to seek more prudent strategies. Thus, without shedding a drop of blood, Liu Bang captured Han Xin and stripped him of his title as king of Chu, instead bestowing upon him the rank of Marquis of Huayin. Even so, Liu Bang chose not to execute him, avoiding future troubles. It is worth noting that Liu Bang was not a man who reveled in bloodshed. Under similar circumstances, any other ruler would likely have condemned Han Xin to death. Hence, Liu Bang suspected that Han Xin and Appo's execution must have been precipitated by some subsequent grave misdeed. Chapter 13. The vortex. The impression that Han Xin left on Liu Chang was reminiscent of that of Empress Lu, albeit with subtle distinctions. A sense of indifference, solitude, and melancholy enveloped Liu Chang, as the era itself seemed to cast a shadow of despair. Aside from his boisterous father and his somewhat foolish brothers, the faces of others were perpetually marked by sorrow. Within the desolate confines of the palace, devoid of any verdant hue, the grayish-white architecture offered no semblance of joy. The afflictions wrought by war were immense, and such suffering showed no signs of abating with the cessation of conflict. The entirety of Huaxia silently nursed its wounds in the aftermath, shedding tears for those who perished in anguish and for those enduring ongoing torment. Prior to Liu Bang's reign, Huaxia had endured over 2 centuries of warfare, during which nearly 3 million soldiers had perished, a staggering figure of documented casualties. Each fallen soldier left behind shattered families, grieving parents, wives longing for their beloved, and children deprived of their fathers. The calamities stemming from the war's aftermath claimed countless lives, transforming what would be seen as cold statistics in later generations into once vibrant lives full of promise. While figures like Han Xin and Empress Lu may have been unaffected by these tribulations, it is undeniable that the prevailing atmosphere of despair permeated the existence of those living through such times. Master, how shall you instruct me? Will you take me to the barracks? Liu Chang exclaimed with excitement, seated before Han Xin, devoid of any anxiety or restraint. This boldness surprised Han Xin. Following his grand display of talent, few dared to address him so casually. Liu Bang was the only one audacious enough to jest and ridicule him. Even the fierce warrior Fan Kuai would only pay him reverence, scarcely daring to meet his gaze. While the esteemed minister Shao, he spoke with utmost caution, mindful not to offend. As for Zhoubo, Ping, Jiang Guan, and others of their ilk, Han Xin held them in little regard. Han Xin glanced at Liu Chang and replied, I cannot take you to the military camp. Then how shall I be taught? Liu Chang inquired. To learn military strategy. Mere reading is insufficient. One must begin with the fundamentals. Very well, teach me, Liu Chang declared, seizing a pen and a piece of precious paper. This was the first time he approached a lesson with such seriousness, for this was a subject that genuinely piqued his interest. Every man harbors a dream of military conquest, and in ancient times, the allure of leading vast armies to seize cities and territories was irresistible. If 5 armored soldiers consume 150 sure of grain annually, how much food must you prepare to take 20,000 soldiers into battle for an estimated duration of 2 years? Liu Chang's eyes widened, bewildered. Was this military strategy or mathematics? Moreover, it seemed rather simplistic. 200,000 sure. Liu Chang, without a moment and Appo's hesitation, articulated his answer, eliciting a flicker of surprise upon Han Xion's face. Although multiplication tables had already emerged in this era, and those versed in mathematics could readily compute the answer, Liu Chang's ability to do so swiftly at his tender age was commendable. This evidently contradicted Han Xion's preconceived notion of a frivolous young master devoid of knowledge. Not bad. Is this military strategy? Indeed, it is a fragment of military doctrine. However, your answer is incorrect. You must prepare 2 million sure. Impossible. 2 million is accurate. During the march, there will inevitably be waste of provisions, and unforeseen events may arise. The duration of the conflict could also extend. Therefore, at all times, The supplies must vastly exceed what is essential for the campaign. Liu Chang suddenly comprehended the rationale behind this, acknowledging its validity, albeit still somewhat simplistic. Subsequently, the knowledge imparted by Han Xian comprised the very fundamentals. It lacked the profound strategies Liu Chang had envisioned for conquering Xiangyu. Yet, despite the elementary nature of the lessons, the instructor was none other than Han Xian himself, who frequently illustrated his points with personal anecdotes from his own experiences. Liu Chang absorbed these stories with rapt attention. "Master, how did you defeat Xiangyu? Please tell me. He was such a formidable opponent. How did you manage to overcome him?" Han Xian and Empress Lu's disposition starkly contrasted with Liu Chang and Empress Lu's, embodying a seriousness and rigidity born of extensive military leadership. He governed with strictness, disliking frivolity and commotion, while Liu Chang, in contrast, was a lively spirit, unable to remain still for a moment, creating a cacophony. Han Xian's disdain for his young disciple was palpable. As Liu Chang brandished his sword and clamored about, Han Xian finally lost his composure. Darkening his expression and instructing a servant to escort Liu Chang out, insisting he return the following day. Liu Bang was engrossed in reviewing documents when Liu Chang, on tiptoe, stole a few glances. Liu Bang eventually rolled up the bamboo slips, tilting his head to scrutinize Liu Chang. "How is your learning progressing?" "Very well. The teacher is quite pleased and satisfied with me." "Have you studied the military texts? Or did he instruct you personally?" "The teacher taught me himself." "Did he inquire about your circumstances?" "Ah, you mean did he ask how life is in the palace or about the palace's affairs?" "No." "Did he mention your mother or your brothers?" "No." "Well, you must not disclose any of this to anyone, or else I shall destroy your spinning wheel." "Understood." Though Liu Chang was mischievous, he held a degree of reverence for Liu Bang, aware that the latter was a man of his word. Thus, upon meeting his mother, he refrained from sharing Liu Bang's inquiries. However, it was perplexing that Empress Lu suddenly displayed an interest in his studies with Han Xian, even posing identical questions. "Did he inquire about the palace's circumstances? Did he ask about me or your elder brother?" The elder brother referred to by Empress Lu is Liu Ying. It appears that she acknowledges only two sons, as she directly calls the other princes by their names, reserving the term your elder brother exclusively for Liu Ying. Similarly, she refers to Liu Chang as your younger brother only when discussing Liu Ying. Naturally, towards the conclusion of their conversations, Empress Lu, much like Liu Bang, resorts to threats and intimidation towards Liu Chang, warning him that if he were to divulge anything, he would be deprived of beef in the future. It can be said that both parents have skillfully grasped Liu Chang's vulnerabilities, rendering him unable to speak freely. Liu Chang himself may not even realize that he has become ensnared in a terrifying political whirlpool where no one dares to relax, as everyone faces the same peril. Liu Chang remains engrossed in his endeavors, and upon hearing that Liu Chang is working with a spinning wheel, Liu Ying pays him a visit, cheerfully encouraging him and asserting that his actions are worthy of emulation by other princes. In the early Han dynasty, prior to the rise or corruption of Confucianism, there was no animosity towards invention and machinery. Both the Qin and Han dynasties fostered innovation under the oppressive Qin rule. If one could invent a machine beneficial to the state, one could be elevated in rank. The Han dynasty, of course, would not resort to imitating the Qin. Instead, if one were to create something useful, rewards would typically involve an elevation in rank. It is evident that the Han dynasty exhibited no semblance of plagiarism from the Qin. Thus, in this era, engaging in invention and creation was not viewed as a sign of ignorance. Liu Ying was quite supportive of Liu Chang and Empress Lu's ideas. Initially, Liu Chang was reluctant to share his endeavors with Liu Ying, primarily due to his aversion to receiving lectures on grand principles. Nevertheless, Liu Ying proceeded to expound on the significance of innovation, transitioning from the importance of filial piety to discussing the common people's clothing issues, weaving through Taoist, Confucian, and legalist philosophies, even touching upon Moism. However, Liu Chang could hardly grasp the depth of these discourses and merely nodded vacantly. He was elated, repeatedly calling Liu Ying elder brother, which caused Liu Ying to beam with delight. Regarding the protagonist's historical ignorance, as a history student myself, I sought insights from numerous friends who are already employed and align with the protagonist's pre-transmigration persona. Most are familiar with Liu Bang, Empress Lu, and Han Xian, and have knowledge of Liu Che, yet few recognize Liu Heng. After inquiring with about a dozen friends, only 2 were aware that Liu Heng was Emperor I of Han. In truth, the author, Lao Lang, is not particularly fond of such disputes and hopes that readers will focus their attention on the narrative. engaging in discussions about the plot rather than the settings and attributes. It would be immensely beneficial for Liu Lang's future creations if readers could share their thoughts and interpretations of the storyline. Thank you. Chapter 14. The protectors of the Han Lords. The ancient military strategies were not crafted for the present. This was a man of great confidence, who solemnly declared, when Sun Wu and his contemporaries composed their treatises on warfare, the lords were embroiled in chaotic battles. The generals of that time were preoccupied with the annihilation of enemy territories and populations, striving to ensure their own states surpassed those of other lords. However, the situation is vastly different now. The world exists as a cohesive entity. If you were to launch an expedition against Qi, could you recklessly incinerate its homes, slay its people, and diminish its populace without consequence? Therefore, a general who clings rigidly to the doctrines of the past, lacking the ability to adapt, is destined for ruin. A true general can navigate the battlefield without reliance on established tactics, possessing a profound understanding of their own strengths and the weaknesses of their adversaries, exploiting their advantages to exploit the vulnerabilities of the enemy. Han Fei then expounded on what he believed to be the most crucial aspect of military governance, military law. The commonality among all renowned generals throughout the ages is perhaps their strict approach to managing their forces. By and oppos, strict and oppos, I do not imply the physical punishment of soldiers or the harsh treatment of troops, but rather ensuring they adhere to orders and completely obey the commands of their leader without question. This is the most vital component of training. To instill this discipline among the troops, the commander has numerous methods at their disposal, the foremost being to establish authority and command respect. Above all, one must not adopt a frivolous demeanor. Lacking seriousness will forever hinder one from becoming a competent general. Han Xin gazed at the foolish Liu Chang and chastised him with indignation. Master, what is the fastest way to establish one's authority? By taking lives. Surely, one cannot indiscriminately kill merely to assert authority. Are there no alternative methods? Led by example. Do what you require your soldiers to do. To be candid, Han Xin's teachings were not as grandiose as Liu Chang imagined. Han Xin consistently employed the most straightforward and comprehensible language to instruct Liu Chang, avoiding any esoteric complexities. Liu Chang found his lessons easy to grasp and understand. While his progress in learning could not be deemed slow, Han Xin remained dissatisfied. Possibly due to a clash of personalities, regardless, he appeared perpetually displeased. In the Tongxing region, what position should be seized first? High ground. Fool. What else? Sunny locations with unobstructed supply routes. But you never taught me the latter two. Shun and Amp. Oppos. Do you be able to deduce that on your own? Do you intend to have me by your side during battles, seeking my counsel at every turn? Master, that is rather unreasonable. Unreasonable? If you were my son, I. Master, do you have a son? Han Xin suddenly fell silent, his expression shifting repeatedly before he finally nodded and said, Yes, I have one. Where is he? In Huayin. Is he serious like you? I do not know. How could one be unaware? What a foolish question. I ask you. The distant enemy camp stirs up little dust, rising and falling intermittently. What does this imply? How should I know? Foolish. Han Xin was not always like this. He was once a man of solemnity and authority, yet he has been thoroughly unsettled by Liu Chang. This brash youth incessantly inquires about matters Han Xin prefers to avoid, speaking out of turn, prompting Han Xin to abandon his pretense and respond with various reprimands, escalating towards physical confrontation. Gu, cast this youth out. Gu is the name of Han Xin's formidable soldier, a towering figure who executes Han Xin's commands without hesitation. Despite his imposing stature, Liu Chang shows no fear of him, for after spending ample time in Han Xin's residence, he has discerned that this man is, in truth, quite simple-hearted. Han Xin once rescued him from captivity and appointed him as his personal guard, and in return, this man vowed to dedicate his life to Han Xin. When Han Xin was captured by Liu Bang, this soldier went into a frenzy, toppling 6 mighty warriors. Even Liu Bang found merit in him, deeming it a pity to kill him, and thus spared his life. Gu sees Liu Chang as one would grasp a chick, prompting Liu Chang to exclaim, Master, I shall return tomorrow. Once Liu Chang was escorted out of the residence, Gu re-entered, standing beside Han Xin, normally absorbed in his studies. Han Xin could not help but vent to his soul-trusted guard about Liu Chang, stating he had never been so infuriated in his life. Not even his father had provoked such ire. This boy is utterly incompetent, a rogue far worse than his father. Listening to Han Xin's grievances, Gu suddenly broke into a smile. What is amusing you? The master has not conversed with me in quite some time. At times, harboring resentment and anger within is burdensome. Venting is the best remedy. Only Lu Rui remained unimpressed. After all this, you have merely learned to transport grain, assess terrain, and observe the enemy camp? Lu Rui scoffed, saying, one need only read a single volume of The Art of War to grasp such concepts without special instruction. Is that so? Then let me ask you. The distant enemy camp stirs up little dust, rising and falling intermittently. What does this indicate? It signifies that the enemy is surveying the terrain and preparing to set up camp, rendering this an opportune moment for an ambush. Liu Chang and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know this? Because I have read The Art of War. Lu Rui beamed at Liu Chang, reveling in his flustered demeanor. The palace is truly dull. Teasing this foolish little brother is his greatest source of amusement each day. Eating, sleeping, and teasing Liu Chang is indeed a delightful affair. Third brother. Liu Heng suddenly spoke. His gaze fixed intently upon Lu Rui, who immediately found it difficult to continue her teasing of this younger brother. She could only respond, at your age. I was unaware of such matters. You are indeed commendable. Continue your studies. Ah ha ha. Lu Hui also chimed in with encouragement in the future. It will be you who safeguards the emperor. To receive the guidance of the Marquis of Huayin is an extraordinary fortune. You must apply yourself diligently. One day, should my feudal state face foes from beyond the borders, you shall be my savior. Rest assured, in the future, I shall protect you all well, except for Lu Rui. He said earnestly. Ha ha ha. I certainly do not require the protection of a mere child, their brother. Ahem, let us not dwell on your childish antics, he replied. They regarded this as merely a fanciful notion of a child. Nevertheless, they respected the boy. Liu Heng and Liu Ying gathered the necessary tools for him, while the others offered various forms of encouragement. Yet, including Liu Heng, none truly believed that Liu Chang could achieve his ambitions. They merely appreciated that Liu Chang harbored such aspirations, for at the very least, he possessed the desire to be filial and to consider the welfare of the common people. However, none could have anticipated that Liu Chang would indeed accomplish something remarkable, as that intricately designed machine, imbued with a unique charm, gradually took shape. Empress Lu was taken aback. Regardless of whether this contraption would serve its intended purpose, the mere act of creating such an invention was already commendable. Should it fail, they would simply refrain from informing them and construct another in due course. Chapter 15. Shangfang et al. Seemed as if Liu Chang of this era had dreamt a prophetic vision of the future. Fortunately, the fundamental skills had not been neglected, and his craftsmanship could be likened to that of the Han artisans. Liu Chang, a time traveler, had harbored an intense fascination for machinery since childhood, possessing an innate curiosity akin to that of a mischievous husky. Upon reaching adulthood, he secured a position in the petroleum sector, and at a remarkably young age, he attained the title of senior engineer. Regrettably, his previous expertise might prove futile in this era, however. His grasp of basic design principles and his profound understanding of various mechanical operations would undoubtedly serve him well. The loom appeared to be a remarkable invention, yet its operational mechanics were surprisingly straightforward, comprising structures for yarn opening, weft insertion, beating up, winding, and warp feeding. In truth, many machines perform similar motions, differing only in their functions and nomenclature. The newly transformed Liu Chang was no longer the brawny simpleton of history through a process of synthesis. He had evolved into a mechanically adept individual, still possessing an athletic physique but now equipped with a keen intellect. Perhaps under the orders of Empress Lu, the palace maiden swiftly provided Liu Chang with the materials he required, and he embarked on his inaugural operation. As Liu Chang placed the silk tassels into the shuttle and prepared the threads, he reflected on the fully automated and mechanized looms of his previous life, which required no manual labor, merely the insertion of the weft yarn and the flick of a switch. Alas, such a loom was beyond his current capabilities, not due to a lack of understanding, but because the Han lacked electricity and the requisite synthetic metals. With unwavering focus, Liu Chang sat before the loom, his gaze fixed on the threads as he began to pedal. The machine emitted its characteristic clatter, and just as Liu Chang was about to exclaim in exhilaration, a sudden snap caused the fabric winding lever to fall. He was momentarily frozen in uncertainty. Did this signify success or failure? Though the loom was functional, the quality appeared somewhat lacking. The palace maidens surrounding him were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that the contraption crafted by the young master would indeed prove useful. Until now, no one had genuinely believed Liu Chang capable of creating anything of substance. Yet, the maidens could clearly see that moments ago. The silk threads had been woven together, and within a brief span of operation, a palm-sized piece of fabric had emerged from the loom. This level of efficiency was astonishing for the present time. China had possessed spinning wheels for centuries, yet it was not until the Ming dynasty that significant innovations were made. Prior to that, the spinning wheel had remained inefficient. Before the Qin and Han dynasties, the scarcity of cloth had rendered it a form of currency. In marketplaces, people would trade using cloth as a medium of exchange, and the term jinbo referred to this concept. Why did individuals adorned in silk attract so much attention in that era? Because they were essentially draped in currency. Therefore, in this age, should someone brandish a knife demanding your garments, do not presume they harbor ulterior motives. They might simply be coveting your attire currency. Moreover, among the tombs unearthed from the Han dynasty, the most commonly found burial items are garments. These garments, as precious possessions, accompany the deceased alongside gold and porcelain into the afterlife. Liu Chang scratched his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. His craftsmanship remained rather rudimentary. Had he been a seasoned carpenter with decades of experience, such issues would surely not arise. His production of components was flawless. The main trouble lay in the assembly, where several joints lacked sturdiness. Liu Chang discarded the fabric he previously fashioned, which was barely sufficient for a handkerchief. Unbeknownst to him, while he ventured out in search of timber, a palace maid had already presented that piece of cloth to Empress L. With her head bowed, Empress L explored the peculiar textile. Is this spun from long fibers? Liu Chang was oblivious to the fact that his actions were astonishingly revolutionary, akin to an 8-year-old constructing a nuclear reactor in a past life. Empress L rose abruptly and hurried out of the pepper hall. Liu Chang was crouched beside Liu Bang's pavilion, sifting through the timber he had dismantled, examining which pieces could be repurposed. Since the cloth wrench was rendered useless, he resolved to craft several more, aiming to create components that could be flawlessly assembled. Just as Liu Chang was engrossed in his task, he was suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps approaching. He turned in astonishment to see a throng of eunuchs rushing toward him. Panic-stricken, Liu Chang instinctively turned and fled. "Young master, do not run. His Majesty seeks you." Upon hearing this, Liu Chang quickened his pace. However, the sheer number of eunuchs was overwhelming. They encircled him from all directions, and before long, Liu Chang found himself ensnared, clutched tightly by several eunuchs. He struggled vehemently, shouting, "Let me go. If you do not release me, I shall have you all imprisoned in the palace when I grow up." Liu Chang's threats bore no fruit, and he was soon brought before the pepper hall. This unexpected turn of events puzzled him. Was he meant to be taken to the hall of announcement? Had his father sent someone to apprehend him? Liu Bang, Empress L, and a few senior eunuchs were gathered around a semi-finished loom, engaged in hushed conversation. As the eunuchs ushered Liu Chang into the room, all eyes converged on him simultaneously. Liu Chang, who typically reveled in his unruliness, felt no restraint at that moment. Instead, he defiantly gazed back at them. Liu Bang scrutinized this most uncharacteristic son and inquired, "Did you truly create this?" "Indeed, it was I," Liu Chang replied, "but I can't explain. I disassembled the East Pavilion because the railing of the original structure was no longer adequate." "Not that matter. What then? The shoes of Rui? The paper of the master? No? Is it Father St?" Liu Bang inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to chastise his unfilial son, and pointed to the loom beside him, asking, "Did you make this?" "Of course, I have been working on it for several months. Did you not know? But how did you manage to create it? How could you possibly know to do this?" Liu Bang furrowed his brow, still unable to comprehend. If this were the handiwork of Liu Heng, or even Liu Rui, or perhaps Liu Hui, he could accept it. However, Liu Chang, what could he possibly accomplish? Did he possess the merit to create such a machine? Once Liu Chang realized that Liu Bang was not seeking him out to administer a beating, he felt a sense of relief. He quickly approached the loom and proclaimed loudly, "I am inherently intelligent. Producing such a simple machine is hardly noteworthy. Given sufficient tools, I could create anything." He swiftly fell into a mode of boasting, extolling his talents while elucidating the machine and Oppo's operational principles. The eunuchs standing behind Liu Bang and Empress L, at this moment, nodded occasionally, engaging in hushed exchanges, their gazes toward Liu Chang growing increasingly bright. After Liu Chang proudly concluded his explanation of his achievement, he awaited his parents and Oppo's praise with an air of arrogance. "But who is he? What right does he have to interfere in my affairs? He is the Minister of Works. You require tools and materials. Does he not have the capacity to assist you?" Empress L slowly approached him, extending her hand to gently pat his head. Liu Chang lifted his gaze, only to meet his mother and Oppo's beaming smile. "Thank you." Chapter 16. Marquis of Wuyang. Liu Chang could no longer continue his work on the loom within the Jiaofeng Hall. for he was no longer alone. In the course of their conversations, Liu Chang discovered that the palace had its own manufacturing department. The most prominent of these was the Xiaofu, one of the 9 ministries, responsible for the royal finances and supplies. Under the Xiaofu and Empress Lu's jurisdiction was the Shangfangling, tasked with crafting weaponry and producing the necessary items for the imperial palace. The Shangfangling was overseen by eunuchs, with a number of skilled artisans among them. Liu Chang was previously unaware of the existence of such a department within the palace. Had he possessed even a modicum of historical knowledge, he would have recognized that a notably famous Shangfangling, Kai Luan, would emerge in the near future. What a pity, Duan Shun remarked, shaking his head. If only you were not of royal blood, you could ascend 2 ranks with just this craft. Liu Chang, however, was indifferent. As a scion of nobility, he would inevitably become a prince upon maturity, with no further prospects for elevation. Any further ascent would lead to the underworld. At that moment, Liu Chang was engaged in the production of looms at the Shangfang mansion. Here, he need not exert himself. Over 20 proficient artisans were at his disposal, each an exceptionally skilled craftsman, handpicked by Liu Bang from across the realm. Liu Chang's own skills paled in comparison to theirs. On his very first day, an elderly craftsman observed the rudimentary mortise and tenon joints with a weary shake of his head and a pained expression, perhaps out of consideration for Liu Chang and Empress Lu's status. When Liu Chang inquired about the quality of the workmanship, the old man merely replied, "It has potential." They constructed another loom, adhering to Liu Chang's original design. However, the loom they created was considerably larger, as Liu Chang had aimed to conserve timber, resulting in many components being tightly clustered. In contrast, the artisans prioritized efficiency and stability, leading to a more robust design. Liu Chang soon found himself in a state of idleness, merely observing the artisans. The principles for improving the loom were fundamentally simple. Upon dismantling the semi-finished product, the craftsman grasped the underlying mechanics instantly, leaving Liu Chang no opportunity to assert his ingenuity. They immersed themselves in their work without hesitation. Liu Chang's sole amusement lay in conversing with these artisans. He had little desire to engage with the eunuchs, not out of disdain, but rather due to their prolonged tenure in the palace, which rendered their speech overly formulaic. They spoke cautiously, seeking to avoid any incriminating remarks, preferring brevity over elaboration. In contrast, the humble artisans were different. Initially, they harbored a degree of trepidation towards Liu Chang. However, upon realizing that the emperor's son was not unlike their own mischievous youths, they relaxed. They would occasionally craft small toys for Liu Chang from leftover wood and chat amiably about their lives. At home, I have 4 children, but 6 have perished, leaving just these 4. The eldest is 16 and should soon be wed. Regardless of the time, the desire for one and Empress Lu's children to establish families seems to be the paramount wish of parents. However, in this era, should a child exceed a certain age without marrying, they are subject to a form of financial penalty, or rather, an additional tax. This system was instituted by the tyrannical Qin dynasty and the Han dynasty. In a bid to distinguish itself, postponed the marriage age by a year. It is evident that the distinction is understood without further elaboration. These artisans held Liu Bang in high esteem, believing he possessed a remarkable power. Despite their modest means, they found contentment. In their previous era, serving the emperor and Empress Lu's household yielded no compensation, yet now they received some remuneration, which they regarded as Liu Bang's greatness. If viewed from this standpoint, Liu Bang and Empress Lu's greatness appears somewhat trivial. Ancient Chinese peasants were easily satisfied, as even a modicum of favor from their rulers would inspire profound gratitude. Should they encounter an emperor devoted to benevolence and public welfare, they might express their gratitude for centuries, reminiscent of a certain taciturn 4th brother. With the emperor and Empress Lu's grace, life is sufficiently bountiful, yet the inability to venture outside stirs a longing for family. It has been 4 years since I last saw my kin, relying on others to compose letters on my behalf. Liu Chang listened earnestly to their discourse, occasionally sharing his own insights. Yet he found no opportunity to engage with the intricacies of the weaving machine. Nevertheless, the lessons with Han Xin were to persist. Han Xin had already been thoroughly vexed by Liu Chang, and the flora in the front courtyard had suffered greatly at Liu Chang's hands. At this moment, Han Xin had mentally shifted to a state akin to that of Liu Bang, no longer merely testing the waters but genuinely taking action. Consequently, Han Xion's household servants frequently witnessed the sight of him pursuing the Han prince with a shoe in the courtyard. "Have you crafted a new spinning wheel?" Han Xion squinted suspiciously at Liu Chang. "Master, what manner of gaze is this? I truly have created it. Within 2 days, my father shall make an official announcement. The machine is extraordinary. When you see it, you will surely be astonished. Regardless of Liu Chang and Appos's explanations, Han Xin remained unconvinced. Liu Chang had completed half of his foundational lessons, and Han Xin began to engage him in simulated combat scenarios, often referencing renowned historical battles, occasionally drawing from practical experiences. A skilled attacker must first be able to defend. If you were appointed as the chief of the guards, how would you arrange your defenses? Are you belittling Wang Ling's deployment? Who is Wang Ling? The chief of the guards. Ah, so the chief of the guards is named Wang Ling? He seems rather inept. His defending soldiers are always clustered at the southern gate, seemingly unaware of the need for rotation. Very well. Let me pose another question. If your camp is devoid of provisions and surrounded on 3 sides by the enemy. Just as they were engaged in this educational exchange, Gu suddenly entered, announcing in a deep voice, "There is a visitor. The Marquis of Wuyang requests an audience." Han Xin lifted his head, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. "Let him enter." Just as Liu Chang was contemplating the identity of the Marquis of Wuyang, a burly man, even more robust than a giant, strode into the room. His imposing stature instilled a sense of fear, resembling an iron tower. Despite his formidable appearance, his face was adorned with a forced smile, which somewhat diminished his intimidating presence. "Your servant, Fan Kuai, pays his respects to the king." Han Xin responded with a rather indifferent demeanor, yet Fan Kuai seemed unfazed by this, respectfully kneeling to the side. "You are Fan Kuai?" Liu Chang exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at the formidable man before him. "Seventh Master, I am indeed Fan Kuai." Fan Kuai appeared far from menacing. Lacking the fierce aura described in the texts, which spoke of him consuming raw pork to the admiration of Xiang Yu, Liu Chang reached out and touched his arm. It was thicker than Liu Chang's thigh, solid as a rock. Fan Kuai chuckled, allowing Liu Chang to explore. However, Han Xin maintained a businesslike demeanor, his face stern and silent. "Did you really eat raw pork at the Han banquet?" "Indeed. What was the taste like?" "I have forgotten. Would you like to try it again? I could treat you." Observing the two foolishly engaging in their conversation, Han Xin, suppressing his irritation, interrupted them. "The Marquis of Wuyang has come for a sudden visit. Is there an important matter at hand?" Chapter 17 3 wishes Liu Chang had yet to inquire further about the matters concerning Fan Kuai when he was hastily ushered out by Han Xin. As the two seemed to have pressing matters to discuss. Upon leaving Han Xin's residence, Liu Chang found the situation somewhat absurd. Did Fan Kuai truly have no fear of inciting his father's ire? Or perhaps he was sent by his father himself. However, Liu Chang was unprepared for the fact that Empress L was not surprised. She interrupted Liu Chang's lengthy discourse with a cold admonition. This matter must not be spoken of outside. Although Empress L refrained from issuing further threats this time, Liu Chang was still taken aback, for her tone was grave and serious, and he was well aware of the consequences that could arise from angering his mother. Liu Bang had 2 primary pastimes: hosting banquets with family and entertaining friends. Thus, today was undoubtedly one of Liu Bang's happiest days, as the banquet featured both his family and his friends. When Empress L arrived late, holding Liu Chang's hand, he was astonished to find that this gathering was markedly different from previous ones. It was no longer a casual assembly of family, with Liu Bang seated at the head, flanked by 2 groups kneeling beside him, their expressions somber and the atmosphere quite formal. To Liu Bang's left sat many unfamiliar faces, among whom Liu Chang recognized only 3, a man he had previously encountered at Changxin Palace, likely named Shou Chang, his master Han Xin, and finally, Fan Kuai. Han Xin had been smiling and conversing with the individual next to him, but upon noticing Liu Chang and Appos's entrance, his smile vanished, and he turned away, feigning ignorance of the young fool and Appos's presence. To Liu Bang and Appos's right were familiar figures. Lady Qi was absent, as were the paternal and maternal grandparents, leaving a host of princes, his second brother, Rui, and the 4th and 5th brothers, seated in order of age, each bearing a serious demeanor, heads slightly bowed in respect to the founding ministers. However, this solemn atmosphere was shattered upon Liu Chang and Appos's arrival. "Master, you are here. Master, I am over here." Liu Chang waved vigorously, and Han Xin gritted his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, a kind-looking man nearby could not help but chuckle, even gently patting Han Xin on the shoulder. Liu Chang surmised that this man held a position of considerable authority, as he had never witnessed any official treating Han Xin in such a manner. Empress L occupied a seat beside Liu Bang, while Liu Chang was relegated to the lowest position at the table. since the youngest son, Liu Jian, was still an infant. Liu Chang had no choice but to sit at the end. After all, he was the youngest. Seated in his place, Liu Chang glanced at Liu Yu beside him. You are here too. Why has father suddenly hosted a banquet? Where's the food? This was Liu Chang's first time disliking a banquet. There was no delectable food, and he could not frolic with his brothers, as if he were merely listening to music. Just as Liu Chang was on the verge of dozing off, several soldiers strode in from outside the hall, cradling something. Upon closer inspection, Liu Chang and Appo's spirits lifted. Was this not the loom he had crafted? Could it be that today's banquet was in celebration of his achievement? Remarkably, Liu Chang had guessed correctly this time. In truth, Liu Bang had already unveiled the loom during a court meeting, extolling its virtues and declaring it a creation of his youngest son, made for the benefit of the people. He boasted that although this son was the least accomplished among his progeny, he possessed such admirable intentions. Liu Bang, while not voicing these sentiments in Liu Chang's presence, felt an undeniable pride as a father, reveling in his son's astonishing accomplishment. Naturally, he also seized the opportunity to embellish his own contributions, claiming that Liu Chang and Appo's benevolence and craftsmanship were entirely attributable to his paternal guidance. As for Liu Chang and Appo's mischievousness, well, that was a matter concerning his mother. Recognizing Liu Chang and Appo's youth, Liu Bang decided to host a grand banquet. Not only to reward Liu Chang for his contributions, but also to boast in front of friends, as banquets allowed for a more relaxed atmosphere. While Liu Bang was often unabashedly boisterous in court, peppering his speech with crude humor that left several Confucian scholars flustered and the historians trembling, he called out, Chang, come here. This seemed to be the first time Liu Bang addressed him by name rather than as the boy. Liu Chang sprang to his feet and hastened to Liu Bang's side, who stood up and pointed at Liu Chang, proclaiming, even my youngest son possesses the heart of the people and yearns to benefit the world. You all must strive even harder. At last, the banquet commenced in earnest. Delicious dishes were brought forth, musicians played, and ministers engaged in lively conversation, while Liu Bang laughed heartily and raised his cup. Meanwhile, Liu Ying pulled Liu Chang aside. His joy palpable. Brother, you have done splendidly. Mozi once said, in ancient times, when the people were unaware of clothing, they fashioned garments from animal hides and reeds, which were neither light in winter nor cool in summer. The wise kings, perceiving this was not in accordance with the people's needs, instructed women in the arts of weaving silk and linen to provide proper attire. Thus, for winter, they crafted garments of fine fabric to ensure warmth, and for summer, light materials to ensure coolness. Hence, the sage and Appo's clothing is suited to the body and harmonious with the skin, and that is sufficient. Therefore, those who establish the laws of clothing for the world may be deemed wise kings, and you, dear brother, shall undoubtedly become such a sage in the future. Liu Ying began his lengthy discourse, but Liu Chang, feeling drowsy, struggled to comprehend the substance of his words, only understanding that he was being praised, and thus offered a polite smile in gratitude. Each time Liu Ying playfully tormented Liu Chang, he would bestow a reward afterward, and this occasion was no exception. Liu Ying unfastened a piece of jade from his waist, his most cherished adornment since childhood, and presented it to Liu Chang. For the benefit of the nation and its people. Liu Chang cast a sidelong glance at Liu Rui and proclaimed loudly, it is merely a minor path. Royal descendants ought to govern the realm through their own capabilities. Compared to the noble and righteous practice of benevolent governance, your endeavors are but trifles. You indulge in these minor pursuits yet remain ignorant of the fundamental principles of agriculture, sericulture, and commerce. Should you ascend to the rank of a feudal lord, the devastation you would wreak would far surpass your current modest achievements, Liu Rui retorted disdainfully. Liu Chang and Appo's initial reaction was to consider reporting to his father. Given his father and Appo's current elation, if he were to hear Liu Rui and Appo's dampening remarks, Liu Rui would undoubtedly face repercussions. Sensing Liu Chang and Appo's gaze drifting towards Liu Bang, Liu Rui abruptly pulled him aside. You are quite impressive. Indeed, rather formidable. After Liu Rui softened, Liu Chang proceeded to boast in front of Liu Heng and Liu Hui. Liu Heng nodded calmly, while Liu Hui presented a gift. Unable to afford something as extravagant as Liu Ying and Appo's offering, he gifted Liu Chang a small wooden figurine, intricately carved to depict a formidable general. Liu Chang adored it, even more than Liu Ying and Appo's present. Next, he naturally felt compelled to showcase his triumph to his master. Han Xian, feigning ignorance, engaged in conversation with those around him. However, when Liu Chang approached, his bright eyes fixed intently upon him, Han Xian could no longer turn a blind eye. He turned around, inexplicably irked by Liu Chang's demeanor. Can't you be a bit more serious? Yet, surrounded by many, the decorum of the scholar officials restrained him from expressing his ire. Master, I did not deceive you. That machine was indeed created by me. Liu Chang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Remarkable, my good child, Han Xian replied with a forced smile. Performing the charade of a benevolent master and devoted disciple, Liu Bang was in high spirits, soon indulging in drink. He pulled Liu Chang close and declared loudly, I cannot bestow you a title, but I can promise you one thing, whatever it may be, speak freely. Liu Chang hesitated momentarily before inquiring, what about 3 requests? Very well. Tell me, do you wish for me to slaughter a cow for you? Or shall I dismantle my new pavilion? You need not even desire to study. Anything is possible. Anything at all. Come forth. At the construction site of the Changle Palace, a procession of donkey carts arrived, led by a figure resembling a high-ranking official who shouted, His Majesty and Apos, S. Grace. We have specially brought carts to assist you in transporting stone materials. There are also provisions and garments aboard. Come forth to receive them. A group of ragged craftsmen gazed apprehensively at the armored drivers. Upon comprehending the official's words, they instantly fell to their knees, weeping profusely, His Majesty and Apos, S. Benevolence. Long live the Emperor. Inside the pepper room, Liu Bang sat awkwardly before Empress Lu. This pepper room was originally my residence. Was it truly necessary for that young man to demand I stay here for 3 days? Empress Lu maintained a stoic silence. Liu Bang merely offered an awkward smile. Chapter 18. A new storm. Father and mother have reconciled. I heard from my second brother that harmony within the royal family leads to peace in the realm, when the couples in the royal household are content. The couples of the world will not quarrel. For the sake of the tranquility of the land, I have sacrificed my own desires, allowing father to reside in the Jiaofeng Palace for 3 days. Is this the reason you wish to stay with me? Han Xian, with a stern expression, gazed at the earnest Liu Chang, who knelt before him. Master, father said he no longer wishes to see me. Where else can I go? I can only take refuge here with you. Yet I cannot agree to this. If you refuse to shelter me, I shall have no choice but to dwell outside. Can you bear to see me, a dutiful child who has just sacrificed for the well-being of the people, left to fend for myself on the streets? I can. That night, Han Xian and Liu Chang shared their first meal together. Liu Chang devoured his food ravenously. Indeed, the fare here was quite delectable, surpassing even that of the palace. There was no shortage of meat, and perhaps out of consideration for the prince, tonight and Apos' dinner was particularly lavish, adorned with an abundance of fruits. As Han Xian observed Liu Chang relishing his meal, he could not help but inquire, Do you not harbor any regrets? Regrets about what? Since His Majesty has pledged before all to fulfill your 3 wishes, he shall not break his word. Is that so? What of it? The common people and minor officials will remain oblivious to the source of their benefactions. They will only express gratitude towards His Majesty. As for Empress Lu, she will not regard you with any increased favor because of this. Han Xian scoffed, saying, You have miscalculated. In the end, you have gained nothing. Liu Chang looked surprised, shaking his head as he replied, I lack for nothing else. Those artisans are indeed pitiable. Those stones are larger than they themselves, and I cannot fathom how they manage to carry them. The officials from the Shangfang platform are, in truth, good people. They have not seen their families for 3 or 4 years. As for mother, though she says nothing, she still longs for father. You truly. Han Xian regarded him with disdain, shaking his head. You could have derived greater benefits through this endeavor. What benefits? For instance, further advancement. Once I mature, I will become a feudal lord. How can I advance further? Oh, do you mean the position of crown prince? Precisely, the position of crown prince, or even that esteemed place. Han Xian suddenly leaned closer, whispering, Have you never contemplated such matters? I used to ponder them in moments of boredom, but eventually, I ceased to do so. Each day, I visit mother and father at the appointed time. Even during meals, there is someone watching over me. If I eat too much, I am scolded for wasting food. Does the crown prince's extra mouthful mean that the entire realm must starve? The second brother dared not speak freely, each utterance measured with caution. My brothers were affectionate towards me. However, upon encountering the second brother, they would refer to him as the crown prince and bow in deference, rendering the bond of brotherhood almost non-existent. Many surrounded him, each speaking the truth, yet I do not perceive that the second brother lives a life superior to mine. I remain oblivious to the nature of the emperor, yet observing my brother, it seems evident that the emperor's burdens outweigh those of the crown prince. Moreover, I revel in my current existence, indulging in desires as I please, pursuing my whims, with everyone treating me kindly, save for Rui. Furthermore, both the crown prince and the emperor require competence. The second brother possesses greater knowledge and has read extensively, a trait shared among my brothers. Even Rui is more knowledgeable than I, for I harbor no interest in governance and remain uninformed on matters of statecraft. I merely hope to mature swiftly and govern my own fiefdom, where I would summon the finest talents to serve as my chancellor. Entrusting all affairs to him while I journey across the lands and invent new machines, what a splendid life that would be. By the way, master, why not become my chancellor? Master? Master? Liu Chang's repeated calls finally roused Han Exin, whose expression was peculiar, brow furrowed in contemplation, shifting between various emotions, visibly restless. Han Exin gradually lifted his gaze, fixing his eyes upon Liu Chang, seemingly attempting to discern the veracity of his words. Liu Chang, equally astonished, gazed back at Han Exin with wide, clear eyes, unflinching and devoid of shadows. Han Exin believed him. You know, in truth, you are quite suited to be an emperor. Ah? Liu Chang was taken aback. Master? Is your tolerance for alcohol lacking? You are not power-hungry, willing to delegate authority, trusting your ministers without resorting to baseless suspicion. You would never imprison them indiscriminately, treating them as if they were mere beasts. Han Exin and Apos, his complexion flushed red as he roared in anger. Master, please do not frighten me. Han Exin abruptly rose, exclaiming, Enough with the eating. Come with me to the study. But the time for learning has already passed. I declare we shall learn. Get up. I will teach you from the beginning. Liu Chang was bewildered by his teacher's sudden fervor. From that night onward, Han Exin embarked on an intense teaching spree, no longer merely posing questions. He retrieved a thick bamboo scroll from the inner chamber, dusting it off, and began his instruction based on its contents. The first lesson focused on maneuver warfare, using Bai Qi as an exemplar, discussing the numerous campaigns initiated by Bai Qi. He instructed Liu Chang to adopt the perspective of Bai Qi's adversaries to devise strategies to counter his maneuvers. To this, Liu Chang queried, Is this truly what you define as the fundamentals of military strategy? Han Exin resolutely affirmed, This is indeed the most fundamental and simplest aspect. Every general within the Han, even those of lower ranks, comprehends these principles. If you cannot grasp even this, you shall remain a mere foot soldier. Liu Chang had no choice but to grit his teeth and begin studying the rudiments of military strategy. It was many years later when he realized that his teacher had deceived him, had it not been for the dreadful news that echoed from the palace. Liu Chang and Apos' nightmare would likely have continued indefinitely. Yet, while this tragic revelation liberated him, it brought him no joy, for his grandfather had passed away. In the stillness of an ordinary autumn night, his grandmother was suddenly awakened, and, upon realizing her husband's absence, she wept bitterly. She had long been accustomed to the thunderous sounds of his snoring, which she had initially detested upon their marriage, but had eventually come to rely on for her sleep. However, now that she had grown entirely accustomed to that sound, its sudden absence rendered her restless. Liu Bang was roused by the eunuchs, who had never before witnessed the mighty and unyielding emperor tumble from his bed, weeping as he rushed towards the palace doors. He clutched his grandfather tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. While Empress Lu and the other concubines stood nearby, Liu silently shed tears while the other concubines seemed to engage in a contest of lamentation, each striving to outdo the other in volume. The princes, despite their usual distance from their grandfather, were expected to mourn as well. Liu Chang, who had shared a unique bond with his grandfather, felt as though he had been plunged into a nightmare. Undoubtedly, the most anguished was the old matriarch, who had walked hand in hand with her husband through life. Yet, her sorrow did not linger long. On the third day following his demise, she curled up alone on her bed and slipped into eternal slumber. The passing of the old emperor was akin to casting a massive stone into a previously tranquil pond, sending ripples across the surface. Rulers and high officials from various regions received Liu Bang and Apos' summons to personally come to Chang and Apos and to bid farewell to the Grand Emperor. Chapter 19. Each with their own opinions, let them all come forth. Liu Bang sat within the hall, his eyes crimson, his voice hoarse as he shouted vehemently. Several eunuchs stood before him, trembling with fear. Not far away, Xiao He waved his hand, signaling the eunuchs to retreat. Since the passing of the Duke of Liu, Liu Bang and Apos' emotions had become exceedingly volatile. Previously, although he would hurl insults at his attendants and even resort to physical reprimands, none felt genuine terror. For he was not a man to kill. He could berate you one day and jest with you the next, holding no grudges. His chastisements were not those of a sovereign punishing his subordinates, but rather akin to playful banter among friends. He was not an easygoing individual, yet he possessed a charm that made him pleasant to be around. There was an instance when a eunuch accidentally shattered Liu Bang and Appo's most cherished jade artifact. The eunuch, trembling in fear, was met with Liu Bang and Appo's wrath, receiving a swift kick before being helped up with the words, "We are even now." However, the current situation had shifted dramatically. Liu Bang was filled with unrestrained fury. In recent days, he had been exceedingly harsh towards his attendants, especially after receiving reports from various lords, which had further exacerbated his mood. The attendants now witnessed for the first time the Emperor's murderous intent, leaving them in a state of sheer terror. "Your Majesty, do not torment these men. They are not to blame for this matter," Shaohui interjected gently. Just as the attendants were departing, Liu Bang suddenly adopted an air of calm, the earlier fury and menace evaporating from his countenance. He regarded Shaohui with a tranquil gaze, stating, "I misplaced my trust. They are indeed unwilling to come. First Zheng Ao, then Zhang Tu, Han Xin. And now, even they are preparing to do the same." "Your Majesty, it is not entirely so," Shaohui replied. Liu Bang shook his head, rising to brush off the dust from his attire. "Look, should they choose to come, I would never impose upon them. If they refuse, then I must trouble you to procure sufficient provisions for my campaign." Shaohui let out a resigned sigh. In the Jiaofeng Palace, Liu Chang sat upon the bed, his head resting upon his arms, silent and withdrawn. Perhaps it was due to Liu Chang's youth, or perhaps because he had never observed the decorum expected of him, daring to frolic in their presence. His grandfather and grandmother doted upon him immensely. In his memories, the elderly man had once carried Liu Chang around the palace, while his grandmother trailed behind, holding toys to amuse him. Liu Chang's unruly disposition stemmed from both the influence of Empress Lu's status within the palace and the indulgence of these two elders. Whenever Liu Bang gently admonished his father, cautioning that the child would amount to nothing if this continued, the old man would retort, "I raised you in the same way. Did you turn out worthless?" Each time the elderly couple visited the palace, their sole purpose was to see their beloved grandson. The successive passing of loved ones dealt a profound blow to the young Liu Chang. This was the first encounter with the death of kin for this nascent soul. Had the previous Liu Chang endured this experience, he might not have comprehended the true essence of mortality. Perhaps the former Liu Chang had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, rendering him less sensitive to such sorrow. However, for the Liu Chang of today, this anguish could not be easily dispelled. Elho furrowed her brow, observing how the once lively child had transformed into a reticent figure. She sat beside Liu Chang several times, softly inquiring, "Would you like a palace maid to bring you some beef?" Liu Chang shook his head. "Shall I take you to see the spinning wheel? Perhaps a stroll outside the palace?" Again, Liu Chang declined, with a sense of helplessness. Elho pondered for a moment before departing the Jiaofeng Hall. Shortly thereafter, a group of princes appeared within the hall. From Liu Ying to Liu Yu, all 6 of Liu Chang's elder brothers had come. They encircled the young Liu Chang, employing various methods to elicit a smile from him. Liu Ying consoled him, stating that their grandfather and grandmother had reached an advanced age, free from illness, and according to tradition, this could be regarded as a joyful funeral. Everyone must face death. Why not to be so despondent? Liu Yi removed his favorite sword, asking Liu Chang if he wished to engage in a game of horseback combat, in which he could play the steed. Liu Hui offered Liu Chang a warm embrace, and even Liu stammered a few comforting words. Liu Heng spoke earnestly. "The passing of our grandparents saddens us all. As their children and grandchildren, we must feel this sorrow, for we love them dearly. Yet, in this world, there are many who love you still. Mother is quite anxious about your state. She has even sent someone to find us to keep you company." He continued, "Our grandparents may have departed, but we shall not forget them. We cannot remain engulfed in sorrow. We must honor their love for you and the love of the living. Cherishing life." Perhaps Liu Heng's words had an effect, or perhaps Liu Yi's sword possessed some enchanting quality. Liu Chang gradually emerged from the shadows of despair. His brothers played alongside him. Even the crown prince set aside his duties to accompany him, a rare occurrence indeed. With the death of the Emperor Emeritus, all the lords from various regions were summoned to pay their respects. As Liu Fei respectfully entered the storage hall, he was taken aback upon raising his head to see a multitude of younger brothers. Although Liu Fei and Appo's name included the character for fat, He was, in fact, quite slender. Tall and lean, he towered over Liu Bang, resembling a mere bamboo pole. It was said that he had not always been this way. Perhaps the pressures of kingship weighed heavily upon him, or perhaps the revelries in his fief had transformed him unbeknownst to himself. Greetings to the crown prince. They exchanged bows, each referring to the other by their respective titles. Under their influence, the other princes followed suit, bowing in turn. Only Liu Ying held the privilege to address Liu Fei as brother, while the rest, being unentitled little boys, could only acknowledge his princely title. Yet, this solemn atmosphere dissipated in front of Liu Chang. Greetings to Prince Qi. Greetings to Prince Qi. Greetings to Prince Qi. Liu Chang let out a loud cry as he suddenly lunged toward Liu Fei, leaping onto his back and wrapping his arms around his neck, unable to contain his tears. Liu Fei, taken aback, quickly embraced him, exclaiming, "How have you grown so heavy, you little rascal? Come down, I can and Appos, carry you." In Liu Chang and Appos' younger days, Liu Fei would often take him out to play, and aside from Liu Ying, he had watched over all his younger brothers as they grew. But now, Liu Chang had indeed become quite cumbersome. He knelt helplessly on the ground, arms encircling Liu Chang, gently patting his back as if it were second nature. Stop crying. Stop crying. They and Appos, merely gone to a better place. You're all grown up, yet you still cry just like before. In the art of comforting children, Liu Fei excelled, swiftly soothing Liu Chang and producing some snacks from his pocket, dried fruits that Liu Chang had adored in his childhood. Observing the tender interaction between Liu Fei and Liu Chang, the brothers looked on with a hint of envy and longing. Once upon a time, the eldest brother had cared for them in a similar manner, yet they found themselves unable to call out brother and rush into his embrace as Liu Chang had done. However, Liu Chang and Appos' outburst had dispelled any previous awkwardness among the brothers, who gathered around Liu Fei, chattering eagerly with questions. "My lord, what do the people of Qi eat? Do they travel by boat? My lord, how many subjects do you have under your rule? Do they get particularly excited upon seeing you? As for matters concerning Qi, it was all managed by Chancellor Chao. I merely attend to my own affairs and seldom leave the palace." Chapter 20. The Tragedy of Humanity. King Chu summoned Liu Jiao, the youngest brother of Liu Bang, making him the uncle of Liu Chang and his siblings. This uncle, however, was truly remarkable, bearing little resemblance to Liu Bang. Liu Chang and his brothers held a deep affection for this refined uncle. Liu Jiao was elegantly poised, possessing both a handsome visage and a gallant demeanor, complemented by a long sword, evoking the image of an unparalleled scholarly general. Liu Bang and Appos' sons appeared to favor this uncle over their father. Liu Jiao had a profound respect for scholars and cultivated a large entourage of followers. Many with ulterior motives likened him to Wei Wuji from the pre-Qin era, suggesting he was the Wei Wuji of the Han dynasty. While Liu Jiao may indeed have embodied some qualities of Wei Wuji, Liu Bang was far from resembling King Wei. In the presence of his esteemed brother, who was both martial and cultured, Liu Bang felt no jealousy. Their correspondence resembled familial letters more than official documents. The bond between the two brothers was exceptionally strong. Liu Bang, seemingly indifferent, was in truth deeply emotional, a man of complexity and contradiction. He could jovially request his enemy to spare him a bowl of his father's meat, yet treat his father's concubine as if she were his own mother, simultaneously bestowing great favor upon his half-brother. Liu Chang and his siblings were quite enamored with their charismatic uncle. Liu Ying enjoyed discussing scholarly topics with him. Liu Rui engaged him in conversations about the state of the world. Liu Heng sought his counsel on governance strategies, and Liu Chang delighted in the stories his uncle shared. During Liu Chang and Appos' childhood, Liu Jiao often recounted tales from history, weaving intriguing narratives suitable for a child, introducing Liu Chang to many prominent figures, such as the four gentlemen of the warring states and various wise rulers from the pre-Qin period. As for King Jing, named Liu Jia, he was a distant cousin of Liu Bang and could also be considered an uncle to Liu Chang and his siblings. However, he lacked the intimacy shared with Liu Jiao. Liu Jia's temperament was volatile, and he had little fondness for children. He attained his noble title through military merit combined with the Liu surname, often wearing a stern expression. Easily ignited and explosive in demeanor, the Liu clan had gathered in considerable numbers for a ceremonial visit, marking a significant family reunion. Apart from the two kings, there was the former king of Dai, Liu Shi, who was now the Marquis of Heong. 3 years prior, during the 7th year of Emperor Han's reign, the Xiongnu invaded the state of Dai, prompting Liu Shi, the king of Dai, to flee. Liu Bang was furious and demoted him to a marquis. Additionally, there was the former king of Zhao, Zhang Ao, now the Marquis of Xianping. He too belonged to the royal lineage, primarily due to his marriage to Princess Lu Yuan, the eldest sister of Liu Chang and the second oldest sibling after Liu Fei. Zhang Ao was a son-in-law of the Liu family, inheriting his father Zhang heir and Apos' title of King of Zhao, thus becoming a feudal lord of the Han dynasty. However, events took a turn for the worse when he rebelled against the Liu family. The incident unfolded as Liu Bang journeyed northward, passing through Zhao. Upon seeing his father-in-law, Zhang Ao immediately shed his outer garments and dedicated himself to serving Liu Bang, adopting a humble demeanor throughout the day. However, as for Liu Bang, we are all aware of his character. He sat on the ground, legs stretched out like a dustpan, berating Zhang Ao. In truth, Liu Bang did not harbor disdain for Zhang Ao. This was merely his customary behavior towards those close to him, especially since Zhang Ao was his son-in-law. Nevertheless, the Chancellor Guan Gao and others under Zhang Ao and Apos' command perceived the situation differently. They were incensed, believing Liu Bang to be disrespectful to Zhang Ao, and resolved to eliminate Liu Bang, advocating for Zhang Ao to ascend the throne. Meanwhile, Zhang Ao and Apos' chancellors plotted to ambush Liu Bang along the way. However, Liu Bang was cautious and did not linger anywhere, yet soon enough, someone informed him of the conspiracy. Enraged, Liu Bang imprisoned Zhang Ao and all his ministers. Empress Lu rushed to intercede, arguing that with Princess Lu Yuan present, Zhang Ao would never attempt rebellion. Liu Bang rebuked her, exclaiming that if Zhang Ao were to seize the realm, would he still consider your daughter? Liu Bang began to interrogate Zhang Ao's followers, but despite all forms of torture, they remained resolute, asserting that Zhang Ao was unaware of their plans and that the rebellion was entirely of their own design. A dozen individuals prepared to take their own lives. Ultimately, even Liu Bang admired their loyalty and pardoned Zhang Ao, intending to also absolve the ringleaders of the conspiracy. However, upon learning of Zhang Ao's release, these men committed suicide in their cells. Liu Bang remarked, "To have such loyal guests is truly enviable." Although Zhang Ao was freed, he could not retain his position as king and was demoted to the title of Marquis of Xianping. Many believed Liu Bang had betrayed his loyal subjects. However, he did not execute Han Xian, despite his intentions of rebellion, nor did he harm Zhang Ao and Apos' followers or Liu Shi, who abandoned the state. The only one he executed was King Zongtu of Yin, who had personally led an army against Liu Bang and was defeated before being killed. Moreover, there were those who claimed that Zongtu and Apos' rebellion stemmed from Liu Bang and Apos' relentless persecution of Xiang Yu and Apos' former subordinates. They could not articulate precisely how Liu Bang had wronged these individuals to incite such fear in Zongtu that he would resort to rebellion. Even if this were the case, cleansing the ranks of former enemies after ascending to the throne is not inherently flawed, considering these adversaries' retainers were nobility with armies, provisions, and subjects. Another point worth mentioning is the beauty, Zhao Ji, whom Zhang Ao presented to Liu Bang, resulting in her becoming pregnant. After her pregnancy was revealed, Zhao Ji was imprisoned. While incarcerated, she confided to the jailer, "I was once favored by His Majesty and am with child." The jailer, startled, promptly reported this to his superiors. However, at that moment, Liu Bang was preoccupied with matters concerning Zhang Ao and paid no heed. Zhao Ji and Apos' brother, Zhao Jian, informed the Marquis of Baiyang, who conveyed the news to Empress Lu, hoping she might save them. Upon hearing this, Empress Lu was infuriated, questioning why he would go out and create a mistress and a bastard child. Thus, she reprimanded the Marquis of Baiyang harshly, instructing him to refrain from meddling in such trivial matters. Zhao Ji gave birth to Liu Chang in prison, and consumed by resentment, she took her own life shortly after. When the jailer brought the child to Liu Bang, he was filled with regret and ordered Liu Ho to adopt him. Logically, Liu Ho should have harbored deep animosity towards this child. However, as time passed, she gradually forgot his origins and came to regard him as her own. Historically, Liu Ho sought to poison Liu Fei, and in her ruthless pursuit, she also caused the demise of the affable Liu Rui, the benevolent Liu Hui, the inconspicuous Liu Yu, and even the son of the long-deceased Liu Jian. Liu Ying succumbed to despair due to his mother's actions. Yet the only ones who escaped her wrath were her favored Liu Chang and the unoffending Liu Heng. However, Liu Chang grew up to be unruly, ultimately attempting rebellion, only to be captured by Liu Heng. Rather than executing his wayward brother, Liu Heng contemplated sending him to Shu, but was cautioned by his ministers that Liu Chang had been spoiled by their mother and Apos' affection and might not withstand such treatment. Consequently, the fiercely proud Liu Chang, in a fit of rage within the confines of his prison cart, declared, "How can one endure such anguish in this world?" Thus, he starved himself to death. A man who had once relished meat, ultimately succumbing to hunger. Upon hearing the news, Liu Heng wept bitterly and executed the officials responsible for escorting his brother, deeming them negligent for allowing a prisoner to perish from starvation. He later conferred titles of nobility upon his 3 sons. The early Han dynasty unfolded as a tragedy, with the brother who cherished his siblings helplessly witnessing their mother's poisonings, leading to his own premature demise. The one who watched them grow, overshadowed by the fear of being poisoned, also did not endure for long. The ambitious brother, shortly after their father's departure, was coerced into drinking poison. The kind-hearted one met a similar fate, while the brother who cared for him perished in anguish upon witnessing his death. The gluttonous brother starved, and the youngest never had the chance to witness these harrowing scenes. In the end, a solitary soul remained, sitting alone in the Weiyang Palace, perhaps wondering if he occasionally recalled the playful figures in the Tianlu Pavilion and whether such memories would bring him to tears. Chapter 21. What strange entity has infiltrated? Liu Bang sat in the elevated position, his demeanor solemn, resembling more than ever a ruler of an empire. The feudal lords and royal relatives occupied his left, including Liu Ying, Liu Jiao, Liu Jia, Liu Fei, Liu Rui, along with Zhang Ao, Liu Shi, Fan Kuai, and El Shirji among others. It seems that something peculiar has infiltrated this assembly. Indeed, Fan Kuai is present. He is the brother-in-law of Empress L, and thus a relative of Liu Bang. And what of Liu Rui? Oh, he is the king of Zhao, albeit only in name. For he has yet to visit his fief, yet he is undeniably the king of Zhao. The founding ministers, led by Xiaohe, occupied the right side. Following the completion of the sacrificial rites, Liu Bang summoned them all for this unconventional court assembly. Qinshi lamented that he was nearing death, his lower body in decay, and thus could not attend. Upon Liu Bang's utterance, several ministers nearly erupted in laughter, yet the recent passing of the Grand Emperor rendered such mirth a grave offense. Liu Bang, however, did not laugh. He spoke with utmost seriousness. "I perceive that we must replace this chancellor. Let Shou Chang take over the duties." Originally, Liu Bang had bestowed the title of King of Zhao upon Liu Rui, with Shou Chang serving as chancellor, while Qinshi managed the Dai territory. However, Zhao had no king, as Liu Rui was still too young to leave the palace. Qinshi was a seasoned general under Liu Bang, having joined the uprising in the 2nd year of the 2nd emperor of Qin. In the 1st year of Prince Ying and Apos' reign, he was ennobled for his military achievements, and his title was genuine, as he was among the first to be granted nobility alongside Fan Kuai, Zhou Bo, Chao Can, Xia Hoing, Jin Shi, and Zhou Xian. Even those unfamiliar with his name would glean his stature upon seeing those he was ranked with. He was undoubtedly among the first fierce warriors of the founding era, perhaps not reaching the heights of Han Xin, but certainly of first-rate caliber. When Qinshi was mentioned, the feudal lords appeared unfazed. Yet the expressions of the ministers were markedly different. The lords were unaware that Shou Chang was a man of exceptional integrity. He had once visited Zhao and witnessed Qinshi's retinue, which boasted over 1,000 carriages, sufficient to accommodate all official residences in Handan. Qinshi treated his guests with the decorum befitting common folk, always humble and respectful in his interactions. Consequently, Liu Bang commanded several ministers to thoroughly investigate the affairs of Dai, only to uncover numerous illegal activities among Qinshi's guests, many of which implicated Qinshi himself. Nevertheless, Liu Bang did not hold Qinshi accountable for the actions of his guests, opting instead to write to him, advising him to better supervise his visitors. Thus, the expressions of the uninformed lords contrasted sharply with those of the informed ministers upon hearing of Qinshi and Apos' reluctance to attend. King of Liang and King of Huainan also submitted memorials. The King of Liang stated he was preoccupied with dealing with bandits obstructing the roads, while the King of Huainan claimed illness. "I truly cannot comprehend," Liu Bang mused, "how, in the face of the 2nd emperor of Qin and Apos' tyrannical reign, which forced the populace into banditry and robbery, we still find ourselves surrounded by thieves in this day and age." Upon hearing Liu Bang's words, the feudal lords appeared contemplative, and the ministers collectively bowed their heads, none daring to voice a response. "Your Majesty, the bandits of today are no longer the same as those of yore. Under your benevolent governance, the populace now thrives. The bandits are well-fed and equipped with superior weaponry, rendering them far more formidable than before. This statement was made by Liu Jiao, who, indeed, was the only person audacious enough to utter such heretical remarks in Liu Bang and Oppos as presence. At this, Liu Bang nearly burst into laughter. He pointed at Liu Jiao and, with a hint of exasperation, chastised, "Oh, you have truly absorbed the foolishness of those Confucian scholars." With Liu Jiao and Oppos as interruption, Liu Bang momentarily set aside the matters concerning the lords. In truth, one feudal king had also not arrived, King Liu of Yin. He had previously been a lord in his own right, participating in the campaign against Qin, and during the fierce battles between Liu Bang and Xiongyu. He had resolutely aligned himself with Liu Bang. For his military achievements, he was granted the title of King of Liang after the fall of Chu. Meanwhile, King Huainan Bu, alongside Peng Yu and Han Xian, was renowned as one of the three great generals of the early Han dynasty, boasting commendable military exploits. If Peng Yu had established his own dominion, Ingbu had once defected from Xiongyu's ranks. He was a prominent general under Xiongyu, playing a significant role in the campaign against Qin and was honored with the title of King of Zhejiang. During the Chu-Han contention, after being swayed by Liu Bang's persuasion, he betrayed Chu and allied with Liu Bang, subsequently being appointed as King of Huainan following Chu and Oppos' defeat. Although the relationships between these two and Liu Bang were not particularly close, the situation was markedly different with King Liu Wan. Liu Wan and Liu Bang shared the same birth date, having grown up together as inseparable friends, akin to brothers, with Liu Wan being closer than Liu Bang's own siblings. He had unrestricted access to the imperial palace and was familiar with Liu Bang and Oppos as family, addressing Liu Chang and others as his dear friends. This time, however, Liu Wan was absent, not due to personal choice, but rather Liu Bang and Oppos' directive. Liu Bang had specially penned a letter instructing him not to attend and to prepare his troops diligently. Such confidential matters were exclusively entrusted to him, indicating that he was Liu Bang's sole confidant, unbeknownst to Liu Jiao and Liu Fei. Liu Bang then ceased discussing the feudal lords and glanced at Xiao He, gesturing for him to speak. Xiao He rose and earnestly stated, "The esteemed kings may not yet be aware, but just last month, young Master Zhang has devised a new spinning wheel. This wheel is unlike any previous model, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. My preliminary calculations suggest its productivity is eightfold that of traditional spinning wheels." As Xiao He spoke, he cast a glance toward the distant eunuchs, and shortly, a close servant approached, presenting several rough design sketches before Liu Jiao and Liu Jia. Xiao He then continued, stating that he had issued orders to the Minister of Works to commence large-scale production of such machines. He intended to mobilize laborers to operate these machines, dedicating all efforts to the weaving of textiles. Furthermore, he had dispatched the design blueprints to the local authorities, instructing them to manufacture spinning wheels and lend them to the populace, aiming to replace the traditional spinning methods and achieve widespread adoption throughout the Han territory within 4 years. He sought to encourage the people to cultivate mulberry trees and rear silkworms, gradually prohibiting the exchange of textiles as a form of currency. Upon witnessing the spinning wheel for the first time, Liu Bang's initial reaction was to boast among his peers, proclaiming, "This was crafted by my least talented child. What do you think?" His second response was to present it to Xiao He, urging him to maximize its utility. Xiao He certainly did not disappoint Liu Bang. He envisioned 4 key aspects regarding the spinning wheel: large-scale official production, promotion among the populace, encouragement of raw material cultivation, and ultimately, market circulation. After all, in this era, textiles were akin to currency. Should the common folk begin to print money on a grand scale, one could only imagine the consequences. Although textiles held intrinsic value, such a scenario would inevitably lead to market chaos. Thus, it is evident that Xiao He had thoroughly contemplated the implications. Having addressed the overarching strategy, Xiao He gradually elaborated on specific execution methods. Engaging in such a significant endeavor filled Liu Rui with immense pride, as he struggled to suppress a silly grin. Repeatedly reminding himself, "Liu Rui, you are still in mourning. You must not smile." His expression rendered him somewhat foolish, resembling Liu Chang. Liu Bang then shifted the conversation to matters concerning their fiefdoms, primarily inquiring about the conditions within their territories and their military capabilities. Chapter 22. Seeking clarity after countless ineffective protests, Liu Chang gradually acclimated to the scholarly routine within the Tianlu Pavilion. Countless writers, resolutely determined to compose a 500,000-word novel set in the preaching era, have abandoned their ambitions after countless nights of poring over ancient texts and pulling out their sparse hair. Liu Chang was no exception. He found himself utterly perplexed by his teacher's discourse. In the first month of Mengchun, the sun ascended in the camp's quarters. At dusk, the constellation of Shin appeared in the southern sky. At dawn, the constellation of Wei emerged in the same region. Mengchun, associated with the heavenly stems of Jia and Yi, is presided over by the deity Taihao, with the assisting god being Jumong, and its emblematic creatures being the dragon fish and similar scaled beings. Should a decree, meant to be issued in summer, be proclaimed in the first month of Mengchun, it would disrupt the normal cycles of wind and rain, causing flora to wither prematurely and instilling fear among the populace. If a proclamation intended for autumn were announced, the people would suffer from epidemics, and violent storms would frequently besiege them, leading to rampant growth of wild grasses. Conversely, if a decree meant for winter were issued, floods would ravage the land, and frost and snow would severely damage crops, preventing the harvest of wheat. What on earth is this nonsense? Liu Chang once attempted to inquire with his teacher about what sort of decree ought to be issued in winter. The answer was a command for officials to conduct grand sacrificial rites, slaying livestock at the city gates, and crafting earthen bowls to send forth the chill of winter. Birds would fly high and swiftly, and there would be widespread offerings to the deities of mountains and rivers, as well as to the ancestors who served the people faithfully. If winter were to implement policies meant for autumn, then the white dew would fall prematurely, resulting in calamities among crustaceans. Never mind. Please continue with your lecture, teacher. Yet, despite the absurdity of such matters, the other students listened with rapt attention. Liu Chang could not discern whether they feigned interest or genuinely found intrigue in these esoteric musings. In any case, he held no interest whatsoever, using each day as lessons to catch up on sleep. At that moment, he still donned the resplendent attire from his recent court visit, and he solemnly approached his peers, bowing his head to glance at the books on their desks, nodding in approval. Indeed, diligent study is essential for effective governance in the future. Liu Chang stared in astonishment at Liu Rui, who appeared so earnest, and could not help but inquire of Liu Hui beside him what had possessed him. It is said he attended the court meeting as a lord. Oh, although no one prompted him. Liu Rui began to boast about his participation in the court discussions, deliberately adopting a demeanor of maturity, as if he had transcended the status of his younger brothers and had become a legitimate lord of the Han dynasty, critiquing and expounding upon the philosophies of Liu Ying. Chang, you have truly accomplished something remarkable this time. The Chancellor has decreed that we promote the spinning wheel within our domains. Spare me your grand visions. Do you even know which direction the gates of Han face? Liu Chang quietly expressed his dissatisfaction. Yet his curiosity about how the Han utilized the spinning wheel kept him from interrupting Liu Rui. Liu Rui, however, deliberately kept him in suspense, mentioning that he had made his own arrangements but refrained from divulging the details. Liu Chang's expression darkened as he contemplated giving up, but eventually, Liu Rui revealed His series of plans. It must be said that Liu Rui possessed a sharp mind. He could recount His words verbatim, showcasing his remarkable memory. Liu Chang was astonished by His arrangements. He realized that the formidable figures of this era were indeed exceptionally impressive. Within less than a month of creating the spinning wheel, He had already made decisions, issued orders, and produced numerous spinning wheels. The efficiency displayed was staggering. It seemed that the Chancellor's productivity surpassed even that of the spinning wheel itself. You have truly brought honor upon yourself this time. Even King Chu and King Jing have sung your praises, stating that due to your contributions to their realms, you shall receive special rewards. Liu Rui exclaimed. And what rewards might King Zhao bestow upon the common folk? The citizens of Zhao have certainly benefited from my efforts. Shouldn't you, as King Zhao, also offer some form of recompense? In an instant, Liu Rui was rendered speechless, his face flushing crimson. He picked up his sword, hesitated, then set it down, only to pick it up again in a flurry of indecision. Liu Chang felt a sense of joy, not merely because of the accolades from King Chu and King Jing, but because of His arrangements. Initially, he had feared that the spinning wheel might not serve a significant purpose. However, were he to undertake the arrangements himself, it would be rather unreliable. Entrusting a child with governance is akin to asking a historian to pen web literature. Both endeavors are fraught with uncertainty and potential failure. Now, Liu Chang felt reassured. With such a formidable individual in place, he believed that any machine he created would be appropriately managed. Both Liu Chang and Liu Rui were elated. But Liu Heng appeared troubled, repeatedly inquiring of Liu Rui whether the king of Yin had indeed not arrived. He has not come. I have not seen the king of Yin in quite some time, Liu Rui replied. Did father not mention him? No, Liu Rui continued. Father did not mention the king of Yin, but he did speak of Chancellor Zhao. Liu Heng furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Chong, do not go to the Marquis of Huayin. Let us instead visit the artisans. I cannot avoid going. If I arrive late, I shall face punishment. And skipping class would be disastrous. Liu Chang responded cheerfully before departing. Liu Heng watched his retreating figure, his brow still knitted in concern. Hesitating to voice his thoughts, Liu Chang dismissed this minor episode from his mind. However, upon arriving at Han Xian's residence, he felt a sense of confusion. He had witnessed Han Xian's anger and impulsive nature before, yet he had never seen his master appear so distracted. Since their last conversation, the difficulty of his lessons had escalated dramatically, becoming quite the headache. Nevertheless, Liu Chang had been performing well, as many of the problems were related to mathematics. Today, however, Han Xian seemed lost in thought, speaking intermittently before lapsing into silence and daydreaming. Moreover, the formidable figure of Gu, who usually stood outside, was nowhere to be seen. Liu Chang inquired, but Han Xian merely replied that he had gone to procure some necessities for the residents. However, such errands were never typically assigned to Gu. The master's demeanor was decidedly peculiar. Was it hesitation? Concern? Excitement? Liu Chang could not discern. Master, are you unwell? Have you fallen ill? He asked anxiously, gazing at Han Xian. In this era, falling ill was akin to receiving a death sentence, for medical practices were rudimentary, and even the nobility could not escape such fate. Common ailments that were trivial in later times could prove fatal in this age. Han Xian's complexion appeared quite poor, his dark circles pronounced, and his eyes were bloodshot. Liu Chang felt a sense of bewilderment, but ultimately decided to depart. He sensed that something was amiss, yet what could possibly be troubling Han Xian at this moment? He was in the capital. Although Liu Bang had granted him a degree of freedom, he was still confined within the city and unable to command anyone. In essence, he was under a soft house arrest. So what could possibly occur? Reflecting on the sudden summons from his fourth brother, Liu Chang couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that his brother was aware of this matter? With this thought in mind, Liu Chang hurriedly made his way toward the imperial palace, eager to seek out his brother and clarify the situation. Chapter 23. Born in the Wrong Era Brother. Is my teacher planning a rebellion? As Liu Heng sipped his juice, he inadvertently performed a comedic water-spraying act for Liu Chang. The situation unfolded as follows. Not long ago, Liu Chang had bounced into Yeding, where Liu Heng and his biological mother, Lady Bo, resided. In the vast confines of the imperial harem, Lady Bo stood out as one of the few virtuous individuals. Her relationships with several concubines and the empress were notably amiable. While it is understandable to maintain good relations with the other concubines, fostering a positive rapport with Empress Lu was no small feat, showcasing her remarkable intelligence. In her youth, she had been wed to King Wei Bao. It is said that her father once sought the fortune-teller Su Fu, who, upon gazing at her visage, predicted that she would bear a future emperor. Wei Bao, having heard this prophecy, believed it fervently. Consequently, he abandoned his promising career as King Zhao to pursue the imperial throne, betraying Liu Bang. He secretly conspired with Xiang Yu, planning to defeat Liu Bang and divide the realm, envisioning himself as emperor with Lady Bo as the mother of his crown prince. After Liu Bang took Lady Bo away, he neglected her for an entire year, refraining from any intimate relations until later, when the favored beauties, Lady Guan and Zhao Zier, kindly reminded Liu Bang of this enchanting woman in his harem. It was only then that he recalled her presence and hastily summoned her to his chambers, resulting in the birth of Liu Heng. Most other beauties, after giving birth to their sons, began to change. Some grew disdainful of Empress Lu, while others sought to contest her position as the future Empress Dowager. All met with tragic fates. Empress Lu's ascension was not merely due to her status as Liu Bang's wife. However, Lady Bo was different. After motherhood, she continued to treat Empress Lu with utmost respect, serving her in the manner of a devoted attendant. Given that she did not enjoy Liu Bang's favor, seeing him only a handful of times throughout the year, Empress Lu's animosity towards her waned. The two would occasionally engage in casual conversation, with Lady Bo often bringing Liu Heng along, instructing him to address Empress Lu as mother, and frequently asserting that Empress Lu was the true mother of all the princes in the palace, while she was merely the one who bore him. Thanks to his mother's support, Empress Lu held no disdain for Liu Heng, viewing him as her own child despite not having raised him. Historically, Empress L was the most lenient towards the three princes, Liu Ying, Liu Chang, and Liu Heng. Liu Ying was her biological son, Liu Chang was raised by her, and Liu Heng was regarded as such due to his mother's influence. In a certain sense, Liu Heng inherited his father and Appo's sharp insight and his mother and Appo's innate perceptiveness, which enabled him to foresee many events in advance and skillfully evade danger. Lady Bo was delighted upon Liu Chang's arrival. She always advised Liu Heng to maintain harmonious relations with his brothers, emphasizing the importance of especially getting along with Liu Ying and Liu Chang. Upon seeing Liu Chang, she made special preparations, presenting an array of delectable treats to delight the young boy, knowing well his fondness for good food. After setting the table, she discreetly withdrew, allowing the two brothers to enjoy their meal in privacy. For some reason, Liu Heng sensed that his teacher was behaving unusually today. Liu Heng hesitated for a moment before saying, "Just eat your food. You are still a child and should not pry into such matters. Brother, please tell me. I swear to heaven I will never speak of it to anyone." Liu Chang insisted, swearing earnestly to express his sincerity. Liu Heng, with a sense of resignation, finally shared his thoughts. "You know that our grandparents have passed away, and our father has summoned the lords from various regions to Chang'an for mourning. However, among these lords, there is one, Qin Shi, who, as I have heard, our father did not reprimand the king of Huainan or the king of Liang. Yet he was furious that Qin Shi did not attend. Additionally, you are aware of the king of Yin. He was the closest to our father, who regarded him as a son. Yet, despite our grandfather and Appo's passing, the king of Yin did not come, and our father did not question this. Why is that? It must be that our father instructed the king of Yin not to come, for he wanted him to prepare for something more significant than mourning our grandfather. Do you understand now?" "I see," Liu Chang replied. "Our grandfather has passed, and our father specifically summoned Qin Shi, yet he did not come. The king of Yin wished to attend, but our father forbade him. But what does this have to do with my master?" Liu Chang asked, bewildered. Liu Heng smacked his forehead in frustration and said through gritted teeth, "Qin Shi has the closest ties to the Marquis of Huaiyin. And so what? It's not like my master forbade him from coming." Liu Heng regarded him with a peculiar expression. If he were to deem him foolish, he would not have been able to create such intricate machinery as a spinning wheel. Yet if he were to acknowledge his intelligence, it was perplexing that he could not grasp the obvious implications of Liu Heng's words. Shaking his head, Liu Heng chose to ignore Liu Chang. The two of them continued their meal, sipping juice. At that moment, juice was already available. The opulent nobility even utilized cellars to preserve fruit, allowing them to enjoy delightful juice even in the harsh winter. As Liu Chang ate, he seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly exclaiming, "Brother, is my teacher planning a rebellion?" Liu Heng spat out the juice he had just sipped and began to cough violently. Liu Chang hurriedly patted his back. "Chang, you must not speak such words carelessly." Liu Heng's eyes widened, his face flushed. It was the first time he had lost his composure, unable to maintain his usual elegance. Qin Shi was a confidant of his master, and their father had specifically summoned him, perhaps to grasp some information regarding him, intending to capture him in Chang'an. Yet, he refused to come, which is why our father did not allow the king of Yin to attend, for the king of Yin was closest to him. If a rebellion were to occur, our father could have the king of Yin attack him. Is that not the case? Liu Chang quickly articulated his reasoning. Liu Heng shot him a glance and said, "I cannot say. That is merely your own assertion. Haha. I am truly remarkable to discern such a clandestine matter. Brother, do you think I am suited to be a chancellor? It is truly a waste for me to be merely a feudal lord." Liu Heng and Appo's face twitched, and he remained silent. Anyone who would appoint you as a chancellor would surely be afflicted with a grave mental ailment. Soon after, Liu Chang began to worry again. Has master also become embroiled in this? Why? He is no longer young. Wouldn't it be better for him to live a stable life? He is such a formidable person. Observing his younger brother and Appo's slight despondency, Liu Heng disdainfully remarked, "Who isn't like this? No one truly cares about this world. They only concern themselves with who wields power over it. This realm has endured such prolonged warfare. 10 households left empty. Everywhere there are crumbling walls, and countless restless spirits drifting in the rivers. If one were to take a spade and dig anywhere, one would unearth a multitude of bleached bones, yet who truly cares? The ambitious only think of themselves. They are indifferent to the devastation war brings. And what of the Marquis of Huaiyin? In the eyes of such individuals, the common people are no different from the livestock they consume, as insignificant as weeds. Aside from these ambitious souls, the ministers in the court are likewise preoccupied only with the local gentry, concerned with the so-called teachings of the 3 elders. I would say it is more about the oppression by the powerful. This was perhaps the first time Liu Heng expressed his views, and upon hearing these words, Liu Zhang widened his eyes, staring motionless at Liu Heng, to the point where Liu Heng felt somewhat unsettled. What are you doing? The king covers the earth, the tiger? What? Nothing, brother. You were truly born in the wrong era. Liu Zhang increasingly felt that his elder brother was far more suited to be an emperor than the others. However, if he were to ascend the throne, he would undoubtedly become a tyrannical ruler. Just imagining his earlier cold tone, if he were to become emperor, he might very well imprison and execute all the wealthy households across the realm. Second brother is good, but he is too kind-hearted to ever harm anyone. Fifth brother is also very kind, yet lacks the authority to instill fear. As for Rui, he is utterly unfit. Chapter 24. Rectification. Liu Chang is a man of deep emotions. Regardless of his aspirations, success seems almost unattainable, often resulting in his own demise. However, Liu Chang realizes his own insignificance, pondering whether a mere youth like him could ever command the attention of his teachers. It appears that Liu Jiao has heard about Liu Chang and Appo's studies with Han Xin and has taken it upon himself to gift a treatise on military strategy. Liu Chang cannot claim to be particularly overjoyed by this gesture, yet Liu Rui genuinely envies him. Several times he has suggested borrowing the military text, but Liu Chang steadfastly declines. Anyone is welcome to borrow it, except for him. After employing a myriad of tactics, flattery, mindless adoration, provocation, and even the sour grapes approach, Liu Rui ultimately resigns in frustration. Liu Chang has also mentioned these military texts to Han Xin, yet Han Xin remains indifferent, asserting that the works of predecessors are not meant for posterity. As descendants, should it not be their fundamental ability to compose enduring military treatises? Han Xin has received a visitor at his residence, which is a rarity, as guests typically comprise individuals of repute such as Xiao He or Fan Kuai. However, this time the visitor is an unremarkable individual, a mere commoner. Liu Chang harbors an aversion towards this man, who is slightly older than Han Xin, sporting a goat-like beard and possessing a decent appearance. Nevertheless, every encounter leaves Liu Chang feeling uneasy. The man's eyes dart around restlessly, and he appears to deliberate extensively before speaking, his words delivered in a slow, haughty manner, reminiscent of an arrogant noble. Yet, Han Xin treats him with utmost courtesy, a sight Liu Chang seldom witnesses. Even with his own father, Han Xin does not extend such respect. During Liu Chang's lessons with Han Xin, this man frequently interjects. But Liu Chang discerns that he has not truly studied military strategy. His discourse is cluttered with grandiloquent principles, lacking substance, similar to Liu Ying. At least Liu Ying, upon expounding his lofty ideals, offers tangible benefits. This man merely engages in empty rhetoric. Han Xin's earlier aloofness does not endure for long. After an incident where Liu Chang relieved himself at the corner of Han Xin's courtyard, Han Xin's composure shatters, and he resumes his fervent teaching. The scene resembles a battlefield, with Han Xin vociferously questioning, "Why can't you grasp such simple concepts? Is there something amiss with your intellect?" He cannot help but berate. "Why chi-berry people like you?" The scholar watches in astonishment as the master and disciple engage in this heated exchange, a scenario he could hardly have envisioned. In that moment, the respect for the teacher remains profound, though paternal authority has not yet been fully established. The sanctity of paternal and teacherly power is inviolable in this era. To be unfilial towards one's parents or disrespectful towards one's teachers carries a weightier condemnation than burying tens of thousands in a pit. The spectacle of Han Xin imparting knowledge shatters the scholar's worldview, his understanding of life, and numerous other beliefs, all utterly dismantled. However, before Liu Chang, he dared not speak further. After Liu Chang left, nursing his bruised backside, the scholar eagerly exclaimed, "How dare this young man show such disrespect to the king?" Squinting slightly, the scholar continued, "In the past, when the king was in the land of Chu, how majestic he was. His words carried weight like gold, and none dared to disrespect him. Indeed, no one even dared to lift their gaze to meet his. Yet now, he finds himself reduced to a confrontation with a mere child." Han Xin furrowed his brow, but remained silent. "My king, do you now regret not heeding my counsel back then? Did you seek me out merely to belittle me?" "Not at all, not at all. I have come to offer you an opportunity to rectify your past mistakes." "Oh, back in Chu, I discerned Liu Bang and Appo's ill intentions and suggested that you forge an alliance with the kings of Huainan and Liang to preemptively besiege Liu Bang. Yet you dismissed my advice, claiming that the kings of Huainan and Liang were unworthy of sharing the realm with you. You insisted on waiting until the forces of Chu were robust enough before acting alone. This was your first error. Later, when Liu Bang summoned you to greet him, I advised against attending, but you believed he would not dare to harm you and went alone, only to be captured by Liu Bang. This was your second mistake. Han Xin smirked disdainfully but remained silent. I have come in hopes that you might reconsider your course and amend your previous errors. Oh, how might I correct these missteps? How can I make amends? I have traveled from Dai and heard that prior to Chen Shi's departure from Chang'an to Zhao, you summoned him to your residence. You told him that the region under your command was a gathering place for the finest troops in the realm, and that you were a favored minister of His Majesty. You warned him that if anyone accused him of treason, the emperor would not believe it, but with repeated accusations, the emperor would grow suspicious, and after the third accusation, he would surely be enraged and personally lead troops to eliminate him. If I rise in the central region while you rise in the local, together we could seize the world. Upon hearing this, Han Xin could no longer remain seated. He abruptly stood and asked, "How do you know this so well?" The scholar grinned, his confidence apparent as he replied, "I also know that you, my king, have taken that young lad as your disciple to gain insights into court affairs, and, if necessary, to make a move on the palace itself. Is that not so?" The scholar was taken aback, astonished as he inquired, "Surely, the king does not genuinely consider that boy as a disciple?" "Of course not. As you said, I merely intend to utilize him." Han Xin grew somewhat agitated. Yet this admission only bolstered the scholar and Appos as confidence. With a calm smile, the scholar earnestly stated, "Allow me to elucidate the current state of affairs in the world for you. Change is imminent in the realm of Dai, a fact evident to all. Should Liu Bang muster his forces to quell Dai, both the king of Huainan and the king of Liang would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation. The king of Huainan had previously reached out to you, harboring grand ambitions. Over the years, he has been amassing a formidable army. If conflict were to erupt, Liu Jiao and Liu Jia's combined efforts might not suffice to defeat him. Liu Jiao merely ascended to kingship through his brotherly ties to Liu Bang, while although Liu Jia has proven himself in military exploits, he pales in comparison to the king of Huainan, remaining merely a junior figure. In Dai, the king of Yin is utterly ineffectual and certainly no match for Dai. And Liu Fei is but a youth, devoid of any capability. If both the north and south rise in rebellion, with the king of Liang positioned centrally, as long as the king of Huainan and Dai can vanquish Yin, Chu, Jing, and Qi, he will inevitably align with us. At that juncture, a significant portion of the realm would fall into our grasp, leaving Liu Bang in disarray. It is then that you should lead your forces into the imperial palace, eliminating LG and Liu Ying, thereby seizing the world with ease." Upon hearing the scholar's words, Han Xin exhibited neither excitement nor any other emotion. He is Han Xin. He does not require others to elucidate the state of the world, for he perceives it with greater clarity than the scholar before him. After all, he is Han Xin. Yet, Han Xin has always struggled with decisiveness, perhaps due to his audacious nature or the setbacks of his early years. In any case, the Han Xin involved in politics appears almost as a different individual from the one in military matters. In warfare, he acts with remarkable decisiveness, never hesitating, undertaking actions promptly without delay, with few capable of enduring long against him. However, when it comes to other domains, Han Xin becomes hesitant, perpetually indecisive. In the past, during his time in Chu, this scholar repeatedly urged him to take swift action. Could he not perceive Liu Bang's growing suspicions? Yet, he remained plagued by uncertainty, ultimately leading to his being captured by Liu Bang. Now, the same choice confronts him once more, and he finds himself once again wavering, contemplating the risks and rewards. The difference this time is that he is not surrounded solely by ambitious hearts urging him to rebel. Chapter 25. In this era, there remains a sagacious king of Han. Individuals possessing mastery across all attributes are exceedingly rare, while those who exhibit extreme specialization, with one attribute fully developed, are also uncommon. Han Xin exemplifies such specialization. With his military prowess unmatched, albeit his other attributes remain rather mediocre. Liu Chang, historically, mirrors this description. His personal combat strength is unparalleled, yet his other attributes are deficient. He publicly demonstrated his strength by lifting a heavy tripod, leading to speculation about whether he truly bore the surname Liu or Xiang. Moreover, he famously dispatched the Marquis of Piang, Shen Shiqi, with a single blow from a great iron spike, prompting his attendants to sever the latter's head. In the early Han dynasty, the only individual exhibiting comprehensive development was Chancellor Cao. In matters of military strategy, internal governance, cunning, and personal valor, he displayed a commendable understanding. Capable of serving as a general, leading the vanguard, or assuming the role of chancellor, earning him the title of the Han dynasty and Apos, quintessential jack of all trades. Perhaps he lacked the individual valor of Fan Kuo, the martial prowess of Han Xin, the strategic acumen of Zhang Liang, or the administrative skills of Xiao He. Nevertheless, he was undeniably a prodigious talent. This Chancellor Chao was distinct from his namesake. He was tall, with a fair complexion, not particularly resembling a martial general. He once served as a minor official managing the prison in Pei Xian, subordinate to Xiao He, likely spending considerable time in Liu Bang's company, thus developing a rapport. His reputation in later generations is not particularly prominent, primarily associated with the saying Xiao and Apos, rules are to be followed by Chao, which can easily mislead one into perceiving him as merely an imitator of Xiao He. In truth, after aligning with Liu Bang and Apos' insurrection, he fought numerous battles. While Han Xin and Apos' reputation was grand, the number of battles he fought paled in comparison to that of Chao Can. Upon establishing the nation, Liu Bang commissioned a tally of the general's merits. Chao Can's record detailed his accomplishments. He had subdued 2 feudal states and 122 counties, capturing 2 feudal kings, 3 chancellors of feudal states, and 6 generals, alongside 1 each of local governors, military advisors, and censors. Following the defeat of Xiongnu, the feudal lords collectively submitted a letter of recommendation to Liu Bang, advocating for him to ascend as emperor. Upon his ascension, Liu Bang hosted a grand banquet for his ministers in the southern palace of Luoyang, where goblets were exchanged amidst joviality. In high spirits, Liu Bang queried his ministers, "Pray tell, what do you believe enabled me to seize the realm?" With varied opinions among his ministers, Liu Bang began to boast, asserting his strategic brilliance, claiming to orchestrate plans from behind the scenes and achieve victory from afar, stating, "I am no less than Zifang." He continued, "To stabilize the state, soothe the populace, and secure military provisions, I am as capable as Xiao He. To command 1,000,000 troops, ensuring victory in battle and success in assaults, I am on par with Han Xin." These 3 individuals were indeed paragons among men, and their service to him facilitated his conquest of the realm. This declaration solidified the historical recognition of the 3 great figures of early Han, yet Chao Can felt somewhat discontented, believing his contributions to be at least equal to those of the trio. Subsequently, Liu Bang deliberated on merits and rewards. He designated Xiao He as the foremost contributor, granting him the title of Marquis of Can and the most substantial fief. Following the distribution of titles to the lords, the matter of ranking arose. With many urging Liu Bang, the Marquis of Pingyang, Chao Can, has accompanied your majesty through numerous campaigns, sustaining over 70 wounds, and has achieved the most significant victories. He should be ranked first. At this moment, the Marquis of Guanyi, Jun, interjected. During the Chuhan conflict, your majesty experienced several instances of complete army rout, narrowly escaping alone, all thanks to Xiao He dispatching forces from within the passes to reinforce you. There were occasions when, without your majesty and Apos' orders, Xiao He would send tens of thousands, precisely addressing your urgent needs. Not only the soldiers, but also the military provisions relied entirely on Xiao He's management of the transport through the Guangzhou region, ensuring a steady supply. These efforts constituted a monumental contribution to the establishment of the Han dynasty, a legacy that would endure for generations. How could the transient military achievements of individuals like Chao can be placed before such lasting accomplishments? In my humble opinion, Xiao He ought to be ranked first, with Chao Can in second place. Jun's remarks resonated deeply with Liu Bang, who seized the opportunity to elevate Xiao He to the foremost position, permitting him to enter the court adorned with footwear and a sword. Furthermore, he honored Xiao He's family with titles for more than 10 relatives and bestowed upon him the rank of a noble overseeing 2,000 households, thus establishing Xiao He at the pinnacle of the court, revered as the first marquis of the founding dynasty, with dominion over 10,000 households. What thoughts occupied Chao Can and Apos' mind during this? We cannot ascertain, yet it is evident that he likely felt a twinge of discomfort. Throughout the years, he had participated in countless military campaigns, triumphantly leading forces in both southern and northern conquests, achieving remarkable victories. How could it be that someone stationed far in the rear, like Xiao He, surpassed him in distinction? Why do later generations extol the phrase Xiao's rules, Xiao's compliance? This is because Chao Can, despite the contradictions in his relationship with his old friend, chose to adhere to the policies laid forth, setting aside personal grievances. Liu Fei held a profound respect for Chancellor Cao, granting him considerable autonomy while he himself provided support from behind. Only if Cao can face an individual he could not subdue would Liu Fei step forward. Chancellor Cao reciprocated this respect, never belittling the young king of Qi due to his own esteemed status as a founding hero. However, on this occasion, Liu Fei hastily summoned Cao Can into his carriage. Disregarding customary protocols, my father said, and amp, oppos, change is imminent in Dai, and amp, oppos, let us prepare for the impending conflict. Although Liu Fei had experienced turmoil, he had never engaged in battle, thus appearing somewhat flustered. Cao Can, however, remained composed. For him, warfare was as familiar as the daily routine, and he remained entirely unperturbed. What are your thoughts, Minister? Liu Fei inquired. Since change is at hand, we must certainly quell it. But how shall we suppress it? I shall lead the troops to restore order, Cao Can responded. Sensing Liu Fei and Oppos' unease, he calmly reassured, do not worry, Your Majesty. Dealing with Qin Shi requires no vast assembly, with me at your side. You need not concern yourself with anything. Cao Can and Oppos' tranquility instilled immense confidence in Liu Fei, who was well aware of the Chancellor and Oppos' past triumphs. Qin Shi was indeed formidable, yet he paled in comparison to the presence before him. Though absent from the ranks of the three heroes of early Han or the three great generals, he was undeniably a fierce warrior, having decisively defeated the renowned General Ingbu among the three greats. Thus, Liu Fei entrusted the military affairs to Cao Can, who began discreetly gathering troops in Qi to prepare for the expedition. Meanwhile, in Dai, as Qin Shi stood poised to shape a new order in the world, he listened impassively to Wang Huang expound his thoughts. Wang Huang, originally a merchant, had later become a general under Han Xin, though not the famed Han Xin, but rather Han Wang Xin, a descendant of a mysterious Han king, inheriting the esteemed traits of wisdom and cunning. During the Xiongnu and Oppos' siege of Han Wang Xin, he had sent envoys to negotiate peace multiple times. Liu Bang dispatched troops for assistance, yet harbored suspicions regarding Han Xin, believing he had clandestinely sent envoys multiple times, indicative of treachery against the Han dynasty. Consequently, he sent representatives to admonish Han Xin. Overwhelmed with fear, Han Xin conspired with the Xiongnu to jointly assault the Han dynasty, revolting and offering the capital, Mai, in surrender to the Xiongnu, subsequently leading an army against Taiyuan. Liu Bang's forces decisively defeated the army of King Han Xin, who fled to the Xiongnu. Wang Huang and Manchuchan installed Zhao Li, a descendant of the Zhao royal family, as king, gathering the scattered soldiers of King Han Xin once more, and conspired with the Xiongnu to attack the Han, only to be vanquished by Liu Bang. In time, King Han Xin, emboldened under the aegis of the Xiongnu, contemplated a future counteroffensive against the mainland, while his minister Wang Huang allied himself with Qin Shi, enticing Han Xin to join in rebellion against Qin Shi. My lord, the feudal lords have long suffered under the Han. Should you rally your forces? King Han Xin would assuredly lead the Xiongnu in support of your grand endeavor. Presently, Liu Bang is advanced in years, and the king of Chu is imprisoned in Chang and Oppos, and the kings of Liang and Huainan have long harbored discontent towards Liu Bang in secrecy. He possesses no capable generals left to engage in warfare, should you take action now. No one could possibly oppose you. Chapter 26, Rebellion. Perhaps it was the instructions given by Han Xin before his departure, or perhaps the immense courage bestowed upon him by King Han Xin. In any case, under the influence of these two figures, in the 9th month of the 10th year of the Han dynasty, merely 2 months after the passing of the emperor, Qin Shi rebelled. The state of Dai once had a king, Liu Shi, the elder brother of Liu Bang. However, amidst the invasion by the Xiongnu, this king abandoned his nation and fled alone, inciting Liu Bang's wrath, leading to his demotion to a marquis. Although the state of Dai no longer had a king, it persisted, with Qin Shi, nominally the chancellor of Zhao yet practically the chancellor of Dai, at its helm. On this particular day, Qin Shi summoned the ministers of Dai to the royal palace. The vassal states during the early Han dynasty were quite complete in their governance. Akin to nations within a nation, they held all the official titles, including chancellor, grand tutor, and inspector. As vassal kings, they wielded 2 significant powers, the first being the authority to appoint and dismiss officials below the rank of 2,000 stones, while those above required the Han dynasty and Oppos' approval. The second power was the right to levy taxes, enabling them to collect tributes from their subjects and allocate them freely. Shortly after Qin Shi arrived in Dai, He commenced exercising his authority, appointing many of his own followers to positions below the rank of 2,000 stones, while the remaining ministers were largely allied with him. However, on this day, upon entering the palace, the ministers were struck with great fear. To their astonishment, Chunshi was seated upon the throne awaiting their arrival. Normally, they would convene in the palace with Chunshi positioned at the side of the throne, but now he sat in the elevated seat, akin to an act of rebellion. The palace was already filled with numerous individuals, most of whom were Chunshi and Appos, as followers, seated on either side of him, usurping the positions of the ministers. The ministers did not regard these ruffians with any esteem, nor did the guests hold the nobleman in high regard. Upon entering the palace, the Grand Tutor and Appos' expression changed dramatically. He extended his hand, pointing at Chunshi seated on the throne, and shouted, "What virtue or capability do you possess to sit upon the throne? Get down at once." Chunshi, undeterred by the tirade, responded with a smile, "Circumstances have changed. I implore you all to sit and listen." Clearly, the Grand Tutor had no intention of complying. He turned to leave but was immediately obstructed by several of Chunshi's followers, who brandished sharp swords, their eyes gleaming with malice. To humiliate their sovereign before the guests, what fate do you suppose awaits them? To enjoy the king's bounty while acting disloyally, do you understand the consequences of such treachery? The Grand Tutor, unfazed, continued his tirade. Learning from the Grand Tutor and Appos' unfortunate fate, the other ministers trembled in fear, no longer daring to resist, and sat quaking at the far end of the room. Chunshi, with a smile, remarked, "Since my youth, I have admired Lord Xinling, lamenting the lack of opportunity to follow him personally. If I were to encounter Lord Xinling, I would gladly hold his horse and serve him. As I matured, I endeavored to emulate Lord Xinling, treating my followers sincerely, with utmost respect, regarding guests as friends, and exhibiting humility and deference." The guests responded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Chunshi once remarked, "In the past, the esteemed Lord Xinling, burdened by the suspicions of his elder brother, found himself thwarted in his aspirations. Yet, for the sake of defending his nation, he devoted himself entirely to the struggle against the tyrannical Qin. I have heard others speak of Liu Bang as a man devoid of honor, a petty individual who, despite being the king of Han, annexed the territories of others. Kings of Chu, Han, Zhao, and others have rendered him great service. Yet he imprisoned the king of Chu, expelled the king of Han, and eradicated the realm of Zhao. His current standing is entirely attributable to the assistance of these lords, yet upon achieving his aims, he seeks to eliminate each one of them. I have resolved to rid the world of Liu Bang, to restore the territories of the lords, and to uphold the rightful order of Shou. What say you, my friends?" The guests erupted in fervor, voicing their unwavering loyalty to their lord. Amidst their fervent cries, the ministers trembled in fear, bowing their heads in silence. "Though I am unworthy, I shall temporarily assume the title of King of Dai and eliminate Liu Bang." Thus, Chunshi proclaimed himself King of Dai and hastily organized a series of appointments, placing his followers in all significant positions. Subsequently, he issued his first command. Should Liu Bang become aware of the situation in Dai, he will undoubtedly lead his army to attack. Our forces are numerous, yet we lack sufficient provisions. I beseech you to gather enough military rations from the regions of Zhao and Dai, so that we may stand firm against Liu Bang. The guests responded affirmatively. "What are you doing? Spare me. I have 4 children at home. Please show mercy. I implore you, generals, my mother is gravely ill, and this is all the food we possess. Release her. Beast, let us fight back. Father, mother." The means to procure provisions for the Dai army were straightforward. In the absence of supplies in the treasury, they would resort to plundering from the populace. The people, who had recently endured numerous battles and were struggling to recover, found themselves trapped in an indescribable nightmare. Clad in resplendent attire, the king of Dai hosted a banquet for his ministers and guests, attempting to further entice them, which served as a rudimentary coronation ceremony. Prior to his uprising, he sabotaged the roads between Zhao and Dai, ensuring that Liu Bang and his allies would require at least 3 to 4 months to advance. The king of Dai, inebriated, laughed heartily, raising an exquisite wine cup as he recounted a rather uninspiring joke, prompting uproarious laughter from the guests. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration, while the king drank deeply from his cup, wine cascading down his beard. Drip, 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 the blood fell to the ground. An elderly man lay in agony on the grinding stone at home, his hands severed, blood oozing from his slashed throat, each drop seemingly endless. Beside him lay several young children, lifeless in a pool of blood, as the soldiers of Dai hurried past, burdened with grain from the granary. The musicians of the king began to play for him, resonating with melodies reserved for lords, and the king reveled in the experience, savoring the cooked beef before him. All the guests were presented with delectable dishes, and, akin to Lord Xinling, he generously shared the meat with all his guests, ensuring no one was left out. The manner in which Prince Dai honored the worthy naturally garnered the applause of his guests, who erupted in loud cheers, laughter resounding through the air. However, amidst this merriment, a deranged and disheveled woman emitted a piercing laugh, cradling the lifeless body of a mutilated child, her wild hair cascading around her like a shroud. Perhaps Qinshi and Apos' initial intention was merely to swiftly gather provisions and prepare for a confrontation with Liu Bang, yet his generals harbored far more sinister designs. With the tacit approval of their lord, they ran rampant in the Zhao and Dai regions, pillaging grain, slaughtering innocents, and violating women. Once the primal instincts of humanity are unleashed, the consequences are dreadfully catastrophic. The entirety of the Zhao and Dai regions swiftly transformed into a hell on earth. The news of Qinshi's rebellion and his self-proclamation as king spread like wildfire. Even Liu Bang, who had anticipated such a turn of events, found himself momentarily speechless. Qinshi had been among the earliest to follow him, and they shared a close bond. Although Liu Bang and Apos' favor was not as pronounced as that bestowed upon the king of Yan, he believed he had treated Qinshi fairly. When Liu Bang dispatched emissaries to investigate his retinue, he sensed something amiss. Yet, when Qinshi truly began his insurrection, a dull ache gripped Liu Bang's heart. Why? Why would he resort to such actions? Liu Chang had not yet received this news, yet the palpable changes within the palace caught his attention. Any stirrings from outside transformed the atmosphere within the palace entirely. The eunuchs became even more cautious than usual, their heads bowed as they walked, while the elders seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving Liu Chang isolated. Neither his father nor his mother could be found. The hall of peonies stood desolate, with Liu Chang left alone. Observing this unsettling situation, he swiftly deduced that it must indeed be Qinshi's rebellion. The events that unfolded within the hall of peonies only served to confirm his suspicions. Who do you think you are? Do you understand the nature of warfare? My father trusts me. Why can you not extend that trust to me? Why? Chapter 27. I once captured by Qi. Liu Chang had never witnessed Liu Ying opposing their mother, nor had he seen them in such a tense standoff. Liu Ying had always been obedient, inclined to heed the words of everyone around him, be it his parents, brothers, ministers, or even a complete stranger. Whenever someone offered a suggestion or sought his assistance, he was almost invariably reluctant to refuse. Throughout their lives, the only person who would genuinely listen to Liu Chang and wholeheartedly assist him was his second brother. Seeing the glimmer of tears in his brother and Apos' eyes, a mix of grievance and resentment ignited Liu Chang and Apos' fury. Yet, his reverence for their mother and his own temperament rendered him unable to express it. Under the furious reprimand of Empress Dowager L, Liu Ying turned to leave. Though he dared to defend himself, he lacked the courage to argue back or confront her. Empress Dowager L was seething, her chest heaving violently, her gaze fierce and intimidating. Mother? Why is elder brother so angry? What does this concern you? Did you not go to Tianlu Pavilion today? Where did you go? In an instant, Empress Dowager L and Apos' wrath shifted towards Liu Chang. He widened his eyes in shock and hurriedly retorted, I went to Shangfang. They said there was a minor issue with the spinning wheel. You two ingrates. Neither of you listens to me. You think you've grown wings, don't you? We are already grown up. We have our own thoughts. Why can't we take charge of our own actions? Whether I go to Tianlu Pavilion to dawdle or sleep, what does it matter? How dare you talk back? I sent you to Tianlu Pavilion to sleep? If you learn nothing, how will you govern the fief in the future? The one you angered is elder brother, not me. You are being unreasonable. Liu Chang, unlike Liu Ying, was perhaps accustomed to receiving beatings, yet he simply could not learn to endure in silence. Indeed. After a bout of retorts, Empress Dowager L nearly left him with a bruised rear. After receiving his punishment, Liu Chang let out an indignant snort and stormed out of the palace. Liu Huai looked helplessly at his sulking younger brother before offering him some dried meat. You say this every time. Is this the third time this month? This time is different. Oh, do not be so angry. Mother only wishes for you to learn something. Being chastised by her can even be quite fortunate. What happiness is there in being punished? Liu Huai, too, was a pitiful figure. His mother had passed away early. Unlike Liu Chang, who was raised by Empress Dowager L, he was brought up by a group of elderly palace maids. Liu Bang did not pay much attention to this son. Liu Huai lacked the fame of Liu Ying, the status of the eldest son like Liu Fei, the affection Liu Bang had for Liu Rui, or the good fortune of Liu Heng having a good mother. He did not even have the backing that Liu Chang enjoyed. Deprived of love in his youth, he was nonetheless a person of deep emotions, unlike his parents, who occasionally revealed a callous side. He was exceptionally empathetic, valuing the feelings of others. Perhaps due to his childhood loneliness, he placed great significance on those around him, showering endless affection on his half-brother Liu Yu, who shared similar experiences. He was a person of tolerance, gentleness, and kindness. In history, King Liu of Zhao met a tragic end, succumbing to starvation while imprisoned by Empress Lu. The motives behind Lu's actions remain enigmatic as she appointed Liu's successor, Liu Hui, which likely inflicted immense torment upon him. Subsequently, Lu sought to secure her influence over Liu Hui by arranging a marriage with Liu Chang's daughter. Prior to this, Liu Hui was devoted to a beloved consort, and their affection was profound. However, Empress Lu, known for her ruthless disposition and malevolent heart, wielded power unchallenged within the palace, casting a watchful eye over Liu Hui and forbidding him from associating with any other women. Ultimately, driven by jealousy and adhering to the cruel legacy of her family, Empress Lu poisoned Liu Hui and Apos, original consort. This act became the final straw that shattered Liu Hui. For months after the death of his beloved, he succumbed to overwhelming grief and took his own life. Upon learning of his suicide over a woman, Lu deemed him unworthy of veneration in the ancestral temple, abolishing his kingdom and resolutely refusing to adopt a son in his stead, thereby severing his lineage. It was not until Liu Heng ascended the throne that he, in remembrance of his magnanimous brother, posthumously honored him as King Gong. The early Han dynasty witnessed a profound tragedy, one that extinguished some of the most beautiful souls and moments before our eyes. Mother-brother is so pitiful, living alone with no one to visit him. As a member of the royal family, he was destined to be a formidable lord. What does that signify for a nobleman? Then, mother, why do you not allow elder brother to go to battle? He is also of royal blood, also a nobleman. If he were to argue with you as I do, I would not be able to restrain him. Liu Chang and Apos' eyes brightened. Should you dare incite your elder brother to quarrel with me, I shall break your legs. Liu Chang's expression darkened. From Liu Chang had gathered the essence of the situation. It appeared that Liu Bang intended for Liu Ying to assume a nominal role in battle, placing a cadre of valiant founders under the prince's command, allowing him to lead in Liu Bang's stead. Liu Bang believed these warriors would not be able to overpower Qin Shi. By remaining in the capital while Liu Ying bore the title of commander, he could placate the masses and simultaneously elevate Liu Ying and Apos' stature, achieving a harmonious resolution. Liu Ying was eager to embrace this opportunity, perceiving it as his father's first delegation of responsibility, and he diligently prepared for the expedition. However, Empress Lu held a different view. She believed her son lacked the mettle for warfare. Even if it were only nominal, the prospect of victory would merely embellish his reputation, for his position as crown prince was unassailable. Conversely, should he face defeat, sustain injuries, or encounter unforeseen calamities, all would be lost. Thus, Empress Lu circumvented Liu Ying, directly allying with the four elder statesmen, and Xiao He to persuade Liu Bang that the crown prince was ill-suited for battle. Liu Bang, incensed, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "My sons are a bunch of spineless wretches." Liu Ying, who had seldom been afforded the chance to prove himself before his father, was fervently preparing for the campaign when he learned of this matter, naturally consumed by rage. Yet, unlike Liu Chang, he lacked the audacity to voice his grievances, resigning himself to silent indignation. With the crown prince deemed unreliable, Liu Bang had no choice but to take up arms himself. That night, with resolute conviction, I patted my chest and emphatically declared to my mother that among all the princes, I was the most suited for military expeditions. I proposed that I be given a nominal title and lead a campaign against the enemy, vowing to bring the head of Qin Shi within 3 months. Upon hearing this, my mother was momentarily taken aback, and I, filled with fervor, earned her commendation. A son should be like Liu Chang. Is this the reason you were personally escorted to the Hall of Heavenly Blessings by 4 armored soldiers? While Liu Chang continued to boast, Liu Rui impatiently interrupted him. Liu Chang cast a disdainful glance his way and retorted, "At least I have the courage to request deployment, unlike certain individuals who, despite proclaiming their prowess in both literature and martial arts, cower within the palace even when their fiefdom is under siege. I request to go to battle. I have requested 3 times. My father did not consent. I have requested to go to battle." Indeed, Liu Rui was visibly agitated. He began fervently asserting his genuine desire to fight, lamenting that his father denied him that opportunity. Regardless of how one argues, the fact remains, there has been no deployment. So what? Within 3 months, Chen Shi shall surely meet his demise. Perhaps not. Liu Chang furrowed his brow, seriously analyzing the situation. The terrain of Zhao is exceedingly treacherous. When Bai Qi launched multiple assaults against Zhao, the most formidable challenge he faced was its landscape. To fend off external threats in the Dai region, one must first secure the Zhang River to the south and defend Handan to the north. By occupying strategic high ground and utilizing water barriers, one can effectively fortify their position. Liu Chang and Apos' discourse captivated the attention of several brothers, who listened intently. Even Lu Rui nodded in agreement. However, suddenly, Lu Rui jolted with realization. You've never left the palace. How do you know the geography of Zhao? How do you understand how to repel enemy advances in Zhao? If you were constantly coerced into simulating a defense against Bai Qi at Chongping, you would be equally knowledgeable. Yet Liu Chang refrained from voicing such thoughts. Instead, he cryptically stated, my teacher once elucidated the matters of the world's warfare for me, and these insights are my own observations. My teacher deemed me an extraordinary talent, a natural-born general. During our matches, my teacher simulated Bai Qi while I took on the role of Zhao Kuo, repeatedly breaching my teacher's defenses and capturing Bai Qi. Whether this tale bore truth or not, Liu Chang and Apos' boastful claims indeed widened the eyes of several brothers. Lu Rui murmured, does the Marquis of Huayin still take disciples? Chapter 28. How do you know? Oh, my lord, there can be no further hesitation. Liu Bang has already risen. I have heard that all the Han troops stationed near Chang'an are preparing for battle. Chang'an has turned into a desolate city. This is our finest opportunity. The scholar knelt before Han Xian, lamenting sorrowfully. He could not comprehend why the resolute and decisive king of Chu during warfare was so hesitant and timid in other matters. During their time in Chu, he had urged Han Xian to take the initiative, yet Han Xian had wavered, ultimately leading to his capture by Liu Bang. Now, once again, he hesitated, speaking of rebellion and seizing Liu Bang's throne, yet he remained immobile. Liu Bang has not yet departed. At this moment, nearly 100,000 Han troops are still encamped outside Chang and Apos. And you wish for me to act now? It is not merely about acting now. It is about being prepared at this very moment, ready to strike the instant Liu Bang departs. There can be no further delay. The two were poised to discuss more when Liu Chang exuberantly bounded into the inner chamber. Master, I have arrived. With Liu Chang and Apos' loud exclamation, the scholar trembled in fright. Hastily steadying himself against the ground to maintain his composure before Han Xian. Faced with such a disciple, Han Xian refrained from reproaching him, merely giving a cold snort. You have come quite early today. What is it? Have you been driven out by your mother again? No, master, you do not understand. Yesterday, I analyzed the military situation in Zhao, and my brothers were utterly astonished by my insights. Rui even insisted on learning military strategy from you. They have always looked down upon me, but this time, I have truly made a name for myself. Oh, Han Xian, familiar with his temperament, simply responded with indifference, yet Liu Chang was anxious. This time it is true, they were genuinely amazed and highly respectful. I am not exaggerating. Oh, indeed. It is absolutely true. Oh. He abruptly stood, glaring at Liu Chang, and furiously exclaimed, I have heard that when a minister meets the sovereign, he must loudly proclaim his name in the court. A child must formally greet their parents from 50 paces away before entering their dwelling. How can you, as a disciple, recklessly invade your master and Apos' inner chamber without announcing your name? I am neither his child nor his subject. You, a mere rodent, possesses decorum, yet you, a human, lack manners. Why do you not perish? Liu Chang was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Han Xian. What was he saying? He proclaimed Liu Chang's rudeness and suggested that he might as well die for it. Liu Chang, infuriated, seized the bamboo slip in his hand and hurled it forcefully at the scholar. Thud. The bamboo slip, being quite substantial, was capable of inflicting serious harm. Especially as Liu Chang possessed extraordinary strength for his age, having the physique capable of lifting a cauldron at just 16. A feat reserved for the most formidable individuals in history. As the heavy bamboo slip struck the scholar and Apos' face with force, the scholar cried out in pain and collapsed. Han Xian, with swift reflexes and keen sight, extended his hand to prevent the scholar from sustaining further harm. The bamboo scroll fell to the ground. While the scholar and Apos' face was stained with blood, his nose bore the brunt of the blow, and one eye seemed affected, barely able to open. Han Xian, alarmed, reprimanded. How could you harm someone? Who provoked him to insult me first? Do you know who my father is? If this happens again, I shall have my father capture you to repair the royal palace. Liu Chang, indifferent to the injuries of others, had the audacity to strike his own brothers. What fear did he have of a mere scholar? Days from the impact, the scholar could only watch as Gu arrived to carry him away, showing little fondness for him, as if he were a mere sack being hoisted. Liu Chang anticipated a furious reaction from his teacher, yet during the subsequent lesson, Han Xian did not mention the incident at all. Han Xian was fiercely protective of his own, thus earning the respect of his subordinates, who were even willing to join him in rebellion. How do you judge the situation? He asked. I believe Qinshi will occupy the Jiangxue and Han, relinquishing parts of Dai territory to concentrate forces in Zhao. That is incorrect. What? You are still employing the strategy from the Battle of Chongping. This is not the Battle of Chongping. The assailants are not the Qin, and the north has the restless Yin state. Then how can he defend against them? He cannot withstand them. In terms of troops, provisions, commanders, terrain, and the hearts of the people, he holds no advantage whatsoever. What if you, master, were to command Qinshi's army? Liu Chang realized he had much to learn from his teacher. His own boasts were superficial and lacked depth. Observing his teacher's natural, yet bold confidence, he understood this was the essence he should aspire to learn. At that moment, the scholar felt he should draw his sword and slay Liu Chang. If he failed to do so, he ought to take his own life, for enduring such humiliation was intolerable. This was an era where dishonor was more unbearable than death. However, the scholar could not act rashly. Rushing in to kill Liu Chang now would jeopardize his grand ambitions, and suicide would preclude him from aiding Han Xian in achieving greatness. Thus, he clenched his fists in fury, vowing that once Liu Bang departed and the Marquis of Huayin succeeded, he would ensure this wretch met 1,000 deaths to cleanse the disgrace he currently faced. After displaying bravado before Liu Chang, Han Xian resumed his lesson. This time, the exercise was not a simulation against Bai Qi, but rather a mock battle against Xiong Yu. The scenario was not significantly better. Xiong Yu's main camp is positioned here. He dispatches cavalry from the left flank to harass your rear. I shall lead 1,000 cavalry to charge into his camp and capture Xiong Yu. I will be victorious. Capture Xiong Yu? Xiong Yu possesses the strength to lift a cauldron and can fend off scores of adversaries. How do you intend to capture him? It is merely lifting a cauldron. When I grow up, I shall demonstrate it for you. It is not difficult at all. With personal valor, one can only perform as a vanguard, much like Fan Kuai, yet cannot ascend to the rank of a general. Teacher, was Fan Kuai exceptionally skilled in combat? Are you familiar with the military merit system? Indeed, I am. According to the military merit system of the Qin dynasty, one could attain a promotion by beheading more than 2 enemies or capturing over 3 during wartime. On his first battlefield, Fan Kuai claimed 15 heads, swiftly rising from a commoner to a grand minister. On his second foray, he was the first to scale the city walls, decapitating 23 foes, thereby ascending to the rank of an official. In the defeat of Li's U.S. army, he beheaded 16, earning a noble title. During the siege of Dongjun, he took 14 heads and captured 11, which granted him the title of 5 ministers. In the assault on Wu Pass, he killed a captain, took 10 heads, captured 140, and compelled 2,900 to surrender. Liu Chang and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment, and he inhaled sharply. What remarkable speed of promotion and efficiency! In terms of personal valor, Fan Kuai could certainly be considered among the elite of the Han dynasty. To be the first to ascend a city and slay dozens amidst a battlefield of tens of thousands is indeed extraordinary. While other generals relied on the conquest of lands to gain ranks, Fan Kuai advanced through the relentless act of decapitation. After Liu Chang departed from his teacher, the scholar eagerly entered the inner chamber. Is the master unharmed? I shall slay him, the scholar proclaimed in fury. He is my disciple, Han Xian replied coldly. Under his chilling gaze, the scholar dared not utter another word, for he faced a figure capable of commanding even the formidable Fan Kuai to bow in reverence. Han Xian and Appo's words ignited the scholar and Appo's wrath, yet he refrained from further protest. It seemed that, even if Han Xian succeeded, he would not act against Liu Chang, nonetheless. The scholar could not remain passive. Fortunately, he was not alone in this endeavor. Outside, he had several retainers. Once Liu Bang departs, we shall see how long you can maintain your arrogance. You insolent wretch, what mischief have you wrought today? Lady L questioned, her voice laced with fury. Liu Chang, taken aback, stammered, I did nothing at all. Kuai Che is a man of great renown. How dare you lay a hand on him? Mother. Liu Chang realized that Lady L was genuinely enraged and explained with a sense of grievance, "He insulted me first." Suddenly, Liu Chang and Apos' expression froze as he seemed to grasp something significant, his demeanor growing increasingly solemn. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharpening. "Mother? How do you know I confronted Kuai Che at the teacher and Apos' residence?" Chapter 29. The Teachings of Huang Lao. At that moment, the entire pepper hall seemed to descend into an abyss of silence. Liu Chang raised his head to gaze intently at his mother, while Empress L bowed her head, equally fixated upon him. For the first time, Elle observed an expression of such urgency and seriousness on Liu Chang and Apos' face. It dawned upon her that her son had matured. No longer the ignorant child he once was. Yet, she felt as though this realization had come to her rather late. In the face of Liu Chang and Apos' piercing gaze, there was no trace of unease or anxiety in Elle. She remained as composed as ever. "It was conveyed to me by Han Xin and Apos' envoy," she stated. "Without your father's command, how could he have sent someone into the palace? That must be the work of Kuai Che's people. I cannot believe he would publicize such matters." "Indeed," Elle replied, though it was unclear whether she acknowledged Liu Chang's suspicions or admired his growth. Regardless, she did not allow him the chance to press further. Turning to leave the pepper hall, before departing, she calmly declared, "Your father has already marched forth. For the next few days, refrain from visiting Han Xin and Apos' residence." "Why? That scoundrel Kuai seeks to incite rebellion with my master, does he not? None of this concerns you. He is my teacher. He merely exploits you. Do you recall my teachings? When you seek favors from others, you must first lower yourself." "Huh? Do you believe you understand everything? Do you think you are grown? No stranger will treat you kindly without ulterior motives. Everyone harbors their own intentions, deliberately approaching those they deem useful. And once they have extracted their utility, they will unceremoniously cast you aside in search of another. Such is the nature of humanity. This is the world we inhabit." Liu Chang sat alone within the pepper hall, with 2 palace maids stationed at the entrance, denying entry to anyone. He remained quietly seated upon the bed, unusually refraining from mischief, enveloped in silence as he furrowed his brow, his thoughts a chaotic tangle, unable to grasp any clarity, feeling lost and helpless. Han Xin slowly set down the bamboo scroll, involuntarily glancing towards the door. The threshold lay empty, devoid of any presence. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Han Xin to smirk and hurriedly pick up the scroll once more. "Your Majesty, wonderful news." When Kuai Che burst into Han Xin and Apos' inner chamber, he noticed a fleeting look of disappointment on Han Xin and Apos' face, which quickly vanished, as if it had merely been a figment of Kuai and Apos' imagination. Momentarily taken aback, Kuai Che swiftly continued, "Liu Bang has departed. He has taken all the troops surrounding Chang'an with him. Not a single general remains in court to confront Qin Shi. Liu Bang has chosen to randomly summon a few ordinary commanders. Thus, he selected names at random among the generals: Fan Kuai, Xia Hoing, Chen Ping, Zhao Yao, Guan Ying, Jin Shi, Chao Can, and others. Liu Bang asserts, I chose haphazardly. After contemplating for 3 days and nights, he remains perplexed as to how Qin Shi dared to rebel. Certainly. Here is the refined version of your text in English. He is undoubtedly a formidable individual, having fought valiantly in numerous battles with few defeats. However, among those who seek to challenge him, one could easily identify several capable of striking him down, let alone if they were to unite in their efforts. This was shortly after the establishment of the new nation, and its valiant founders were still alive, eagerly anticipating military achievements that might elevate their ranks. Yet, in a time of peace following the founding, opportunities for such glory were scarce. Just as their frustrations mounted, an old friend, Qin Shi, arrived to offer warmth and solace, igniting a renewed sense of purpose among these warriors, who were now elated at the prospect of having heads to claim. We are aware that the Qin dynasty implemented a meritocratic system, and the Han dynasty followed suit, maintaining a hierarchy of 20 ranks. However, as is customary, while there may be no distinction among peers of equal standing, the appointment to official positions varied significantly. Liu Bang had finally departed, and Kuai Che felt that the moment for grand endeavors had arrived. The current state of Chang'an resembled an empty city. Any uprising would surely succeed. Listening intently to Kuai Che's animated exposition of his scheme, Han Xin heard of the plan to issue a false edict to pardon criminals and slaves in service to the government, inciting them to attack Empress L and the Crown Prince. Kuai Che and Apos' strategy remained undetermined regarding whether to assassinate or to capture them. Subsequently using their names to continue issuing decrees to amass an army, he did not elaborate, nor did Han Xin inquire further. For reasons unknown, Han Xin appeared somewhat distracted, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the doorway. In response to Kuai Che and Appo's proposal, he merely nodded absently. "My lord, when shall we commence our actions? Liu Bang has not strayed too far. Let us exercise patience." Sigh. Within the Tianlu pavilion, Liu Chang sat glumly at the back, resting his chin on his hands, lost in thought, as was his custom. Yet today, he seemed unusually quiet, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. With Liu Chang's boisterousness absent, even the teacher appeared somewhat more cheerful. This normally indifferent instructor, who often taught merely to pass the time, spoke eloquently today, even delving into interpretations of Zhuangzi and Appo's philosophies beyond the textbook. Liu Chang, clearly unable to grasp these concepts, was nonetheless met with heightened attentiveness from Liu Heng and others. During a break, Liu Hui approached first. "What troubles you? Have you faced punishment again?" "Not at all. Mother forbids me from going elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Liu Hui refrained from further questioning, genuinely fearful of Empress Lu. His apprehension contrasted sharply with Liu Chang and Appo's. Liu Chang feared punishment, while he feared cough. The next to approach was Liu Rui, who, with a mischievous grin, sat beside Liu Chang and nudged him playfully. "What's the matter? Have you been bested by Bai Qi?" In response to Liu Rui, Liu Chang remained unperturbed, sitting in silence, his expression even more despondent. "I have fervently requested to join the battle, and my father was delighted, even bestowing upon me one of his prized steeds. Would you care to accompany me to see it?" "I cannot." Liu Heng soon joined them. "If you encounter any difficulties, do not lose heart. Find a way to resolve them." Liu Heng did not inquire about what had transpired. He merely offered his own counsel. After the class concluded, several older brothers cast a few glances at Liu Chang, yet they refrained from further disturbing him and departed. The teacher remained seated in a higher position, not even glancing at Liu Chang, engrossed in perusing through books. This instructor seemed as though he had been coerced into educating the princes, exhibiting a lackadaisical demeanor most days, with his greatest passion lying in reading, spending his days immersed in the royal library. It was said that he had chosen this teaching venue himself, solely to indulge in more reading. Thus, Liu Chang and the teacher sat in solitude within the Tianlu pavilion, each absorbed in their own worlds. Time passed in this manner. Each day Liu Chang was delivered to the Tianlu pavilion early in the morning and would remain there for an extended period, often with his head bowed, lost in thought, perhaps unable to endure the scrutiny while reading, or perhaps disliking Liu Chang's dejected appearance. The teacher, after some time, reluctantly took a seat before Liu Chang. "Is something troubling you?" "Teacher, someone told me that this world is exceedingly selfish, that interactions among people are solely based on exploitation and being exploited, with nothing else existing. Do you believe this to be true?" "Nonsense," the teacher suddenly retorted. Liu Chang, taken aback, added, "This is what my mother said." "That too is nonsense." Liu Chang was genuinely astonished, for even his father would not dare to speak thus of his mother. After a moment of contemplation, the teacher inquired, "Having studied Huanglao philosophy with me for so long, you must understand its core principles, correct?" It is that. Governing by non-action. Precisely, governing by non-action. Do you comprehend what it means? To do nothing?" The teacher was momentarily taken aback, tightening his fists only to loosen them immediately. "I am a proponent of Huanglao. One must maintain a tranquil heart, free from anger. After a brief pause, he shifted his perspective and spoke earnestly. "We perceive the world as devoid of emotions, yet humans are emotional beings. People are neither inherently good nor inherently bad. It hinges on how one treats others. If you genuinely approach others with sincerity, you shall certainly receive sincerity in return. If you approach others with ulterior motives, they will reciprocate in kind. Should you believe this world to be selfish, then it shall be selfish. If you believe this world to possess emotions, then it shall be imbued with emotions." Ahem, I was the earliest exponent of Taoist teachings. The Mahists merely borrowed from my doctrines. Chapter 30, A Premature Celebration. Within the halls of Tianlu Pavilion, Liu Rui and the others gazed in terror at the scene before them. Rui pinched her arm, wincing at the pain. Was this truly not a dream? Liu Chang, holding a bamboo slip, was earnestly listening to his teacher and Appo's lecture, displaying an unprecedented level of seriousness. What had come over him? Had he fallen under some malevolent influence? Should I summon a physician? Emperor Huang established the advisory system of Ming Tai to gather the opinions of virtuous men from above. Yao implemented the inquiry system of Chu Shi to heed the voices of the people from below. Shun raised the banners for council, ensuring that the sovereign remained unfooled. You placed the council drum in the court, enabling the populace to voice their grievances. King Wu of Shou instituted the Ling Tai reporting system, through which sages could be appointed. The essence of this wisdom is a gentle admonition for rulers to be adept at heeding the advice of others, avoiding autocratic decision-making. Just as a ruler should embrace such principles, so too must individuals be receptive to sound counsel, while possessing the discernment to differentiate right from wrong. How then does one ascertain the correctness of another's suggestions? Through personal inquiry. Liu Chang listened attentively to the teacher's exposition, while the other princes were increasingly alarmed. Good heavens! He was actually asking questions. Look, he is taking notes. This is it. Even the physician and Oppos, as summons may prove futile now. This was likely Liu Chang and Oppos' first earnest engagement in class, a development that even stirred the attention of the regent, Crown Prince Liu Ying. He personally attended the lecture, and upon witnessing his brother and Oppos' transformation, he was overwhelmed with joy. As class concluded, he grasped Liu Chang and Oppos' hand, tears brimming in his eyes. I have always wondered when you would blossom. Seeing you now fills me with immense happiness. In the future, with a brother like you to share the burdens of governance, I have nothing left to fear. Liu Ying was nearly moved to tears, while Liu Chang looked on in bewilderment, thinking, is this truly necessary? Liu Ying launched into a lengthy discourse, and this time, Liu Chang listened intently, no longer feeling impatience. His elder brother, well-read and wise, had much to impart. Moreover, a reward was surely to follow such a lecture. Indeed, after his lengthy monologue, Liu Ying presented Liu Chang with a book titled Dao Yuan. Though Liu Chang already possessed a copy, he felt a twinge of regret. However, upon opening it, he found it densely annotated with explanations. Liu Ying elaborated. I feared you might struggle with comprehension, so I penned the interpretations alongside the text for your understanding. Gazing at the multitude of annotations, Liu Chang felt an unexpected surge of emotion. Thank you, second brother. Liu Chang had transformed, gradually shedding his previous reckless demeanor and adopting the comportment of his elder brothers. Showing politeness to others, embodying the virtues of a gentleman. This metamorphosis thrilled everyone, including Empress Lu. Initially skeptical, she suspected the boy was merely feigning compliance to lower her guard. A mother knows her child better than anyone else. Ho is acutely aware of the kind of scoundrel Liu Chang truly is. This young man has always detested reading and has never taken the initiative to pick up a book. Throughout months of schooling, he has not even learned the names of his teachers. If one were to claim that this behavior was merely a fade, the price he would have to pay would be exorbitant. Ho is quite pleased with the transformation she observes in Liu Chang, believing that her words have genuinely struck a chord within him, prompting this rogue to begin to behave more like a decent human being. To reward him, she has decided to cease the constant surveillance by the palace maids and has permitted him to visit his older brothers for leisure. However, this sudden change in Liu Chang has left others feeling quite unsettled. The once mischievous boy has seemingly matured overnight, evoking a sense of nostalgia and melancholy. The one who struggles the most with this transformation is likely Liu Rui, who finds it rather dull and frustrating that Liu Chang no longer seeks to provoke him or engage in mischief, instead exhibiting a remarkable calmness and obedience. After all, Liu Rui's greatest enjoyment had been tormenting his younger brother, and now, with Liu Chang being so courteous, he finds himself at a loss for words to mock him. It is as if Liu Chang has suddenly forgotten about Han Xin, spending his days either engrossed in reading or inquiring about various concepts from Duke Gai, no longer mentioning his intention to learn from Han Xin. Meanwhile, Han Xin sits alone in a secluded room, forlornly gazing out the door. It has been over half a month since Liu Chang last visited. Kuai Che has begun to urge Han Xin to take decisive action. Yet Han Xin remains in a state of hesitation, calm and unhurried, as though he were preparing for a picnic rather than a rebellion. Kuai Che has noticed Han Xion's demeanor and likely understands the reason behind it. Are you still waiting? He taunts. Liu Chang will not return. I am not waiting for him. Then what are you waiting for? Just as you are using Liu Chang, so too are Liu Bang and LG likely employing him to gather intelligence on you. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a disciple. Does he hold even a shred of respect for you? Has he ever regarded you as his teacher? Since she has already rebelled, and he was once one of your subordinates, no one will believe that his insurrection has nothing to do with you, even if you do nothing when he fails. Liu Bang will still execute you due to your connections with Qinshi. The fact that Liu Chang has not come is the best proof that LG and the others have begun to suspect you. Do not hesitate any longer. Do you wish to be Liu Bang and Amp, Apos, Marquis of Huayin, or the sovereign of the realm? Kuai-che even raised his voice in exasperation. Han Xian lowered his head and replied, Liu Bang has taken away the others, yet El Shirji remains. He still commands an army, until he is dealt with. Great plans cannot be realized. As long as we capture LG, it will be no issue. Han Xian glanced once more at the door and concluded. Then let us begin our preparations. At this moment, Liu Chang is accompanying Liu Rui to inspect the war horses. Within the grand palace of the Han dynasty, a myriad of provisions was available. There were artisans crafting tools and officials tending to horses, among whom one was a high-ranking minister. Indicative of the Han and Amp, Apos, profound regard for both transportation and war horses. The Han faced a dire shortage of horses, which often put them at a disadvantage in conflicts against nomadic civilizations such as the Xiongnu. In the early days of the Han, this deficiency was particularly pronounced. Although the nobility frequently consumed horse meat, battle steeds were indeed a rarity. To receive a war horse personally bestowed by Liu Bang was an immense honor for Liu Rui, clearly illustrating the affection Liu Bang held for his son, a privilege that even Liu Ying did not enjoy. Despite Liu Rui's insistence that the horse was Liu Bang and Amp, Apos, favorite steed, Liu Chang harbored doubts, for the horse was still a young colt. Impressive in stature yet far from the age of battlefield readiness, likely a descendant of one of Liu Bang and Apos' own war horses. Filled with pride, Liu Rui urged Liu Chang to mount the horse for a trial. It seemed that Liu Chang possessed the spirit of a warrior within him. The colt did not resist him in the slightest, and he quickly learned to ride, galloping around the vicinity. However, due to the lack of proper equipment for mounting, he required assistance to get on the horse, which he duly noted. Perhaps he could devise a mounting aid, a trivial task for one of his ingenuity. Observing Liu Chang ride about, Liu Rui remarked with a hint of nostalgia, In truth, I preferred your former self, yet growth is an inevitable part of life. I take great joy in your development, dear brother. You must continue to strive and one day become a formidable lord. We all witness your transformation and rejoice in your success. Ah, you may be celebrating prematurely. Liu Chang responded, raising an eyebrow. Huh? What do you mean? Liu Rui inquired, laughter escaping him. Haha, giddy up. Liu Chang shouted, clutching the colt's neck as he bellowed with excitement. In that instant, the colt surged forward. The horse-tending area, though situated within the palace, was distanced from the emperor and empress and Apos' quarters. Each day, when the eunuchs brought horses, they would open a small side gate to allow the steeds to enter and exit, with one hand grasping the reins and the other embracing the colt's neck. Liu Chang raced past Liu Rui, heading toward the small palace gate. Liu Rui stood momentarily stunned, and by the time he regained his senses, Liu Chang had already sped away into the distance. Liu Chang. Chapter 31. Han Xian dances with a sword. Intent on pay gong before the soldiers stationed at the small city gate, something whizzed past with a whoosh. These seasoned veterans, who had spent a lifetime in battle, from the west to the east and from the north to the south, instantly raised their powerful crossbows, aiming at a lone horseman in the distance, preparing to shoot. No. Stop. That is young Master Chang. Liu Rui shouted from afar, sprinting towards them. His shoes flung aside in his haste. He rushed to the two veterans, extending his arms to shield them, desperately explaining, that was young Master Chang. You must not fire. The expressions of the two veterans remained remarkably calm. One of them raised his head and shouted a few words towards the palace wall. Liu Rui could not comprehend his dialect, and in a moment, cavalry charged forth from two directions, galloping towards Liu Chang, fully armed and exuding an imposing presence. Simultaneously, armored soldiers rushed at breakneck speed into the Jiaofeng Hall. What did you say? At the moment Liu Ho rose, beads of sweat began to form on the forehead of the seasoned veteran. Liu Ho's countenance was exceedingly grim, cold as ice, radiating a murderous aura. When Liu Bang was absent from the capital, all affairs of the Han dynasty fell upon her shoulders. In this era, where the imperial position remained unconfirmed, the Han resembled a dual monarchy, with Liu Ji wielding authority over the dynasty. Only after her reign did the Han gradually adopt the principle that the imperial harem should not meddle in politics. Where is he now? He has already left the palace. But our men are in pursuit, yes. The soldiers hurriedly arrived and swiftly departed. After their exit, Liu Ho, with a frosty demeanor, commanded, come forth. A figure emerged from the side chamber. It was Xiao He. I congratulate your majesty, the empress. I am truly delighted for you. Xiaoyi stepped in, beaming as he began to congratulate Liu Ho. The murderous aura on Liu Ho and Apos' face showed no signs of abating. She furiously questioned, "Are you mocking me, Chancellor?" "Not at all. I previously believed that young Master Chang possessed mere bravery, of no substantial aid to great matters. Today, I have come to realize that young Master Chang is both brave and wise, a true son of affection. He has boldly escaped the palace for his mentor today. Unafraid of your punishment, it is evident that he may undertake even greater deeds for you in the future." Xiaoyi and Apos' words considerably lightened Liu Ho and Apos' mood. Her expression softened, as she likely understood her significance in Liu Chang and Apos' heart. Yet, she helplessly inquired, "What should we do now?" "What concerns you, your majesty?" The Marquis of Huayin regrets not heeding Kuai Che and Apos' advice. Now, Kuai Che is at his side. Should he rebel, he will face death. If he harbors no rebellious intentions, would you still worry about a marquis within Chang and Apos? And Liu Ho let out a cold laugh, asserting, Han Xin will undoubtedly rebel. Since arriving in Chang and Apos, and he has repeatedly expressed regret for not following Kuai Che's counsel, leading to this day. I have deliberately provided him this opportunity. Once he has made up his mind, no one can sway him. The emperor is inadequate, you are unworthy, and Liu Chang is even less so. Xiaoyi appeared somewhat despondent. He nodded and remarked, "You speak the truth." However, while he could make swift decisions on the battlefield, in other matters he was often indecisive, swayed by others. Had he possessed a fraction of the decisiveness he exhibited in war, he would not have found himself captured within the walls of Chang and Apos, and since his enfeefment, he had begun to plot grand affairs, yet when he was ultimately seized, he had not resolved to act. It can be said that Xiaoyi had seen through Han Xin completely. Both of Han Xin and Apos' rebellions unfolded in a similar manner. The first occurred after his enfeefment, where he hesitated until he was captured. The second was even more egregious, as he delayed after Liu Bang's expedition until he met his demise. Han Xin's insurrections resulted in immense casualties, with dozens perishing, including not only himself and his kin but also the few warriors who had accompanied him to meet Liu Bang. In warfare, Han Xin represented the pinnacle of the Han dynasty's military prowess, perhaps even one of the foremost military figures in all of Huaxia, yet in other respects, he was not even worthy of serving as a mere attendant to El Ho. Liu Bang's decision not to execute him likely stemmed from this very understanding. Though he discerned the treacherous inclinations of others with clarity, he viewed Han Xin through a distorted lens. Having long recognized that Han Xin and Apos' capacity to rebel was virtually non-existent, his two failed uprisings caused havoc only among his own ranks, leaving Liu Bang unscathed. This alone marked him as a figure of greatness. El Ho quickly grasped the situation, inquiring, "Are you suggesting that Han Xin could be swayed by Chang?" "No," came the response. "Why not?" "Ambition, dissatisfaction. He may genuinely regard Liu Chang as his legitimate disciple, yet he has never been one to endure humiliation silently." LG squinted, nodding as she stated, "Prepare yourself. Regardless of his readiness, we shall send him on his way." "But what if His Majesty inquires?" Kuai Che. Indeed, unaware of the peril that nearly awaited him, Liu Chang was racing towards Han Xin and Apos' residence, the fierce wind lashing against his face. His garments billowed, producing a whistling sound as they caught the breeze. His hair danced wildly, having lost its adornments long ago. At his age, he should have sported a topknot. Yet Liu Chang disdained that sheep-like hairstyle and, in his rebelliousness, chose not to maintain it. Fortunately, the Han dynasty did not impose the custom of retaining hair as a symbol of loyalty, allowing Liu Chang to grow his hair freely, and should he desire, he could don a crown ahead of schedule, for the rigid Confucian etiquette had yet to take hold. Liu Chang opened his mouth, the cold air rushing in violently. Chang'an was frigid. From the palace to Han Xin and Apos' estate, the streets were devoid of pedestrians. At times, Liu Chang questioned whether there were any commoners remaining in Chang'an. Apart from criminals, officials, and soldiers, the absence of ordinary citizens was conspicuous. Upon arriving at the Duke of Huayin's residence, Liu Chang attempted to rein in his horse, while galloping was not particularly difficult. Halting the steed proved to be quite a challenge. The young steed is most prone to restlessness, particularly when untrained. They tend to roll upon the ground with their riders. I nearly had my leg crushed in my youth, displaying a distinctly unfriendly demeanor towards humans. Liu Chang, feeling a sense of trepidation, busied himself in a flurry for quite some time before finally calming the young horse. Master Liu Chang rushed into the inner chamber, and throughout his journey, he encountered not a single soul. Han Xian stood there, astonished as he beheld Liu Chang. 7 or 8 individuals flanked Han Xian, equally astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief at the sudden appearance of this small figure. Kuai Che stood beside Han Xian, and upon hearing a sound, anger manifested on his countenance. Han Xian was attired differently from his usual garb. The most striking alteration was the sword that typically hung on the wall, now secured at his waist. He donned a Chu crown, exuding an air of authority. The individuals before him were similarly adorned with sharp swords, and it appeared that Liu Chang had interrupted some form of oath-taking. Liu Chang found himself momentarily speechless, his gaze fixed upon Han Xian. As if a fire burned fiercely within his chest, his hands trembled involuntarily, filled with disbelief, sorrow, and rage. Under Liu Chang and Appo's unwavering stare, Han Xian revealed a flicker of unease for the first time, his eyes avoiding direct contact with Liu Chang's. Kuai Che, standing to the side, wore a broad, insincere smile. Why has the young master come? The Marquis of Huayin has not practiced swordsmanship for quite some time, so I have gathered some individuals for his sparring sessions. Might the young master be interested? Liu Chang dismissed him entirely, recognizing his lack of intelligence. Although these individuals, along with a few elder brothers, were far more astute than he was not so naive as to misunderstand their intentions. Indeed, a rebellion was afoot, but why? Master, why do you seek to rebel? Is power truly so significant? Do you desire to be emperor that desperately? Have you been deceiving me all along? Why do you treat me in such a manner? No one spoke, and Kuai Che and Appo's expression darkened, refraining from further explanation. Han Xian remained silent for a considerable time before finally shaking his head. It is too late. Chapter 32. Liu Chang wields his sword. Aiming at Kuai Che, Han Xian understood that it was all too late. No matter what actions he took now, the hope for survival had vanished. Unless he could achieve something monumental. From the moment he had called out to Qin Shi, the possibility of retreat had already slipped away. Even if he were to cease his endeavors now, his adversaries would not spare him, not because of a rebellion he intended to instigate, but simply due to the potential he possessed for such an uprising. He firmly believed that with an army of 10,000, he could lay waste to Chang and Appo's, and with 100,000, he could capture Liu Bang alive. This was his capability, who would not be fearful of it. What does it mean to be too late? I cannot comprehend. Liu Chang pointed at Kuai Che beside him and rebuked, is it merely because of his words? Another mentor of mine has taught me that individuals of his ilk can only showcase their talents in times of chaos. In an era of peace, they are no different from the common folk, for their deliberate provocations aim to incite turmoil and accomplish great deeds for their own renown. But master, what do you seek? You have no worries about food or clothing, and no one dares to disrespect you. Even a millennium hence, those who speak of you will do so with admiration. You have achieved perfection. What more do you desire? You have painstakingly quelled the chaos. The common people have rarely had the opportunity to cultivate themselves, liberated from suffering. Why do you wish to provoke strife once more, to continue the slaughter, and to bring calamity upon this world? For what purpose? Han Xian fell silent, his expression betraying some emotion. You do not understand. Warriors are born for the sole purpose of warfare. But you misunderstand. Warriors are not born for war. No one is born for war. Warriors exist for the realm, for the populace. When the world is in disarray and heroes vie for power, warriors must restore order and soothe the masses. When foreign enemies invade and harm the people, it is the duty of warriors to defend against them, to protect the lives of the common folk. This is the true meaning of war. Who has taught you this? My mentor, the esteemed Duke. Han Xian suddenly smiled and remarked, he indeed appears to be a profound figure. Alas, there is no longer any room for maneuver. Kuai Che was losing patience with their discourse. He urged, Your Majesty, this young man appears here only because LG has sent him to test us. We cannot delay. We must act decisively and retreat at once to gather our followers. Kuai Che's reasoning was sound. They numbered only 7 or 8, while El Ho's side, even with Liu Bang's departure, still had El Shirji guarding the palace, along with thousands of soldiers. Should El Ho send an assassin now, they would be utterly defenseless. Han Xian and Appo's strategy hinged on the crucial premise that El Ho was unaware of their intentions. Just how unreliable was this rebellion plan? Firstly, even a regional lord like Peng Yu was under the watchful eyes of the emperor and empress, with their every move monitored, receiving word of their actions before any rebellion could manifest. Han Xian, being in Chang'an, was surrounded by unknown numbers of spies, even after leaving Fan Kui's home. Any casual remarks he made to his trusted allies could be relayed to Liu Bang, who could then use them against him. Han Xian sought to summon criminals to assault Chang'an, but how many criminals were there in Chang'an? After ascending to the throne, Liu Bang frequently pardoned criminals from various regions, including those in Chang and Apos, and even with knowledge of the palace and Apos' defenses, Liu Bang chose to depart, despite Han Xian and Apos' remarkable prowess. Could he truly lead these felons to breach a palace guarded by fully armed soldiers? Moreover, he would need to forge Liu Bang's edict to incite the criminals, ensuring their allegiance to him as well. This rebellion seemed almost ludicrous. While Han Xian could indeed defeat Liu Bang with an army at his disposal, to suggest he possessed the capability to incite a revolt, perhaps, but it's dubious. The urging of Kuai Che caused Han Xian's expression to shift dramatically. He quickly realized that remaining here would only lead to his demise. Kuai Che, with ill intentions, proposed capturing this young man as a hostage. Liu Chang, however, burst into laughter, tears mingling with his mirth. "Master, did he just say you wanted to practice swordsmanship? Allow me to accompany you. I shall dance with the sword." Liu Chang lunged forward. Han Xian instinctively grasped the sword sheath, but Liu Chang seized the hilt, effortlessly drawing Han Xian and Apos' treasured sword. The surrounding warriors brandished their weapons, and Han Xian gritted his teeth, uncertainty clouding his eyes. Yet, upon acquiring the sword, Liu Chang did not attack Han Xian. Instead, he flailed it about aimlessly, displaying a complete lack of swordsmanship. In such circumstances, Han Xian could no longer afford to hesitate. Lingering would mean certain death. He glanced at the two warriors and decided to capture them alive. He immediately turned to flee. Die. Liu Chang hurled the sword from his hand. The warriors gasped in shock, and Han Xian trembled. With a sickening thud, the sword pierced deeply into Kuai Che and Apos' chest, the hilt quivering with the force of the throw. Liu Chang, having expended all his strength, fell to the ground, locking eyes with the bewildered Kuai Che. This marked the second time Liu Chang had struck Kuai Che. The first was with a bamboo slip, but the damage inflicted then paled in comparison. Kuai Che gasped violently, struggling for breath, his finger trembling as he pointed at Liu Chang, seemingly attempting to speak. However, as he opened his mouth, blood spilled forth, quickly staining his chin and chest. Gasping, Kuai Che collapsed heavily. Liu Chang trembled uncontrollably, his legs weakened and unable to support him. Despite his desire to crawl away, he felt as though paralyzed. His consciousness fading into a haze, his limbs unresponsive, his teeth chattering. This was Liu Chang's first act of killing, regardless of how much he loathed the individual. Witnessing the light fade from Kuai Che's eyes filled him with terror, rendering his breath labored. This unforeseen turn of events thoroughly shocked all the warriors present. Han Xian and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the life drain from Kuai Che, rendered speechless. "Master, why rebel? Why? You were meant to be revered and honored by future generations." Liu Chang broke into tears, his voice hoarse and indistinct, collapsing to the ground in despair. Weeping and retching as he called out, "Is being an emperor truly so splendid? Can ambition truly obscure all judgment?" Observing the disheveled Liu Chang, Han Xian gradually lowered himself, fixating on Liu and Apos' countenance. At this moment, Liu Bang, clad in armor, sat majestically in a towering chariot, gazing imperiously ahead. The generals had all taken their troops, leaving only Chen Ping, who shared the chariot with him. Among all of Liu Bang's strategists, Chen Ping was the least likely to be perceived as one. His towering and robust stature might easily lead an unknowing observer to mistake him for a bodyguard like Fan Kuai, dedicated to Liu Bang and Apos' protection. However, his imposing physique had indeed served him well. In his youth, Chen Ping came from a humble background and was reluctant to engage in labor, resulting in his later struggles to find a bride. There existed a man named Zhang Fu, whose granddaughter had been wed 5 times, each husband meeting an untimely demise, leaving no suitor bold enough to claim her hand. Zhang Fu and Apos' son questioned, "Why subject our daughter to the misfortune of marrying that impoverished wretch, Chen Ping?" Zhang Fu replied, "How could a man of such striking stature as Chen Ping remain perpetually destitute and lowly?" This tale underscores the significance of appearance, regardless of the era. In later generations, Chen Ping's reputation was rather modest, far eclipsed by the likes of the 3 heroes of early Han, and even Fan Kuai and Xia Hoing held greater notoriety than he. This may be attributed to the commonality of his name, One could find numerous individuals bearing it in historical texts, though a more substantial reason lies in his unassuming nature. He was an exceedingly astute individual, clever to the extent that few ministers without familial ties to Empress Lu could achieve a prosperous end in the early Han dynasty. Suddenly, Liu Bang erupted into laughter. "What brings your majesty such mirth?" "I find amusement in Qinshi's ineptitude in warfare," Liu Bang replied. "He neither maintains a hold on the Zhang River to the south nor secures Handan to the north. Thus, it is evident he shall accomplish nothing." Qin Ping nodded in agreement. Liu Bang abruptly turned, whispering, "Do you believe he has taken action yet?" "Not yet," Qin Ping replied coldly. "A man who is indecisive in action, who fails to act resolutely, will inevitably regret his lack of decisiveness after the failure of his endeavors. Such is the essence of his character." Chapter 33. What is the title of Grand Historian? It has become evident that Qin Shi had grossly overestimated his own capabilities while underestimating Liu Bang and his seemingly ordinary generals. When Liu Bang arrived in the Zhao region and the two sides prepared for confrontation, the Zhao Prime Minister, Liu Chang, hurriedly came to pay his respects. Liu Bang conferred the title of King of Zhao upon himself and appointed Liu Chang as the Chancellor. It was Liu Chang who conveyed the news of Qin Shi and Empress Lu's rebellion to Liu Bang. Although Liu Chang did not appear as dignified as he did in Chang and Empress, and he stood tall and formally addressed Liu Bang, stating, "As the Chancellor of Zhao, I have failed to prevent Qin Shi's insurrection and to protect the cities and populace of Zhao. I beseech your majesty to impose punishment upon me." Liu Bang, smiling, lifted him up, saying, "You have only just arrived in Zhao and have already discerned Qin Shi and Empress as treachery. Your timely report has allowed me to prepare. Moreover, your ignorance of military affairs renders the loss of the cities the responsibility of the county magistrate and the military officers, not yours." Liu Chang then remarked, "The Changshan County has a total of 25 cities. Qin Shi's rebellion has resulted in the loss of 20 of them. Since your majesty considers this the fault of the county magistrate and military officers, I implore you to execute them all." Liu Bang was taken aback and inquired, "Have the county magistrate and military officers rebelled as well?" "They did not," Liu Chang replied. Liu Bang sighed deeply, recognizing the inadequacy of their forces. They lacked soldiers to withstand Qin Shi's assault, and thus could not be blamed. "Proclaim my edict, grant them amnesty and restore their positions, allowing them to continue the fight." Liu Bang then established his encampment in Handan, where he summoned the ministers of the Zhao region. Although Liu Bang remained in the vicinity, Fan Kuai and others had already set out to combat the rebels. Liu Bang turned to Liu Chang and asked, "Are there any valiant warriors in Handan capable of leading troops in a battle?" "There are 4. Liu Chang replied. "Excellent. Bring them forth to meet me." Especially concerning the ministers of Zhao, it was well known that Qin Shi was the most formidable adversary in the region. The remaining capable warriors had either rebelled or were engaged in fierce combat against the insurrectionists at the front lines. Where, then, could 4 warriors be found in Handan? Liu Chang, complying with the command, approached the ministers of Zhao and whispered, "His Majesty seeks to reward our valiant warriors. Quickly, find 4 brave souls." Upon hearing this, the minister's eyes lit up, immediately grasping Liu Chang's intention. It was said that the chancellor was a person of unwavering integrity, initially thought to be unapproachable. Yet, it became apparent that he cared for Zhao, proving that one's own was indeed reliable. What a splendid chancellor he was! The ministers hastily departed, while Liu Chang remained with Liu Bang. Within half an hour, 4 individuals entered the royal palace in Handan to pay their respects to Liu Bang. Liu Chang rose, pointing to the 4, and declared, "Your Majesty, these are the valiant warriors of Zhao." Liu Bang nodded, scrutinizing them. Despite their attempts to appear formidable and mature in their attire, Liu Bang could unmistakably detect the air of frivolity that surrounded them, a scent he was all too familiar with. Regrettably, among his children, there exists one such individual, unlearned and inept, who spends his days boasting and exuding an air of idleness, constantly referencing his father's exploits. These 4 so-called valiant warriors from Zhao are evidently mere shadows of Liu Chang, as their names indeed all begin with Zhao. Liu Bang furrowed his brow and erupted in fury, questioning, "Can you wretched youngsters possibly lead troops into battle?" The 4 young men, utterly intimidated by Liu Bang's wrath, promptly fell to their knees, trembling in fear and rendered speechless. Liu Chang hastily rose and declared, "Indeed, these are the most valiant warriors of Zhao." Liu Bang snorted dismissively and, after a brief silence, proclaimed, "Bestow upon them 1,000 households as fiefdoms and appoint them as generals." "Thank you, your majesty, for your gracious favor." The four youths, invigorated as if by a surge of energy, hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The Zhao ministers, who had previously appeared anxious and despondent upon Liu Bang and Apos' arrival, now beamed with joy, offering their thanks in unison. Upon Liu Bang and Apos' arrival, these Zhao officials had been overwhelmed with concern and melancholy. However, in this moment, they shed their gloom and began to strategize, deliberating on how to confront Qin Shi. After convening with the Zhao ministers, Liu Bang urged them to swiftly prepare for the impending conflict, assigning Liu Chang to oversee the preparations. Standing beside Liu Bang, the young Grand Inspector Zhao Yao hesitated, grappling with his words. Not yet advanced in years, Zhao Yao had previously served as a seal inspector under Liu Chang, who was once informed by others, "Your subordinate Zhao Yao, though youthful, is a prodigy. The sovereign will undoubtedly take special notice of him. In time, you shall see him usurp your position." Subsequently, Zhao Yao advised Liu Bang, stating, "If your majesty wishes to protect Prince Rui, then appoint an esteemed, seasoned minister, one so formidable that even the nobility would dare not oppose him as the prime minister." Liu Bang wholeheartedly agreed, and thus, the venerable and experienced Liu Chang became the prime minister of Zhao, safeguarding Liu Rui. Meanwhile, the youthful and inexperienced Zhao Yao ascended to become the youngest grand inspector of the Han dynasty. Liu Chang had previously protested to Liu Bang regarding this matter, though his objections appeared to be a calculated ploy to convey to a certain noble, "I am left with no choice. You must grant me some leniency. For I have rendered significant service in the past, and you cannot jeopardize the prince I am tasked with protecting." Observing Zhao Yao's demeanor, Liu Bang inquired with a smile, "Do you have anything to say, Grand Inspector?" Zhao Yao hesitated momentarily before responding, "Prime Minister Zhou was once my superior, and I ought not to speak ill of him. However, as Grand Inspector, I cannot remain silent. Your Majesty, numerous individuals followed you into Shujun and Hanzhong, subsequently engaging in the conquest of Western Shu. Yet they have not received widespread commendation or rewards. What merit do these four Zhao individuals possess to warrant such honors? Moreover, they appear utterly incapable of leading troops into battle. This must surely be a scheme orchestrated by Prime Minister Zhou, presenting a few scions of Zhao ministers to deceive your Majesty and gain favors." Liu Bang laughed heartily, pointing at Zhao Yao, and remarked, "This is where you fall short compared to Liu Chang. Qin Shi's rebellion had seized all lands north of Han. I dispatched an urgent edict to summon armies from across the realm. However, to this day, none have arrived. The only military force available for our use resides in Han. Why should I withhold the 4,000 households designated for 4 individuals? It is imperative to pacify the youth of Zhao in order to triumph over our foes there." Zhao Yao widened his eyes and inquired, "Is this something your Majesty had previously discussed with Prime Minister Zhou?" Overwhelmed with admiration, he added, "I, in my youthful ignorance, have dared to slander Prime Minister Zhou in your presence. I implore you, do not relay this matter to him. Rest assured, your intentions were for the good of the state. How could I wish you harm?" Liu Bang reassured him, "Your rapport with Prime Minister Zhou is indeed enviable. Your wisdom is unparalleled, and Zhou's cleverness is remarkable." Liu Bang, now even more delighted, asked, "Do you know who commands Qin Shi's forces?" "There are Wang Huang and Man Shi, both of whom were merchants in the past." "Precisely," Liu Bang responded. "Go find Liu Chang and convey my decree. I am offering a bounty on the heads of Wang Huang, Man Shi, and their commanders, as long as they bring me the heads of these traitors. I shall pardon their past misdeeds and reward them handsomely. The same applies to other officers. Should they choose to defect, they too will receive a generous reward." Zhao Yao was taken aback and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I fear this strategy may not yield significant results. Offering a bounty on their heads will not guarantee anyone can bring them to you." Liu Bang narrowed his eyes and replied, "What of it? After the bounty is announced, they will find no peace in their slumber." Zhao Yao suddenly comprehended and gazed at Liu Bang with excitement. "Your Majesty is truly wise. I shall seek out Prime Minister Zhou at once." As Zhao Yao exited the palace amidst Liu Bang's laughter, the exhilaration on his face vanished, replaced by an unusual tranquility. Perhaps this was the very reason he was destined to succeed Liu Chang. Chapter 34. Han Xin arrives. The young master has perished. Before long, Qin Shi could no longer withstand the onslaught of Liu Bang on the battlefield. Liu Bang himself had yet to engage directly. The first to strike was Fan Kuai. This formidable warrior of the Han dynasty, even after receiving his titles, remained true to his nature, eagerly leading his troops to assault Qin Shi and the forces of Manchukuo. Despite being at a numerical disadvantage, Fan Kuai exhibited no fear as the two sides clashed in Xianghua County. In Qin Shi's estimation, he needed to defeat Liu Bang's generals one by one, and the first target was Fan Kuai. Having spent considerable time alongside Han Xian, Qin Shi fancied himself knowledgeable about the weaknesses of these generals. He recalled Han Xian and Apos' disdain for Fan Kuai, deeming him a mere brute, valiant yet lacking in strategy, fit only to serve as a vanguard and unworthy of the title of general. Thus, Qin Shi marked Fan Kuai as a target to be vanquished, convinced that his lack of cunning would lead to an easy victory. Surely, the king of Chu would not deceive him. As the battle commenced, Qin Shi quickly realized that the king of Chu had indeed spoken the truth. Fan Kuai was, as expected, a man of sheer bravery devoid of strategy. He charged forward with his troops, eschewing any tactical formations. However, his courage was astonishingly formidable. Qin Shi's subordinates crumbled before Fan Kuai, falling apart like paper as they were ruthlessly cut down. Fan Kuai, in his relentless advance, shattered Qin Shi's defenses, leading his vanguard to seize Biren County. Pressing onward to conquer 27 counties including Qinghe and Changshan, slaughtering the enemy without a flicker of hesitation. Had it not been for logistical constraints, it seemed Fan Kuai might have captured Qin Shi alive, instilling sheer terror in him to the point of nearly soiling himself. After deliberating for a moment, Qin Shi resolved not to engage with such a reckless warrior, realizing that this man did not adhere to conventional tactics. Consequently, he shifted his focus to the second target, Taipu Xiaohoang. This time, he resolved to take a different approach. While the king of Chu had scorned Fan Kuai, Qin Shi had observed the latter's true nature. In contrast, the king held Xiaohoang in high esteem, frequently praising him as a comprehensive general who would surely achieve great feats given time. Based on the king and Apos' assessment, Xiaohoang should be a rational opponent. Or so Qin Shi thought. Thus, when Qin Shi confronted Xiaohoang, if Fan Kuai was characterized by recklessness and ferocity, then courage was undoubtedly the finest descriptor for Xiaohoang. To what extent did his bravery manifest? In every battle, he charged forth in his chariot at breakneck speed, fearlessly leading the charge. On one occasion, he captured 68 enemy combatants, recruited 850 soldiers, and seized a chest of gold seals. What had Qin Shi done to provoke such a formidable opponent? Qin Shi arranged his troops, preparing for an epic confrontation with Xiaohoang. As the latter mounted his familiar war chariot and loudly initiated his charge, had Qin Shi not fled swiftly, he would have been crushed beneath the wheels of Xiaohoang and Apos' chariot. Following this encounter, Qin Shi found himself haunted by the sound of chariots charging, waking in the dead of night from nightmares. The silver lining, however, was that Liu Bang had yet to unleash his full might. Although Qin Shi had suffered 2 defeats, there remained room for maneuver in the ongoing conflict. The unfortunate news is that the Marquis of Yingning, Guanyin, general of the chariots and cavalry, Jin Shi, the state minister of Qi, Chao Can, and Grand Commandant Zhou are en route. Despite having achieved several victories, Liu Bang appears exceedingly discontented, growing increasingly irritable. Your Majesty, troops from Liang have arrived. Oh, has the king of Liang finally decided to come? Liu Bang hastily stood up, his face alight with surprise. Where is he? Chun Ping shook his head, stating that the king had not come in person. He had claimed illness and sent General Wei Chu with 8,000 men to Handan. Upon hearing this, the smile on Liu Bang and Apos' face abruptly vanished. Very well, very well. The king of Liang and the king of Huainan. Neither has chosen to come. I can understand their absence from Chang'an to mourn for the late emperor. It is not a significant matter. However, now that there are rebels, I require their military assistance, yet they refuse to come? What does this signify? Rebellion? Have they already turned against me? Liu Bang appeared agitated, his complexion flushed. Over the past few years, he had endured considerable setbacks, the passing of his parents, and the sporadic uprisings of former comrades. Unbeknownst to him, he had distanced himself from nearly all his brothers. Among those who once accompanied him in battle, only the king of Yin remained trustworthy. The rest had either perished, revolted, or were preparing to betray him, with some already aligning with certain nobles. Each year, the gatherings for merriment grew less frequent. Though Liu Bang exuded an air of a roguish hero, he genuinely cared for these old comrades. However, as one after another betrayed him, the wounds he sustained deepened, altering his treatment of those around him. Even a dog, after enduring repeated betrayals despite its loyalty, would likely grow wary, baring its teeth and shying away from others. Qin Ping perceived the murderous intent on Liu Bang and Apos' face. Your Majesty, we must address matters one at a time. Our most pressing concern is to defeat Xin and Chenxi. Has Xin mobilized his forces? The king of Yin has yet to send word of the details. But since Chenxi has revolted, it is certain that Xin will seize this opportunity. After conversing for a while, Liu Bang suddenly inquired, "What about the other Xin?" "I do not know." It was essentially the moment Liu Chang fled that Liu Ho resolved to take decisive action. Liu Bang and Liu Ho had consistently stationed personnel around Han Xin, allowing them to closely monitor his every move. Now that Liu Bang had departed, the governance of the state fell to Liu Ho, who was tasked with overseeing all significant affairs, with Xiaohe directly reporting to her. In the years past, Liu Bang may have contemplated the assassination of Han Xin, yet he refrained from doing so. Liu Bang was a man who greatly valued talent and admired capable individuals. Historically, he even spared Kuai Che, recognizing his eloquence and persuasive abilities. However, Liu Chang and Appo's sudden escape disrupted someone in Appo's scheme. What would Han Xin and Appo's reaction be upon encountering Liu Chang? He would undoubtedly comprehend that the individuals within the palace were already aware of his scheme, and thus, he would endeavor to escape, likely seeking out those criminals directly. Consequently, Empress L dispatched El Shirji to lead men to eliminate Han Xin. While Han Xin was formidable with a legion at his disposal, he would be vulnerable with only 7 or 8 companions. A mere handful of warriors would suffice. Moreover, El Shirji commanded over 6,000 armored soldiers tasked with safeguarding Chang'an and the imperial palace, and the empress had never harbored concerns regarding Han Xion's potential insurrection. In fact, she appeared almost eager, as if to say, "Rebel if you must. I am oblivious to your intentions. Go ahead and revolt." Before departing from the palace, El Shirji suddenly inquired, "What if Han Xion takes Prince Zhang as a hostage?" He soon took his leave, leaving the empress alone in the Jiahuang Hall. Her fingers tracing the spinning wheel within, her expression lost in contemplation. "Your Highness." A soldier called out loudly at the hall's entrance, shattering the empress's reverie. She wiped her eyes and, with a cold demeanor, instructed the maidens to allow the soldier to enter. The soldier appeared somewhat flustered and apprehensive, reporting, "Your Highness, the Marquis of Huayin has arrived." Han Xion? The empress widened her eyes and inquired, "Where is he?" "At the gates of the palace." "How many men does he bring?" "Just himself, and he is carrying Prince Zhang. It seems he may not survive." "What?" At that moment, the soldier felt as though the icy visage of the empress had transformed into a raging volcano, her countenance contorted with fury, her eyes ablaze. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping her. "Han Xion, I shall have you torn asunder. I will sever your hands and feet. I will gouge out your eyes and nose. I will slice off your ears and tongue." Chapter 35. A pair of friends. Han Xion stood before the palace gates, cradling Liu Chang in his arms, casting a proud gaze toward the towering city walls. He beheld the faces of those above, etched with fear, their trembling hands already poised with crossbow bolts. A smirk involuntarily spread across his lips as the cold wind swept through, causing his robe to rustle ominously. His figure stood resolute, towering even over the walls themselves, while the soldiers atop regarded him with trepidation, as if he were a beast of legend. In that moment, Han Xion savored an unprecedented tranquility, the simmering anger, resentment, and agitation that had long burdened his heart dissipated into oblivion. As the soldiers surged forth from the palace, crowding around him, he did not so much as blink. They parted to reveal El Ho, who approached briskly. Her gaze first fell upon Liu Chang, then swiftly turned to the hero enveloping him. The despondent, resentful, furious, and irritable king of Chu had vanished. "What a useless boy. He kills a man and is reduced to this," Han Xion remarked disdainfully. Liu Chang weakly opened his eyes, uttering "mother," causing El Ho to pause, her murderous intent waning slightly. "Whom did he kill?" "I killed the one who conspired with me to rebel," Han Xion declared, laughter erupting from him. "Ah, the Marquis of Huayin dares to speak so boldly. From whence does your courage stem?" Han Xion laughed heartily, gently placing Liu Chang on the ground. With a sudden motion, he tore open the collar of his robe, revealing the location of his heart, striking it forcefully as he declared, "From here." El Ho trembled, her eyes aflame with rage as she glared at Han Xion, who remained unflinching, returning her gaze with icy resolve. El Ho had witnessed this version of Han Xion once before. Clad in armor, he had faced seemingly insurmountable foes, his countenance defiant. That shadow, once encountered, left an indelible mark on the memory. The soldiers, with their trembling spears, appeared pale, none daring to meet the gaze of the fallen Marquis of Huayin. "Kill." The soldiers widened their eyes, their expressions contorting into grimaces as they advanced slowly toward Han Xin. Step by hesitant step, devoid of their former decisiveness. Han Xin remained motionless, his expression betraying not a hint of change. Wait. Liu Chang, summoning strength, propped himself up with difficulty. Master did not conspire to rebel. He killed the one who incited him to do so, Kuai Che. Elho squinted. Is that so? No. Kuai Che was slain by Liu Chang. It was I who resolved to rebel. Master. Han Xin regarded Liu Chang with disdain. I have yet to descend to the level of relying on the mercy of a mere child like you for my survival. Kill. Wait. This time. It was not Liu Chang who spoke up, but Xiao He, who leaped from the carriage. Breathless and disheveled, it was evident he had rushed here upon receiving the news. Before the old chancellor, Elho could not afford to lose face, and although displeased, she refrained from reprimanding him. Your Highness. Xiao He hastened to Liu Ho's side, no longer adorned with his previous cheerful demeanor. A sense of unease clouded his features as he gasped for breath while gazing at Liu Ho, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He glanced at Han Xin, who was also observing him. Xiao He was the only one in the court bold enough to jest with Han Xin, and he was Han Xion's sole trusted companion. Much like Liu Bang and Apos, S trust in the King of Yen. Han Xion and Apos, S accomplishments today were largely due to Xiao He. In his early years, Han Xion was looked down upon by all. In his hometown, he was notorious, living in dire poverty, his demeanor arrogant and unrefined. If Chenping faced contempt, Han Xion endured outright humiliation, yet such indignities did not alter his character. He remained steadfastly himself. When Liu Bang entered Shu, Han Xion defected from Chu to Han. But still, no one regarded him with esteem, although Xiahou Ying recognized his exceptional nature and recommended him to Liu Bang. Even Liu Bang failed to perceive anything remarkable in him. Eventually, Xiao He engaged Han Xion in conversation and discerned his extraordinary talents through their dialogue. Later, as Liu Bang led his army into battle, he had to contend with the defection of numerous generals. Suddenly, news reached him that Xiao He had also fled. Xiao He clarified, I did not escape. I merely pursued one who did. Who? Liu Bang inquired. However, Liu Bang dismissed Xiao He and Apos' explanation, retorting, You claim to chase after Han Xion while neglecting the 10 or so fleeing generals. Who would believe such a tale? Thus, Xiao He summoned Han Xion and asserted to Liu Bang, those officers bound together cannot compare to a single Han Xion. Throughout the realm, you shall find no second general of his caliber. Consequently, Liu Bang appointed Han Xion as a general, marking the commencement of his remarkable military career. A leap that etched an unparalleled legacy in the annals of Chinese warfare. Future generations could only revere him from afar, with only a select few daring to aspire to such heights. Throughout the entire era of cold weapons, no one dared to claim they had surpassed that pinnacle. Xiao He and Han Xion shared a close friendship, with Xiao He holding great admiration for Han Xion's talents. Yet, the current Han Xion had become a source of anxiety for both Liu Bang and Xiao He. As the Chancellor of the Han, Xiao He was burdened with numerous considerations. How had a once steadfast companion in adversity transformed into an adversary that must be eliminated? Liu Ho remained composed, devoid of the turmoil that plagued Xiao He. She understood that he would not advocate for Han Xion's retention. For as Chancellor, Xiao He possessed a clearer vision of the broader picture than she did. The information regarding Kuai Che had been under the Chancellor's purview, and it was even Xiao He who discreetly facilitated Kuai Che's timely arrival at Han Xion's side. Xiao He stood in silence for a considerable time before approaching Han Xion, adjusting the collar of his open robe. As I prepare to confront death with composure, I find myself emerging from the mire. Many perplexing matters, once shrouded in misunderstanding, have now been laid bare before me. Is it you, Chancellor, who wishes to see me perish? Yes, it is I. You cannot live. Your mere word could incite Qinshi and Apos' rebellion. Do you not realize this? His army ravaged the lands of Zhao, leaving tens of thousands of innocent souls displaced. The continuous demands for grain from Zhao have stripped the people of their sustenance. The fields that were painstakingly cultivated are now on the verge of abandonment. Xiao He spoke calmly, his eyes gradually welling with tears. Your ambition has brought ruin to countless innocents. If the war persists, a famine will ensue, and who knows how many will suffer from hunger. The world cannot endure your devastation. Throughout these years, not a single night has passed without rest for me. After expending so much effort, progress has finally begun to emerge. You cannot expect me to stand idly by as you destroy the realm, can you? You do not hold it against me, do you? No, no. My collar is askew. Oh, I'm flustered. Please don't mind me. Your attire is quite splendid. Why have I never seen you wear it before? This is a burial garment I prepared for myself. Look here, it features the phoenix woven by my wife, beautiful, isn't it? In a flurry, Xiaohi tidied up Han Xin and Appo's clothing, wiping his eyes with his hand. He stepped back, gazing at Han Xin once more, nodding in satisfaction. Prepare me some food and a sword. Come, let us dine together. Huh, where's that scoundrel? Han Xin was astonished to find Liu Chang, who had just been lying on the ground, now vanished without a trace. Throughout this exchange, Elho had remained silent, her expression cold as she quietly observed the reunion of the two old friends. Brother, please save my master. He will not rebel again. Brother, I implore you to rescue him. He has realized his mistakes. Liu Ying gazed at Liu Chang, who lay on his sickbed, pleading desperately, torn by indecision. Very well, I shall go to his aid. Chapter 36. The future is yours. Liu Chang was surreptitiously carried inside by the guards. A command issued by Empress Lu. Just as Liu Chang struggled to rise, Liu Ying hurriedly arrived, placing his solitary hope upon his elder brother. As the crown prince, Liu Ying was currently the second most significant figure in court, especially with their father absent. His words might wield some influence. Meanwhile, Han Xin was within the royal palace, seated in a pavilion, laughing and dining with Xiaohi. A sword lay beside him, yet Xiaohi displayed no fear. Surrounding them were hundreds of guards, creating an impenetrable barrier. Not even a fly could escape. Notably, Empress L was not present. She had dispatched El Shirji to eliminate Han Xin's attendants and servants. Clearly, she felt secure in her victory, unconcerned about any potential actions from Han Xin. As the two feasted, a sudden commotion erupted among the distant guards. Xiaohi took notice, but Han Xin remained indifferent. Moments later, a figure parted the sea of guards and approached, none other than the crown prince, Liu Ying. Xiaohi rose slowly, offering his respects, while Han Xin dismissed the princess' presence. To be frank, he held Liu Bang, the emperor, in disdain, let alone Liu Bang's son. Why the urgency, your highness? Xiaohi inquired, puzzled. Liu Ying, recognizing the misunderstanding, shook his head and replied, I come at the request of my younger brother to plead for the life of the Marquis of Huayin. Han Xin chuckled, remarking, this lad is indeed straightforward. A fleeting look of melancholy crossed Xiaohi's face as he shook his head, stating, Your Highness is benevolent. However, this is the command of Her Majesty the Empress. Upon hearing this, Liu Ying hesitated for a moment before asserting, having promised my younger brother, I must uphold my word. Chancellor, you once told me that one cannot stand in this world without integrity. Xiaohi found himself at a loss for words, pondering for a moment that the crown prince could approach the empress. Regardless of the outcome, it would not breach his promise. Liu Ying nodded and departed. Why deceive him? Han Xin remarked. The crown prince is kind-hearted. Had I not said so, he would not have left. Han Xin shook his head, disdain evident in his tone. How could such a prince be of any significance? No, such a prince is quite commendable. Once the wars cease, he will surely become a ruler surpassing his father. Xiaohi expressed confidently. His benevolence endears him to all, from ministers to commoners, none fail to admire him. It is because of such a prince that we, the elder statesman, can find solace. Han Xin scoffed, unconvinced by Xiaohi's sentiments. While Xiaohi had a keen eye for character and acknowledged the young princess' merits, he lamented that Liu Ying lacked a modicum of courage. Had he possessed even a fraction of Liu Chang and Appo's boldness, he would undoubtedly eclipse Liu Bang as a formidable sovereign. Such was the pity. Observing the obsequious demeanor of the individual before her, Empress Lu, still youthful and exceedingly assertive, pondered whether, upon the absence of Liu Bang, the affairs of the court would solely rest in the hands of Liu Ying, an inquiry that lingered in the air. Han Xin, gazing at the self-assured countenance of Xiaohi, felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Could it be that matters so transparent to him eluded Xiaohi's perception? Or perhaps he possessed a means to avert such circumstances? Might this simply be a form of self-delusion? Just as Han Xin was poised to mock Xiaohi, alluding to the tumult that might ensue in the future, he suddenly found himself in a stupor. Should that day truly arrive, wherein all court matters would fall under Empress L and Appo's dominion, and a considerable rift emerged between the emperor and her, the L clan contending with the Liu clan for supremacy. He abruptly recalled the moment when Liu Chang sat before him, lamenting the burdensome nature of being an emperor. Xiaohi, noticing Han Xin's sudden trance-like state, sniffed the wine cup in his hand with a hint of surprise. Are you unwell? Han Xin replied, I wish to see the empress one last time. I have exceedingly important matters to discuss with her. Xiaohi furrowed his brow and sat in silence for a considerable time. This concerns the impending war. Please trust me. Alas, very well. After meeting her, please ensure your departure is dignified. When Han Xin reappeared before Empress Lu, she was taken aback, staring incredulously at Xiao He, as if questioning how he still drew breath. Xiao He, with a tone of resignation, remarked, "The Marquis of Huayin stated before his departure that he has pressing matters to convey to Her Majesty." Empress Lu, with an expression of disdain, regarded Han Xin as akin to herself, profoundly self-assured and dismissive of others. Han Xin then stated, "I request that you retain a few trusted maidens, allowing the soldiers to bind me while the others vacate the hall." Although Empress Lu was uncertain of his intentions, she acquiesced. Soon, only Han Xin and Empress Lu remained within the chamber. "Speak, what pressing matter do you have?" he inquired. "I am willing to pledge my service to your majesty," he declared. Empress Lu erupted into hearty laughter. "Your Highness misunderstands. I am not pleading for mercy. What I mean is, I am willing to serve you." Han Xin felt no shame in his declaration, for he had endured far greater indignities in his youth. Empress Lu grasped his intent, not merely to serve the Han dynasty, but specifically her. With narrowed eyes, she derisively asked, "What assistance can you offer me? When the realm is at peace, what utility do you possess?" She continued, "The emperor is alive, yet local lords continue to incite chaos. Moreover, what may transpire in his absence is far from peace. As for my assessment of your capabilities, that is a matter for you to determine. It all hinges on how you intend to employ me. Should you utilize my talents judiciously, I can aid you in achieving any ambition. However, if you lack the insight to employ me effectively, even 10 Han Zins in your service would yield no results." This time, Empress Lu genuinely hesitated. Before long, news spread through Chang and Apos, and that the Marquis of Huayin, Han Xin, had failed in his rebellion and had been apprehended and imprisoned. The court officials could scarcely believe the news. How could the Marquis of Huayin possibly rebel? He was placed under house arrest in Chang'an, far removed from his fiefdom, with fewer than 10 loyal companions at his side. How could he dare to conspire against the throne? What reason did he have to rebel? Given the failure of such insurrection, why was he merely imprisoned and not executed? Do not presume that only the Qin dynasty possessed stringent laws. The Han dynasty, too, had a comprehensive legal system that encompassed all aspects of governance. According to Han law, not only is rebellion punishable by death, but even being coerced into aiding bandits could lead to the extermination of one and Apos' entire clan. When Han Xin was captured during his first rebellion, Liu Bang spared his life, despite the counsel of many ministers who warned that sheltering a traitor would embolden others to revolt, eliminating any hesitation they might have had previously, especially given the minimal repercussions of rebellion. And now, having attempted rebellion a second time, he is still not executed? Is there any sense of justice left? Any semblance of law? When Liu Chang awoke, he found himself confronted by 7 or 8 robust palace maids. Following the last escape, Empress Lu was incensed and ordered him confined, prohibiting him from leaving the Jiaofeng Hall, and even forbidding him access to the Tianlu Pavilion. Liu Ying was also caught in the fallout. Originally aiding Empress Lu in governance, he too was placed under house arrest, reportedly for having contradicted her, which nearly led to his own punishment. The atmosphere in the palace was tense, with princes restrained by their mothers, forbidden to step outside. "I wish to see my elder brother. They say he has fallen gravely ill." "See him? What is there to see? He escaped this time without harm. Yet he has brought you nothing but trouble, riding your horse. How could you be such a foolish son? He is in league with LG, conspiring against you. From now on, you are never to see him again. Keep your distance. Do you understand?" Lady Qi reprimanded Lu Ruyi, who wore an expression of defiance. Meanwhile, on the side, Lady Bo presented a bowl of freshly prepared meat porridge to Liu Heng, carefully instructing, "This is made by my own hands. Take it to your elder brother. That poor child has suffered so much. Spend time with him and do not scold him. Do you understand?" In the dark confines of his cell, Han Xin donned prison garb, his hands and feet shackled, his hair disheveled, leaning against the wall, his body marred with wounds. Despite his dire circumstances, the brightness in his eyes remained unquenched. In his former state, he might have succumbed to such humiliation, yet now he did not. "There is still a chance, but it is not my chance. It is yours." Ha 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 ha. Han Xin laughed heartily as he seized a discarded steam bun from the floor and devoured it ravenously. Chapter 37. Who are you? What have you done to my son? Liu Chang sat obediently in the pepper room, blinking his large eyes with an expression of innocence and simplicity. In front of them stood Empress Lu, her right hand gently tapping a bamboo stick against her left palm, her gaze fixed coldly upon Liu Chang. "You've grown bold, haven't you?" riding a horse to the palace gates and wielding a sword to threaten? After several days of rest, Liu Chang began to recover. The initial nausea and fear gradually faded. However, he dared not show any sign of improvement, fearing that once he appeared well, his mother would deliver a severe beating, leaving him to languish once more on his sickbed. Alas, Empress Lu knew him too well. She could discern that he had already shed his fear and even perceived his feigned illness to avoid punishment. Thus, she ordered the palace maids to drag Liu Chang up, commencing the reckoning. Mother, I realize my mistakes. Lord Gai once told me that the downfall of the Qin dynasty stemmed from their harsh governance of the people. If punishment could be tempered, such a calamity might have been averted. He said that my Han dynasty must be founded on benevolent rule, and excessive punishment must be avoided. But did he tell you that benevolent governance must be accompanied by penalties, that different individuals require different approaches? Huh? Mother? Surely. I belong to the kind that can be educated through virtue, right? Not at all. Soon, the pepper room echoed with wails resembling those of lost souls. One might mistakenly believe that Liu Bang had returned victorious, singing within the chamber. This time, perhaps due to Liu Chang's transgressions, Empress Lu was relentless, nearly reducing his posterior to tatters. However, from Liu Heng, Liu Chang had already learned that his master had survived, leaving him in a state of painful delight. Empress Lu's method of discipline differed from Liu Bang's. The latter would strike without reason, leaving one to ponder the cause of their beating. In contrast, Empress Lu delivered her lessons alongside her blows. Throughout the process of chastisement, she articulated her justifications for punishing Liu Chang. First, he had shown contempt for the law, as a prince leading the way and violating the laws of the Han, thus deserving even harsher penalties. Second, he had acted recklessly, putting himself in danger. A moment's impulse nearly cost him his life. Third, he had deceived his parents and siblings, disregarding their teachings. Liu Chang truly lay on his sickbed, groaning in pain, which caused his visiting brothers great distress. From now on, learn your lesson. If there essay next time, it will not be as simple as a beating. Liu Heng shook his head in resignation. Liu Hui advised, you must heed Mother's words. Do not provoke her wrath again. Liu Chang, with defiance etched on his face, retorted, she can only strike me while I remain here. Once I am crowned as a king and reside in my own territory, I doubt she could travel all the way from Chang and Appos, and to punish me. That is difficult to say, given your disposition. Should you cause any major incidents in your domain, not just mother, but perhaps even father would be incensed enough to send a prison cart to bring you back to Chang and Appos, and for a beating. Liu Chang remained unconvinced, believing that once he matured, he could evade such punishments. Look at my elder and second brothers. They're just like that, aren't they? No matter how angry parents may become, they would never resort to physical violence against their children. Liu Chang suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, why hasn't my second brother come to see me? Usually, whenever Liu Chang sustained even a minor injury, his second brother would personally visit him. What could have caused his second brother and Appos' absence this time? Liu Heng sighed deeply. You have truly put your second brother through a great ordeal. Within the storied hall, Liu Ying knelt before his desk, a countenance clouded with sorrow. For elderly men sat silently across from him. As the crown prince of the Han dynasty, he lamented, throughout my life, I have achieved nothing. While Rui is capable of seeking forgiveness from our emperor, Heng acts without inciting the empress's ire. Hui treats his brothers with kindness, earning their affection, and you, though simple and honest, is bound to achieve greatness. Even Chang has the ability to create a spinning wheel to benefit the world. Yet here I am, merely aging without alleviating my father and Appos' burdens, failing to grant my mother peace of mind, and incapable of fulfilling promises made to my brothers. What manner of crown prince am I? Observing the distraught crown prince before them, the four elders refrained from their usual stern admonishments. Dongyuan Gong, Tang Bing, shook his head and said, how can the crown prince demean himself in such a manner? Your inability to alleviate the emperor's concern stems from your desire to ensure the empress's tranquility. The need for the empress and Appos' peace arises from your commitment to your brothers, and the failure to fulfill those commitments is rooted in the necessity of not provoking the empress. No, it is not as you say. Liu Ying slowly raised his head, his expression now tinged with indignation. What worth is a crown prince who achieves nothing? What value is there in my existence? This time, I must accomplish this task. Throughout these years, I have never resolved to undertake a single endeavor. Currently, I have the support of my father and mother, but what of the future? Does the world require an emperor who has achieved nothing, devoid of any capabilities? Suddenly, Liu Ying performed a deep bow before the four elders, stating, Please, esteemed mentors, teach me. Your Highness, please rise. The elderly men hastily assisted Liu Ying to his feet. Their advanced ages were evident, with the youngest among them, Gaozu, already in his 70s. In this era, they were truly among the most venerable of the venerable. The reasons for their initial support of Liu Ying remain unknown, yet after spending considerable time at his side, Liu Ying had genuinely moved them, leading them to willingly lend their full assistance. Since the Crown Prince wishes to protect the Marquis of Han, there exists but one course of action. The Empress has refrained from executing him, instead choosing to imprison him. Tang Bing stroked his white beard, calmly analyzing the situation. The only reason the Empress has not taken his life, I believe, is that she perceives the Marquis of Han as still possessing value, thus opting to confine him until such time as he may be of use. In other words, for the Crown Prince to ensure his safety, he must convey to the Empress that the Marquis of Han remains beneficial. This may not be a misfortune for the Crown Prince, for although the Marquis does not act like a subordinate, he holds a significant reputation among the generals, and his abilities are commendable. His divergence from the Emperor primarily stemmed from the fact that the Marquis of Han had yet to alter his mindset. He remained unaccustomed to the notion of a singular sovereign reign. He resembled more the figures of the spring and autumn period in the warring states, lacking complete submission to the Emperor. However, should the Crown Prince choose to regard him with the respect owed to a national hero, he would undoubtedly gain his support. The four elderly gentlemen engaged in an analysis, which was a departure from their usual role. Typically, they merely observed Liu Ying's every action, advising him on his missteps without ever offering strategies. Liu Ying, taken aback, inquired, "Why did my esteemed teachers not share this with me earlier?" "In truth, Your Highness, your strength is not as feeble as you perceive. Should you be willing to strive with all your might, we four may be aged and of little use. Yet we remain eager to assist you with counsel, should you not find our contributions unwelcome. Please, esteemed teachers, impart unto me specific methods. Who permitted your presence?" Liu Heng narrowed her eyes, icy disdain evident as she regarded Liu Ying, who knelt before her in salutation. Her ire had reached its zenith, and not one of her children had provided her with peace of mind in recent days. "Mother, your son has sequestered himself in reflection, fully acknowledging his transgressions, and has come to confess to you." Upon witnessing Liu Ying's demeanor, Liu Heng's expression softened somewhat. After all, he was her own flesh and blood, albeit one she perceived as disappointing, with an insurmountable invisible barrier between them. Liu Ying's temperament rendered it impossible for him to share the same intimacy with Liu Heng as Liu Chang did. Liu Chang could throw himself into her embrace and play the charming child, while Liu Ying could not. Liu Chang could argue with her unabashedly, driving her to exasperation, whereas Liu Ying could not. This was less a matter of age than one of character. "What? Are you attempting to preserve the life of the Marquis of Han through a different means?" "Not so, mother. My actions are not aimed at safeguarding the Marquis, but rather stem from my own considerations." Liu Heng scoffed. "What could you possibly conceive? Allow me to elucidate. I am held in high esteem by the common folk and the ministers alike. Yet the generals who accompanied my father in founding the nation may not regard me with the same respect. Moreover, there are those within the palace who constantly seek to usurp my position, and my father has entertained thoughts of replacing me on multiple occasions. Therefore, if I could secure the assistance of Han Xin, I would solidify my position as Crown Prince, compelling those obstinate generals to heed my command. Most importantly, my father would reassess my stature and capabilities." After articulating the wisdom imparted by the four elders, Liu Ying turned his gaze towards Liu Heng. At that moment, Liu Heng was rendered speechless, her eyes wide and her mouth agape, as if struck dumb. Chapter 38. Someone must be responsible, with a sharp slap to his forehead. Tang Bing trembled as he asked, "Did you truly say that?" "Indeed," replied the Crown Prince. "We intended for you to subtly suggest this notion, allowing the Empress to deduce it herself. How could you possibly state it outright? I feared that Mother would not grasp the implications, hence I spoke plainly." "How could she not?" Tang Bing and Apos' lips quivered, and at that moment, even the elderly man appeared somewhat shaken. The four of them had deliberated for an extensive period, ultimately deciding that the Crown Prince should imply that Han Xin should protect him. They hoped the Empress would devise a means to spare the life of the Marquis of Han. Yet, this inept Crown Prince had audaciously conveyed the meaning directly to the Empress. What a calamity! Liu Ying's statement was meant to safeguard his position as Crown Prince, with veiled implications directed at the Emperor and his brothers. The Empress could entertain such thoughts, but for a Crown Prince to articulate them so plainly, was he contemplating rebellion? How could he utter such words? The four elderly gentlemen likely felt their blood pressure rising. After taking a deep breath and regaining composure, the youngest among them, Zhou Shu, quickly reassured, regardless, this was the crown prince and Apos' first attempt. The next time will surely be much improved. One can only hope this does not become his last. The others lamented. Crown Prince, please share how the Empress reacted. What did she say? Liu Ying pondered seriously, recalling his mother's expression. She seemed stunned for quite some time, and when I spoke, she merely nodded. When I left, she was still in a daze. Alas, it appeared that not only would they fail to protect the Marquis of Huayin, but the Crown Prince himself might also become ensnared. To the astonishment of the four seasoned elders, the Empress not only refrained from sending soldiers to apprehend the allegedly rebellious Crown Prince, but instead ordered the lifting of his restrictions. She even permitted him to visit the Marquis of Huayin in prison and arranged for 5 or 6 new attendants for him. These attendants would serve as the Crown Prince and Apos' future aides. Each of the Empress's chosen assistants was remarkable in their own right, excelling in various fields. This was not punishment. It felt more like a reward. The 4 venerable men, who had witnessed the rise of the Han dynasty, exclaimed, "It seems our understanding was too narrow. We never anticipated this outcome." Meanwhile, Empress L was occupied with subsequent matters, prioritizing the significant affairs first. El Shirji quickly quelled any disturbances outside the palace. Before Han Xian arrived, he dispersed his followers and servants. El Shirji closed the city gates and apprehended several individuals, leaving little trace of any rebellious factions within the city. Next came the internal palace matters, beginning with Liu Chang's hasty exit from the palace, followed by Liu Rui, who had lent Liu Chang a horse. Kneeling within the Jiaofeng Hall, Liu Rui bowed his head in shame. "Did you wish to harm your brother? Do you even realize his age? How could you take him riding?" Empress L, her expression as frosty as ice, admonished him in fury. Rui, typically lively and spirited, felt compelled to temper his exuberance in the presence of Empress L. Bowing his head, he feebly explained, "I noticed that Brother Zhang appeared sullen all day, so I took him for a ride. I had no inkling he would act in such a manner. Mother, it is indeed true. One must take responsibility for their actions. I did seize his horse, and he was unaware of my intentions. Are you quite proud of yourself?" Silence. Liu Zhang, in the midst of his explanation, was reprimanded and promptly lowered his gaze. Empress L continued to glare at Rui, admonishing, "From now on, curb your ostentatious nature. You are not to accompany Zhang in his antics. You are many years his senior, yet your conduct is less mature than his. How can you hope to govern Zhao effectively in such a state? You must devote yourself to your studies and learn the principles of statecraft from your teachers. No more childish tantrums." Zhao was enduring the aftermath of a great war, and the reconstruction was no simple task. Even with the assistance of capable individuals like Zhou Chang, a ruler lacking ability would find it impossible to harness their talents. You must familiarize yourself with Zhao and Apos' military affairs and consult your mentors on how to govern a land recovering from war. Rui nodded in agreement. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the palace doors, and a woman rushed into the Jiaofeng Hall. It was indeed Lady Qi, her face etched with terror. Upon seeing Rui kneeling on the ground, she hurriedly shielded him, glaring at Empress L as she demanded, "Liu Zhang has been injured. That was due to his own mischief. What does that have to do with my child? As soon as your majesty departs, do you intend to seize the opportunity to harm my son?" At this instant, both Liu Rui and Liu Zhang were rendered speechless. Liu Zhang held a genuine disdain for Lady Qi as throughout his childhood. She had been the only one among his brothers who treated him with indifference and even drove him away. This had fueled a long-standing animosity towards Rui, primarily due to his mother and Apos' attitude. Rui, now utterly astonished, felt his face flush, at a loss for words. "I was merely educating him. How dare you speak of harm?" Empress L stated coldly. "You have never favored Rui. It has always been thus." Lady Qi, trembling with fear before Empress L, was on the verge of tears. "We shall leave together," Liu Rui declared solemnly, raising his voice. "The Empress is my mother. Her reprimand is for my own good. How can you obstruct this? What right do you have to interfere?" Lady Qi was taken aback, gazing at her son in disbelief. Yet Empress L simply chuckled softly, shaking her head. "Take your child away. I am not qualified to reprimand him." Lady Qi looked at Empress L, her eyes brimming with resentment, yet feeling utterly powerless. Liu Zhang slowly rose, positioning himself before Empress L, glaring fiercely at her. "You are merely a concubine. How dare you meet my mother's gaze? Bow your head." Rui also stood, placing himself protectively behind Lady Qi, matching Liu Zhang and Apos' fury. "You are but a prince. How dare you show disrespect to my mother?" As Lady Qi and Empress L exchanged glances, Liu Yi and Liu Chang did the same. A gentle breeze swept through, and Empress L firmly grasped Liu Chang's shoulder, instructing him to leave and not return. Lady Qi departed with Liu Yi, while Liu Chang continued to chatter incessantly to Empress L, boasting that once he was able to venture outside, he would certainly confront Liu Yi, who could barely stand against him now. He declared that once he grew a few more years older, he would challenge Liu Yi daily. Yet, upon exiting the palace, Liu Chang found himself once again playfully tussling with Liu Yi, laughing and frolicking as if nothing had transpired. The children and Oppos, feuds, if they could even be called feuds, dissipated swiftly after a scuffle and some playful antics. However, adults bear the weight of their words. Their grievances extend far beyond mere childish quarrels. Meanwhile, in the distant state of Zhao, the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. Qinshi was increasingly overwhelmed, suffering defeats from all sides, retreating into the confines of the city to defend it, while repeatedly reassuring himself that as long as King Chu could rise, all would improve. From the rebellion of the cavalry in September to the present, in the first month of the 11th year of Emperor Han, Qinshi found himself devoid of the strength to resist. The once roaming generals had either met their demise at the hands of Fan Kuai or perished under the wheels of Xia Hoing and Oppos as chariots. In the palace of King Liang at Dingtao, King Pengyu knelt, listening as Liu Bang's envoy proclaimed the emperor's edict. Liu Bang's proclamations were often capriciously crafted, and this particular decree served to chastise Pengyu. The essence of the message was clear: the front lines were in dire need of soldiers. And Liang Kingdom ranked second among the vassal states in troop numbers, surpassed only by Qi. While Jing had dispatched tens of thousands, Pengyu sent merely a lad with a few thousand to placate the emperor. The initial intent of bestowing upon him the title of vassal king was for him to assist the state in times of peril. What was he truly attempting to convey? Enough with the idle talk, the edict urged. Hasten to gather your forces and support, for Han Wang Xin is once again besieged by the cavalry of the Xiongnu. Stationed at Sana County, I am compelled to fight on two fronts, and our strength is evidently insufficient. Come swiftly. Upon concluding the reading of the edict, Pengyu accepted it with utmost respect. Alongside Han Xin and Ning Bu, he was renowned as one of the three great generals of early Han, with many later generations crediting him as the father of guerrilla warfare in Huaxia. During the fierce confrontations between Liu Bang and Xiongnu, Pengyu frequently maneuvered to assist the Han, launching assaults against Xiongnu and severing his supply lines, a campaign historically referred to as Pengyu and Oppos' disruption of Chu. After Liu Bang unified the realm, he assumed the title of King of Liang. However, King Liang was not as robust and youthful as his counterparts. He had grown old. He had visited Chang'an several times to pay his respects to Liu Bang, unafraid of any repercussions. Yet, he had refrained from attending the funeral of the Grand Duke due to illness. To his dismay, he learned that several other vassal kings were also ailing. Pengyu lamented silently, for he was indeed unwell. Even in this campaign against their foes, he had been unable to lead his troops personally due to his grave condition, delegating command to a trusted general who would lead a contingent of thousands. This is not merely a deception directed at Liu Bang, rather. It is a reflection of the fact that the Liang kingdom of today is no longer the Liang kingdom of yore. It is well known that Pengyu and Liu Bang shared a collaborative relationship. He was not one of those early loyalists who followed Liu Bang from the very beginning. He commanded his own trusted subordinates who were increasingly discontent with their current status. They perceived that while Pengyu ascends to kingship, they remain mere generals of a vassal state. Should Pengyu attain the title of emperor, would they not have the opportunity to become kings themselves? Chapter 39. Pengyu. There are always those who regard Pengyu as the sole inept among the three illustrious generals of the early Han dynasty. However, anyone with a modicum of understanding of the annals of world warfare would recognize him as a pioneering military strategist, the first to formalize the principles of practical guerrilla warfare. Perhaps he falls short of Han Xin in the art of military formations, and may not match Ingbu in inspiring troop morale and leading charges. Yet, it was he who first employed the tactical maneuvers of retreating when the enemy advanced and pursuing when they withdrew during the Chu-Han contention, thereby exhausting Xiongnu and Oppos' forces and depriving the Chu army of essential supplies. How can one who first harnessed the essence of guerrilla warfare be unworthy of being counted among the three great generals? Yet, this once renowned commander now appears gaunt and pallid, his health evidently frail. It may be that he has suffered too many injuries in past battles, or perhaps age has simply taken its toll. In any case, Pingyu's physical condition is deteriorating, and he finds himself increasingly unable to fulfill his duties. Respectfully, he sees off the Han envoy from the palace to take a rest. Holding Liu Bang's edict in his hands, he sighs helplessly. His Majesty commands me to personally lead an expedition, but my body has yet to recover. What am I to do? At this moment, General Hu Zhi, standing nearby, suddenly bursts into tears. Startled, Pingyu quickly inquires, "Why do you weep?" "I see the once great king, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Liu Bang, now having to kneel to hear his edict, burdened by his demands and worries. And it brings me to tears." Hu Zhi replies, still sobbing. Pengyu shakes his head and responds, "In the past, I followed His Majesty to defeat Xiangyu, earning modest merits, and thus was granted the title of King of Liang. This in itself is a significant favor. I am content to rule over Liang. How could I harbor any other thoughts? My lord," Hu Zhi insists, "had it not been for your engagement with Xiangyu, Liu Bang would never have ascended emperor. You rose in arms alongside him. Why should you now stoop beneath him? Your health is failing, yet Liu Bang repeatedly urges you to take the field. Does he not wish to see you perish? At first, you did not lead the expedition, and after facing his reproach, you took command. Yet, once you do, Liu Bang will surely seize you. I suggest rallying the soldiers you have dispersed across various regions and leading them into action. Though those brothers are no longer youthful, with your leadership, we shall fear nothing." As Pengyu sits upon his throne, memories flash through his mind of past battles alongside his subordinates, galloping across mountains and rivers. In those days, he was robust, retreating with composure from Xiangyu and Apos as formidable forces while devouring small contingents and evading larger ones. Xiangyu and Apos as generals regarded him with intense animosity, often prioritizing his demise above that of Liu Bang. Do you still remember? When we initially seized Suiyang and Waiwang, Xiangyu, who was then in a standoff with His Majesty, could no longer remain composed. He declared to his subordinates his vow to kill me, and promptly led his army to abandon the standoff in pursuit of me. Of course, I remember. Once Xiangyu arrived, we took the grain and retreated. Yet he relentlessly chased us, unable to catch up, infuriated to the brink of vomiting blood. Ha ha ha, as he pursued. I moved northward and captured his Guqing. Indeed, ha ha ha, we acquired over 100,000 do of grain from Xiangyu at that time. After a lengthy conversation, both were moved to tears, yet Pengyu and Apos' face was adorned with a smile. Although many had already departed from this world, the memories of them remained vividly clear. Upon hearing Pengyu and Apos' words, Hu Zhi fell into deep silence, eventually nodding in agreement. Since Liu Bang had sought accountability, Pengyu could not continue as before. He first penned a letter to Liu Bang, sincerely explaining his circumstances. He had fallen ill, and Liang had recently demobilized its troops, rendering them insufficient. However, His Majesty need not worry, for I am in Liang recruiting young men as soldiers, and I shall dispatch my general Hu Zhi to lead them in support of you. He commanded Hu Zhi to enlist troops within Liang and instructed other ministers to prepare accordingly. My king, Liang simply does not possess that many horses. What are you saying? Pengyu glared furiously at the Grand Minister of Ceremonies. I am well aware of Liang and Apos' horse shortage. But surely we cannot fail to assemble even 1,000 cavalry. The Grand Minister and Apos' face flushed crimson, stammering, unable to articulate a response. Pengyu slammed his hand on the table before him, seething with rage. Throughout these years, I have turned a blind eye to your actions out of respect for our shared battles. Do not presume that my age has rendered me gullible. In such a vast Liang, you cannot gather even 1,000 cavalry? Within 3 days, if you fail to assemble them, do not blame me for disregarding our prior bonds. The Grand Minister trembled in fear, hastily acquiescing. Witnessing the Grand Minister and Apos' distress, Pengyu felt a twinge of pity. Had I not sufficiently rewarded you? If it were inadequate, you could have directly informed me. Why resort to such disgraceful acts? This time, in my recruitment of soldiers, the discrepancies in armor, weaponry, banners, and horses are far too great. Such actions must not be repeated. This time, I am sending men to fight for His Majesty, and the cavalry must be assembled at all costs. After leaving the palace, the Grand Minister's countenance was grim. Where would he procure the missing horses? His own household lacked funds and had no surplus steeds. What did you say? The Han envoy, preparing to rest, nearly leaped in fright, his eyes wide as he stared at the Grand Minister of Liang, the King of Liang. Hu Zhi, they intend to rebel? It is as follows. Hu Zhi had repeatedly denounced His Majesty's injustices in the presence of others, persuading Liang and Pengyu to rebel. Pengyu acquiesced. and the two conspired to recruit soldiers for Huzha to launch an attack on His Majesty. The envoy, upon hearing this, was rendered immobile, trembling in fear at the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure. If he could convey this intelligence to His Majesty, it would constitute a significant achievement. He promptly produced his pen and urged the Grand Master to elaborate, diligently recording these words. The following day, Peng Yu personally bid farewell to the Han envoy, oblivious to the change in the envoy and Apos' demeanor, which was markedly different from just a few days prior. The envoy was now considerably more courteous, a smile gracing his face, yet concealed beneath that smile was the edge of a sharp blade. A few days later, the Grand Master of Liang abruptly vanished. Enraged, Peng Yu suspected him of fleeing in fear of punishment and reported this to Liu Bang, initiating a nationwide manhunt for the Grand Master. Liu Bang's expression darkened as he perused the silk scroll detailing Peng Yu's treachery, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Rebellion. Yet another rebellion. All of them. All of them. Qin Ping remained as composed as ever. He took the silk scroll and scrutinized it intently. After a brief moment, he furrowed his brow, sensing that the contents of the scroll seemed rather dubious. Who among rebels would make their intentions so widely known? Who would declare their rebellion before mustering troops? Surely, even in his old age, Peng Yu could not be foolish enough to that extent. Qin Ping carefully observed Liu Bang, who was seething with rage, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "After the affection I have shown him, he dares to rebel against me. I wish to devour his flesh." Qin Ping was unconvinced. If he could see through the situation so easily, it was unlikely that this cunning man could not. Since Liu Bang had chosen to remain silent about his insight, Qin Ping deemed it unnecessary to reveal the truth. "What do you think is the best course of action to secure him?" Liu Bang inquired. "He is not yet prepared for rebellion, and our military forces are insufficient. We could dispatch an individual with several thousand troops to storm the palace, capturing both Peng Yu and Huzha and escorting them out of Liang. This would ensure peace in Liang." "Excellent. We shall proceed as you suggest." Chapter 40. The lifelong rival of the young master within the dim confines of the prison. Han Xin, with disheveled hair, gazed intently at the crown prince before him. Liu Ying earnestly arranged the food before Han Xin. "Please endure, Marquis of Huayin. Your suffering here will not last forever. Before I came, my elder brother entrusted me with his regards. He intended to visit, but the Empress forbade him." Liu Ying spoke gravely of matters beyond the prison walls, while Han Xin remained silent, merely squinting as he appraised Liu Ying. "Why do you do this?" "I made a promise to my elder brother, and I cannot bear to witness a general, who has achieved countless military victories and cleared the realm, perish in such a manner. You are not fit to be a good emperor. I am capable. You and Apos, not. I am." Han Xin smiled, ceasing to argue. "Must one resort to murder to be a good emperor?" "At times. Sometimes, taking the life of one can save countless others." "Would you do it? Even if that person were innocent?" "Yes, even if innocent. I shall not take the life of any innocent soul. If foreign invaders attack, I would rally the soldiers to defend our nation and vanquish the foes, but I will not slay any innocent person. This is why you fall short of your father. He would kill, and so would your elder brother. My elder brother would not. He recently executed Kuai Che merely to shield a guilty man." At this moment, Liu Chang could rise and walk, though he still felt discomfort in his backside. Fortunately, the Empress had finally allowed him to visit the Tianlu Pavilion. Unlike before, Liu Chang had gradually begun to take a liking to this place, as even the lessons from Master Guy seemed to have become more engaging. Master Guy did not inquire about Liu Chang's presence. He had always been a man devoid of desires, seemingly remaining in this place solely to pursue knowledge. Only after class did Liu Chang boast about his recent exploits to his brothers. "At one point, over 20 warriors surrounded me. I felled one and seized his sword. Then, I rampaged through them. Whoosh. Wow." Liu Chang animatedly gestured into the air, much to the amusement of Liu Rui, whose lips twitched in disbelief. "You should take some time to learn swordsmanship." "What is this?" "A palace mate skilled in swordplay could easily dispatch you with a single thrust. What do you know? This illustrates that a powerful individual can subdue 10 skilled fighters. Did not the overlord of Chu also lack extensive sword training yet slaughter amidst the throngs of soldiers? And what of Fan Kuai? Did they practice much swordplay?" Liu Rui shook his head, rendered speechless by his brother and Apos' audacious self-comparison to Xiang Yu and Fan Kuai. In truth, the overlord did practice swordsmanship. I have heard that he trained in martial arts from a young age, which contributed to his ferocity, Liu Hui remarked from the side. "Is that so? Well then, if I wish to learn, whom should I seek?" Liu Chang pondered earnestly, lamenting the demise of Xiang Yu. then I shall seek someone less inadequate. What do you think of Fan Kuai? If I were to learn his martial skills, could I not achieve something noteworthy? Lu Rui, gritting her teeth, retorted. Are you asking us if Marquis Wu Yong is qualified to teach you? Indeed. Yes. But what do you mean by yes? He could teach you tenfold. Yet do you truly believe you are worthy of his instruction? Liu Heng, however, held a different perspective. He spoke earnestly. If Chang Di were to converse with our mother, perhaps upon Marquis Wu Yong and Appos, as victorious return, he could offer guidance. Learning martial arts to strengthen one and Appos' body is not a folly. Nevertheless, Chang Di, you must harbor respect for these generals. Were it not for them, you would not be here engaging in idle talk with us. Understood. Understood. Upon witnessing Liu Chang's keen interest, Lu Rui scoffed. Nonetheless, these are mere trifles. No matter how valiant Xiang Yu was, he ultimately met defeat and took his own life. Just as Liu Chang was about to counter, Liu Heng interjected. Third brother is not mistaken. Practicing martial arts is commendable, yet one must not devote oneself entirely to it. You aspire to be a lord, not merely a vanguard. It is essential to learn governance from Lord Gai. Although Liu Chang often contradicted Rui, he dared not be too audacious with the fourth brother. Suddenly, a startled individual turned around, gazing at Liu Chang in astonishment. Who are you? What are you doing here? Liu Chang shouted, his tone rather brusque. Soon, his attention was captivated by something in the stranger and Appos' hand. Liu Chang had never encountered such an object. It resembled a snack akin to a future lollipop, though this era had no such confection. Atop a small wooden stick was a gooey substance reminiscent of honey, exuding a delightful aroma. Liu Chang's eyes sparkled as the stranger was about to speak. But he swiftly reached out and snatched the treat from their grasp. What is this? I have never seen it before. Honey? Liu Chang bit into it eagerly. It was soft and easily devoured, reminiscent of candied fruits from the Han dynasty. But wait, how could it possess a fruity flavor along with the taste of honey? Delicious. Liu Chang continued to savor it with gusto. The child opposite him looked on, forlorn, as Liu Chang devoured his snack, bursting into tears. Why are you crying? Where did you buy this? I can get you some more. Hey, why are you running away? Who are you? Before Liu Chang could finish his inquiry, the child had already fled. Liu Chang shrugged off the situation and continued indulging in the delightful treat. It was truly exquisite, having been here for so long. He had never encountered such a snack. He resolved to have his mother prepare more for him. As for that child, who exactly was he? How did he come to be in the Jiaofeng Hall? While Liu Chang was engrossed in his snack, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine and turned abruptly. There stood Elho, her expression stern and darkened, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. The very child who had just fled was now caught between the two women. Casting a look of grievance towards Liu Chang recognized the woman beside Empress Lu. She was his mother's younger sister, his aunt. Liu Chang hurriedly grinned and exclaimed, "Aunt." Empress Lu coldly inquired, "Did you just snatch your cousin and Appos' snack? Cousin? She's a girl?" Liu Chang and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief. Still clutching the snack in his hand, he shook his head in a daze. "No. Sister, let it go. He's just a child, and doesn't he understand? Just let it be." "Ah, mother, my injury has just healed. Sister, please don't hit me." On that day, within the confines of the pepper room, it felt as though Liu Bang was singing once more. Simultaneously, Liu Chang encountered the most detestable informant of his life, Fan Qing. Liu Chang, fuming, lay on the bed. Goodness, his injury had barely healed, and now he found himself in trouble again. However, in just 2 to 3 days, he would once again be fit as a fiddle, despite the large bruise on his backside. Meanwhile, Fan Qing stood beside him, grinning foolishly while munching on snacks. "I tell you, don't think your gender will spare you from my vengeance. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, so just you wait." "Mother, stop. Stop. I was wrong. Don't call for me. A real man should not resort to whining. But I'm not a real man." "That's true. Do you still have those snacks? If you give me a piece, I'll forgive you. How about that?" "No." At this moment, in the inner chamber, Empress Lu was conversing with her sister, their expressions revealing their discontent. He mentioned in his letter that he has repelled Han Xian. But Peng Yu has revolted again, and His Majesty seems to have sent someone to capture him. As long as the feudal lords of different surnames remain, the country will never know peace. Peng Yu has revolted, and what of Yingbu? He will surely rebel as well. The only one who won tea is likely Lu Wan. You must tell him to persuade His Majesty to act decisively. Empress Lu paused mid-sentence, suddenly silent. Chapter 41. The joy of the young master upon Liu Chang and Empress Lu's arrival at the Tianlu pavilion. All the scholarly princes gazed at him with amusement, some exclaiming, "Long brother, you've acquired yet another new scar on your backside." They deliberately raised their voices, proclaiming, "We've heard you snatched a sweet from a little girl." Liu Chang and Empress Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. "How dare you sully my reputation?" "What reputation?" One retorted. "Your friend witnessed you seizing the confection, only to be punished by Mother Empress." Liu Chang's face flushed crimson, veins throbbing on his forehead as he protested. "How can that be considered theft? I merely inquired where she purchased it. Can that truly be deemed as snatching?" His argument became increasingly convoluted, invoking notions of righteous vengeance and the like, prompting hearty laughter from the crowd. The atmosphere within the Tianlu pavilion brimmed with mirth. Liu Chang was the jester of the royal court, a breath of fresh air in the otherwise somber, humorless depths of the palace. Most of the amusing tales circulating within the palace, which evoked fits of laughter among the courtiers, were invariably attributed to Liu Chang. For instance, there was the incident where Liu Chang, while frolicking through the palace, inadvertently head-butted the grand historian, leading to a proposal in court to establish a set of protocols for palace conduct, which included prohibitions against running and colliding with the grand historian. Another incident involved Liu Chang and Empress Lu's misadventure of seizing a sweet from a young girl, only to discover she was the daughter of the Marquis of Wuyang, resulting in her being punished by the Empress Dowager. In an atmosphere of extreme repression, where even breathing felt burdensome, having such a lively spirit was indeed a source of joy. However, the incident involving the sweet left Liu Chang feeling profoundly humiliated. At times, he pondered how history would record him. Would future generations, upon reading accounts of Liu Bang's son brazenly snatching treats from a little girl in the palace, find it laughable, or would they spit in disdain, condemning him as a scoundrel? Liu Chang realized he must take action to avoid being eternally shackled to the gallows of historical disgrace, subjected to the scorn of posterity. Among those who mocked him, Rui was the most relentless, intensifying their rivalry. Yet, due to their age and Liu Chang's limited eloquence, he often found himself at a disadvantage. On one occasion, brimming with confidence, he had captured a large centipede and placed it at Liu Rui's feet, intending to frighten him. To his surprise, Liu Rui, undeterred, drew his sword and swiftly severed the centipede, shamelessly boasting, "I too have achieved a feat akin to that of Father Emperor." "Bah, do you think you are worthy?" Liu Chang retorted. "How can you boast more than I?" After all, these children of Liu Bang were all prone to a bit of bragging. Even the honest Liu Huai was no exception. Sometimes, when the brothers gathered, the fourth brother would often expound upon his future governance strategies, claiming that wherever he ventured, he could manage that state with greater prosperity than Qi. As for Rui, he consistently boasted of his potential to achieve unparalleled renown, akin to their father. Liu Huai would occasionally boast of his rapport with the palace attendants, claiming to know nearly all of them and to maintain excellent friendships with them. In response to this, Liu Chang could only feel that they were shameless, while he remained steadfast in his principles, always adhering to truth and reality, unaffected by his father and Empress Lu's penchant for boasting. Liu Ying was similarly inclined, although he frequently lamented his deficiencies in various aspects and never spoke of his virtues. The issue lay in his constant comparisons with individuals of the highest caliber. It was as if he were to claim that he could govern no better than Xiao He, wage war no better than Han Xian, or strategize no better than Zhang Liang. Before comparing himself to such towering figures, could he not first glance into a mirror? Liu Chang perceived that each of these offspring seemed to have inherited a distinct trait from Liu Bang. The eldest brother inherited gentleness, the second brother kindness. Rui took on the vice, the fourth brother embraced benevolence, the fifth brother warmth, and the sixth brother modesty. The eighth brother's qualities were yet unclear. Although if one had to say, his crying voice bore a striking resemblance to their father and Empress Lu's singing. As for himself, he had essentially inherited all the admirable qualities. He acted with gentleness, possessed a kind heart, embodied righteousness and virtue, exhibited a gentle demeanor and submissiveness, and conducted himself with discretion. Perfection indeed. Just recently, he had expressed a desire to train in martial arts under Marquis Wuyang. Yet he had the audacity to bully the Marquis's daughter. Perhaps it was time to reconsider the choice of a mentor. What? That troublemaker is Fan Kuai's daughter? Good heavens. You are unaware of this? Perhaps you should read more. Would that be too much to ask? Liu Chang felt a bit dazed. He recalled Fan Kuai's stature and suddenly felt a pang of trepidation. He turned to Liu Heng beside him and inquired, "Fourth brother, may I ask you something?" "Speak." If Marquis Wu Yong were to strike me, would father intervene? Well, do you wish to hear the truth? Yes. Be kind to that little girl. If father were to find out, he would summon Marquis Wu Yong to join in punishing you. Despite his immense reluctance, Liu Chang reluctantly altered his attitude towards that little girl. Ever since that day, she frequently roamed the palace, ostensibly to visit her aunt, but in reality, she came to flaunt her prowess before Liu Chang, brandishing different treats each day and eating them with an air of superiority, occasionally charming their mother as well. Their mother, too, was duped by this little girl, spending her days indulging her with hugs and kisses, completely neglecting Liu Chang. Seething with indignation, Liu Chang sat nearby, squinting his eyes as he scrutinized her. "Do you wish to eat?" he queried. "I have asked. I am older than you. If you call me elder sister, I shall share my treats with you." "All right. Then you should feed me, and I will call you that after I eat." Fan Qing obediently squatted beside Liu Chang, watching him leisurely savor his snacks with eager anticipation. Soon, he finished his treats. "All right, I am done. Now call me." "Call you what?" "Call me and Appos, elder sister, and Appos. Why should I? You promised me just now." "Did I? I am unaware of such a promise." "Have you fed me? Do you have any proof?" "Well." Suddenly, Elho announced her departure for a distant journey. Liu Ying personally arrived at the Jiaofeng Hall. "Mother, the journey is long, especially with the ongoing conflicts. Please allow me to accompany you." Elho cast a disdainful glance at Liu Ying and asked, "Did the four elders send you to speak?" "Indeed," he replied. Elho furrowed her brow and reprimanded him. "As the crown prince, have you merely learned to emulate them? The people of the three kingdoms are suffering amidst turmoil. Should you not take action? Are you the crown prince of the realm or merely of my own making? Do you believe that reigning as an emperor equates to aspiring to be a sage? If you could accomplish even a single deed beneficial to the nation and its people, even if you never returned to pay me a visit, I would not hold it against you. However, if you fail to achieve a single good deed and merely linger by my side, feigning concern, I shall not regard you with any esteem. You are the crown prince. Go and undertake the responsibilities befitting your station." Liu Ying, at a loss for words after Elho's scolding, lowered his head in resignation. Did he not wish to act? Yet, with Elho overseeing domestic matters and Xiaoyi managing local affairs, what could he possibly do? Elho sighed deeply on this occasion. "I shall entrust the affairs of the state to you." Liu Ying's eyes brightened. "May I make independent decisions?" Elho grew even angrier. "Is there someone binding your hands and feet?" Liu Chang, seated nearby, stifled a laugh, prompting Elho to shoot him a piercing glare and scold. "You are neither a proper prince nor a true crown prince. Why is it that whenever your elder brother provokes me, I must endure your insolence?" After sternly chastising her two sons, Elho hastily conveyed the tasks Liu Ying needed to undertake. Many citizens had fled due to the chaos of war. Lacking food and clothing, he must find ways to provide them solace. In regions such as Chu, Jing, and Qi, although there were no refugees, the young men had all gone to the battlefield, and he must devise a solution. Otherwise, next year's grain production will plummet, leading to grave consequences. Liu Chang listened intently. Indeed, though their mother appeared fierce, her heart was kind. Within the Palace of Pepper, he often witnessed her worry over the conditions in various regions. Although strict, she was genuinely engaged in her duties, unlike a certain someone who only indulged in drinking and singing, never exhibiting concern for anything. Of course, it might also be due to the limited time he spent with that person, as he only encountered him at banquets, thus witnessing only his revelry. Having assigned these matters, Elho prepared to depart. Liu Chang's face beamed with joy. Their mother was leaving. How splendid. Now, no one would oversee him within the palace, heralding the arrival of his spring. He could create chaos as he pleased, bully whomever he wished. Such delight. Rui, right? Fan Qing, right? Ha ha ha, just wait. At the height of Liu Chang's exuberance, Elho appeared to notice his demeanor. "Come, accompany me." Chapter 42. A request for execution. There were close attendants who advised against it, yet the queen insisted on traveling to Luoyang. Although the distance was not particularly great, it was by no means trivial. Especially in this era, embarking on a journey could prove perilous, as many would simply vanish along the way. Robbers, diseases, and wild beasts posed constant threats. What if something were to befall the young Liu Chang? Elho coldly replied, "This boy is tough. He will be fine." How did joy slip away from Liu Chang? Yet, upon reflection, this was his first journey away from home, and perhaps he would encounter many fascinating sights. Liu Chang could only console himself with such thoughts. The queen's procession rivaled that of the emperor's, with thousands of people moving majestically away from the city of Chang'an. Liu Chang scarcely had time to bid farewell to his brothers before Elho seized him and departed. With a heart full of excitement, Liu Chang hopped onto his mother-esque carriage, gazing at the scenery outside through the curtain. Indeed, the streets of Chang and Oppos, and were bustling with common folk. As the carriage slowly exited the palace and entered the main thoroughfare, he could see passers-by halted by the accompanying warriors. Most of these peasants, armed with farming tools, appeared to be on their way to till the fields, bearing a striking resemblance to the artisans Liu Chang had previously observed. They were similarly ragged, with vacant expressions and emaciated frames, and upon spotting the carriage, they dropped to their knees in fright, bowing their heads. Occasionally, wealthier individuals could be seen, and they maintained a greater composure. Although kneeling, their ornate caps were still visible. Liu Chang felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. The citizens of Chang and Oppos seemed to be cut from the same mold, showing no discernible differences. Once they left Chang and Oppos, and the road became increasingly desolate, Liu Chang often found himself surrounded by endless trees and barren landscapes, and on the rare occasion that he spotted a small creature, he would be thrilled for quite some time. This journey was far removed from the leisurely adventure he had envisioned. It seemed his uncle and Oppos' governance was woefully inadequate. The roads were treacherous, and there were no travelers or merchants in sight, only impoverished citizens that stirred feelings of deep despair within him. Liu Chang silently criticized the circumstances. In contrast, Elho remained tranquil, only opening her eyes to summon local officials upon reaching certain counties. At times she would bestow rewards, at others, she would administer reprimands. And occasionally, she would simply have individuals arrested. As they passed through a small county town, its walls low and unremarkable, Liu Chang noticed that nearly all the townsfolk had come out to welcome Elho, creating a lively atmosphere. The citizens held various offerings, food and drink, to greet the royal entourage. Liu Chang felt a surge of excitement, finally witnessing a vibrant scene. However, Elho's expression darkened considerably. She promptly ordered the county magistrate, who had led the welcome, to be arrested and placed into a prison cart, dispersing the local populace. It was only February. Not even a time for harvest. He was merely being cordial. Why must his mother act in such a manner? Liu Chang was bewildered, his eyes wide with confusion, while Liu Ho merely shook her head in silence. Unexpectedly, Ping Yu found himself in a predicament he had never anticipated. The Han envoy, accompanied by several thousand elite troops, seized the moment when Ping Yu was utterly unprepared, storming into the royal capital. They first subdued the troops of the Liang kingdom stationed in the capital before capturing Hu Zhe, who was engaged in discussions with the ministers about going to war. Upon hearing the Han envoy declare their charges, Hu Zhe was consumed with rage, refusing to surrender and fiercely resisting. After incapacitating 6 armored soldiers, he was ultimately shot down. When the Han envoy tossed to his severed head at Ping Yu's feet, the aged king of Liang trembled uncontrollably, his gaze fixated on the gruesome sight. And he began to weep bitterly. The astonishment and confusion that had initially engulfed him had now transformed into profound sorrow and anguish. However, the Han envoy offered him no time for mourning. The soldiers forced him into a prison cart, shackled and bound, and thus he was driven out of the capital. As the prison cart sped away, the citizens of the royal capital gazed in shock at their king confined within. Most were filled with dread, unaware of the unfolding calamity, and fled in terror, unwilling to venture outside. Yet there were exceptions. Those soldiers whom Ping Yu had previously dismissed to return to farming, upon seeing their king in the cart, raised their farming tools in furious defiance and charged at the armored soldiers. Ping Yu roared, "Charge! Say the general!" The soldiers clashed with these brave men. Throughout their journey, the troops of the Liang kingdom and its ministers offered no resistance. The only opposition came from an obscure general and a group of former warriors turned farmers. These farmers, once formidable fighters who had once stymied the might of the Chu overlord, had aged, they lacked weapons of war and sturdy armor. One by one, they fell. Yet none retreated. As word of the events spread, more former soldiers began to rally, bringing along their retainers and families to confront the Han forces. The envoy realized that the situation could not be prolonged any further. He led a contingent to counterattack, instructing others to expedite Ping Yu's removal from the city. As the prison cart departed the royal capital, tears streamed down Ping Yu's face. Words failed him, and he could only sob softly, mourning the innocent brothers who had met such a tragic end. His heart felt as if it had been ruthlessly carved out by a blade. At that moment, the Grand Minister rode alongside him, his expression fraught with unease. "This is all your fault, my king. Why must you rebel? Had you not revolted? How could they have perished? Though I too have fought by your side, we are subjects of the Han. I acted for the greater good. There is no wrongdoing in that. If you had waited to raise your banner, how many more would have died? I am trying to save lives." The Grand Minister spoke in a flurry, repeating his words. Yet Pingyu did not spare him a glance, offering no retort. Tears streaming down his face, lost in thought, he remained silent, as if he could not perceive the presence of the Grand Minister at all. Pengyu found himself imprisoned in Luoyang, while Liu Bang set aside his affairs to come and judge the former king of Liang. "Have you conspired against the throne?" The king of Liang, bound in chains, knelt before the interrogator, remaining silent. "Did your subordinate, Hija, urge you to revolt? Your Majesty still has the opportunity to appeal. Are you prepared to plead guilty?" Slowly, Pengyu lifted his tear-streaked face and replied, "I am innocent. My subordinates are innocent." After 3 or 4 days of rigorous questioning by officials, it was ultimately concluded that Pengyu harbored treasonous intentions. His subordinates had repeatedly urged him to rebel, and recently he had been recruiting soldiers en masse and stockpiling provisions, raising suspicions of conspiracy. During the arrest, he even incited the people of Liang to attack the soldiers. The Grand Master of Liang could testify, with ample evidence and witnesses. According to the laws of the Han dynasty, he and his family, along with those implicated, deserved execution for treason. Liu Bang arrived discreetly, with barely anyone aware of the Emperor and Apos' presence. He hurried to the prison and beheld the chained Pengyu. For reasons unknown, there was no trace of joy upon his face. "Why did you conspire against me?" "Your Majesty, I did not conspire. I did not conspire." The ailing Pengyu appeared even more wretched, disheveled and dazed, no longer resembling the valiant king of Liang he once was. "The ministers demand your execution," Liu Bang declared. Pengyu slowly raised his head, his gaze vacant, locking eyes with Liu Bang. The Emperor and Apos' hands clenched and relaxed, his expression shifting between shadows and light. Lips quivering, pupils trembling. After a prolonged silence, Liu Bang finally spoke. "I grant clemency to the king of Liang and his family, commuting their death sentences. I shall strip him of his title, release his chains, and exile him to Shu, allowing him to spend his twilight years in peace." "Your Majesty, this cannot be," the Grand Minister Zhao Yao exclaimed in shock. "When King Chu rebelled, you spared him, which led to the emergence of so many rebellious lords. Now, you wish to pardon the king of Liang? Do you intend to encourage further treason among the lords of the realm?" "I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion," Liu Bang asserted, turning with a commanding presence and departing. Chapter 43. The Noble Son. When one cannot resort to killing, the mind remains restless, consumed by incessant thoughts. Yet, when the opportunity to act arises, one hesitates, clinging to past affections, failing to make decisive choices, placing personal biases above the welfare of the realm, exhibiting indecisiveness with unclear rewards and punishments. What kind of emperor is he? Lu Ji furrowed her brow and spoke coldly. The envoy kneeling before her lowered his head, trembling with fear. Although he was aligned with the queen, it was best not to overhear her criticisms of the emperor. "I shall remain here. In a few days, I will personally journey to Luoyang." It had been 11 years since Liu Bang ascended the throne. And at this juncture, both he and Lu Ji acutely perceived that the true threat to the Han dynasty did not stem from the Xiongnu beyond the borders, but rather from the domestic feudal lords of different surnames. Both harbored intentions to eliminate these lords, albeit with differing mindsets. Liu Bang cherished the old comrades who had fought alongside him for many years, yet he feared that, should he be absent one day, Liu Ying would be unable to manage these individuals. He held Liu Ying in disdain, believing him to be no match for the feudal lords in terms of politics, strategy, or military prowess. He worried he might become like the first emperor of Han. With Liu Ying resembling the ill-fated second emperor, though Liu Ying was decidedly different from Hu Hai, nonetheless, his fate could very well be worse. However, Liu Bang retained a degree of goodwill towards these old friends, preferring to eliminate the threat without resorting to murder. Over the years, he chose to forgive Zhang Ao and Han Xian, sparing their lives. Had Liu Bang been solely intent on exterminating all the feudal lords, he would not have appointed his closest childhood friend as the king of Yan. This time, regarding Pengyu. Although he was not among the earliest comrades to join Liu Bang in battle, they did share some camaraderie, so Liu Bang could not bring himself to execute him, preserving both his and his clan and Apos' lives. Lu Ji, however, was different. Compared to Liu Bang, she was more ruthless, intent on eradicating all threats, whether for Liu Ying and Apos' future or to solidify the current rule of the Han dynasty. Having no bonds of camaraderie with these individuals, she felt no remorse in executing them. To Liu Shi, Pingyu was a significant threat that could not be overlooked. Thus, anticipating Liu Bang's reluctance to kill Pingyu, she arrived early to await him, determined to compel Liu Bang to act where he hesitated. Liu Chang remained oblivious to all this, believing simply that his mother intended to take him to see his father. He raised his head to look at the county official beside him. It was evident that his mother had put considerable thought into watching over him. This official was slightly shorter than Fan Quan, with a robust build and a face adorned with a thick beard, exuding an imposing presence, perhaps fearing he might escape. Several soldiers trailed behind, keeping a vigilant watch. Where does the young master wish to go? Just wandering around the county, I suppose. With that, the burly man lifted Liu Chang onto the carriage and took the reins himself, leisurely driving through the county town. This marked Liu Chang and Amp Apos' first excursion beyond the confines of Chang and Amp Apos, and presenting him with a wholly new experience. What is this place called? Zhang County. Is it that Zhang County in Korea? No. How many people live in the county? That cannot be disclosed. Why not? Only local officials and superiors are permitted to inquire. Am I not considered a superior? You are indeed of noble birth, yet not a superior. What if my second brother comes? The crown prince naturally may inquire. Liu Chang's countenance darkened. Is there indeed discrimination against princes here? He is a prince, and so am I. If he can, why may I not? This truly is a wretched county town. As Liu Chang meandered through its streets, he scarcely encountered a second carriage. He had anticipated indulging in a righteous spree of punishing wayward youths, yet there appeared to be none in sight. Everywhere he looked were dilapidated homes, crumbling roads, and impoverished citizens hastening with heads bowed. Occasionally he glimpsed a few children at play, who, upon noticing the carriage, vanished without a trace. Observing this scene, the smile on Liu Chang and Amp Apos' face faded. He was now genuinely cognizant of the words his fourth brother had once imparted to him. When questioning why the artisans lived in such dire straits, his brother had told him that the world was thus. Yet, until now, he had never truly grasped this reality. Now, it lay bare before him. The marketplace in Zheng County bore none of the customary vibrancy. There were no loud shouts or haggling voices. Passers-by merely grabbed their desired goods, paid, received a hastily torn receipt, and hurried away. Liu Chang wandered the county for several days, his spirits growing ever heavier. One day, upon returning to the marketplace, he finally encountered a startling scene. In a secluded corner of the market, a few emaciated individuals knelt, while two seemingly affluent people pointed at them, even seizing one of the women as if to drag her away. Liu Chang and Amp Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. In broad daylight, an abduction of a common woman? As he approached, filled with righteous fury, he found the two men prying open the girl's mouth, examining her teeth. What are you doing? The locals, unaware of the identity of the prominent visitor, were intimidated by the sight of the county's own constable shadowing Liu Chang closely, and they hurriedly offered explanations. Liu Chang surveyed the individuals before him, slaves for sale. He was well aware of the implications. The Duke had once informed him that Han law contained provisions for bonded servants, indicating that those who committed crimes could become slaves, awarded to meritorious officials. Moreover, the Han dynasty still recognized private slaves among the populace. Liu Chang stared vacantly at the living merchandise before him, both male and female, some not much younger than himself. This scene struck a profound chord within the young Liu Chang. The county constable, fearing this unpredictable noble might incite further trouble, hastily interjected with a suggestion. How much would it cost to purchase them land? The county magistrate counted the individuals before him and remarked, for an acre of land priced at 70. With so many people, it would surely cost no less than 4,000. Young master, there are countless subordinates within the county. You cannot assist them all. The multitude of subordinates in the county and throughout the realm is a matter for the emperor and the prime minister. If I witness their plight today yet do not lend aid, then that is my failing. Liu Chang and Apos' declaration caused the county magistrate to widen his eyes in astonishment, scrutinizing the seemingly unreliable young master. Had he misjudged him just days prior? This young man was capable of uttering such noble sentiments? Young master, you possess a commendable sense of righteousness. Liu Chang grinned and inquired, do you truly believe I am righteous? Well, then lend me 5,000 coins. My family is impoverished. The magistrate, caught in this artful moral entrapment, inwardly berated himself for speaking too freely. He glanced helplessly at the soldiers behind him. The group pooled their resources and dispatched soldiers to seek assistance from others. Within half an hour, they managed to gather over 4,500 coins. The subordinates were astounded when Liu Chang distributed the money to them, encouraging each to purchase land and cultivate it diligently. Trembling with emotion, they broke into tears, with some prostrating themselves before Liu Chang in gratitude. With a casual wave of his hand, he departed, leaving without even a name. On the journey home, perhaps feeling a sense of self-satisfaction for his good deed, Liu Chang and Empress Lu's heart was filled with joy, while the county magistrate wore a dark expression, remaining silent. Upon returning to the county office, Liu Chang eagerly rushed towards his mother's inner chamber. "Mother, allow me to massage your shoulders. Let me pour you some water." Ho, her face stern, asked, "What trouble have you stirred up now?" Liu Chang, feeling aggrieved, replied, "I have not caused any trouble. Today, while out, I encountered several commoners who had sold themselves into servitude. I could not bear to see their plight. So I borrowed money from the county magistrate to provide them with funds to purchase land. Please, mother, lend me some money to repay the magistrate and the soldiers. As for the amount you lend me, I shall return it once I have secured my own land." Upon hearing Liu Chang and Empress's words, Ho did not grow angry nor press for further details. Instead, she calmly inquired, "How much did you borrow from them?" 10,000. Chapter 44. Oh, wise one, the young master Long. On this day, a nobleman from Zheng County arrived, accompanied by a unique sinner. This sinner was none other than Peng Yu, who sat within a carriage, attended by loyal followers. Liu Bang chose not to execute Peng Yu nor to assign him a prison card, as he was gravely ill, fearing that the rigors of travel might lead to his demise. Instead, Liu Bang arranged for several of Peng Yu's trusted attendants to serve him, bestowing upon him the respect befitting a princely lord. Throughout the journey, the soldiers, though silent, refrained from any overt humiliation or abuse. Peng Yu coughed softly, feeling a semblance of life restored by Liu Bang and Empress's clemency. Yet, a deep sense of grievance lingered within him. He walked ahead, with his family and clan trailing behind, all destined for a small county in Shu, where they would spend their remaining years. Peng Yu sighed in resignation. The local officials had already been apprised of his impending arrival and swiftly coordinated with the escorting soldiers. These officials dared not approach him or engage in conversation, for he was deemed a rebel, and any association with such a figure was fraught with peril. Moreover, he was a particularly troublesome rebel, one who had maintained a favorable relationship with the emperor. This situation was delicate. Too much familiarity could lead to accusations of collusion with rebels, while excessive severity might incur the emperor and Empress's wrath. Given Peng Yu and Empress's frail condition, there was widespread concern. Should he perish in their jurisdiction, who could predict the emperor and Empress's reaction? Consequently, the local officials opted not to meet Peng Yu directly, instead arranging for him to stay at the county's post house, hoping he might recuperate and depart swiftly. Calmly seated in the courtyard of the post house, Peng Yu gazed at the steaming wine and sumptuous dishes laid before him. The soldiers forbade him from venturing outside, so he instructed his attendants to leave the gate ajar, allowing him a glimpse of the world beyond. As he dined, he imagined his former comrades seated just outside the door. In the midst of his reminiscence for those valiant brothers who had perished in battle due to his actions, an unexpected round had peeked inquisitively through the entrance. The child scanned the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon Peng Yu. Appearing quite young, he swallowed hard and inquired, "Are you eating meat?" Peng Yu nodded slightly, and before he could respond, the child boldly stepped inside, unreservedly taking a seat before him. The surrounding attendants bristled with indignation, rising in protest, yet Peng Yu gestured for them to remain seated. In the eyes of others, he was now akin to a venomous serpent, with no one daring to speak to him or acknowledge his presence. Yet, the child, unburdened by adult concerns, was a welcome relief. "If you cannot finish all that meat by yourself, wouldn't you be ashamed to waste it?" the child remarked, eliciting laughter from the previously irate attendants, who could not help but respond to his innocent candor. Peng Yu smiled as he gently nudged the meat before him towards the child, who eagerly seized it and began to tear into it voraciously, all the while muttering about how the meat was overcooked and lacked texture, a reflection of its humble origins. "Child, did you come out here all by yourself? What of your family?" he inquired. "Don and Apos, T mention it. I barely managed to shake them off, and before I knew it, I was captured," the child exclaimed, savoring the flavor. "Why aren't you eating?" the mischievous boy suddenly asked, glancing at Peng Yu. "I have no appetite." "What do you mean you have no appetite? You're quite the drama queen. How can you not eat when there's meat? It lacks flavor. Then you ought to venture out more and broaden your horizons. I used to look down upon the food from my own home, but after wandering through various regions, Zhao, Qi, Chu, Yin, I've met countless individuals. The meals I once scorned are considered luxurious by some, while I've seen people lose their farmland and sell themselves into slavery, and others who had to barter their children for food. When I think of all those unfortunate souls, it's a blessing that we can still enjoy meat. His words astonished those around them. You're just a child. Stop boasting. You appear no older than 5 or 6. How could you have traveled so far? While we often see people selling themselves, exchanging children for food, how could such a horrendous act occur? Who is boasting? Pray tell. Which places have you recently visited and who governs them? The child answered confidently, in Yin, it should be Liu Rui in charge. But he is too young and behaves poorly, so it's actually controlled by Liu Chang and Qin Shi. In Qi, it's Liu Fei, in Chu Lu Jiao, in Jing Lu Jia, in Liang Pingyu, in Huainan Ingbu, and in Yin Lu Wan. The guests were astounded. It was remarkable for a child to possess such knowledge. Pingyu, equally astonished, gazed at the child and mused, seeing you, I realize how old I truly am. The child continued, I have encountered much during my travels. I was once surrounded by a group of people, seized a sword, and killed a man, leading to days and nights of retching, nearly to the point of death, and I was too frightened to sleep at night. But I am much better now. Pingyu and his guests were left speechless, caught in a state of disbelief. While they might dismiss his claims as fabrications, the vividness of his descriptions rang true. They understood the feelings associated with taking a life for the first time. Yet, if he were genuine, his tale seemed absurd. Amidst their astonishment, the mischievous child continued to eat, soon devouring every morsel on the table. Had Pingyu not intervened, he might have even gnawed on the wine jug and utensils. With a satisfied burp, the child proclaimed loudly, one must learn to be content. Those who have vegetables often envy those who have meat, and those who have meat covet those who can eat meat 3 times a day. Isn't it better to simply enjoy one's own life? I once visited the illustrious scholar known as Gaozu in the state of Qi, engaging him in discussions of knowledge. You truly met Gaozu? Indeed, I did. He wore the same long robe throughout the seasons and devoted himself solely to reading, disregarding all else, correct? Yes, that is indeed him. He once imparted to me that the root of human discontent lies in the multitude of desires one pursues. Those who are content find joy in simplicity. Do not presume I have come to feast upon your flesh. This delicacy does not particularly entice me. I merely observed your woeful countenance and felt compelled to offer counsel, hoping you would heed my words. Next time, remember to relish your meat in peace. The mischievous child proclaimed as he strode away. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. It seems there truly exists a person like Gan Luo. The retainers engaged in animated conversation, while Pingyu remained dazed for a considerable time, until he finally exclaimed, bring me more meat. I wish to feast. On this day, the pallor that had long clouded Pingyu's visage was lifted, as he joyously joined the retainers in consuming copious amounts of meat and drink, reveling in merriment as he always did. Meanwhile, Liu Chang, oblivious and toothpicking, was apprehended by the county officials, swaggering towards the county office with a foolish grin, murmuring, Gao Xian, hey, I am Gao Xian. The following day, as Pengyu departed from Zheng County, en route to his destination, he unexpectedly encountered the Queen's carriage. The soldiers escorting Pengyu promptly saluted, while he, with the support of his retainers, gradually rose and approached the Queen to pay his respects. With a face full of worry and sympathy, Empress Lu inquired, how did you come to be in such a state? Pengyu expressed his grievances, tears streaming down his face. Upon hearing the Empress's words, Pengyu was overwhelmed with emotion, wiping away his tears, believing that the sovereign would not trust him. As they conversed, when Pengyu inquired about the Empress and Appo's purpose for coming, she smiled and pulled a small child from the carriage. I have not seen His Majesty for a long time, and this child has greatly missed him, crying incessantly each day. Thus, I brought him along, intending to journey to Zhao to meet His Majesty. We traveled through the night and only arrived here today. He is my dearest child, named Chang, obedient and well-behaved since his youth. The Empress struggled to hold Liu Chang, planting affectionate kisses upon his face. Yet, at that moment, Liu Chang had no mind to receive his mother's affection. He stood before the familiar elder, completely stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. A flicker of surprise crossed Pengyu and Appo's gaze, quickly vanishing. Your Majesty, although I have committed no wrongdoing, I failed to dissuade my subordinates when they urged me to rebel. This is my fault. Now that Your Majesty has pardoned my death sentence and bid me to live as a commoner, I ought to be content. Why then should I trouble Your Majesty further? The smile upon Empress L and Appo's face froze. Chapter 45. It's all Han Fei's fault among all the feudal lords. Pengyu is perhaps the most principled and virtuous of them all. Yet, He also met the most tragic end. Liu Bang was furious, as was Han Xin. And you too? Are you testing my patience? The first act of mercy was met with a second offense, was it? In his rage, Liu Bang executed Ping Yu and his kin, dismembering him and distributing his flesh among the masses as a grim warning. Witnessing Ping Yu's fate, Ying Bu, who had already harbored discontent towards Liu Bang, rebelled. The anxious king of Yin also turned against him. The betrayals drained Liu Bang both physically and emotionally, leading him to immense suffering. Within the year following the suppression of the rebellion by the other lords, he departed from this world. Yet now, our young master has turned the world upside down merely with the power of his boastful tongue. Peng Yu sat in his carriage, continuing on towards Shu. His face bore no traces of resentment or grievance. At least he was alive. At least he could still see his family and pay homage to his old comrades. The loyal subordinates from Liang could also live out their twilight years in peace. As they traversed another county, the retainers heard the distinct sound of galloping hooves approaching from behind. They turned to see the source of the noise, encircling Ping Yu for protection, while the soldiers responsible for escorting them hastily formed ranks, ready to confront a potential foe. Just then, Ping Yu discerned the silhouette of an approaching figure. "Do not take action," he exclaimed. "That is a minister from Liang." Upon hearing Peng Yu and Appo's warning, the soldiers refrained from shooting the rider, who soon galloped into their midst, dismounted with haste, and stumbled forward to kneel before Ping Yu, bowing his head in distress. "My lord is in peril, and yet I have failed to be by your side. Please, punish me." Moved, Ping Yu stepped forward to assist him. "Minister Wan, alas, you are so young. Why have you come to seek me? But how can I remain idle for fear of being implicated?" The young man replied, resolute. Peng Yu, touched, wiped away his tears and smiled as he grasped the young man's hand, sitting beside him as the soldiers stood guard around them without urging them onward. "I know you are not one to shy away from danger, yet you possess remarkable talent and are still so young. To follow me to Shu would be a grave misallocation of your abilities. Fame and fortune are not my pursuits." Sighing, Ping Yu found himself unable to sway the stubborn young man, who was determined to accompany him to Shu for agricultural endeavors. After much contemplation, Peng Yu finally spoke. "There is a matter I wish to entrust to you. Please, command me, my lord. The queen has shown me kindness. I would like to write her a letter, and I ask that you deliver it to her." The young man paused, taken aback. "Kindness? Indeed, you are unaware. I departed from Luoyang and arrived in Zheng County. The Empress dispatched an individual to locate me, whose words were laced with the intent that I should remain content and complacent, forsaking any further aspirations. Throughout my journey, I pondered deeply and ultimately came to the realization that I have safeguarded my clan. Should I harbor any further discontent, I fear the emperor would show me no mercy." Ping Yu then recounted the matters concerning young Master Zhang to the youth, and he also conveyed that Empress L had specifically summoned young Master Zhang to relay her observations. Ping Yu nodded with a smile. It became evident that for Empress L to uncover a truth was hardly a daunting task. She had her informants within Ping Yu and Appo's circle. And when one of Ping Yu's attendants discreetly dispatched a secret missive, the Empress immediately grasped the situation. At that moment, a young child, scarcely 5 or 6 years of age, arrived at the inn, boasting and claiming to be a sage, often engaging in debates with the eminent figures of Qi and indulging in fine meats, without needing to examine further. Empress L instantly discerned the identity of this child. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, realizing that her grand scheme had ultimately been thwarted by this little rascal. Had he not been her own offspring, she would have surely considered his execution. It was no wonder Ping Yu was reluctant. He must have noticed the presence of Liu Zhang beside her, thereby uncovering the inconsistencies in her words. She had stated she had only just arrived today. Yet Liu Zhang had already been in Zheng County the day prior. How could he not harbor suspicions? Liu Zhang, with his wide innocent eyes, sat before Empress L, exclaiming sweetly, "Mother, I am reading the Analects in the inner chamber. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Empress L retrieved a wooden stick from the side and gently tapped it against her hand. "Reading the Analects, are we? What significance does that hold? Do you comprehend what it means?" I haven't reached that part yet. I only read that." Zigung inquired. "Is there a single phrase that one may uphold throughout life?" The master replied, "Perhaps it is the principle of forgiveness. Do not impose upon others what you yourself do not desire." The implication being, only forgiveness can be upheld for a lifetime. One must understand the need to pardon the transgressions of others, correcting the errors of the upper class, scrutinizing the wickedness of the lower echelons, governing chaos, discerning fallacies, reducing excess, rectifying mistakes, and unifying standards, nothing surpasses the law. Strengthening the authority of officials, deterring the populace, eliminating sloth, and prohibiting deception and hypocrisy, nothing surpasses punishment. Do you grasp the meaning of this? Liu Zhang widened his eyes in confusion and shook his head. Correcting mistakes, investigating treachery, governing disorder, judging errors, eliminating excess, rectifying wrongs, and unifying standards, nothing can rival the law. Regulating officials, intimidating the populace, eradicating indolence, and forbidding deceit and hypocrisy, nothing can rival punishment. This is a renowned passage from Han Fizi, which asserts that one must not underestimate the law and punishment due to forgiveness. Liu Zhang was taken aback and exclaimed, "Mother, this is not even from the Analects. You are being unreasonable." Just as Empress L prepared to devise another strategy, a soldier arrived to announce that Ping Yu had sent someone with a message. The messenger was a solemn young man, exuding an air of authority. He respectfully bowed before Empress L and then knelt, presenting the letter to her. Elho took the letter, squinting her eyes as she carefully perused its contents. "I am deeply grateful for the Empress and Amp, Apos, life-saving grace, and for her enlightening words. Otherwise, I fear I would have brought about great calamity. This matter, I shall undoubtedly keep sealed within my lips, never to speak of it to another. With this frail body, should your highness have any commands in the future, I shall exert every effort to repay this immense kindness." Elho was somewhat bewildered. Why was everything so unorthodox? Did Ping Yu believe that he had sent Liu Chang to rescue him? Or was he merely currying favor for self-preservation? Was he attempting to navigate through this situation? Or was he threatening her under the pretext of informing Liu Bang? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Elho's mind. At the conclusion of the letter, Ping Yu introduced the young man before her, claiming that he was exceptionally talented, yet resolutely wished to accompany her to Shu, which he deemed a waste of talent, hoping that the Empress would retain him. After finishing the letter, Elho remained silent for quite some time. Her gaze fixed upon the young man. "Your name is Wanbu?" "Indeed. Then stay by my side. I shall recommend you to the Emperor. But, is this the intention of the Liang King? Do you wish to defy his orders?" "I would not dare." Wanbu then expressed his desire to meet the young master Liu Chang, whom the Liang King had highly praised. Elho had no objections, and led Wanbu to a side room to see Liu Chang. Upon entering, Wanbu found Liu Chang sprawled on the sickbed, groaning in pain. Wanbu gasped in astonishment. "It is all Han Fei and Amp, Apos' fault." Chapter 46. Like father, like son, Liu Bang rubbed his bushy beard against Liu Chang and Amp, Apos' face. And upon seeing the disdainful expression on Liu Chang's countenance, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "My little tiger has come to see me," he exclaimed, prompting the generals under his command to join in the merriment. "Time indeed flies. How swiftly the young prince has grown. Your Majesty, please pass him to me." Liu Chang found himself once again in the hands of Xiahou Ying, who, despite his usually affable demeanor, held Liu Chang and inquired with a smile. "Do you have a chariot, my young lord?" "Not yet, but once we vanquish Qin Shi, I shall gift you his chariot." "What do you say?" "Splendid, splendid." Elho sat beside Liu Bang, quietly observing this scene. She had brought Liu Chang to Luoyang, her original intent being to eliminate Ping Yu. However, with Ping Yu absent from her company, the situation became somewhat awkward. It appeared as though she genuinely missed her beloved, bringing the child to pay a visit. Yet she was Elho, not a sorrowful wife confined to her home with her offspring. Thus unfolded this awkward scenario, but Liu Bang was genuinely delighted. It was evident that he was truly pleased. He remarked to his subordinates, "This son of mine is usually the most unruly. Yet I never anticipated he would long for me so dearly, crying and clamoring for his mother to bring him to me. How could such a son be deemed unruly?" Liu Chang wished to voice something, but upon catching Elho and Apos' icy gaze, he swallowed the words back down. Yes. It was I who wept and begged my mother to bring me to Luoyang." The generals, perhaps reminded of their own children, took turns embracing Liu Chang, showering him with treats and playful banter, leaving him quite exhausted. As dusk descended, the generals exchanged glances. Xiahou Ying rose, laughing as he declared, "Since the Empress has come to visit, we ought to take our leave." "Ha! Your Majesty, be sure to rise early tomorrow." These old subordinates were all cut from the same cloth as Liu Bang. None were serious. Only Elho remained composed, unfazed by their jests. One by one, the generals bid farewell and departed. Liu Chang lingered in place until Xiahou Ying scooped him up, saying, "Come on, why are we still here?" Only Liu Bang and Elho remained in the room, exchanging glances in silence. Liu Bang often pondered when they had grown so distant. Was it when he abandoned her? When he forsook his family from the carriage? Or was it after meeting Lady Qi? This elderly couple, having once shared a deep bond, now found themselves at a loss for words, neither knowing what to say, perhaps not even desiring to speak at all. I have pardoned Pingyu. The rebels can scarcely endure for much longer. Are the children well? Rui is fine. I did not harm him. After a prolonged silence, Liu Bang suddenly inquired, has Liu Chang caused any trouble? When Liu Chang is mentioned, the mere thought ignites a fire within Elho. Are you not yet aware of him? He is hardly a troublemaker, is he? He has already resorted to murder. You know. What? He even dared to snatch the treats from Fan Qing. He attempted to swindle my money on the way. Is there more to this? After Madame Guan reprimanded him a few times, he retaliated by dousing her with cold water. That scoundrel. He has also defaced the stone statue at the entrance of the Chongqing Palace. Liu Bang was furious. It was clear that this rascal deserved a good thrashing. Tomorrow. Summon him forth. We shall deal with him appropriately. Well then, shall we take a moment to rest? Very well. That night, Liu Chang found himself resting in another residence. Fearing for his well-being, Xia Hoing specially arranged for 2 women to stay in the outer courtyard. Liu Chang rose early. Yet his parents remained asleep. He clamored to see them, but Xia Hoing took him away, claiming he would show him the war chariot, instantly pacifying Liu Chang. Xia Hoing allowed Liu Chang to sit atop the war chariot, personally driving it for him. Upon taking the reins, Xia Hoing and Appo's demeanor transformed entirely. The chariot surged forward, and Liu Chang, filled with exhilaration, shouted with delight, showing no fear whatsoever. Xia Hoing guided him through the city, demonstrating remarkable driving skills. Years prior, Liu Bang had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Xiang Yu. In the wake of his loss, he fled in haste. On his journey, Xia Hoing encountered Liu Bang's children, Liu Ying and Princess Lu Yuan, and took them aboard the chariot. The horses were utterly exhausted, and the enemy was hot on their heels. Liu Bang, in his desperation, several times attempted to kick the children off the chariot, wishing to abandon them, yet each time, Xia Hoing dismounted to retrieve them, ensuring their safety aboard. Xia Hoing initially drove slowly, waiting until the frightened children clung tightly to his neck before urging the horses into a gallop. Liu Bang was infuriated, contemplating murder against Xia Hoing on multiple occasions. But ultimately, they escaped peril and safely delivered Liu Ying and Princess Lu Yuan to Fei. Elho bore witness to these events. Thus, when Liu Ru lamented his lack of opportunity to fight alongside Liu Bang, Elho often regarded him with disdain, questioning what good it would have done to be born 10 years earlier, only to be abandoned by his father. This incident reveals Liu Bang and Appo's ruthless nature. For the sake of his grand ambitions, he would sacrifice anyone. Simultaneously, it showcases the fierce resolve of Xia Hoing. Who else could manage to drive while dismounting to rescue children? Because of this, Elho held Xia Hoing in great esteem, and Liu Ying regarded him as a benefactor. Upon ascending the throne, Liu Ying's first act was to bestow upon Xia Hoing a prestigious estate adjacent to the northern palace, naming it near me in recognition of Xia Hoing's loyalty. Xia Hoing, having initially mingled with Liu Bang as a fellow townsman, began his journey as a humble groom, sharing a close bond with Liu Bang. However, this was no ordinary chariot. Once he ascended to his war chariot, he charged forth fearlessly, unstoppable by any obstacle. During the Chu Han contention, this formidable warrior surged through the ranks of the Chu army, leading them to a devastating defeat. Han Xian expressed his admiration for this fierce individual, and their relationship was always cordial, partly due to the fact that Xia Hoing had once saved Han Xian. Han Xian genuinely respected his valor, once deeming Xia Hoing the foremost warrior among the Han troops. Liu Chang also held a fondness for this adept charioteer. He had always believed that riding a horse was a grand affair, yet only today did he realize that driving a chariot was equally exhilarating, perhaps even more so than horseback riding. Upon dismounting, he clutched Xia Hoing and Appo's sleeve tightly, pleading earnestly, "Please teach me how to drive. My young lord is still quite juvenile. However, I can recommend a few charioteers for you. When you are older, you may learn for yourself." Yet, driving a war chariot is distinct from riding a horse. There is but one lesson to impart: do not fear, no matter what lies ahead. You must charge forth. Empress Lu, with a stern countenance, reprimanded, "I have already informed your father of your actions. Now go inside." Liu Chang entered the inner chamber with a resigned expression, while Empress Lu did not follow, expecting to face punishment. Liu Chang was surprised to find Liu Bang in a remarkably jovial mood. Liu Bang affectionately ruffled Liu Chang's hair, exclaiming, It is fortunate to have you around. Here, take some money and buy yourself a treat. Do not go stealing from others again." Liu Chang, bewildered, accepted the money. Liu Bang then whispered, "When you go out, do not tell your mother. Simply say you were punished." Liu Chang nodded vigorously. "Did your mother say you took a life? Quite impressive. You are indeed my child. If it must be done, then it must. Far superior to your feckless brothers. As for that statue, if you wish to dismantle it, feel free. I too find it unappealing. However, if you are to steal treats, it may be permissible for boys, but refrain from doing so to girls. It is disgraceful. If you feel the urge to steal, you might consider taking from Fan Kuai and Amp, Appo's son. After all, the Chancellor has sons as well." While the father and son engaged in their hushed conversation, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Liu Bang quickly adopted a serious demeanor, declaring, "Did you hear that? If you misbehave again, I shall break your legs. At such a tender age, how can you be so unruly?" Chapter 47. Please cook for Luan Shuren or Yu Luanbu? Indeed. Did you once follow Zhang Tu in rebellion? Yes. Liu Bang cast a sidelong glance at the young man before him, noting his audacity. And now you follow King Liang in insurrection? King Liang has not conspired against anyone. Luanbu replied sternly. Since his enfeoffment, King Liang has been diligently striving to govern Liang well. He has disbanded his former troops, significantly reduced his military forces, transformed weapons into agricultural tools, and pacified ambitious generals. I have seen what genuine rebels look like, and they are certainly not like King Liang. Liu Bang's expression turned cold. Are you implying that I have erred? You are mistaken, Your Majesty, Luanbu asserted boldly. Liu Bang, infuriated, leaped to his feet, pointing at Luanbu, and shouted, "Take this scoundrel away and execute him." Unfazed, Luanbu held his head high and declared, "When Your Majesty was besieged in Pengcheng and suffered defeat in Xinjiang, the reason Xiang Wang could not advance smoothly westward was due to King Ping holding Liang and allying with the Han army, complicating matters for Chu. At that time, had King Ping turned and joined forces with Chu, the Han would have faced ruin. Conversely, had he allied with Han, Chu would have faltered. Even without any evidence of rebellion, to seek the annihilation of his family, what kind of tyrant would do such a thing? If Your Majesty feels angered, then please proceed to execute me." Luanbu chastised Liu Bang outright, yet Liu Bang erupted in laughter. He pointed at Luanbu, joyfully exclaiming to those around him, "This man is worthy of great responsibility. Therefore, you shall serve as my Shuren? Does the Han dynasty even have such an office? I am aware of the position of the Crown Prince's Shuren, who follows my elder brother daily, offering incessant counsel. However, I possess no fiefdom. What use is a Shuren to me? My father is merely jesting with you." Liu Chang shook his head, deeply concerned for the future of the young man before him. "You have been deceived by my father, coming here to serve as my Shuren. What nonsense. I am barely able to sustain myself, let alone support a Shuren." Luanbu, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "Your Highness is mistaken. His Majesty has said, and Appo's, my son Chang possesses remarkable talent, kindness, and benevolence. Alas, due to my preoccupation with state affairs, I have neglected his upbringing, and he has grown increasingly unruly, lacking the demeanor befitting a sovereign. Therefore, I appoint you as Shuren to guide him and Appo's. So, you mean to say that you wish to take my father and Appo's place in instructing me? I dare not. I merely follow your side to correct your missteps." Liu Chang was taken aback, then smiled, saying, "In truth, you need not trouble yourself so. I am not unreasonable. I simply wish for your assistance at times. Please refrain from sharing every matter with my father and mother. A little leniency is warranted, as I am still young. Should you aid me? Once I am granted a fief, I shall not forget your contributions." Luanbu responded earnestly, "Precisely because Your Highness is young, it is imperative to instill proper conduct. Otherwise, when you mature, rectification will become exceedingly difficult. If I were to indulge your behavior, I would not be a dutiful subject." Upon hearing Luanbu and Appo's words, Liu Chang was instantly filled with rage, revealing his true nature. "I shall be frank with you. Throughout my life, no one has ever dared to discipline me. What do you think you are to presume to instruct me? I cannot defy my father and Appo's orders, but should you persist in your insolence, I shall have you cooked." Liu Chang threatened. "As a subject, if one cannot fulfill their duties, what face is there left to live? Pray, noble sir, do execute me at once. You dare take advantage of my youth and helplessness, do you? Just wait. Once I have my own fief, the very first act shall be to have you cooked." Powerless against such a stubborn servant, Liu Chang, who held no tangible authority and commanded no soldiers. Could only grit his teeth and silently vow that one day he would indeed have this scoundrel executed. From that day forth, Liu Chang and Appo's joy evaporated. Wherever he went, a stern and solemn young man followed closely behind, scrutinizing his every move. He finally understood his elder brother and Appo's sentiments, however, unlike his brother who found enjoyment in the matter. Liu Chang was consumed by furious indignation. He could not wait until he possessed his own fief. He must rid himself of this annoyance at the earliest opportunity. Young master, you must not venture out without informing anyone. Young master, you must not relieve yourself indiscriminately. Young master, you must not strike your servant. Young master, you must not. Within a few days, Liu Chang found himself tearfully seated before Empress Lu. Mother, please send the fellow away. I promise I will behave. I truly cannot endure this any longer. Empress Lu gazed at him with a smile. So, you have come to this? She then summoned Wanbu, personally advising him. You are doing splendidly, continue your efforts. Should this rascal dare to cause trouble or disobey, come to me directly. The duo, one large and one small, exited the Empress's residence. Liu Chang hesitated for a moment, then raised his head and inquired, why did you not inform Mother earlier? Inform her of what? About the stone I threw at you. Wanbu replied earnestly, I am your servant, and you are my lord. My vigilance over you is not merely for the command of the Emperor and Empress, but to rectify your transgressions. Your affairs with me are those of a lord and his servant. I shall not disclose such matters to outsiders. Are you not a spy sent by them? I am indeed your servant. Liu Chang was momentarily taken aback. Does your head still ache? It does not. I apologize. I merely intended to frighten you. I did not anticipate such accuracy. It is of no consequence. However, you must remember that a gentleman may treat his attendants as he pleases, yet as one destined to be a ruler, you must show compassion to your subordinates. Treat your officers as you would your own children, and never act disrespectfully. Otherwise, it will bring calamity upon yourself. Yet Wanbu remarked, when you return from outside, you must come bearing gifts. Among all the young masters, I am the youngest. Why should I present them with gifts? It is precisely because the young master is in his youth that he must prepare gifts for the elders. Has the young master ever received gifts from his elder brother? Indeed, I have, but alas, I am devoid of funds. One could request assistance from the queen. My mother would never acquiesce. I can only devise various schemes to to obtain a meager sum. If it were for legitimate purposes, the queen would surely provide. Liu Chang, though somewhat incredulous, proceeded to seek out his mother, presenting the rationale of preparing gifts for the people of Chang'an in order to request money. To his astonishment, his mother indeed granted him funds, without the slightest hesitation. This filled Liu Chang with delight, as he had discovered yet another avenue for financial gain. He dashed over to Wanbu, exclaiming, Ha! My mother has bestowed upon me 3,000 coins. I intend to save half and use the rest for gifts. Absolutely not. If you deceive the queen in such a manner, how can she ever trust you again? Very well, then I shall keep 1,000. Unthinkable. 500? I assure you. That is already my bottom line. In the end, the young master gazed at Wanbu with a face full of indignation as he loaded the gifts onto the cart. No, mercy cannot be shown to him. This scoundrel truly deserves to be dealt with decisively. Chapter 48. Just about to seek you in the state of Huainan. There exists a territory known as 6 counties. Though referred to as 6, it is, in reality, but a single county, named so for its designation. The king of Huainan. Ingbu has just returned from a hunting expedition. Towering and robust, had it not been for sheer martial prowess. Even the combined might of Ping Yu and Han Xin would not have matched him. He has been fond of martial arts since childhood. In his youth, a visitor had interpreted his fortune, proclaiming that he would ascend to kingship after enduring punishment. As fate would have it, in his prime, Ingbu fell afoul of the law and was sentenced to tattooing. With a mirthful demeanor, he remarked, Someone foretold that I would become a king after suffering punishment. Perhaps this is the very circumstance they spoke of. Those who heard his words mocked him, thus he became known as Tattooed Bu. Subsequently, Ingbu was conscripted to Mount Li, laboring on the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, where he mingled with the leaders of other wrongdoers and valiant figures, eventually leading a number of them to escape and become bandits. Later, he allied himself with Xiang Liang. Few were aware that prior to Xiang Yu and Appo's momentous crossing of the river, he had actually dispatched Ingbu as a vanguard for the battle. Once Ingbu secured an advantageous position, Xiang Yu crossed the river with the remainder of his forces. Due to his valor, Ingbu served as a long-term vanguard under Xiang Yu. He consistently charged into battle at the forefront, earning Xiang Yu's esteem. His prowess was indisputable, however. Akin to another fierce individual sharing the character Bu in his name, Ingbu's intellect left much to be desired. Though Xiongyu treated him well. He never designated him as an adopted son, yet he certainly did not wrong him. After the Chu-Han contention, when Xiongyu sought to conquer the state of Qi, he summoned Ingbu to assist. Ingbu, feigning severe illness, declined to attend, merely sending a general with a few thousand troops instead. Unlike Pingyu, who truly suffered from illness, Ingbu's ailment was but a pretext. Following Liu Bang's triumph over the Chu forces in Pingcheng, Ingbu again cited illness to avoid aiding the Chu state. This led to Xiongyu harboring resentment towards Ingbu, dispatching envoys repeatedly to admonish him and summoning him forth. Yet Ingbu grew increasingly apprehensive, refusing to comply. Lacking the strength to benefit from the discord, he chose to observe the conflict between Chu and Han from the sidelines, a decision fraught with folly, for regardless of the victor, neither faction would spare Ingbu. To orchestrate a betrayal against Xiongyu, Liu Bang sent envoys to persuade Ingbu. Indeed, after some coaxing, Ingbu experienced an epiphany, realizing that a true man ought not languish beneath others for too long. Thus, he betrayed Xiongyu, aligning himself with Liu Bang, contributing to Xiongyu's defeat. Liu Bang, in turn, rewarded him, bestowing upon him the title of King of Huainan. Yet, during Liu Bang's campaign to quell the Zhao rebellion, Ingbu again succumbed to his old habits, invoking the same excuse of illness to abstain from participation, sending a general with several thousand troops instead. Furrowing his brow, Ingbu hastily entered the palace without shedding his armor, taking his place upon the throne. With the Liang state vanquished, what should be done now? At that moment, the ministers of Huainan stood by his side. However, those whom Liu Bang had appointed were absent. Among those present were Ingbu and Apos, loyal confidants, a band of brash men. Had Ingbu possessed even a single strategist by his side, he would not have been entirely devoid of counsel. In the realm of Huainan, a congregation of brutes thrived, displaying little aptitude for governance. Their daily pursuits revolved around hunting and thievery. Surprisingly, the law and order in Huainan was rather commendable, as the ferocious beasts and bandits had been largely subdued. Historically, an unnamed successor to the Huainan throne found the region monotonous, with scarce wildlife and few marauders, leaving rebellion as the only avenue for amusement. Upon hearing Ingbu and Apos' inquiries, his band of ruffians promptly proposed a course of action. With both King Chu and King Liang imprisoned, they suggested, why not rise and achieve greatness? Indeed, if Liu Bang struggled against Qin Shi, how could he possibly withstand our uprising? To describe them, they were merely a group of idle ruffians seeking distraction. Yet, at that moment, the king of Huainan hesitated. In history, Han Xian and Pingyu met tragic fates, and upon learning of their demise, Ingbu was alarmed and prepared for insurrection. However, with both still alive, Ingbu found himself in doubt, pondering the wisdom of such a risk. Your Majesty, Han Xian rebelled twice without facing death, and Pengyu's revolt merely resulted in his demotion to commoner. You are robust and strong. Should you succeed, you would ascend as the Son of Heaven. Should you fail, your fate would be akin to theirs, merely exiled. If we do not act now, what shall we do when we grow old? Ingbu stroked his chin, contemplating the lack of a pretext for rebellion. Initially, he rose to arms against the usurpation of empery by Xiongyu, claiming to act for the greater good. Now, should he incite rebellion again, he would become the laughingstock of the realm. His ruffians scratched their heads, at a loss for words. Moreover, with Han Xian and Pingyu still alive, should they rebel, it was conceivable that those two might be employed to quell them, leading to their inevitable downfall. As Ingbu spoke, had he possessed even a modicum of intellect, he would have realized that Liu Bang would never enlist those who had already rebelled to command his armies. His subordinates, if any possessed the ability to articulate, could have provided him with countless justifications for revolt. Alas, they did not. The Huainan king, emerging from a background of brute strength, lacked the political acumen of Han Xian. Ingbu refrained from embarking on the path of rebellion, and after a brief discussion, he and his formidable warriors resumed their hunting excursions. They traveled discreetly, lingering nowhere, moving far more swiftly than upon their arrival. Upon reaching Chang and Apos, they halted before the palace gates. Wanbu could not enter the palace. Liu Ying's attendants enjoyed unrestricted access due to Liu Ying's own quarters, which accommodated them. However, Liu Chang resided with the queen in the Jiaohuang palace, lacking personal chambers to host others. The queen had foreseen this predicament and arranged for Wanbu and Apos' lodging in proximity to the palace. Liu Chang was overjoyed, realizing this meant Wanbu was not forbidden from entering the palace. He was now free, entering the palace and arriving at familiar surroundings. Free from parental oversight and without a shadow trailing him, Liu Chang inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. Ah, what bliss! Long brother. Liu Hui stood at a distance and waved to Liu Chang, who laughed heartily and rushed over. Brother, wait a moment. Here, this is a gift for you. Liu Chang took a wooden box from an attendant and handed it to Liu Hui. Liu Hui was taken aback. His younger brother had grown up, and he had never expected that this fellow would bring him a gift after being away. Accepting the present, Liu Hui, filled with emotion, exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Chang. How overly courteous of you." He was at a loss for words and simply embraced his brother. Where is fourth brother? What about second brother? Fourth brother is at Tianlu Pavilion, and second brother is in the treasury. All right, I shall deliver this gift first. I'll seek you out later. I have accomplished much on this journey, even having the honor of being driven by Xia Hoing himself. Liu Chang chattered as he departed quickly. When Liu Heng received the gift, he was equally bewildered, squinting at Liu Chang and repeatedly inquiring, "Do you require my assistance? Need to borrow money? Or have you done something wrong that you need me to help conceal?" The lack of trust from fourth brother infuriated Liu Chang. Am I such a lowly person? Even Liu Rui received a gift, which Liu Chang had initially not intended to prepare for him. However, Wanbu insisted, stating that he was the son of the elder brother and must not be treated discourteously. Thus, Liu Chang tossed the gift in front of Liu Rui and left haughtily. Liu Rui, fearing the box contained something unpleasant, had a servant open it. Upon revealing the wooden tiger carving, he was left in stunned silence. What does this mean? A gift? After searching the palace for quite some time without locating sixth brother, Liu Chang ultimately sought out Liu Hui, who led him to the lurking Liu Yu. Sixth brother accepted the gift with tear-filled eyes. It was his first time receiving a present formally, and he was immensely delighted. Finally, he had to go to the treasury to find the crown prince. As Liu Chang burst into the treasury, the guards of Liu Ying were unable to stop him. Inside, Liu Ying was seated opposite Xiao He, engaged in a loud discussion. Upon seeing Liu Chang burst in, both men immediately halted their conversation. Chapter 49. Who will call for the imperial physician? Liu Changgang approached Liu Ying, who had not yet received the gifts, and immediately grasped his hand, pulling him close to sit beside him. Liu Ying affectionately ruffled his hair and then turned to Xiao He, saying, "This is my seventh brother." Xiao He smiled. Having heard much about him, Liu Chang studied the amiable elder before him, who, in fact, appeared to be much older than his father, with graying hair, yet possessing a dignified appearance and an impressive demeanor. Liu Chang couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What a handsome old man. Much more so than my father. Brother, quickly pay your respects to the chancellor." The chancellor? Liu Chang scoffed, looking down his nose at Xiao He. And what does that mean? I don't even bow to my father. One must not be disrespectful to the chancellor. Liu Ying, seeing Liu Chang's insolent demeanor, playfully smacked the back of his head and turned to Xiao He with an apologetic look. "Forgive my younger brother, he is still quite young." Chancellor? Xiao He? Liu Chang and Appos' eyes widened in astonishment. He hurriedly stood, moving to sit beside Xiao He. "You are indeed Xiao He?" "Indeed. Oh dear, brother. You should have said so earlier. Since you are Xiao He, I must pay my respects." Liu Chang finally stood up and bowed to Xiao He. "Young brother, you must not address your elders by name." "Not at all, not at all. Please, sit." Xiao He smiled warmly, completely unperturbed by the boy and Appos' lack of manners. Once Liu Chang obediently settled down, Xiao He regarded him thoughtfully, reflecting, "This child bears an uncanny resemblance to his father. He resembles him far more than young Master Rui does." The Crown Prince believes it is essential to devise a way to properly arrange for the displaced populace fleeing from the ravages of war. The Crown Prince's idea is to manufacture a vast number of textile machines and establish government-operated textile workshops in places like Luo, Liang, and Yan, recruiting the displaced to work for the state. This textile machine was created by young Master. However, it still has numerous flaws. Its components are quite prone to damage. I wonder if young Master has any suggestions for improvement? A slight decrease in efficiency is acceptable, as long as it can be made more stable and reliable. Liu Chang furrowed his brow, knowing his textile machine was not perfect. After all, he had pieced it together from vague memories, and he was not a specialist in the field. If asked for improvements, he truly could not find a suitable solution in such a short time. "I have seen the design drawings Your Highness has made." The craftsman mentioned that the drawings seemed to have flaws, missing several crucial components. "I will find a way. Can I enlist the help of the officials?" "Of course, as long as Your Highness is willing, not only the officials but anyone you wish to mobilize." As the conversation progressed, Liu Chang and Empress Lu's involvement dwindled, and Liu Ying and Xiao He delved into a series of pressing issues beyond the plight of the displaced. They discussed how to address the impending reduction in grain production next year, with conflicts in Zhao and Dai drawing away the able-bodied from other regions. The number of cultivators has dwindled, and without appropriate countermeasures, we shall soon witness a disarray in farming, a shortage of grain, and a tragic demise of countless citizens due to starvation. Liu Chang sat silently among them, intently listening. He once had much to boast about. Yet after the recent discourse between Liu Ying and Xiao He, his bragging lost all significance in an instant. Brother, is the Han truly so bereft of grain? Throughout my journey, I have seen not a single farmer without their tools, all preparing to till the land. They have been laboring diligently. How can there still be a dearth of food? Liu Ying sighed deeply, his expression growing increasingly complex. The shortage has persisted. The national treasury has remained perpetually empty. There are no reserves. The central plains are relatively better off, however. You have not ventured far enough to grasp the reality. In most regions of the Han, the populace struggles to fill their bellies, merely scraping by to avoid starvation. Indeed, many succumb to hunger each year. The Chancellor has contemplated numerous strategies, reducing taxes, suspending corvée labor. The situation has improved somewhat compared to several years ago, yet substantial change remains elusive. There is a lack of grain, inadequate tools, and insufficient plow oxen. Last year alone, reports indicated over 6,000 citizens perished from starvation. If we were to conduct a thorough investigation, the number would be staggering. Alas, the country is perpetually embroiled in conflict. Each war obliterates 4 to 5 years of hard work. This is precisely why the Chancellor has persistently petitioned for the execution of the Marquis of Huayin by the Empress. Liu Ying observed Liu Chang, who sat in silence, lost in thought. What troubles you? Nothing. Nothing at all. Liu Chang hurriedly left the storeroom as if fleeing. The absence of Empress Lu's vibrant chambers rendered the place desolate, with only a few silent attendants or palace maids hastily passing by. Liu Chang sat on the stone steps, propping his chin on his hands, staring vacantly into the distance, sighing. What occupies your mind? Liu Chang was startled, lifting his gaze to find Liu Heng standing before him, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at him with a calm demeanor. Fourth brother, what brings you here? The Duke has entrusted me with a new book for you. You are to start attending Tianlu Pavilion tomorrow. Oh. Liu Chang took the book, remaining seated in contemplation. Liu Heng pondered for a moment before joining him on the steps, and together they gazed into the distance. Fourth brother. Yes? I have finally come to understand why you abstain from beef. Indeed, I cannot fathom how many plow oxen I have consumed over the years. It matters not. Those you have eaten were mostly deceased animals. In this world, so many go hungry. Yet I am powerless to change that. Powerless? Were you not the one who improved the spinning machine? That could save many lives. Cloth cannot be consumed, even if one were to trade cloth. There must be grain available for exchange. Then you ought to enhance farming tools. You possess such talent, it must not be squandered. However, I am utterly ignorant when it comes to agricultural tools. Fourth brother, I have disassembled a spinning wheel, yet I have never encountered any farming implements. I have never toiled in the fields, nor have I ever labored a single day. Liu Chang said, feeling aggrieved. Liu Heng furrowed his brow sharply, his anger flaring as he scolded. What nonsense are you spouting, you young fool? Did the Marquis of Huayin know how to fight at birth? Did the Chancellor understand governance as he learned to walk? Did Liu Ho comprehend strategy when he first set foot in the fields? Were they not all able to master these skills through diligent study? You dare not even attempt, nor do you wish to learn. How can you so easily abandon your pursuits? But this is different. What is so different about it? Did the skills they mastered pale in comparison to your ability to construct machines? Liu Chang and Empress Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he was momentarily rendered speechless. At your age, to be able to create such machines is ample proof of your talent. Do not squander your gift. If you lack understanding, seek out those who do. If you wish to contribute to the well-being of the populace, do not sit idly lamenting. What good does that do? Will your guilt, no matter how many times you feel it, improve the lives of the common people? If you forego beef, will every household possess plow oxen? Go and take action. Even if you fail, it is far better than sitting here in a stupor. All right. Liu Chang suddenly sprang to his feet. I shall go to the Shangfang. I will create countless machines. I will ensure that everyone in the world has clothing to wear and food to eat. What are we still doing here? With that, Liu Chang dashed off, disappearing in an instant. Liu Heng sat on the stone steps, watching the diminutive figure vanish from sight, and he burst into hearty laughter. This rascal! I am coming. Liu Chang rushed into the Shangfang with fervor, exclaiming loudly, "Is there a completed spinning wheel? Bring me one. Let us see if there are any areas for improvement. Also, bring all the various agricultural tools, and find me a few knowledgeable about them. Furthermore, gather several individuals who have been ennobled for their contributions to machinery. The more, the better. This is all for the benefit of the common people." The artisans and eunuchs within the Shangfang stared in astonishment at the lively Liu Chang, exchanging bewildered glances. Who will go and summon the imperial physician? Chapter 50. Is your name Liu Chang? Within the confines of the Shangfang Bureau, Liu Chang, surrounded by a multitude of artisans, was diligently dismantling and reassembling a collection of textile machine components. It was at this moment that Liu Chang finally comprehended the reason behind the frequent malfunctions of the machines he had crafted. In essence, his relentless pursuit of efficiency had led him to overreach. He had designed the machines based on his recollections. Yet the textile machines of the future did not rely on mortise and tenon joints. Instead, they required nails and various adhesives to withstand maximum power without sustaining damage. As he grasped this pivotal truth, he realized that reducing vibration or altering the structural design could remedy the issue. As for the agricultural tools, Liu Chang found himself needing to start from scratch. He rummaged through his memories but discovered no knowledge pertaining to farming practices. While he recalled tractors, he found himself incapable of constructing such machinery. Fortunately, the Shangfang Bureau was an impeccably structured organization, and under the orders of Xiaohe, no one dared to defy Liu Chang and Oppos as commands. Whatever he decreed was absolute. He initially sought out various farming implements, plows, hoes, shovels, two-prong cultivators, sickles, and more. The Shangfang Bureau even summoned several seasoned farmers from the outskirts of Chang and Oppos, and to personally demonstrate the use of these tools to Liu Chang. To his dismay, Liu Chang realized that the rudimentary tools had little room for improvement. Enhancements could only be made in terms of materials, though iron farming tools had emerged. Their scarcity meant that wood, iron, and even bone or copper were used interchangeably without any pretentiousness. To Liu Chang, it appeared that the plow held the only potential for enhancement. He had been observing the utility of plows in the fields for days, stroking his chin in contemplation on how to innovate. While copying designs was straightforward, generating ideas independently proved to be a far more arduous task. Even the simplest inventions posed significant challenges compared to mere replication. When the newly designed textile machine, one that prioritized stability over efficiency, was delivered to Xiaohe, the chancellor was immensely pleased. They promptly began preparations to employ the crown prince's strategy, disseminating the design blueprints to various locales for mass production of the machines and recruiting displaced persons to address the issue of homelessness. Dear brother, now that our father and mother are no longer in Chang and Oppos, and I do not seek accolades for myself, I merely wish to demonstrate to our father that I am capable of restoring the nation. If you can produce new machines, I will ensure they are manufactured in abundance, proving to our father that none of his children are without merit. It was evident that Liu Ying was genuinely exhilarated. In recent days, he had undertaken numerous initiatives within his authority. He was striving to transform into a truly valuable crown prince, rather than merely a proponent of empty rhetoric about benevolence and moral virtue. During court discussions, he convened nearly all the ministers, soliciting their suggestions. The ministers, somewhat helpless, offered a variety of recommendations within their respective domains in response to the crown prince and Oppos' request. Liu Ying rewarded these individuals and compiled their suggestions for further deliberation with his aides to discern which proposals could be feasibly implemented. He endeavored to demonstrate his capabilities, and Liu Chang and Oppos' ideas brought him great joy. If Liu Chang could indeed devise a machine to enhance crop yields, he would be able to accomplish even more. Liu Chang spent his days tirelessly tending to the fields, his appearance soiled and disheveled, hardly resembling a prince. Within the halls of Tianlu Pavilion, his dusty visage starkly contrasted with those of the other princes. Ru Yi remarked with a smile, just as she was about to say something, when Lord Gai abruptly slammed his palm upon the table. Young Master Ru Yi, someone approaches, their gaze fixed upon you. Words must align with actions when one gains. They must not squander. Should one and Oppos' words be mere embellishments and actions hollow, they are unworthy of trust. Thus, words reflect the heart, colors reveal the spirit. Emotions reveal the essence. To speak without action is deceitful. Therefore, let words be the foundation, and actions the fruition. A straight tree felled, a straight man slain, without punishment or notoriety, born before heaven and earth, yet to this day unformed. What does this mean? Rui exclaimed, her eyes wide, stammering as she sought clarification. If one is to entrust someone with a significant responsibility, could you repeat that? How can you not grasp this? And yet you dare to chastise your younger brother? Copy the and amp. Amp. Oppos, shitaging and amp. Amp. Oppos, 60 times for me. Rui bowed her head, murmuring her compliance. Liu Chang burst into hearty laughter, exchanging playful glances with Rui, his spirits soaring. Once the lesson concluded, Lord Gai called Liu Chang to a halt. He gently wiped the dirt from Liu Chang's face with his sleeve, leaving it immaculate. I understand your aspirations, and you have performed admirably. Should anyone within the palace dare to mock you, come to me, and I shall set things right. Very well. Liu Chang resumed his exploration of the fields. Although he was inexperienced in agriculture, his basic manual skills remained intact. He quickly realized that just as a spinning wheel could enhance efficiency by utilizing multiple spindles, why could a plow not increase its efficiency by incorporating multiple shares? While it was easy to propose, execution proved challenging. Simply adding a few shares would render the plow cumbersome and laborious, ultimately diminishing efficiency rather than enhancing it. After further observation, Liu Chang had a revelation. By employing the principle of leverage, he could transform the straight beam into a curved one and shorten the length of the beam. Moreover, he devised a plan to add several more shares. He envisioned installing a curved loosening hoop behind the plow frame, affixing a loosening shovel to the lower end of the hoop, and placing a loosening hoe at the front. No, 2 of them. When Liu Chang drafted a design blueprint and presented it to the officials, they were left astounded. Is this truly a plow? Have you attached all the agricultural tools to it? How many oxen would be required to pull such a contraption? Despite the absurdity of young Master Chang's design, it nonetheless inspired the artisans. They began to discreetly experiment with combinations of various tools and modifications to the straight beam. Young Master Chang possessed many virtues, yet his boldness often led him to pursue grand ambitions, forever seeking maximum efficiency. Upon hearing that the artisans had commenced their work, Liu Chang was elated, even increasing his appetite significantly. Just as he was about to enter the palace, a voice called out, Liu Chang. Liu Chang was momentarily taken aback, then turned around to find 2 half-grown boys gazing at him with a haughty demeanor. So you were Liu Chang, are you? The pair slowly advanced, while the sentry at the doorway cast a cursory glance at them before discreetly turning away. Indeed, that is I. And who might you be? I am Kong. This is my younger brother, Shirin. Are you the one who bullied our sister while we were away? The 2 scrutinized Liu Chang with malicious intent, their expressions defiant. Huh? Which sister are you referring to? Fan Qing. Oh, you are the brother of that little snitch, are you? Humph. It would be wise for you to apologize to our sister. Otherwise, my brother and I shall not let this matter rest. Liu Chang chuckled as he rolled up his sleeves and inquired, by the way, I must ask you something. You 2 do not share your sister and Oppos as penchant for tattling, do you? What are you talking about? We are upright gentlemen. Why would we ever tell tales to an adult? What is the purpose of this question? Wah, mother, we did nothing wrong. He just came up and hit us. I can't see anything. The bruised and swollen Fan Kong cried out to his mother about Liu Chang and Oppos' alleged brutality. Beside him, Shirin was also wiping his tears, wailing loudly. Liu Wei and Oppos' expression turned cold as she listened to their lamentations. You too? Incapable of overcoming one who is younger than you. How dare you come to me with your sob stories? You have completely tarnished your father's name. If your father were here, he would surely hang you from the rafters and give you a beating. And still you cry? Upon hearing Liu Wei and Oppos' words, Fan Kong covered his mouth and silently sobbed, too afraid to make a sound. As Fan Kong and Shirin departed from their mother and Oppos' side, Shirin widened his eyes and questioned, Brother, our sister has been wronged, yet mother scolds us instead. Why is that? Hiss. It is of no consequence at all. Let us keep today's events to ourselves. Since we cannot defeat him, let us call for Xingji and Yafu to assist us. Surely, the 5 of us cannot continue to be beaten. Chapter 51. Please pay attention. I have reiterated this numerous times, yet many continue to inquire, so I shall state it once more. Firstly, regarding the age of the protagonists. I have deliberately increased the ages of several princes to accommodate the appearances of Liu Bang, Xiao He, Han Xian, and others, in order to portray events realistically. By the time Liu Chang is capable of taking action, few of these figures would remain. The settings are crafted to serve the narrative. Furthermore, concerning the updates, dear readers, we are currently in the early phase of this new work, and I do not yet possess a recommendation slot. Therefore, A bi-daily update is most suitable at this moment. Once we surpass the recommendation phase and the book is officially published, I assure you there will be a substantial increase in updates, with a daily minimum of 8,000 words. I appreciate your support, and any suggestions may be left in the review section. Chapter 52. This is called Tactics. Han Xin was confined alone in a prison located in the southern outskirts of Chang and Apos. And this prison, originally vacant and slated for demolition by Xiao He, was chosen by Empress Lu for Han Xin and Apos' imprisonment. She personally appointed the jailer and guards, who, despite their humble positions, dared to obstruct Xiao He from entering. As for Liu Chang, he had received a stern order from Empress Lu forbidding him from seeing Han Xin. However, the resourceful Liu Chang had his own means. By throwing a tantrum, he could easily persuade his elder brother to allow him entry to see Han Xin. Liu Ying was permitted to visit Han Xin, and the jailer dared not trouble him. Upon seeing Liu Ying, he was exceedingly courteous. His demeanor transformed as if he were greeting a family member. While Liu Chang did not receive the same level of politeness, the jailer was still relatively amiable. The atmosphere in the prison was heavy and oppressive. "Come, young master, wear this cloak." Liu Chang felt a peculiar discomfort. The jailer's courtesy towards him and his brother seemed less about their status and more akin to familial affection. When Liu Ying smiled and reminded Liu Chang to express his gratitude to the jailer, Liu Chang suddenly realized, indeed, they were distant relatives. What was his mother thinking? Sending a relative to take on such a menial role? Venturing deeper into the prison, Liu Chang soon spotted a disheveled figure in the distance. "Master!" Liu Chang exclaimed, causing Han Xin to abruptly raise his head, the chains around him clanking. The jailer opened the door, whispered a few instructions in Liu Ying and Apos' ear, and then departed. The two brothers entered the cell. Liu Ying bowed respectfully, while Liu Chang rushed into Han Xin and Apos' embrace. At that moment, Han Xin exuded an unpleasant odor, his complexion dark. Yet his eyes shone with an unusual brightness. Seeing his master in such a state brought tears to Liu Chang and Apos' eyes, and he used his sleeve to wipe the grime from Han Xion's face. Han Xion's gaze softened slightly, though his tone remained dismissive. "A true man. Why do you act like a girl?" "Master, mother forbade me from visiting you." "Have they harmed you?" Observing the intimate exchange between master and disciple, Liu Ying smiled and stepped towards the prison door, allowing them the freedom to converse. Han Xion squinted, listening intently. However, even when Liu Chang mentioned having met Pingyu in secret, Han Xion showed no surprise, nor did he offer any opinion. It was only when Liu Chang recounted how he had defeated the two sons of Fan Kuai that Han Xion finally spoke. Relying solely on brute strength is a foolish endeavor. Even a valiant warrior like Xiang Yu, if ignorant of strategy, can achieve little. Liu Chang was taken aback. Then what should I do? To defeat an enemy, one must either eliminate them or reclaim them. Victory should be achieved with the least effort. Inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 losses is the height of foolishness. One should strive to annihilate the greatest adversary at the smallest cost. Yet I am not engaged in battle. The principles of military strategy can be applied in any context, be it on the streets or within the halls of power. I lament only that my understanding has come too late. However, I cannot resort to violence against them. Han Xion fell silent, merely observing Liu Chang. Indeed, Han Xion's teachings have profoundly inspired Liu Chang. In recent days, accompanied by Wanbu, he frequently observed a man named Fan Kong, leading a group of individuals loitering outside the palace. Perhaps due to their background, the patrolling guards dared not formally expel them, merely advising them to keep their distance from the palace gates. Liu Chang considered himself valiant, yet faced with such a multitude, he felt apprehensive. It was not that he doubted his combat skills, he was certainly capable, but rather that he feared he might strike too hard and inadvertently cause serious harm. Liu Chang was no coward, certainly not. Han Xion had instructed him to either eliminate the threat or reclaim his position. Such altercations among children should not result in bloodshed. Moreover, his teacher had advised that the most efficient way to defeat an adversary is to do so without incurring any cost. How could he possibly resolve the matter with so many adversaries without exerting effort? As Liu Chang pondered this dilemma, he was reassured by Wanbu's presence. Those ruffians would not dare approach. Although Wanbu was his attendant, he would likely refuse if Liu Chang asked him to assault a group of children. After much contemplation, Liu Chang devised an impeccable plan. "Brother, that fellow named Fan Kong has summoned 7 or 8 others to confront me. I am outnumbered. They are blocking my way at the palace gates, vowing to strike me whenever they see me. Liu Chang feigned tears as he recounted his plight to Liu Rui. What? At that moment, Liu Rui and Apos' fury ignited like a wildfire. He grasped the sword at his waist and demanded, "Where are those scoundrels now? Still at the palace gates, I presume. Come with me." Liu Rui seized Liu Chang's hand and strode out of the hall. "You lot. Yes, you. Fetch some sticks or something. And follow me. Bring your attendants along. Friend, why are you carrying such a small stick? Go fetch a larger one. Do not inform Heng." Liu Chang watched as Liu Rui gathered a group and charged toward the palace gates, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Was this escalating too far? The palace guards barred their passage. But Liu Rui boldly insisted that they needed to accompany Prince Chang to observe new agricultural machinery, as per the Chancellor's orders. The entourage, composed of protectors, was there to ensure the prince and Apos' safety. Once they burst through the palace gates, Liu Rui directed Liu Chang to seek out those individuals. After meandering near the palace for a while, they fortuitously encountered the group of raucous individuals, among whom Liu Chang recognized Fan Kong and called out, "It is they." Liu Rui approached, seething with anger, flanked by a contingent of stern-faced companions. There were only 5 individuals, and at this moment, upon seeing several people leading a group of attendants, seemingly armed, a sense of trepidation gripped them. After exchanging glances, the leader, Fan Kong, turned to leave. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Come here," Liu Rui shouted. Fan Kong raised his head, about to comply, when an older boy beside him intervened and boldly approached. "What do you want? Who are you?" he inquired. "I am Zhou Xingji, and these 2 are my younger brothers, Yafu and Jian. What do you intend to do? You harmed my brother. What do you think I want?" Zhou Xingji could no longer contain his anger, glaring at Liu Chang in the distance, exclaiming, "It was he who struck my friend. How can you be so shameless?" With no further ado, Rui swung the hilt of her sword forcefully into Zhou Xingji's abdomen. He let out a muffled groan and collapsed. "Attack!" Rui shouted, and her companions surged forward. The normally gentle Liu Hui landed a punch on Zhou Yafu, who began to wail, fleeing in distress from Liu Hui's pursuit. Fan Kong and the others occasionally cried out in agony, as if someone were striking them with a stick, yet they could not discern their assailant. Only when they fell could they see the frail Liu Yu, panting behind them with a wooden stick in hand. Liu Chang, however, did not intervene. He merely stood by, watching the spectacle with a wide grin, as he witnessed Rui, typically the most bothersome, in a fit of rage, pounding Zhou Xingji's face. A twinge of guilt flickered within Liu Chang. Was his conduct not somewhat unethical? Yet, the exhilaration of resolving the conflict without lifting a finger was undeniably delightful. Who cared about morality? Chapter 53. The hat of Ingbu with our parents absent, you dare to ascend to the heavens, do you? A band of rascals. Liu Ying furrowed his brow. Even with his typically good temperament, he could not restrain his anger any longer. The 5 knelt before him in a row. Rui, Heng, Hui, Yu and Zhang. Except for Hong, the others kept their heads bowed, displaying expressions of deep grievance. How could you be so ruthless? The family of the Grand General sent people, and I am utterly humiliated. My aunt even came personally to reprimand me. I have been apologizing everywhere. While the princes conspired to beat the children of the ministers. What is this? Huh. Liu Ying's fury escalated, and his younger brothers remained silent, not daring to refute him. "Brother, this is not our fault. They struck first and attacked Zhang. Do you still have the audacity to say that? You are the eldest. Instead of stopping them, you led them in their violence. Rui, I am greatly disappointed in you. Is this how you set an example for them?" Second brother. Do not speak. Extend your hand." Liu Rui, trembling, extended his hand, while Liu Ying raised a wooden stick, hesitating several times before he could bring it down. "Second brother, if you are going to strike, do it swiftly. Don't scare me like this. This is all for your sake." Crack. Liu Rui winced in pain as Liu Ying struck him a few times, his hand retreating in a pitiful manner. Liu Ying then turned his gaze to Liu Heng. "Second brother, I did not join them in causing trouble." Liu Heng, sensing Liu Ying's displeasure, hurried to explain. "I know, you are usually the most composed. I hoped that in my absence, you would keep an eye on them. But this time, such a significant incident occurred, and you were unaware? Extend your hand." Liu Heng offered no rebuttal, extending his hand and receiving a blow. Liu Hui and Liu simply refrained from arguing, obediently extending their hands. At last, it was Liu Zhang's turn to extend his hand. "You need not extend your hand." "Huh? Really? Thank you, second brother. Lift your bottom. Why is it that they all get beaten? But I must receive a blow to my posterior? What have I done to deserve this? Why does everyone prefer to strike my backside? Lift it. Soon." The sound of Liu Bang and Apos' song echoed within the storied hall. Today, since you are all present, I must rectify the behavior within the palace. I shall not spare a single prince, Liu Ying declared, his anger palpable. Not spare a single one? Rui, quickly send an envoy to Qi State to summon eldest brother. Let second brother take care of him. And you, fifth brother, go fetch Jian. Let him also receive a few strikes from second brother. Silence. Liu Ying kept them in the storied hall for the entire day, clearly infuriated. It was evident that he had never been this angry in his life. However, Liu Zhang felt for the first time that second brother truly resembled father in certain ways. Following Fan Kuai and Xiao Hoang, the nightmare team of Qin Shi finally assembled. The third general to join the fray was Guan Ying, who had previously made a living selling silk in Suiyang. Liu Bang initiated a rebellion against the Qin dynasty, advancing to the gates of Yongqiu County. Guan Ying, under the guise of Zhong Wan, accompanied Liu Bang, subsequently embarking on a life filled with southern and northern campaigns. Due to his valor in battle, he earned Liu Bang and Apos' esteem throughout his half-life. He was either en route to the battlefield or engaged in combat, having fought against the Qin, the Chu, traders, and bandits, as well as participating in sieges, river crossings, and mobile warfare. He commanded troops in uprisings and charioteers, and even held the position of a chief commander, earning his place among Liu Bang and Apos' formidable cadre. Far surpassing Qin Shi in reputation, Guan Ying led the Han army to triumph over Qin Shi's chancellor, Ho Chang, at Chuanai City, where his soldiers slew Ho Chang and 5 of his elite generals. Then appeared the general of chariots and cavalry, Jin Shi, whose prowess in battle is well known. Having defeated Xiang Yu not once, but multiple times, he commanded the Han chariot troops, launching a multi-pronged assault on Qin Shi's forces, systematically dismantling them and compelling the surrender of Chuanai City. Next came Cao Can, the second most distinguished contributor to the founding of the Han, who led the forces of Qi to breach the ranks of Qin Shi's general, Zhang Chun, in Liaoqing, decapitating over 10,000 enemies. Zhou Bo, advancing through Taiyuan County to confront the Dai territory, reached the former capital of King Han Xian, Mai, which he besieged for an extended period, eventually sacking the city. His troops executed Qin Shi and Apos' general, Cheng Ma Chi, and triumphed over the forces of King Han Xian and Zhao Wang Zhao Li at Lu Fan, capturing Qin Shi's general, Song Zue, and the governor of Yanmen, Hun. Seizing the momentum, Zhou Bo turned to Yunzhong County, capturing the county governor, Lu, the chancellor, GC, and the general, Sun, pacifying the 17 counties of Yanmen and 12 counties of Yunzhong. Fan Kuai breached Pan and Apos' forces at Guangchang, capturing Qi Wuyong at Wuzhong. He also defeated Qin Shi subordinate, the Xiongnu leader Wang Huang, in the southern region of Dai County, seizing the opportunity to strike at Han Wang Xian and Apos' forces at Qinhe, where his troops executed Han Wang Xian. At this juncture, Liu Bang and Apos' formidable cadre was finally assembled. With the exception of the 3 major generals who were absent, all others who could attend had arrived, and the rebel forces in the Zhao Dai region were thoroughly vanquished. Under their combined might, Qin Shi could scarcely hold out for long. They pressed the attack relentlessly, leading to continuous defeats for Qin Shi. The Zhao Dai region was swiftly reclaimed, and Qin Shi's army was completely routed, forcing him into a desperate flight. Meanwhile, El Ho, reading the silk scroll in her hand, maintained a calm demeanor, revealing not a trace of emotion. She contemplated abandoning her original plans, urging patience as she awaited the opportune moment, resolving to seize every opportunity that arose. After imparting a few earnest instructions, she burned the correspondence and dismissed the warrior before her, who hastily departed towards the kingdom of Huainan. What El Ho truly contemplated remains a mystery, however. She had indeed placed her own people among all the feudal lords of different surnames, allowing her to monitor their every action and word. If Pingyu had not departed that very night, El Ho would undoubtedly have learned of Liu Chang and Apos' prior meeting with him. El Ho had long been dedicated to eliminating the feudal lords of different surnames, perhaps for Liu Ying, or perhaps solely for the Han dynasty. A sentiment shared by Xiao He and Liu Bang alike. Did he not realize that Pengyu harbored no intentions of rebellion? Even if there were misunderstandings in the past. When the officials later examined the matter, could they not discern the truth? Perhaps Liu Bang was fully aware of it. However, he chose not to expose it. Under the pretext of this reason, he eliminated a rival feudal lord. What could possibly be wrong with that? As for his initial leniency towards Pingyu, it seemed more akin to the guilt Liu Bang harbored within. In the kingdom of Huainan, across 6 counties, within a humble dwelling, a physician was attending to a young and beautiful lady. After assessing her condition, the doctor earnestly advised, "Your health has improved significantly compared to before. It is time to change your medication. However, there are many remedies I do not possess at the moment, but I will procure them for you as swiftly as possible. Please adhere to my instructions and take your medicine punctually, and you shall recover in no time." "Thank you," the lady replied with a smile, nodding her head. And she instructed a nearby maid to present a gift. As their conversation continued, a visitor arrived to pay his respects. He was not alone. He was accompanied by numerous attendants and brought an array of gifts. He stood before the lady with utmost respect, bowing deeply. The lady, somewhat surprised, inquired, "Who are you? Why have you come to visit me?" "I am the minister Ben he replied. "My residence is right next door. I heard you were unwell, so I came to pay my respects. This is a humble gift I have prepared." Then he instructed his attendants to present all the offerings. The physician, evidently familiar with this neighbor, approached with a warm smile to greet him and proactively introduced him to the princess, saying, "The minister treats others with sincerity. Although he has only recently moved here, he has been very kind to the neighbors and is indeed a dependable individual." The princess smiled and remarked, "If you seek to earn the king and Appos, as favor through the offering of gifts, you might find such attempts futile. My visit is merely a duty as a minister, not an endeavor to flatter, nor do I harbor any aspirations of gaining the king's esteem through this. I have prepared some fine wine for you." "Dr. Zhang, may I inquire if the princess partakes in wine? I can indulge in a little." The princess frequently visited for her ailments, and each time, the minister would come to greet her, presenting gifts. Although she accepted them, she often felt a twinge of unease. One day, while sharing a drink with Ingbu, she remarked with a smile, "Minister Bin, he is truly a kind-hearted and honest man." Ingbu's expression changed dramatically. "You have not encountered him in the palace. How can you ascertain that he is indeed a kind-hearted and honest man?" "Do not misunderstand, my lord. When I went for treatment, the minister and Appos' residence was right next door. He often brought gifts and shared wine with me." "You." Ingbu's face flushed with rage, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Chapter 54. Father and son. Empress Lu's outings were characterized by a remarkable low profile. She scarcely informed the officials across the regions. Should any officials venture forth to welcome her, she would respond with displeasure, questioning why they could not devote their time to the welfare of the common people instead of masquerading as loyal ministers. Chen Ping had long since grown accustomed to her temperament, nodding in quiet acknowledgement. For whatever Liu Bang uttered, a nod was the appropriate response. With a cold demeanor, Empress Lu listened to Liu Bang's incessant boasting, suppressing her ire in silence. Suddenly, Liu Bang inquired, his tone suggesting he was not entirely satisfied with the answer he sought. He continued with a smile, "The Chancellor has sent me word, claiming you protect Han Xin and refuse to execute him. He harbors considerable discontent towards you. What could be the reason for this?" "Because of the Crown Prince." "The Crown Prince?" Liu Bang asked, somewhat taken aback. "What concern is this of his?" "The Crown Prince has come to persuade me, expressing his desire to reclaim Han Xin for his own purposes. Hence, I refrain from taking action. If your majesty wishes to eliminate him, then do so. I shall not shield him." Liu Bang dismissed this rationale with disdain, retorting, "Rather than assert that Liu Ying harbors such intentions, one might as well claim that Liu Chang is authoring his own doctrines. That would be far more credible." Empress Lu offered no clarification, merely turning her head away. Meanwhile, Liu Chang was languidly resting in the pepper room when a palace maid roused him, announcing the Crown Prince and Appos' summons. "It and Appos' so cold outside. Perhaps I should forego the visit?" Liu Chang sat up, rubbing his bleary eyes. "Speak not such nonsense. Quickly rise." Several palace maids rushed to dress Liu Chang, while Liu Hui pulled him away from the pepper room. The princes were already prepared, and Rui even donned a crown, exuding an air of authority. Yet Liu Chang, half asleep, stood idly, failing to mock Rui. Liu Ying was absent. By the time they exited the palace, soldiers were already stationed within the city. After a laborious trek to the outskirts, they found Liu Ying engaged in amiable conversation with a group of ministers, while the princes and ministers stood in separate formations. After a prolonged wait, Liu Bang and Empress Lu had yet to appear. "Chang, wash your face. The assembly is watching. One must not be disrespectful." Observing Liu Chang stifle several yawns, Liu Heng finally spoke up. Liu Chang, taken aback, indignantly pointed at another prince, exclaiming, "I merely yawned. Jian has practically fallen asleep." Why do you reprimand me and not him? How is it that my elder brother is so unjust? In the distance, the swaddled infant Liu Jin slumbered soundly in a maid and Appos' arms. Liu Heng and Appos' face twitched, his teeth clenched as he chose to ignore the shamelessness of his sibling. The ministers closely scrutinized the princes, assessing these future lords. Rui stood tall, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, exuding an aura of heroism reminiscent of Liu Bang. Liu Heng stood respectfully, his expression serene, unfazed by the ministers' gazes. After what felt like an eternity, Liu Bang's carriage finally arrived. The crown prince led the assembly in respectful greetings, prompting the others to follow suit. Liu Bang rose with joy to greet the bowing ministers. He dismounted and went to assist the Chancellor Xiaohe and other officials, warmly addressing Xiaohe. This campaign against the rebels owes much to you, Chancellor. The generals all say that the supplies never faltered for even a day, and it is entirely due to your efforts. Xiaohe, rising, replied. This is all thanks to the crown prince and Appos' merit. I merely assisted the crown prince in his endeavors. May I respectfully inquire about your majesty and Appos' well-being? I am well. May I respectfully inquire about your majesty's well-being? I am well. Your majesty, how do you fare? What did you do last night? Within the Xinsher Hall, Liu Bang listened intently as Xiaohe reported on recent significant events. With Crown Prince Liu Ying and Liu Chang seated on either side, Liu Chang appeared utterly bewildered. It was one thing for father to retain Xiaohe and his elder brother, but why was he kept here as well? What business did he have in this matter? Soon, Liu Bang dismissed Xiaohe and, facing his eldest son Liu Ying, felt a tangle of emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he said, You have done well. To heed the wise counsel of your ministers is a hallmark of a capable ruler. Henceforth, do not remain idle. Attend court discussions and learn the art of governance. Liu Ying, somewhat overwhelmed, choked out, Thank you, father. Liu Bang smiled, saying, Go now. Hasten to catch up with the chancellor. Liu Ying, taken aback, nodded earnestly and hurried away. Liu Bang then turned his gaze to Liu Chang, beckoning him closer. Liu Chang cautiously approached and seated himself beside his father. I did nothing. Relate to me the matter of Han Xian in detail, and do not speak falsely. Liu Bang and Appos' tone grew serious. Liu Chang asked, Where should I begin? Begin with that individual suddenly appearing beside your master. Very well. At that moment, he appeared unexpectedly, and my master's demeanor shifted dramatically. Subsequently, I borrowed the horse of Ru Yi and dashed out to find my master. There were hundreds of elite cavalry pursuing me, yet I felt no fear. I snatched my master and Appos' longsword, let out a fierce shout, and instantly, everyone was taken aback. In a flash, I leapt over 4 or 5 armored soldiers, stepping upon their heads, like a dragonfly skimming water. I surged to Kuai Che and Appos' side and beheaded him with a single strike. As he spoke, Liu Chang seemed to recall something, shifting his tone. At that time, I feared for my master and Appos' life and sought to plead with mother for leniency. But she told me that my elder brother had already interceded and advised me not to meddle further. Liu Bang narrowed his eyes, listening intently. Was it you who urged the crown prince to seek the empress and Appos' aid? How did you know? Liu Chang and Appos' eyes widened. Do you think you can play tricks before me? The schemes you devised, I recognized them in my youth. Continue your account. Then the master was imprisoned. My second brother had taken me to meet the master. Regarding Han Xian, Liu Bang had received 6 distinct pieces of intelligence, each conveying a different narrative. To verify the truth, he resolved to extract the facts directly from the mouth of his foolish son without anyone informing Liu Chang. As anticipated, the truth was quite aligned with his expectations. The father and son were engaged in conversation when suddenly, Lady Qi arrived. Liu Bang was overjoyed and hastily rose to his feet. Lady Qi threw herself into Liu Bang and Appos' embrace, and he, with a smile, inhaled deeply before laughing heartily as he wrapped his arms around her and sat down. Just as he was about to take further action, he unexpectedly noticed Liu Chang staring intently at him. Liu Bang and Appos' face flushed with embarrassment as he exclaimed, What are you still doing here? Chapter 55. King Zhao Lu Rui Father, you never said I could leave. Liu Chang thought to himself, his eyes filled with disdain. Liu Bang cleared his throat, releasing Qi Fu Run, and said earnestly, I ask you about matters that must not be disclosed to others. Henceforth, you must cease this folly and devote yourself to your studies. Once again, the same old lecture, which Liu Chang had grown weary of. He He merely responded with a lackluster murmur. I tell you, had you not been so young, the crimes you have committed could have warranted the extermination of your entire family. Cough. They could have led to your execution. Murder, breaching the palace, plundering the imperial steed. As Liu Bang spoke, Chifu Ren suddenly recalled something and hastily interrupted him. Your Majesty, please be aware that Rui did not intentionally flaunt the imperial steed. It was Liu Chang who seized it for himself. Liu Bang chuckled. No matter, I shall not hold Rui accountable. Just days ago, he incited Rui to engage in a brawl. The Empress remains unaware of this matter. Should she find out, she would undoubtedly reproach Rui. So I implore your Majesty to protect him. A brawl? Liu Bang turned his gaze to Liu Chang, who indignantly replied. It was just Fan Kuai's sons who sought to deal with me, so I brought Rui along to teach them a lesson. Liu Bang burst into hearty laughter. Well done, well done. A true man should act thus. Yet, Liu Bang furrowed his brow as Chifu Ren began to weep. Your Majesty, in the inner palace, even a child dares to humiliate me so. Liu Bang maintained a stern silence. Liu Chang glared haughtily at Chifu Ren, who, seeing Liu Bang and Oppos in action, scolded, she is not your biological mother. Your blatant favoritism towards the enemy who plotted against your true mother shows you are not a filial son. The moment those words escaped her lips, Liu Bang was rendered speechless. He stared blankly for a moment before leaping to his feet, shouting, Silence. What nonsense are you spouting? Liu Chang stood in shock. Chifu Ren and Oppos' remark left him momentarily speechless. Am I not of blood relation? In the Jiaofeng Hall, Empress Lu was listening to the palace maids recount events that had transpired during her absence. Upon hearing that Rui and the other princes had defended Liu Chang in a fight, she felt no anger. Rui is unlike his baseborn mother. When in peril, how can one not assist? How can they call themselves brothers? Empress Lu glanced at a nearby maid and instructed, Prepare a new set of garments for Rui. Just then, a small figure appeared in the distance. Empress Lu squinted, recognizing the troublesome child from afar. Liu Chang walked slowly, and as he approached her, she could see his tear-streaked face, occasionally wiping his eyes, pitifully standing before her. Another beating? Empress Lu asked with a scoff, unfazed by the scene. Mother. Liu Chang wiped away his tears. She said I am not your biological child. She also said you are my enemy. Am I really not your own? The smile on Empress Lu and Oppos' face instantly froze. In that moment, she trembled all over, her face turning icy as she asked each word with a chilling intensity. Who said that? Lady Qi said it. Father said she was speaking nonsense. Looking at the sobbing child before her, Empress Lu pulled him into her embrace. She is deceiving you. That is her nature. She never speaks the truth. Do not believe her. Wailing, Liu Chang broke into tears. Empress Lu held him close, her expression fierce, fury blazing within her. Witnessing this scene, the palace maid could not help but tremble in fear, stammering, Your Majesty, the attire. There is no need for that. Since he has grown, let us offer a gift of greater value instead. The regions of Zhao and Dai have suffered from turmoil. This is precisely the moment when lords must take command, govern their territories, and address post-war matters. Young Master Rui has been conferred the title of King of Zhao, endowed with intelligence and valor, and should now venture to his fief to govern the land and advocate for the people of Zhao. In the court assembly, Liu Bang looked at Zhao Yao in astonishment. Today, it seemed as if the ministers had unified their voices, led by Zhao Yao, as they collectively petitioned for Liu Rui to journey to his fief and assume the role of King of Zhao. They praised Rui to the skies, as if certain that his governance would bring order and prosperity to Zhao. Liu Ying, who was present, was left dumbfounded. He could not help but rise and say, Forgive my impudence, but how can Rui, being so young, be sent to his fief at this moment? The crown prince is mistaken. Although the king of Zhao is young, he has nonetheless been conferred kingship. Moreover, he possesses exceptional talent and has spent these years learning from esteemed figures like Lord Guy. How can you underestimate him? I have heard that as an elder brother, one must provide opportunities for one's siblings to showcase their abilities and not belittle them with ulterior motives. Zhao Yao and Oppos' words rendered Liu Ying speechless. Flustered, he stammered. I do not belittle him. I merely care for him. At such a tender age, Zhao has just endured turmoil, with bandits rampant and farmland and homes destroyed. It is precisely because of Zhao and Oppos' precarious situation that a lordly king is needed to take command. If the king of Zhao is unwilling to go, then the crown prince may select another prince to take his place. Liu Ying found himself at a loss in the debate against these seasoned ministers. A few words left him speechless. Liu Bang turned to Xiaohe, hoping he might interject. Liu Bang shared Liu Ying and Appo's sentiments. It was not the right time to dispatch Liu Rui to Zhao. Though Liu Chang would assist him, Liu Bang understood the immense difficulty of governing a territory. As a minister, Liu Chang would need to consult the king on every matter. He could make decisions, but could not act unilaterally. The situation in various regions must be thoroughly examined by the ruler himself. Even Liu Fei, the eldest son, under the guidance of someone as capable as Cao Can, toils day and night, becoming almost unrecognizable in his emaciation. What can be said of Liu Rui? His inherently strong-willed nature means that, should he arrive in the territories, he would undoubtedly not delegate all significant matters to his ministers as Liu Fei does, and may even take a personal role. With the recent upheavals in Zhao, should matters not be rectified, in the face of Liu Bang and Appo's piercing gaze, Xiaohe slowly rose, pondering for a moment before articulating, in my humble opinion. The words of the inspector resonate with reason. Liu Bang, initially taken aback, subsequently seethed with fury, yet he ultimately quelled his indignation. He turned his attention once more to Chen Ping. Chen Ping stood, asserting, I believe the issues in Zhao cannot be resolved by a single prince. It would be prudent to appoint Liu Chang to temporarily oversee these affairs. Liu Bang and Appo's ire diminished slightly as he nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, my loyal minister. However, he continued, but wait. Liu Chang is merely a minister. To entrust all matters to him would be most improper. Would not the other ministers follow suit? This would lead to chaos. Liu Chang may handle significant affairs in Zhao, but it is imperative that the Zhao king maintains a presence. The court erupted into a cacophony, clearly divided into two factions. Liu Bang observed their bickering in silence until the council concluded, without any consensus being reached. Prime Minister, there is something I must convey. But please forgive my audacity, one voice interjected. Speak freely, Liu Bang replied. The public will soon face a thorough execution. You dare to utter such curses upon me? Xiaohe exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Ping shook his head. You are astute with others, yet blind to your own situation. With that, he dismissed the prime minister and departed. Ha! I am off to Zhao. I am going to my fief. Liu Rui exclaimed joyfully within the Tianlu pavilion, his face radiant with excitement. Clenching his fists, he declared, this is indeed a golden opportunity for a man of ambition to showcase his talents. With the upheaval in Zhao, the realm awaits revival. This is my chance. I shall govern Zhao diligently. Within a decade, Zhao will undoubtedly emerge as the wealthiest of the vassal states. The people will live in peace and prosperity, and all industries will flourish. At that time, I shall personally lead Zhao and Appo's valiant warriors to vanquish the Xiongnu. The former General Wu and Appo's and of Zhao kept the Xiongnu at bay for a decade. I shall ensure that they do not dare to invade for 50 years. Liu Rui articulated his aspirations for the future, while his surrounding brothers gazed at him with envy. Chapter 56. The old mason Xiaohe Lady Qi wiped her tears, and Liu Bang gazed at her helplessly. Liu Rui stood before them, at a loss. He was eager to showcase his abilities. How could his mother obstruct him? Silence. Lady Qi scolded, then turned to Liu Bang, pleading, Your Majesty, Rui is still young. How can he be sent to the fief? In the palace. He is my only son. If he leaves too, what meaning would my life hold? Faced with Lady Qi and Appo's entreaty, Liu Bang found himself at a loss for words. The ministers were resolute, insisting that Liu Rui be dispatched to the fief. Liu Bang understood their motives, on one hand. This was a retaliation from Empress L. After Lady Qi spoke to Liu Chang, Liu Bang anticipated that Empress L would not let Lady Qi off easily. On the other hand, it was also due to the earlier turmoil regarding the crown prince. The ministers were quite satisfied with the current crown prince, and no one wished to replace him. If Rui departed from Chang and Appo's, he would completely lose any threat to Liu Ying, allowing Liu Ying to confidently ascend to the throne. This was precisely why, upon Zhao Yao and Appo's suggestion, the ministers immediately followed suit. After all, in their eyes, Liu Bang and Appo's crown prince was the epitome of an ideal successor. Liu Rui, while not lacking, paled in comparison to his elder brother. Even the chancellor insisted on sending Liu Rui to the fief, which posed a dilemma. As emperor, Liu Bang could certainly issue a direct order for Rui to remain, yet even the emperor must heed reason. To oppose the ministers and the empress would require Liu Bang to carefully ponder whether it was worth the trouble. Liu Rui felt quite aggrieved. He genuinely wished to go to the fief, confident that he could achieve great success there and become a virtuous king of Han. He could not fathom why his mother, father, and brother would oppose him. Liu Bang regarded him, his heart filled with uncertainty. He indeed cherished this son, who bore such a striking resemblance to himself. But how should this matter be resolved? Lady Qi and Amp, Oppos, weeping further darkened Liu Bang and Amp, Oppos, mood. Enough. Do not cry. All of this is because you cannot control your tongue. This time, I shall think of a solution. However, if you dare speak foolishly again, I will personally send Rui to the fief. Within the Jiaofeng Palace, young Liu Chang rested his head on Empress Lu's lap, dozing. With her left hand holding a bamboo slip, she read intently, while her right hand gently caressed Liu Chang's back, soothing him to sleep. Suddenly, a man entered the Jiaofeng Palace, laughing heartily. Empress Lu abruptly lifted her head, frowning. Liu Bang, caught in mid-laughter, abruptly halted as if his voice had been stifled. He glanced at the sleeping Liu Chang and stealthily approached Empress Lu, settling down slowly. Why is this child sleeping in broad daylight? Liu Bang inquired softly. He has been in low spirits these past few days and hasn't slept well at night. Empress Lu replied. Liu Bang was taken aback. The words he had been preparing to say were suddenly lost. Clearing his throat and hesitating for a moment, he finally said, Let him sleep for a while. Is your majesty here to visit Chang? I, indeed. Have come to pay him a visit. That and Oppos. That's good to hear. I was under the impression that your majesty had come to advocate for Rui. It appears, then, that your majesty harbors thoughts of other princes in your heart? I certainly do not show favoritism. Liu Bang scratched his head and continued. I am also burdened with guilt. Over these years, I have been preoccupied with state affairs and have not had the opportunity to instruct the princes. These princes are still quite young and require the empress to personally guide them. This is also my chamber. Why should I leave? Ying, Chang, and Heng are all your progeny. Why must you favor one over the others? I do not. During the time we were absent, Ying worked diligently, even amidst war. The displaced populace was adequately provided for. The able-bodied were engaged in battle, yet spring planting was not delayed, and while there were labor demands, the people did not voice complaints. You have neither rewarded them nor offered even a word of encouragement. Chang has been improving machinery during this time. He has tirelessly toiled in the fields, seeking ways to enhance farming tools in hopes of contributing to the realm, yet you remain oblivious. Heng has excelled in his studies, and Duke Gao holds him in great esteem, having repeatedly informed me of his desire to take him under his wing to impart more profound knowledge. Have you, your majesty, been aware of these matters? In your eyes, is there only Lady Qi and her son, Liu Rui? Are you not afraid? What should I fear? One day, when neither of us is present, due to your majesty and Oppos' favoritism, the other princes may conspire to eliminate Prince Zhao. What then shall you do? Shall he approach Liu Bang with a singular purpose, to execute Han Xin? His resolve was unwavering, suggesting he would not depart without the emperor and Oppos' consent. Liu Bang found this peculiar. Initially, you recommended the Marquis of Huayin to me. Now you fervently request his execution. What is the rationale behind this? Shall he replied earnestly, I once recommended him for his talents, believing he could assist your majesty in restoring order during tumultuous times. However, now I advocate for his death because, with the realm now stabilizing, we cannot endure further chaos. Liu Bang chuckled and inquired, I had thought you and the Marquis of Huayin were close confidants. Indeed, we are. Yet it is precisely because I understand him that I urge your majesty to execute him. Should your majesty grant Han Xin clemency today? I am certain he would incite turmoil in the future, plunging the Han into strife once more. Before Liu Bang stood the aged chancellor, who had grown old over the years. He had likely been the busiest member of Liu Bang and Oppos' circle, as Liu Bang and others leveled the old structures. Shall he rebuild a grand edifice named the Han upon the ruins, one that could shelter the populace in joy? He would not tolerate anyone jeopardizing this edifice. He could not bear to witness warfare ravage this land again. His earlier years were spent battling conflict, while his latter years were devoted to contending with ambitious foes. He resolutely supported Liu Ying, for he knew that with Liu Ying and Oppos' ascension, turmoil would dissipate, and the realm could truly transform into a land of peace and prosperity. This land is in dire need of peace, having endured centuries of turmoil and the loss of millions in battle. Behind the countless sparks of thought that have ignited, one can faintly hear the anguished cries of this territory. After assuming the role of chancellor, Shao He dedicated the ensuing decade to advocating for the people. striving to enhance their livelihoods and soothe the populace across various regions, with the hope of allowing them to lead better lives. Xiao He's philosophy persisted through the early Han dynasty, as his successors, be they the tyrannical empress, his adversaries, or a certain unnamed fourth individual, continued along the path laid out by him. If the governance of Emperor Wan and Emperor Jing formed the foundation for Emperor Wu's military conquests, then Xiao He was indeed the bedrock of that governance. In response to the Chancellor and Appo's earnest pleas, Liu Bang appeared to contemplate something. Could it be that these words were inspired by the Empress? Xiao He was taken aback and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, how could you say such a thing?" Liu Bang smiled broadly, jesting, "I shall not spare the Marquis of Huaying. He has plotted rebellion twice. If I were to overlook him again, all the lords would follow suit." Satisfied, Xiao He performed a deep bow to Liu Bang, exclaiming, "This is splendid." After bidding farewell to the Chancellor, Liu Bang resolved to personally visit the Marquis of Huaying. Upon witnessing Han Xian, disheveled and battered, Liu Bang felt a pang of discomfort. He asked, somewhat indignantly, why subject the Marquis to such humiliation? "Enough. Do not act like this in the future." Liu Bang, peering through the wooden bars, addressed Han Xian, "Why must you endure this?" Han Xian lifted his gaze, devoid of fear, though he had been deceived by others. Liu Bang detected a hint of capitulation in Han Xian's tone. It was surprising, for even when captured, this resolute figure had never yielded, despite being led astray by others. "Your treasonous plots twice are unforgivable. I have decided to execute you, which is indeed a pity for your talents." Chapter 57, Lord Gai Alas. Liu Rui shook his head, sitting in the Tianlu pavilion. His thoughts were entirely absent from his studies, his expression one of despondency, and his spirit in a haze. He could not comprehend why others restrained him from matters concerning the fief. It made him feel underestimated, intensifying his desire to prove himself. Perhaps it was due to his innate appearance, or perhaps the influence of his mother, but Liu Rui seemed to have begun emulating Liu Bang from a very young age. Every gesture and demeanor was deliberately imitated, until he eventually became accustomed to it, gradually transforming into a miniature Liu Bang in both image and manner. It remained uncertain whether his fervent aspiration to establish his own achievements stemmed from his innermost desires or from the belief that such ambitions were befitting of Liu Bang. Third brother, Liu Heng spoke, "I deeply admire your determination to serve the world. However, we have not yet reached the age of our elder brother, nor can we claim to possess the capability to govern effectively. If you wish to prove your abilities, it is imperative that you diligently study the principles of statecraft. Wasting time in idleness serves no purpose." Liu Rui forced a smile. "Fourth brother, you speak wisely. I shall no longer squander time." Lord Gai, who was resting nearby, nodded in agreement upon hearing Liu Heng and Appo's words. Among all the princes he had instructed, he held a particular fondness for Liu Heng. Liu Heng was astute, able to learn anything after a single glance, and he was exceptionally diligent, never allowing his intelligence to lead him to neglect his studies. Whenever he encountered perplexing issues, he would repeatedly seek counsel from Lord Gai. His reading was not mere pretense, he was genuinely learning. Among all the princes, he was, in fact, the most mature. Lord Gai nodded in approval, turning to find a large head suddenly before him, startling him into a lean back. Upon close examination, it was Liu Zhang, grinning foolishly and staring intently at him. "What is your purpose?" "I wish to seek your counsel on a matter." "Speak quickly. Do not delay my studies." Liu Zhang lowered his voice. "I have fallen into enmity with a group of individuals, having bested them multiple times. Yet they still refuse to submit and are plotting revenge. What should I do?" Lord Gai furrowed his brow, retorting with irritation. "I am one who embraces the teachings of Laozi, devoid of desires, acting in accordance with the natural way, and never engaging in disputes. How could I possibly know the answers to such matters? Alas, I cannot reach my other teacher at this moment. It would be inappropriate to consult others." Liu Zhang shook his head in resignation, having hoped that the all-knowing Lord Gai could offer him some sound advice. "Zhang, one must adhere to the essence of nature, never allowing oneself to be easily angered, nor permitting anger to cloud judgment. As long as you remain true to your heart and distance yourself from your enemies, they cannot harm you in the slightest. Cultivate tranquility and perceive the world with a serene heart." Lord Gai spoke calmly, his steady tone lending weight to his words, making them profoundly comforting to hear. Liu Chang, feeling wronged, said, "I wish to resolve my grievances with you and focus on nurturing my spirit. Yet, that group of individuals is relentless, akin to rabid dogs of the legalist school, unwilling to relent." "Ah, master? Did you not just mention letting go of past enmities?" Confusion. To repay kindness with kindness. How does one repay kindness? Master, wait a moment. If my memory serves me correctly, that phrase seems to be attributed to Confucius. Is this not a doctrine of Confucianism? Gaigong, with an air of nonchalance, replied, what nonsense. My Taoism is the earliest established, and Confucius himself learned from Laozi. It is Confucianism that is borrowed from my Taoist teachings. Liu Chang, somewhat understanding, realized how formidable their Huanglao school truly was, with both the Moists and the Confucians drawing from their wisdom. However, I cannot, cough, I am outnumbered. They are nearly 60 strong now. How can I withstand such odds? Defeating the leader will cause the rest to crumble without a fight. This is the essence of military strategy. I see, Master. So this is what the military strategists have taken from us, correct? Precisely. A promising student indeed. Very well. Come back in the evening. I shall teach you a few techniques for self-defense. Thank you, Master. This marked Gaigong's first departure from the Tianlu Pavilion. And it was also Liu Chang's first glimpse of him standing tall, truly a figure of considerable stature, not massive, but notably tall, with long arms. He stood proudly before Liu Chang and declared, I will teach you a set of sword techniques. This swordplay is not to be employed in battle formations. However, it is sufficient for self-defense. Sword techniques? Splendid. What is the name of this swordplay? Swordplay is simply swordplay. What name could it possibly need? Gaigong responded with irritation. Slowly drawing his treasured sword, which was somewhat longer than an ordinary sword, crafted in the style of the Qi state. The scabbard was jet black, devoid of any ornamentation, yet appearing quite exquisite. To instruct Liu Chang, Gaigong had also prepared a prop, a slender wooden stick, approximately the same length as his sword. Liu Chang, grasping the long sword, grinned foolishly and waved it about haphazardly, making sound effects of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, he heard a dull thud, and the wooden stick in his hand split into two. He had not even comprehended what had transpired. Liu Chang stood there, bewildered for a considerable time, before holding the two pieces of wood and gazing at Gaigong. Master, was that you who severed it? My heavens! Still reeling from the astonishing speed of his master and Oppos, S-strike, Liu Chang contemplated seeking out a renowned teacher for martial arts training, only to realize that the master he sought had always been right before him. But my sword is already broken. Not to worry. I have prepared plenty for you. Here, take this wooden sword. All right, next, I will attack, and you shall defend. Pay close attention to my sword. As Gaigong spoke, he suddenly struck out with his sword. This time, Liu Chang finally saw it, and with a whoosh, the sword halted just at the tip of Liu Chang and Oppos' brow. Trembling, Liu Chang and Oppos' leg shook uncontrollably, his face pale, nearly paralyzed with fear. Not bad. I did not faint after all. Master, can you wield a wooden sword? This sword lacks discernment. Had it advanced just a fraction further, you would have committed an unforgivable sin. If you lack the courage to face a true blade, how can you ever hope to master the art of swordsmanship? Will you learn or not? I shall learn. Yes, I shall. Esteemed teacher. I have been somewhat disrespectful toward you in the past. I implore you to forgive my transgressions. In truth, I hold you in the highest regard. So please be cautious. Do not let your hand tremble. I shall pay close attention in the future and will never provoke your ire again. After hours of practice, Liu Chang had yet to successfully parry a single attack from Master Guy. The speed with which Master Guy struck was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the sword was poised at Liu Chang and Oppos' brow or hovering before his eyes. The sensation was utterly terrifying. However, after enduring Master Guy's relentless onslaught, Liu Chang gradually shed his fear, and even with a long sword directed at his throat, he no longer trembled. It was only when darkness enveloped the sky that Master Guy ceased his torment of Liu Chang. Breathless, Liu Chang collapsed onto the ground, having spent himself evading, both body and spirit weary beyond measure. Master Guy, however, appeared unchanged, as if impervious to fatigue. He helped Liu Chang to his feet, instructing him not to sit down, and guided him to breathe steadily. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. Your progress is commendable. We shall continue tomorrow. Initially disheartened by his inability to block even a single blow from his teacher, Liu Chang felt a surge of joy upon hearing Master Guy's praise. He patted his chest and declared, I have always possessed talent, a gift of the sword saint. Master, how long must I study this sword technique? A decade. What? By then, my enemies will have vanished without a trace. If your sole aim is to vanquish those so-called foes of yours, 10 days will suffice. By candlelight, Liu Chang lay beside Empress Lu, boasting loudly. That master guy is truly remarkable. I once thought him merely an inconsequential old man, but his swordsmanship is divine. I nearly lost my life. He claims I must study under him for 10 years to grasp the essence of the sword technique. Yet I believe it will take no longer than 6 months for me to master it. He even said I possess the potential of a sword saint. That my aptitude for swordplay is unparalleled, something he has never encountered in his lifetime. Had he not implored me to inherit his legacy, I would have been reluctant to study at all. Empress Lu remained indifferent, her focus on mending the tattered garments of Liu Chang. Suddenly, Liu Chang sprang to his feet, pecked his mother on the cheek, and confidently proclaimed, "Mother, once I master this sword technique, should anyone dare to bully you, I shall cleave them in two with a single strike." Empress Lu disdainfully wiped the saliva from her face and retorted, "If you wear your clothes in such a tattered state again tomorrow, I shall be the one to sever your legs." Chapter 58. Today is a splendid day, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the two esteemed allies. I am uncertain as to the significance of this day, yet unexpectedly, two readers have generously rewarded the alliance. My sincere thanks to the distinguished figures, Gaozu and Shun Tu Mingliang. I am profoundly grateful. I also wish to acknowledge the support from esteemed readers such as Wu Ma Xing, Liang Sir, and Zhanghua Tia Yuan Cat. Your encouragement serves as an unwavering impetus for me to persevere in my endeavors. Thank you all. Chapter 59. The Sword Saint's Son. In the primordial time, there existed nothing. All was a homogeneous void, devoid of light and darkness, resembling an empty expanse. Lacking form and nomenclature, there existed a singular, immutable essence, adaptable to myriad needs. Birds, upon acquiring it, took flight. Fish, upon receiving it, swam. All living things, upon obtaining it, were bestowed with life, and any endeavor imbued with it would surely prosper. Humanity made use of it, yet remained oblivious to its name. Invisible in form, this is the Tao. All things draw from it, yet it diminishes not. They return to it, yet it grows not. Whosoever possesses this Tao shall command obedience from the world and bring order to the realm. Such exquisite wisdom! How profoundly true! Liu Chang could not help but exclaim, nearly leaping to applaud his teacher. Observing the obsequious expression on his face, several princes were left perplexed, wondering why this youth was so deferential towards Duke Guy today. Consequently, the elder brothers felt a twinge of wariness, resolute not to be deceived by this cunning lad, who knows what treachery lurked in his heart. Indeed, as soon as the class concluded, Liu Chang obediently positioned himself beside Liu Rui. "Brother, I do not seek a loan from you. In times of distress, I implore you for assistance. I shall not help. Oh, my lord, as a vassal, how can you be so heartless?" "That is precisely my heartlessness." Unable to sway Liu Rui, Liu Chang turned his gaze towards Liu Heng and Liu Hui, pondering momentarily before shaking his head and remaining silent. Witnessing this scene, Liu Rui's ire ignited. If there was a matter, it was the king's concern. If there was none, it was Rui's affair. Why must he fixate on her relentlessly? Duke Guy engaged in reading in the morning and teaching swordsmanship only as dusk approached. For the remainder of the days, Liu Chang found himself languishing in ennui, desperately in need of a companion for sword practice. Initially, he had wished for Rui to train with him, yet she was unwilling. As for the fourth brother and Liu Hui, he dismissed the thought. They had been kind to him, and he could not bear to injure them. Furrowing his brow, Liu Chang began contemplating which other individuals he could summon for sword practice. Rui, Lady Qi, Fan Qing, Father, Lady Chao, Fan Kong, Fan Shuren, Zhou Xingji, Zhou Yafu, Zhou Jian. Rui. Suddenly, Liu Chang smote his thigh in realization. How had he forgotten him? "My lord." Luanbu stood respectfully before Liu Chang. This marked Liu Chang and Amp Appo's first invitation for him into the palace, as the presence of Empress Lu rendered his personal attendant unnecessary. Nodding, Luanbu proclaimed, "The sword is the gentleman and Amp Appo's art. One must not neglect its study. I am willing to accompany the young master in sword practice." Finding a vacant space, the two assumed their stances. Liu Chang attacked relentlessly while Luanbu adopted a defensive posture. "Attack!" Liu Chang shouted, leaping forward several paces, mimicking Duke Guy and Appo's style. Swiftly drawing his sword to thrust towards Luanbu and Amp Appo's abdomen. Luanbu sidestepped, wielding a wooden sword, and directly aimed for Liu Chang and Amp Appo's neck. Halting the wooden sword against Liu Chang and Amp Appo's throat, Liu Chang regarded him with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Did we not agree that you would only defend and not attack?" "Ahem." Please pardon my impudence, but your posture was remarkably suited for a cleaving strike. I could not restrain myself. Please refrain from wielding a real sword during our practice in the future. Liu Chang initially believed he could easily overpower the seemingly fragile Wanbu. Yet he was taken aback to discover that this delicate-looking individual was no pushover. Wanbu's swordsmanship starkly contrasted with that of Master Guy. While Guy and Appo's technique was punctuated by precise thrusts aimed at the forehead, heart, and eyes, Wanbu favored wide, sweeping cuts aimed at the neck. Are you a scholar or an executioner? Liu Chang soon realized that the so-called literati of this era were a band of brutes, either aiming for your eyes or severing your head. Or perhaps, there were no true scholars in this age. Everyone could engage in philosophical discourse while holding a book, yet could also argue passionately after setting it aside. Although their methods differed, their ultimate goal remained the same, to reason and persuade. However, Wanbu was not without his difficulties. Furrowing his brow, he fended off Liu Chang and Appo's numerous assaults, and as Liu Chang paused to catch his breath, Wanbu finally spoke. Where did you learn your swordsmanship? From a great master, who is far more skilled than you. Your technique is excessively ruthless. Your strikes are swift, targeting vital points with lethal intent, leaving no room for mercy. This is the sword of a rogue, not that of a gentleman like myself. How can you claim my technique is ruthless? Is severing heads the mark of a gentleman and Appo's sword? Liu Chang retorted loudly. Wanbu was momentarily at a loss for words. While the young master appeared frivolous, he invariably articulated profound truths that left one speechless, proving to be quite astute. As evening descended and Liu Chang practiced with Master Guy, Guy merely cast a glance and inquired, have you been sparring with someone? You can tell that just by looking. You have a tendency to lean away instinctively to evade strikes, yet I have not employed any cleaving attacks. Your opponent seems to favor cleaving? Liu Chang replied promptly, indeed, master. I engaged in practice with someone who looked down upon my swordsmanship, claiming it was the crude art of a vagabond, entirely useless. He asserted that his technique was that of a gentleman, while mine was immoral, unprincipled, and utterly contemptible. Master Guy and Appo's expression darkened, and he narrowed his eyes. A gentleman and Appo's sword, you say? Very well, come here, and I shall teach you a few techniques for your next encounter with him. Splendid. Liu Chang stepped forward, lunging with his sword aimed at Wanbu and Appo's abdomen. Wanbu deftly sidestepped, his wooden sword slicing towards Liu Chang and Appo's neck. When he missed, Liu Chang crouched low, thrusting his wooden sword towards Wanbu. Wanbu and Appo's blade struck nothing but air, while Liu Chang and Appo's wooden sword struck Wanbu and Appo's groin directly. Wanbu let out a muffled grunt, dropping his wooden sword and clutching his groin, his expression fluctuating between pallor and discomfort, trembling slightly, and remaining silent for a long while. Master, what manner of swordsmanship is this? The master proclaimed, this is the sword of the petty man, specifically designed to confront the gentleman. Young master, your esteemed elder, he lacks integrity. Liu Chang practiced swordsmanship daily, leading a fulfilling life, alas. His garments had suffered further wear and tear, and he ultimately endured a beating. Nevertheless, Empress Lu did not oppose his training. Upon learning that Liu Chang had officially become a disciple of Duke Guy, she personally sent provisions to the Duke as a token of respect and repeatedly instructed, this child is unruly. Should he act disrespectfully, please extend your forgiveness. The news of Liu Chang's sword training reached several other princes, who, upon discovering that Liu Chang was training under Duke Guy, could hardly contain their disbelief. What understanding could Duke Guy possibly possess regarding swordplay? Why not seek instruction from a true master? Rui, brimming with confidence, remarked to Liu Chang, if you truly cannot find anyone to practice with, you may learn from me instead. Why trouble someone like Duke Guy? Liu Chang replied with a cold laugh. Why don't you practice with Duke Guy then? He is my master. How could I dare to wield my sword against him? Then shall we spar together? You are my brother. How could I draw my sword against you? After more than half a month of training with Duke Guy, Liu Chang resolved to confront those ruffians. He prepared himself, feasting heartily before setting out with his wooden sword under the pretext of inspecting new farming tools. After parting ways with Wanbu along the way, Liu Chang finally encountered the group outside the palace gates, their numbers having increased. They too carried wooden clubs, perhaps having learned from their previous encounter. Despite facing only Liu Chang, they remained exceedingly cautious, frequently glancing around in fear of being ambushed. Stop looking. It's just me. You dare to come alone to your demise? Demise? Liu Chang scoffed, slowly lowering his wooden club, and solemnly declared, "I am unlike you. I have traveled widely since childhood and studied under many masters. In Qi, I trained for 6 to 7 years under a reclusive sage. When I encountered bandits outside the city, I slew over 30 of them. When treachery threatened the Marquis of Huayin, I charged into battle among 300 soldiers and claimed the enemy's head. I did not wish to trouble you. But today you have gone too far, and I shall not hold back." Liu Chang pointed his wooden sword at them, his expression grave. "You wield no true sword. How dare you boast so? In my first year of training, I used a sharp sword. In the second year, a flexible sword. And in the third, anything could serve as a sword. This is the essence of swordsmanship. Do you wish to face me one at a time? Or shall you confront me together?" The group exchanged glances, observing Liu Chang's earnest demeanor. Zhou Xing's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he surveyed the others, who wore expressions of dread and began to retreat. "Since you are unwilling to approach, I shall advance. Prepare to perish." With a fierce shout, Liu Chang charged forward. "Mother! Help! Ah! Hey! Don't run away. I have yet to engage in a contest with you all." Alas! Chapter 60. This is worth it. We, the mischievous, ignorant of decorum, have offended the noble young master. We humbly beseech your mercy. Zhou Xingji knelt before Liu Chang, lowering his head in submission. Liu Chang, panting, pointed his wooden sword at Zhou Xingji and Apos' brow, astonished by the latter and Apos' swift escape. Upon hearing Zhou Xingji and Apos' capitulation, Liu Chang hesitated for a moment before sheathing his sword. "Very well, I shall not quibble with you children. Here is my proposal. Summon the others and have them pay their respects to me, and this matter shall be settled." "Is the young master serious?" Zhou Xingji, filled with excitement, lifted his gaze, only to hesitate as a thought crossed his mind. "You wouldn't have me deceive them into coming here, only to slay them one by one, would you?" Liu Chang was taken aback, as if something within him stirred to life. He quickly helped Zhou Xingji to his feet. "What a brave man! I truly did not expect such audacity from you. Indeed, I initially intended to lure you all here for slaughter, but due to your words, I shall spare you. Thank you, young master." Zhou Xingji and Apos' eyes brimmed with tears as he grasped Liu Chang and Apos' hand. And the two enacted a scene of a benevolent ruler receiving his loyal subject. The soldiers nearby shook their heads in disbelief, turning away with a mixture of awkwardness and amusement. These children truly know how to entertain. "No, young master, please wait a moment. I shall fetch them immediately for your audience." "Excellent." Zhou Xingji departed, leaving Liu Chang to await their return. Soon, he would have the opportunity to boast, proclaiming, "I treat him as a national hero, and he shall surely come." Imagining himself in a spirited display, Liu Chang couldn't help but chuckle. Hee. I treat him as a national hero. After waiting for over half an hour, Liu Chang squatted on the ground, drawing figures in the dirt with his wooden sword. Just as doubt began to creep in, wondering if he had truly been deceived, the sound of footsteps approached from afar. Liu Chang quickly rose to his feet, spotting Zhou Xingji leading a group of individuals, loudly addressing them as they approached Liu Chang. The eyes of these people still reflected trepidation. For Liu Chang's earlier words had been quite terrifying. Mentioning the slaughter of 30 or 40 individuals with such conviction had nearly sent them into panic. However, Zhou Xingji remained unafraid, leading the way as he bowed to Liu Chang, saying, "Young master, everyone has arrived. Please grant us your forgiveness." "Ha ha ha, splendid." Liu Chang laughed heartily. "Who are these individuals?" Zhou Xingji introduced, "These two are my unruly younger brothers, Yifu and Jian." Liu Chang felt a sense of familiarity with the name Zhou Yifu. Was he not destined to become a great general, commanding the Liu camp? As for Zhou Jian, he was entirely unknown to him. These two, you may recognize, are the sons of Marquis Wu Yang, Fan Kong, and Fan Shuren. The two raised their heads with trepidation, but dared not speak. Liu Chang pondered for a moment and then spoke. "At the Hamen banquet, the Marquis of Wu Yang once saved my father. Out of respect for your father, I shall forgive your transgressions." "Thank you, my lord." Upon hearing Liu Chang praise his father, both individuals raised their heads proudly, their faces beaming with joy. The others grew somewhat anxious, casting glances at Zhou Xingji, as if urging him to hasten the introductions. "This is the son of the Chancellor, Xiaoyan." Xiaoyan. What a splendid name. The Chancellor certainly has a knack for naming. Indeed, the Chancellor ranks first among the founding heroes, a man I deeply admire. You should rise as well. Xiaoyan stood, grinning foolishly, which could be described as endearingly naive, though less charitably. He appeared rather simple-minded, not quite fitting the stature of a chancellor's offspring. "This is Chen Mai, son of the Duke of Huyo." During the campaign against the Xiongnu, the Duke once devised a plan that saved my father. Please stand. Thank you, my lord. By this point, the group no longer held any fear of Liu Chang, each one radiating joy. Lastly, we have Xia Hozeo. Is he not the son of General Xia Hoing? Indeed. Liu Chang hurried forward, personally assisting him to his feet and grasping his hand. When I journeyed to Luoyang, General Xia Hoing once drove my carriage. He even promised that after defeating the enemy, he would present me with the chariot of the traitors. I cannot be disrespectful to you. The crowd erupted in delight, each person eager to inquire about Liu Chang and Apos' swordsmanship. Liu Chang wore an air of inscrutable profundity, prompting Zhou Xingji to invite him to his residence. As Zhou Bo was currently absent, and they often gathered at Zhou Xingji and Apos' home to play, Liu Chang accepted without hesitation. Upon their arrival at the Zhou residence, Zhou Xingji promptly instructed his servants to prepare a feast. Initially, the guests paid little attention, but upon learning of the prince and Apos' arrival, Zhou Bo and Apos' wife urgently ordered the servants to ensure everything was meticulously arranged, unlike the previous occasions. Thus, this group of youths commenced their own banquet. Liu Chang sat in the honored position, surveying the gathering. The children, no longer disorderly, mimicked the adults, kneeling on either side of Liu Chang. It is truly an honor to be acquainted with such heroic figures. However, we cannot indulge in wine, so let us raise this water in place of wine. A toast to all. Cheers. Thank you for the water, my lord. Before long, Liu Chang grew familiar with them, discovering that conversing with them was an entirely different experience. Unlike his older brothers at home, these individuals listened intently to his words, a delightful experience for Liu Chang. Naturally loquacious, he found himself speaking even more. Alas, how sorrowful it is. Why does the prince sigh on this day, when we brothers have gathered? They even understood the art of banter, which delighted Liu Chang further. As men, our fathers and brothers fight on the battlefield, while we sit here drinking. Is that not a lamentable affair? You speak truly, my lord. A true man stands tall and resolute. Now, as the treacherous Chun plots rebellion, I can only lament my youth. Were I able to take to the battlefield, I would surely capture this villain. The current state of the world is indeed dire. Liu Chang spoke eloquently, transitioning from the overarching trends of the realm to the local circumstances. Among the crowd, he was the sole individual who had ventured beyond the palace walls, and thus, he boldly recounted the tragic sights he had witnessed along his journey. Stories of enslaved individuals trafficked and the common folk deprived of sustenance, all while displaying a profound sympathy for humanity. The children were captivated by his words. In their eyes, Liu Chang was a repository of knowledge and experience, a brother of unparalleled virtue who had traversed the city, vanquished bandits, and partaken in monumental events, embodying the ideal elder brother. They gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. When Han Xian encountered me, he grasped my hand tenaciously, urging me to inherit his legacy. Similarly, Duke Gong implored me to master his swordsmanship. I am currently embracing humility in my studies, and in the future, I shall undoubtedly achieve greatness. Come, let us all join in harmony. As the winds rose and the clouds danced, Liu Chang, filled with enthusiasm, lifted his head and began to sing. Unbeknownst to them, the night had grown late. The crowd, feeling fatigued, would typically have retired to rest at this hour, yet on this particular night, they longed to hear more from Liu Chang. As he departed, everyone bowed respectfully to bid farewell. Liu Chang waved his hand, warmly responding to their farewell, humming a gentle tune as he made his way towards the palace. Suddenly, he paused, instinctively patting his backside. Worth it. Chapter 61. My son Liu Chang possesses the qualities of a feudal lord master, I believe. I no longer require further instruction in swordsmanship, Liu Chang mused, gripping the wooden sword thoughtfully. Oh? Gai Gong gazed at him in surprise. I have come to realize that the most profound sword technique is, in fact, to wield no sword at all, employing the lips as a spear and the tongue as a blade, to slay in the realm of the intangible and to repel foes through discourse. Is that so? Then demonstrate your retreat. Gai Gong slowly drew his sharp sword, assuming an offensive stance. Perhaps I shall continue my studies, Liu Chang replied. Yet, circumstances had drastically altered. Liu Chang descended from the heavens, uniting the previously scattered factions of the second-generation warriors, thus unleashing an inexhaustible combat prowess within them. Liu Chang instructed Zhou Xingji and Fan Kong to accompany Xia Hozeo to the Xiahou residence, seizing an antiquated war chariot while General Xiahou was away. Subsequently, they procured 2 fine horses from the Qin family. Standing upon the war chariot, with wooden sword in hand, Liu Chang pointed forward, while Xiahou Zhao emulated his father and Appo's demeanor, fiercely cracking the whip. Zhou Xingji and Fan Kong positioned themselves on either side of the chariot, shouting exuberantly as the other children trailed behind, playing the role of foot soldiers. Initially, all unfolded smoothly. They rampaged through the desolate streets of Chang'an, with many children from humble homes cheering them on. Eventually, patrolling soldiers began to follow, granting Liu Chang a taste of military command, until Xiahou Zhao steered the chariot into a ditch, tumbling and scattering them in a chaotic finale to their grand expedition. Zhao, how could you drive like that? I learned from my father. Nonsense. If your father drove like that, my elder brother would have been crushed long ago. And you, Kong, weren't you supposed to carry the banner? You could have simply tied a cloth to a stick. What is the meaning of binding a tunic? Parents from various households flocked to the palace, lamenting to Empress Lu, while Liu Chang, the principal instigator, remained bedridden for several days. However, by the time his wounds healed, the pain had long been forgotten. On their second venture, they resolved to perform a noble deed, hoping to alter the adults' perceptions. After drawing lots, they, under Xiaoyan's leadership, raided the granary of the Prime Minister's residence, distributing the stolen grain to impoverished families residing on the outskirts of Chang'an. Xiao He, exhibiting remarkable patience, refrained from lodging a complaint. Yet the band of rogues found their reputation increasingly tarnished. Not quite akin to the infamous bandits of Dongshanxi, they had become widely reviled, their notoriety reaching new heights. When summoned to the Xianchi Hall, Liu Chang braced himself for punishment, contemplating his defense. However, his father appeared entirely indifferent to his presence, merely furrowing his brow in resignation as he perused the memorials before him. After an extended silence, Liu Bang finally set down the memorial, glanced at Liu Chang, and without uttering a word, gestured for him to follow. Liu Chang trailed behind Liu Bang, arriving at a horse-drawn carriage where a minister awaited them, none other than Qin Ping, the father of Qin Mai. Liu Chang instinctively tucked his neck in, seeking refuge behind Liu Bang, recalling that he had recently borrowed a horse from the man. If the matter were to be reported, he would undoubtedly face a beating. Liu Bang lifted Liu Chang and placed him directly onto the carriage before climbing in himself. Thus they set off towards the outskirts of the city. Silence enveloped the two, but after a brief moment, curiosity got the better of Liu Chang, who ventured to ask, "Father, where are we headed?" "To the outskirts," Liu Bang replied. "What purpose do we have there?" Liu Chang scoffed. "Do you think you can fool a child? You've concealed me. Do you believe yourself to be Bai Qi?" Seeing Liu Chang's expression, Liu Bang could not help but laugh heartily. Indeed, their destination was to acquire new agricultural tools. The artisans of the Shangfang had crafted 7 distinct plows, including the ambitious universal plow proposed by Liu Chang. Their craftsmanship was exceptional, far superior to the rudimentary designs Liu Chang had envisioned. The Shangfang Ling began to elucidate the merits of these plows, discussing everything from their cost to their efficacy, practicality, and labor intensity. According to his assessments of the 7 plows, only the one that modified the beam was deemed truly successful. The others, while conceptually sound, proved labor-intensive, requiring 3 or 4 oxen, rendering them impractical for the Han. Moreover, the plowshares were prone to wear and tear, necessitating frequent replacements, a hardship for a realm already suffering from a scarcity of iron resources. Liu Chang listened attentively, stroking his chin in contemplation. It became clear to him that to create superior machinery, one must first refine iron and enhance the Han's iron production or develop better steel. Mining and smelting were essential starting points. Liu Chang pondered deeply, while Liu Bang reveled in the news that the simple modification of the beam would significantly increase agricultural efficiency by 2 to 3-fold. Elated, Liu Bang playfully pecked Liu Chang on the cheek, transforming the boy from a mere child into his cherished cub. Liu Chang realized that his father's affection was rather shameless. He was called a cub in carefree moments and a cherished cub in times of importance. Such a trivial improvement can benefit countless commoners. I hope you will apply your talents in this direction rather than leading a band of rascals through Chang and Appos, and you are destined for greatness, Liu Bang proclaimed. Liu Chang began to understand that the reason he had not been punished was indeed linked to the new agricultural tools. As Liu Bang joyfully rewarded the artisans and instructed them to prepare for mass production, the distant sound of hooves and clattering wheels reached them. Narrowing his eyes, Liu Bang surveyed the horizon, where the surrounding soldiers had formed ranks. The visitors were none other than Prime Minister Xiao He and Grand Historian Zhao Yao, who hurriedly approached Liu Bang and bowed respectfully. "To see your majesty is no simple task," Xiao He remarked, rising with a sense of resigned admiration. Liu Bang smiled faintly and explained, "In recent days, I have been beset by numerous matters, truly overwhelmed with busyness." Within the carriage, an unspoken tension lingered between Liu Bang and Qin Ping, rendering the atmosphere even more solemn than before. "Alas, alas, the pressure upon me is immense. What can be done? What can be done?" Liu Bang suddenly voiced his thoughts. Qin Ping, seated beside him, turned to observe the two carriages behind, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Liu Zhang. After regarding Liu Zhang for a considerable time, Qin Ping calmly articulated, "If that is the case, then there exists but one solution." "What solution?" Liu Bang inquired. "With their spear, return their own body," Qin Ping replied. "Ah?" Liu Bang was taken aback, and his gaze shifted to Liu Zhang as well. Liu Zhang, bewildered, questioned, "Why are you looking at me? I am not a spear." Liu Bang squinted his eyes, and suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to laugh heartily. "Zhang, what is it? Do you desire to become a feudal lord?" Chapter 62. Why does the crown prince conspire against the throne? What? Unthinkable. The ministers were taken aback, having followed Liu Bang closely in recent days, persistently urging him to appoint Liu Rui to a fief. There were two reasons for this. The first was that some sought to reign in a certain noblewoman with a son. The second reason was Liu Ying. Liu Ying enjoyed immense prestige in the court, and the ministers were very satisfied. No one desired to replace him with Liu Rui as the crown prince. Yet, previously, Liu Bang had faced considerable pressure from both Empress Lu and the ministers, nearly deposing the crown prince. Perhaps Liu Bang had no intention of changing heirs. It was merely a strategic maneuver. Nevertheless, the ministers could no longer endure such uncertainty. If the emperor were to act in this manner unpredictably, who could withstand it? Thus, the ministers collectively pressed Liu Bang to send Liu Rui to his fief, intending to solidify Liu Ying and Appo's position as crown prince, ensuring that no one could threaten him. Among the princes, save for Liu Rui, none could challenge Liu Ying's status. Liu Heng's birth mother lacked favor and leaned towards Empress Lu. Liu Huai and Liu Yu had no maternal support, while Liu Jian and Appo's mother held a lowly position, and he was but an infant. As for Liu Chang, he was raised by Empress Lu, inherently aligned with her and Liu Ying. Moreover, one rogue emperor was sufficient, another was simply unwelcome. Now, Liu Bang agreed to send Liu Rui to Zhao, but insisted on including Liu Chang to be sent to die as well. The ministers erupted in protest. Though Liu Rui was young, he was at least approaching adulthood. Liu Chang, on the other hand, was merely a child, a mischievous one at that. Did the emperor truly wish to sacrifice all dignity by sending this little boy to govern? Everyone understood this was merely Liu Bang and Appo's strategy. Using Liu Chang to bind Liu Rui. "You desire my young child to govern a fief? Very well. I not only consent but offer a bonus. Liu Chang will be that bonus." The faction led by Xiaohe, supporting the crown prince, hesitated, weighing whether to acquiesce to the emperor. Was it worthwhile to sacrifice one young prince in exchange for the stability of the crown prince's position? Conversely, the faction aligned with Empress Lu, led by Zhao Yao, hurriedly rejected the proposal, fearing to agree without the empress and Appo's endorsement. "Father Emperor." The first to leap forward was Crown Prince Liu Ying. His eyes reddened, trembling with rage. "What do you mean, father? After being dissatisfied for 6 long years, you wish to send him to the remote fief of Dai? Do you intend to end his life? This matter, my son absolutely cannot accept." This marked the first time Liu Ying had publicly expressed his anger. Liu Bang was taken aback, not expecting his typically submissive son to display such audacity. Nonetheless, Liu Bang regarded his son with indifference. He simply gazed calmly at the ministers and inquired, "What do you all think?" The minister Zhao Yao rose and said, "Your Majesty, I believe your thoughts are commendable. However, young Master Rui, despite his intelligence, is still quite young to govern the nation. I fear he may be unable to bear such a heavy responsibility." "Not a problem," the emperor replied. "Did you not mention recently that Rui is young and thus has Zhou Chang to assist him? As for the young Prince Chang, you could personally go to Dai to support him." Zhao Yao was taken aback, stammering and unable to articulate his thoughts. During this exchange, Xiaohe had remained silent. His head bowed in contemplation for a long while before finally stating, "Rui is capable, but Chang is not. Why does the chancellor favor one young prince over the other?" At that moment, within Tianlu Pavilion, Liu Chang was laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, I shall become the king. Finally, no more beatings. I can do whatever I please, and no one will restrain me." His father had told him that matters of Dai were not beyond his capabilities. "My father has chosen the right person. If I go to Dai, within a year, its wealth will surpass that of Qi. Within 2 years, Zhao will cease to exist. Lu Rui and Amp, Appo's, face twitched. Lu Hui looked at Liu Chang with concern and said, Brother Chang, this matter may not be. Call me your highness. Ah, Brother Chang, you cannot promise, father. You are still too young. You do not understand that Dai is different from Chang and Appo's, and the journey alone. There will be no one to care for you. Lu Hui could not express his thoughts clearly, his forehead beaded with sweat. He turned to the calm Liu Heng and said, Fourth brother, you should speak. I am the most foolish among us. Liu Heng raised his head and glanced at Liu Chang, saying, Congratulations, your highness. Fourth brother you. Lu Hui and Amp, Appo's, vision darkened. How could his usually steady fourth brother be so reckless at such a critical moment? Liu Chang was overjoyed, exclaiming, Thank you. Thank you. As the king of Dai, we shall be neighboring nations, looking out for one another. Lu Rui stood, formally bowing to Liu Chang. Observing their enthusiastic banter of calling each other and Appo's, your highness, and Appo's, Lu Hui and Appo's, face turned ashen. This is the end. Just as the two kings of Zhao and Dai were discussing matters of state and strategies against the Xiongnu, an unobservant eunuch interrupted their meeting. Liu Chang angrily turned and said, How dare you disturb me while I am engaged in state affairs? Young master, the empress is seeking you. Oh, I shall go at once. The king of Dai obediently sat before the empress, full of vigor. However, the expression on Lu Ho and Amp, Appo's, face was grim, her demeanor icy, exuding an aura that deterred any approach. Mother, father wants me to be the king of Dai. Lu Ho narrowed her eyes, remaining silent. Might you kindly convey to my father my desire to be conferred as the king of Chu, to be honored as the overlord of Chu? El Ho's countenance grew even darker. Liu Chang, taken aback, hastily whispered, If that is not feasible, then perhaps the king of Qin would suffice. Should we not simply make you the king of Han? No, that lacks grandeur. El Ho gradually clenched her hands, then released them, choosing to disregard the fool before her, instead waiting earnestly for something unknown. Just as Liu Chang resumed his aimless game of clashing his hands, someone finally entered the pepper chamber. It was El Shirji, Liu Chang and Amp, Appo's, maternal uncle. He hurriedly approached, and upon seeing Liu Chang still present, he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair and slipped a treat into his hand, urging, Go out and play, do not seek out your father, go find those young lords instead. With a delighted crunch of the snack, Liu Chang departed. Sister, why not simply agree and send that troublemaker Rui away? After all, he is not your biological child. El Shirji merely stated this, only to be struck by an icy wave of murderous intent, prompting him to quickly respond with a laugh, just jesting. Your Majesty and Amp, Appo's, actions are indeed excessive. They are all your children, yet you only consider Rui. He maintained a sense of fairness towards the princes. El Ho replied coldly, yet El Shirji dared not retort, recognizing the imbalance in her fairness towards the princes compared to the consorts. In that case, why not replace him with another prince, perhaps Liu Heng, or Lu Hui? Sending them would be preferable to sending Chang. I share that sentiment, but what do you think of sending Heng along with his mother? Why must his mother accompany him? Heng is young and requires supervision. As the two conversed, a panicked courtier rushed into the pepper chamber, stumbling clumsily to the floor. Ignoring his fall, the courtier lifted his head, his voice tinged with tears. Your Highness the Queen. It is dire. The crown prince has charged into the Hall of Declarations with a sharp sword. We could not stop him. What? Chapter 63. Empress Lu strikes. As the empress burst into the Hall of Edicts, chaos reigned within. For the first time, Liu Ying made it clear to all what the wrath of a seemingly gentle soul could unleash. His hands trembled as he clutched the sword, its blade aimed perilously close to his throat. A mere slip could lead to his demise. Opposite him stood Liu Bang, resembling a ferocious beast, his expression twisted in fury, each breath heavy with rage. Beside him, Chen Ping cradled his arm, blood seeping from a wound, yet his pallor belied a calm demeanor, devoid of anger. On Liu Bang and Amp, Appo's, left stood Lady Qi, one hand covering her face, her eyes wide and brimming with tears. Flanking Liu Ying were two princes, Liu Heng on his left, worry etched across his features, seemingly poised to leap forth and wrest the sword from his brother, and Appo's grasp, while on the other side stood Liu Chang, brandishing a wooden sword and crouched like an agitated feline, hissing defiantly at the gathering, lacking any semblance of authority. Confronted with this tangled scene, Empress Lu momentarily faltered, needing to untangle the events that had unfolded. Her arrival evoked mixed reactions. Liu Heng swiftly glanced at her, then anxiously at Liu Ying. his intent unmistakable: persuade your brother to relent. Liu Chang, emboldened by the presence of his mother, escalated his menacing display. Clear the hall. No one is to enter or exit. Empress Lu commanded her accompanying maidens, sealing off the entire chamber. Ignoring Liu Ying, who was poised to take his own life, she approached Liu Bang with a composed demeanor. It seemed he did not acknowledge her, his gaze fixed menacingly on Liu Ying. In an unexpected turn, Empress Lu delivered a resounding slap to Lady Qi, who gasped in pain, clutching her face, her eyes reflecting both terror and resentment. All of this turmoil stems from you, Empress Lu chastised, leaving Lady Qi speechless, tears streaming down her cheeks. Liu Bang and Appo's expression softened slightly as he turned to Chen Ping. Are you hurt? Chen Ping shook his head. I merely stumbled, Your Majesty. It's just a scrape. You were clearly pierced by that scoundrel. How can you claim it was merely a fall? I assure you, it was just a fall. How can Your Majesty insist it was a stab wound? Liu Bang pursed his lips, conceding, if it is but a fall, then seek the physician for treatment. Chen Ping bowed his head in agreement and exited the hall. Once he was gone, Liu Bang fixed a glare on Empress Lu, bellowing, take those two scoundrels away. Empress Lu and Appo's demeanor remained icy. She dismissed Liu Bang's outburst and turned to lead Liu Heng and the bewildered Liu Chang away. Liu Heng offered no resistance, following his mother, while Liu Chang evaded her grasp. Mother, my brother is still here. Enough of this. Come with me. Empress Lu seized him by the nape and dragged him from the hall. Brother. Liu Chang was dragged away while Liu Bang waved his hand, signaling Consort Qi to depart as well. In the grand hall, only Liu Ying and Liu Bang remained. Liu Ying, sword in hand, felt deeply aggrieved as Empress L had neither glanced at him upon entering nor upon leaving. In this moment, with only the two of them present, Liu Ying was engulfed in confusion, unsure of what to do next. Young man, lower that sword at once. Liu Bang scolded. Liu Ying hastily replied, then father, promise me you will not send my two younger brothers to their fief. The urgency in Liu Ying and Appo's voice stemmed from a simple truth. In this era, venturing far from home was perilously dangerous. Many able-bodied men perished on the road, and the mortality rate among children was alarmingly high. Sending the two boys to a place like Zhao or die was akin to sentencing them to death, particularly for Liu Chang's age. Whether he would survive the journey to the fief and endure there was uncertain. As his voice grew louder, Liu Ying stepped back, still gripping his sword. Liu Bang turned sharply to Liu Ying, reproaching him. Do you truly believe I would conspire to harm my own son? Are you aware of the concept of strategy? Of strategists? Do you wish to thwart my intentions? Then why not summon the officials to present a joint petition? Why not reach out to King Chu or King Jing? Why not consult your mother? Why not weep before the spirits of your grandparents? You could even bribe the court physicians to feign illness for your two brothers. There are countless methods at your disposal, yet you choose to brandish a sword before me in a futile act of desperation? Liu Ying was taken aback, shaking his head as he responded, my strategies pale in comparison to yours. I am left with no choice but this. Liu Bang, exasperated, could hardly contain his laughter. He no longer wished to confront this troublesome son. His anger did not stem from Liu Ying's audacity to wield a sword in the palace. He understood his son lacked the courage for rebellion. Rather, he was incensed by Liu Ying's choice of such a foolish solution. This was not the conduct befitting a crown prince. There were so many others who could be relied upon. Liu Bang and Appo's decision to send Liu Chang to die was merely a pretext to compel Empress L to relent. If she truly resolved to agree, he could easily renege on his word, as he had done countless times before. The ultimate authority rested with him. The proud emperor, what could she do? However, he never anticipated that his foolish son would take him at his word, even contemplating suicide before him. How infuriating. Even if you do not resemble me, could you not at least take after your mother? Did you sustain an injury to your head when you fell from the carriage? Liu Ying, overjoyed, quickly lowered the sword and knelt in gratitude to Liu Bang. Yet, Liu Bang couldn't and Appo's bear to look at him any longer. Just as Liu Ying prepared to leave, Liu Bang suddenly called out, go to the Chun residence and visit Chen Ping. Bring medicine and personally taste it for him. To serve him well. Yes. Upon Liu Ying's departure, Liu Bang sighed helplessly, shaking his head. Consort Qi re-entered, weeping. Did it hurt you? She asked. When the Empress struck me, the pain was merely physical. But when your Majesty strikes me, it wounds my very heart. Alas. It was never my intention to strike you. However, how can you assert that the Crown Prince seeks to harm Rui? You have witnessed the truth, despite his shortcomings. The Crown Prince has been benevolent towards his brothers. Henceforth, refrain from such declarations, especially in the presence of outsiders. Within the confines of the Jiaofeng Hall, Liu Chang and Liu Heng exchanged glances, each taking turns to narrate to Empress L the events that transpired in the Xian room. The younger brother, feeling concerned for his sibling, ventured to the Xian room to implore the emperor to reconsider his decision, allowing him to replace the elder brother on the journey to die. Just as he began to speak, the crown prince burst in, demanding the emperor to alter his plans or he would resort to self-immolation. The emperor, incensed, commanded the crown prince to leave the hall. Lady Qi asserted that the crown prince was deceitful and intended to betray Prince Zhao. The emperor, in a fit of rage, struck her. Upon hearing Lady Qi and Apos' words, the crown prince, filled with sorrow and wrath, drew his sword, intent on taking his own life. Chen Ho intervened, attempting to disarm him, but was inadvertently wounded by the crown prince. It was then that the younger brother rushed in. Upon entering, I saw the crowd surrounding my second brother, intent on wrongdoing. I struck Chen Ping fiercely with a wooden sword. Wait, fourth brother, what did you just say? Chen Ping came to save my second brother? Just as we were unable to dissuade the crown prince, the younger brother devised a clever ruse. He feigned to threaten Lady Qi and Chen Ho, declaring that should any harm befall his brother, their entire family would face annihilation. Upon hearing this, the crown prince hesitated, abandoning his intent to self-harm. Liu Chang was momentarily taken aback, then eagerly nodded, affirming that it was indeed a brilliant strategy of his. From their recounting, Empress L grasped the situation and summoned a palace maid, whispering instructions before turning her gaze to the two children. Heng, you have performed admirably. A rare smile graced Empress L's face as she affectionately ruffled Liu Heng's hair, saying, this evening, let us invite Lady Bo to dine together. Thank you, mother. Liu Chang exclaimed, leaping with excitement. What about me? My clever plan saved my brother. Empress L ignored him entirely, treating his exuberance as if it were mere air dancing before her. The crown prince Liu Ying, overwhelmed with emotion, stepped into the hall, approaching Empress L with urgency. Mother, father, slap. Another heavy strike landed, leaving Liu Ying momentarily dazed, staggering back in shock as he gazed at his mother. Empress L's lips quivered as she commanded, kneel. Chapter 64. Repeated fluctuations. This slap not only stunned Liu Ying but also startled the two children. Liu Chang instinctively took a few steps back. He was no stranger to being beaten, but his mother had always struck his bottom, never his face. Seeing his elder brother's face instantly swell made him too frightened to intercede on his behalf. Please, mother, do not be angry. Spare the crown prince. Liu Heng hastily knelt to plead for Liu Ying. Yet Liu Chang raised his head, feigning ignorance. He was not afraid of being punished. He simply believed it was the natural order for a mother to educate her son, and as a king, he should not interfere. However, Elho did not scold Liu Heng. Instead, she calmly replied, it's all right, you may leave now. I wish to speak with the crown prince alone. The crown prince means well. I hope mother will temper her punishment. Liu Heng added before turning to leave. Liu Chang widened his eyes. What about me? What about this prince? Mother. Liu Ying lowered his head, his words choked with emotion. Do you wish to die? Do you think it was easy for me to raise you? Who do you owe this to? Who led you to act this way? Elho exclaimed, delivering several more slaps to Liu Ying. Liu Ying remained silent, his head bowed, while tears welled in Elho's eyes, leaving Liu Chang in shock. So, mother can cry too? Liu Ying noticed the tremor in Elho's voice and suddenly knelt down, repeating, I am an unfilial son, an unfilial son, an unfilial son. Enough. From now on, should you ever entertain such thoughts again, inform me first. You need not lift a finger. I shall personally see you off. Son. Liu Ying's tears streamed down his face, but he could not utter a complete sentence. With a weary sigh, Elho finally relented. Very well, you may leave. Go to the Chun residence. I shall have someone prepare gifts for you. Your father has already instructed me. Understood. Elho said no more. Her gaze fixed on Liu Ying as he left the Jiaofeng Hall, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, leaving one to wonder what weighed upon her mind. Mother, please do not be sad. Liu Chang suddenly reached out, embracing Elho, rubbing his little head against her face. Elho remained silent, and Liu Chang pecked her cheek several times, leaving her face damp with saliva. Humph, only now do you speak up? Just now. Even Liu Heng pleaded for your elder brother. Why did you not say a word? I am not foolish. Fourth brother has never endured your punishment. Had he been subjected to it even once, he would not dare speak. Elho chuckled in exasperation, shaking her head. If only your elder brother possessed half your cleverness, then I would surely be more vexed. Just one of you is enough to keep me in a constant state of ire, if there were another. What chaos would ensue? El-Ho took Liu Chang's hand in hers, saying, "Your brother has endured much today for your sake. Remember to protect him well. One day, if I am no longer here and someone dares to bully your elder brother, I shall roast him." El-Ho smiled gently, caressing Liu Chang's chubby face. "Mother, am I destined to never become a great king? Do not speak such nonsense. What merits does a mere vassal king hold? When you mature, I shall grant you the finest fiefdoms, Qi, Chu, and Wei, far superior to the land of Dai." Alas, why the sigh? I envy my elder brother. Mother wept when she learned he sought death. If I were to perish suddenly, would mother weep for me as well? Silence. Do not utter such inauspicious words. Within the Chun residence, Qin Ping lay upon his bed, shaking his head in resignation. He could never have anticipated such a disastrous turn of events. Since Liu Bang ascended the throne, he had constantly navigated the tumultuous waters of court, appearing as the emperor and Apos, as most loyal hound, accompanying him wherever he went. In reality, during each conflict between the emperor and empress, he had endeavored to mediate, striving to maintain a delicate equilibrium. For instance, this time, his intention had been to assist Liu Bang in coercing El-Ho, and then, once El-Ho devised a solution, to emerge with a graceful exit for both parties, avoiding offense to either side and preserving his own life and the stability of the realm. However, the astute Qin Ping had never anticipated such a foolish ally. A single remark from Lady Qi had nearly sealed the crown prince's fate in the Xianshi hall. Qin Ping's teeth clenched in frustration at the thought. Had the crown prince met his demise there, neither the empress nor the emperor would have spared him, and his entire clan would be doomed to share his fate. Enough, he decided. With such companions, it is far too perilous. One misstep, and I could fall into a pit. Lost in thought, a servant suddenly announced, "The crown prince approaches." Qin Ping hurriedly rose, preparing to greet him. As he stepped into the courtyard, Liu Ying appeared before him, bowing deeply. "I beseech you, Lord Qin, to forgive my transgressions. Oh, I do not deserve such honor. Please, rise, your highness." Qin Ping swiftly helped the crown prince to his feet, adding regretfully, "How can I blame the crown prince for my own unintentional injury?" He ushered Liu Ying into the inner chamber, instructing the servants to leave. Yet, the crown prince insisted on aiding him to the bed. "Your highness, I cannot accept such deference. It is inconsequential. For this is the command of father and mother." Faced with the prince's resolute nature, Qin Ping found himself without grounds to object. Watching Liu Ying assist him onto the bed and personally bring him medicine, a swirl of emotions engulfed him. The crown prince carefully administered the medicine, his right cheek swollen, yet his countenance radiating joy. Is the crown prince truly so pleased? Indeed, my two brothers shall no longer be sent to distant fiefdoms. Typically, Qin Ping had little interaction with this prince, believing that premature engagement with him could invite misfortune. Yet today, amidst their discourse, he sensed a revelation. Do you comprehend where today's fault lies? I dared not endanger myself, nor should I have caused harm to Lord Qin, nor should I have distressed my parents. Not so. Qin Ping shook his head and offered an alternative explanation. The queen's desire to send away King Zhao was, in fact, motivated by her concern for the crown prince. She wished to prevent any further changes to the heir. Furthermore, His Majesty and Apos' decision to dispatch young Master Chang to the fief was a form of coercion aimed at the queen, compelling her to abandon her intentions and retain both children. You and the queen, as well as His Majesty, are essentially united. The queen is assisting you, while His Majesty shares your sentiments. Listening to Qin Ping and Apos' elucidation, Liu Ying pondered for a considerable time before nodding in gratitude, thanking Lord Qin for imparting this information. Does the crown prince know what course of action to take? He inquired. I am uncertain. I hope Lord Qin can enlighten me. Liu Ying hastily prepared to bow, but Qin Ping once again restrained him. There is no need for such excessive courtesy, Crown Prince. Your reluctance to allow King Zhao to depart for the fief is not the crux of the matter. The true issue lies with Lady Qi. If the Crown Prince can devise a means to confine her to the cold palace, thus diminishing her favor with His Majesty, the predicament may be resolved. But Lady Qi is, after all, the biological mother of Rui. The dynamics between His Majesty and the Queen will influence many matters. Is the Crown Prince willing to sacrifice one individual to restore tranquility to the palace? Or do you intend to exacerbate the conflict over a single person? Moreover, to diminish Lady Qi's favor does not necessitate her demise. Liu Ying contemplated for a moment, seemingly reaching a resolution. He queried, Lord Qin, why do you share this with me? Crown Prince, Qin Ping replied. The reason for His Majesty and Oppos. Ire is not rooted in anything else but your failure to utilize capable individuals. If you are willing, there are certainly many in court who would be eager to assist you, including the Chancellor, the Grand Commandant, and the Grand Historian, all of whom would wholeheartedly lend their support. It is merely your lack of understanding and employing talent that hinders you. Liu Ying found himself at a loss for words. Your Highness, you might consider paying visits to various court officials and correspond with the regional lords. They are all your close kin. Both His Majesty and the Queen harbor concerns about your ability to govern adequately once you ascend to the throne. You must demonstrate your capabilities to alleviate their worries. Thank you, Lord Chen. I now know what must be done. Liu Ying bowed once more, and this time Chen Ping did not evade but smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a local official rushed into Chang and Oppos, visibly anxious and escorted by soldiers, and was brought before the palace. The newcomer introduced himself as Ban He, a minister from Huainan, bearing urgent matters of state to present before His Majesty the Emperor. Chapter 65. The Art of Deception. This prince has encountered a troublesome matter. Elder brother. Liu Chang was interrupted by Fan Kong. Feeling quite displeased, he glared at him and asked, "What are you doing?" Fan Kong replied earnestly, "Last time, when King Chu visited my father, he referred to himself as this humble one, not as this prince." "Oh, I see. This humble one is indeed facing a dilemma. That Zhao Wang Rui is a contemptible scoundrel, far inferior to his biological mother. Due to her influence, discord has arisen between my parents, and recently, their quarrels have intensified. I am inclined to eliminate that woman, but fear it may jeopardize the relations between Zhao and Dai. Civil strife." Zhou Xingji suddenly inquired. "Why not consult the wise?" "Indeed," Liu Chang exclaimed, quickly turning to Xiao Yin. "Xiao Yin, your father is our esteemed Chancellor of Han, one of the most astute minds of our time. Do you have any solutions?" Xiao Yin, dazed and with tears in his eyes, stared blankly at Liu Chang, as if time and space had momentarily frozen. After a prolonged silence, he finally shook his head. "I have no ideas. You are all utterly unreliable." Liu Chang sighed, recalling the time Xiahou Zhao crashed his carriage and how Fan Kong was chased by a wild dog for 3 streets. "Xiao Yin, please wipe your nose first." Liu Chang shook his head in resignation. This current assembly of sages is quite disappointing. Zhou Xingji, feeling a sense of pride, remarked, "They are not like my father, not like me. Do not boast. Last time the patrolling soldiers caught you, you were so frightened you wet yourself. I have never heard of Zhou Taiwei being scared to that extent." Zhou Xingji's face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Chen Mai spoke up, narrowing his eyes and stating earnestly, "In truth, this matter is not difficult." "Oh." Liu Chang widened his eyes, pondering if there might actually be a reliable individual among them. Chen Mai whispered, "The king could first feign a good relationship with Rui, and then steal his sword and slay his mother." Liu Chang was taken aback, regarding Chen Mai with a bewildered expression. "Is this truly your strategy?" "Well, I shall find my own way." Within the Xianshi Hall, Liu Bang sat in the high seat, flanked by Xiao He and Chen Ping on either side. The notable official from Huainan, Bin He, knelt before them, trembling with fear. "This is slander. It is slander. Yingbu should not be subjected to such accusations. It is likely a result of personal vendettas. Please detain Bin He and send someone to discreetly verify the activities of the Huainan king." Yingbu accompanies the generals on hunts daily. Recently, in pursuit of a band of thieves, he ended up chasing them out of Huainan. A person truly plotting rebellion would not engage in such activities before staging a revolt. If Yingbu's actions are deemed a cover-up, Xiao Yi is even less inclined to believe it. He lacks the cunning for such schemes. I am not slandering him. Yingbu is truly preparing to rebel. When Pingyi was captured, he gathered the generals, claiming that your majesty eliminated the Liang kingdom and Huainan must be prepared. Then he hurriedly defended himself. Xiao Yi squinted his eyes and inquired, "If that is the case, why have you only now come to deliver the news?" "I was dispatched by Yingbu to carry out a task, and I have only just managed to escape." Xiao Yi let out a cold snort and chose to disregard him thereafter. Liu Bang appeared somewhat hesitant, lost in thought. "How many troops and provisions does the state of Huainan possess?" "Your Majesty." Upon hearing Liu Bang and Oppos' inquiry, Xiao He could no longer remain seated. He rose and urged, "Your Majesty, please think carefully. The turmoil of the Zhao era has only just concluded, and various regions have endured a year of warfare." He refrained from further elaborating on whether Yingbu truly harbored rebellious intentions, as Xiao Yi likely understood the gravity of the situation. The emperor himself was indifferent to Yingbu's actual motives. He merely sought a justification. much like his dealings with Han Xian and Peng Yu. Shao He continued to speak incessantly about the circumstances in various locales. The able-bodied men had been away from their homesteads for nearly a year. Should they remain absent for another year, grave troubles would surely arise. Just as the Chancellor was explaining, Liu Bang suddenly broke into a grin. He extended his hand towards Shao He, signaling him to come closer. Taken aback, Shao He slowly approached Liu Bang and Apos' side. With a smile, Liu Bang remarked, "Have you noticed?" "Chancellor? Noticed what?" "Recently, it seems that whatever I say, you consistently oppose me. In the days before I ascended the throne, whatever I proposed, you would endorse. Now, it is quite the opposite. Is it not intriguing, Chancellor?" As he gazed upon Liu Bang and Apos' affable smile, Shao He felt a chill run down his spine. In that fleeting moment, the Chancellor sensed a disquieting unfamiliarity in the man before him. He had believed he knew this emperor intimately. Yet now he realized he had scarcely scratched the surface of understanding. Chen Ping observed Shao He, narrowing his eyes and hanging his head in silence. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Without hesitation, Shao He calmly stated, "I believe it unwise to launch a campaign against Huainan. Firstly, Yingbu harbors no rebellious intent. If your majesty were to send someone to question him, he may indeed take up arms in fear. Secondly, the recent turmoil of the Zhao era has consumed vast resources, and the able-bodied men are engaged in battle, significantly impacting agriculture. Should we wage war against Yingbu, we may face another year of conflict. And by the time Huainan is subdued, the Han may be beset by famine. Thirdly, Yingbu is not akin to Chun or Han. Pacifying Huainan will not be as straightforward as quelling the Zhao era, and even if successful, it may come at a heavy cost. Your reasoning is sound, Chancellor." Liu Bang nodded with a smile, saying, "Let us detain this man for the time being." Shao He swiftly departed, leaving Liu Bang and Chen Ping to continue their discussions within the Xianshi Hall. Liu Bang perused the bamboo slips casually. Chen Ping asked, "Your Majesty, regarding this matter." "There is no rush. Let us wait until Zhao Yao arrives to deliberate further." Chen Ping bowed his head once more, falling into silence. After bidding farewell, he encountered the hurried Zhao Yao on his way, and the two exchanged nods before parting. Zhao Yao found it peculiar that Chen Ho and Apos' gaze seemed somewhat unusual. Upon entering the grand hall, Zhao Yao paid his respects to Liu Bang. "Pray tell, my dear minister, what brings you here?" "I have heard that a high-ranking official from Huainan has arrived. Could it be that something significant has transpired in Huainan?" Liu Bang exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah, you are indeed correct. A grave matter has occurred. Minister Bin He has submitted a memorial stating that the king of Huainan is plotting rebellion." "What?" Zhao Yao gasped in shock and hastily replied, "If that is the case, your majesty must promptly dispatch envoys to ascertain the situation. Yingbu is inherently a capricious and treacherous individual. If we hesitate, the situation in Huainan will undoubtedly deteriorate." Liu Bang sighed in resignation, stating, "Alas, the prime minister does not consent. Matters of state are the prerogative of the sovereign. I have never heard of ministers dictating to their rulers." Liu Bang appeared somewhat hesitant, prompting Zhao Yao to urge, "Please do not waver. If we delay, it may lead to even greater chaos. Your Majesty could first command the Grand General to lead Zhao and Apos' troops quietly to the Huainan region, and then send envoys to verify the facts. Once the truth is clear, we shall strike directly." "Very well. Since you advise thus, let it be so." Liu Bang swiftly dispatched envoys, intending to discreetly mobilize the northern forces to the south. Furthermore, he composed letters to several lords near Huainan, instructing them to prepare for action. "As soon as the envoys ascertain the truth, we shall act swiftly to conclude the conflict." Within the Jiaofeng Hall, El Shirji was earnestly recounting the dialogue between Zhao Yao and Liu Bang. "The prime minister has indeed been overly indulgent of late. Perhaps it is time to assign him some task?" El Shirji expressed his dissatisfaction with Shao He. However, El Ho coldly shook her head, stating that it was merely a matter of using others' blades to eliminate foes. Disrespect towards the prime minister would not be tolerated. Chapter 66. Framing and Conspiracy. Lady Qi stared in astonishment at the prince before her, her hands trembling as she pointed at Liu Ying, rendered speechless by fury. Just moments ago, Liu Ying had unexpectedly entered her chamber and, without uttering a word, had plunged a hairpin into his own arm, collapsing lifelessly onto the floor. The shocking act left Lady Qi utterly dumbfounded. Before she could react, soldiers suddenly burst in, surrounding the hall, their spears nearly thrusting into her face, instilling immense fear within her. Soon, Liu Bang, engaged in strategizing, and Empress Lu, hurriedly making their way to the scene, arrived. When they entered, the chief physician was tending to the prince and Apos' wound, while Lady Qi was vociferously shouting at the soldiers. Upon seeing Liu Bang rush in, she felt a surge of joy and hastily pushed past the soldiers, leaping into his embrace. However, Liu Bang forcefully shoved her away, casting her to the ground without a glance, and rushed to Liu Ying's side. Empress Lu followed closely, her gaze fixated on Liu Ying as she hurried to him. "My son, are you all right?" Liu Bang and Apos' voice trembled, gripping Liu Ying and Apos' hand tightly as if fearing he might flee. For the first time, Liu Ying felt an unfamiliar warmth, his father's warmth. He sensed his father's labored breaths in the quivering of his hand. Empress Lu stood silently beside them, her lips trembling without uttering a word. Liu Ying lowered his head in guilt, apologizing, "Father and mother, do not worry, I am unharmed." He genuinely felt remorse. Yet upon witnessing his father's expression darken, Liu Bang slowly rose, his demeanor stern. Without uttering a word, Empress Lu pointed at Lady Qi, commanding, "Take her away for execution." The soldiers began to drag Lady Qi away, causing Liu Bang to hesitate momentarily. Liu Ying quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Such a punishment is unwarranted." Lady Qi, in tears, cried out, "I am wronged. Your Majesty, I am wronged." Liu Bang, with a stern expression, inquired, "You have wounded the prince. How can you still claim to be wronged?" Lady Qi shouted, "I swear by the heavens, I did not harm the prince. He inflicted the wound upon himself to frame me." "Huh? The prince would frame you? Do we not know what kind of person he is? If you are to fabricate a story, at least make it plausible," Liu Bang retorted with displeasure. "It is the truth. The prince rushed in and without a word, stabbed himself." "I did nothing," Lady Qi cried desperately. "Nonsense. My son is a man of virtue and honor, unlike your child. He would never commit such an act." Empress Lu exclaimed, her anger boiling over. Turning to the soldiers surrounding them, Empress Lu shouted again, "What are you waiting for? Drag her out and execute her. Your Majesty, spare me." Lady Qi continued to plead in desperation. "Liu Ying, how could you commit such a vile act?" Lady Qi screamed. Liu Ying's countenance reflected his distress as he witnessed the soldiers preparing to draw their blades. He hastily declared, "She speaks the truth. It was I who sought to incriminate her. I wished to preserve the tranquility of the imperial palace. Thus I inflicted harm upon myself to implicate her. Please, father, do not take her life." Liu Bang gazed at him helplessly, his expression laden with guilt. "Alas, Ying, why must you resort to deceit? I know your heart is kind." Alas, contemplating how his son had lied to spare him hesitation by claiming he had wronged Lady Qi, Liu Bang felt a pang of remorse. Had he truly favored Lady Qi too much in recent days? His son, who was undeniably dutiful. Empress Lu was further enraged. Had Liu Ying not been injured, she would have likely struck him across the face. She berated him. "How can you be so feeble? Do you wish to tarnish your reputation for the sake of a harlot? What I say is the unvarnished truth. It is indeed true." Silence. Do not dare to lie. No matter how Liu Ying attempted to clarify, the two remained unconvinced. They knew him intimately and understood he was not one to fabricate such a scheme. This was a deed only Liu Chang could perpetrate, for Liu Ying was incapable of such treachery. Meanwhile, Lady Qi wept even more vehemently. "I am wronged. It is truly the crown prince who has conspired against me." At this, even Liu Bang and Apos' ire was kindled. "Be silent, you vile woman. The crown prince lies to plead for your mercy, and yet you would ensnare him further. Do you take advantage of his compassion?" Liu Bang scolded as he strode towards Lady Qi, seizing her with fervor, demanding, "Speak. Why would you conspire against the crown prince? How could I commit such an act? To attempt to assassinate the crown prince within my own palace?" Lady Qi retorted. Liu Bang pondered. Considering this foolish woman and Apos' past actions, she might indeed be capable of such deceit. Observing Lady Qi and Apos' refusal to confess and her relentless accusations against the crown prince, alongside Liu Ying's fervent defense of her, the palace guards could only shake their heads in disbelief. They all resided within the same palace. How could the disparity in character be so vast? Liu Bang glared at Lady Qi, gritting his teeth, poised to issue a command when Liu Ying seized his arm. His pallor evident. "Father, banish her to the cold palace, let her be unseen, but do not take her life. Otherwise, how could I ever face the heavens?" Empress Lu gasped, her eyes aflame with fury, yet felt powerless against her son. How could one be so weak as to plead for the life of one who sought to murder him? Liu Bang regarded his son deeply and replied, "Very well. Ying, you should rest. I shall come to see you shortly." As Lady Qi was led away, Her face was ashen, repeatedly murmuring, "I am wronged, wronged, wronged." At this moment, within Tianlu Pavilion, the royal princes were engaged in learning under the guidance of Duke Gai. Today, Duke Gai seemed particularly inspired, embarking on a discourse about the principles of governance. During my time in the state of Qi, the Prime Minister Chao sought my counsel regarding the art of ruling. I informed him that the key to governing the nation lies in tranquility and non-interference, allowing the populace to find their own stability. As long as the law does not excessively intrude upon the lives of the people, refraining from imposing forced labor and instead promoting rest and recuperation, the citizens could till the land and cultivate their livelihoods, thus restoring the former prosperity of the state of Qi. Chancellor Chao listened to my words, acknowledging that Qi had indeed been flourishing of late. Liu Chang, however, looked disdainfully at Lord Gai boasting above, finding the bravado of those around him rather intimidating. He had not anticipated that even his mentor would indulge in such ostentation. Subsequently, Lord Gai recounted his dialogue with Chao Qin with great fervor and conviction. Liu Chang suddenly pondered, could it be possible that they were not merely boasting, but had genuinely experienced such events, while he himself was the one indulging in mere bravado? No, it was absolutely impossible. They were indeed boasting. Soon after, Lord Gai inquired about the future governance strategies from the princes, most of whom echoed the sentiment of rest and recuperation. However, Liu Rui diverged, suggesting that the Zhao state faced threats from the Xiongnu, and in addition to promoting recovery, vigilance was imperative to prevent external forces from undermining their prior advancements. Lord Gai merely nodded in response, and swiftly, it was Liu Chang and Oppos' turn to speak. But teacher, I have yet to say anything. Enough. Everyone should rest now. I must attend to my studies. Teacher, it's me. At that moment, a court attendant rushed in, and one of them approached Liu Rui, whispering something in his ear. In an instant, Liu Rui and Oppos' complexion changed drastically. He sprang to his feet, nearly losing his balance, and hurriedly exited the Tianlu Pavilion, leaving the princes astonished. Why is third brother in such a panic? Could it be that something grave has occurred? Liu Hui inquired with concern. Liu Chang merely shrugged. Perhaps Lady Qi has passed away. Young brother, do not speak so recklessly. Lady Qi was being dragged away by the guards when Liu Rui rushed in. The guards hesitated and released her upon his arrival. The mother and son embraced, weeping profusely. After a prolonged moment of sorrow, Lady Qi bitterly exclaimed, "The crown prince has wronged me. He has conspired against me. You must avenge this injustice." Liu Rui was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, he sorrowfully replied, "Mother, do I not know what kind of person my elder brother is? How could he possibly conspire against you? Why must you act this way? Mother, what is wrong with my becoming a feudal lord? Let us both go to Zhao. I assure you I can govern the state well. Why must you insist on this path? My brother has repeatedly safeguarded me and spoken on my behalf. He is a man of great kindness and righteousness. Why do you oppose the crown prince so? You." Lady Qi's eyes blazed red as she stared intently at her son. Suddenly, she threw her head back and laughed, her laughter hoarse and tearful, resembling that of one driven to madness. Meanwhile, within Qin and Oppos' residence, Qin Ping took a sip of medicine, emitting a contented groan, as if he were consuming not medicine, but an elixir from the Isles of the Blessed. The calamity has finally been eradicated. Chapter 67. The foolish sons of the Liu family. What transpired with Lady Qi remains a mystery to Liu Chang. Both Liu Bang and Empress Lu have shrouded that day's events in secrecy. Even those within the palace are entirely unaware of what occurred. They only know that Lady Qi has fallen from favor and has relocated from her previous residence, which now houses only Rui. It has been quite some time since father hosted a banquet, as rumors suggest his health has been declining recently, prompting him to summon several new physicians from various regions. Nevertheless, the fact that he has called upon Lady Chao and Lady Shi to serve him indicates that there is likely no grave issue. While Liu Bang refrains from hosting a feast, Empress Lu has taken the initiative to arrange a modest gathering, specifically inviting Liu Chang's elder brother and his biological mother for a meal. Liu Chang, of course, would not miss this opportunity. He has been preparing for the evening and Oppos' banquet since morning, having endured hunger throughout the day. As the banquet commenced, Liu Chang eagerly devoured his food with great enthusiasm, demonstrating an impressive appetite. Liu Heng respectfully greeted Empress Lu, while Liu Chang paid no heed to Lady Bo, his focus solely on his meal. Empress Lu, slightly taken aback, cleared her throat. Liu Chang abruptly lifted his head, remaining vigilant to his mother's admonitions. With his mouth full, he mumbled through a silly grin, Lady Bo, Lady Bo chuckled softly, remarking that Liu Chang would undoubtedly grow into a robust young man. Among the princes, aside from the crown prince, Liu Chang is the most genuine in his interactions. Empress Lu shook her head, deeming the mischievous boy unfit for serious matters. Lady Bo then instructed a palace maid to bring forth a gift, not for Empress Lu, but for Liu Chang. It was a new garment, entirely crimson, adorned with white cloud and dragon patterns, featuring white beasts embroidered on the front and back. Upon first glance, Liu Chang could not tear his eyes away from it. I had some leisure time and decided to craft outfits for all the princes. This one is for you, Liu Chang. Come, try it on and see if it fits. Haha. All right, Liu Chang exclaimed, eagerly accepting the garment and clumsily attempting to put it on. Ah, this was meant for the young master, so do not be overly modest. Lady Bo reminded him. All right. Liu Chang promptly donned the attire, fastening the buttons and grinning widely as he showcased his new outfit. It fits perfectly. It looks splendid. Liu Chang continued to beam, and Empress Lu could no longer contain herself. You should express your gratitude at once. Oh, thank you, Lady Bo, Liu Chang replied, his sincerity evident. There is no need for such formality, Lady Bo assured him. The conversation then shifted to the adults. As Empress Lu and Lady Bo engaged in trivial chatter, eschewing state affairs for discussions on clothing, accessories, and decoration. Meanwhile, Liu Chang remained engrossed in his meal, with Liu Heng silently seated beside him. The evening continued in this manner until Lady Bo announced her departure with Liu Heng. Liu Chang accompanied Empress Lu to bid them farewell, and as they left, he quickly turned to Empress Lu. Mother, look, my new garment is truly beautiful. Indeed. Alas, I like a new lower garment. Make do with what you have. How can that possibly suffice? Since one is adorned in new garments, the attire, be it the upper robe, the lower skirt, the footwear, the laces, the crown, or the hairpin, should all be fresh to create an appealing appearance. Yet, dear mother, one should not merely seek to allure others with finery. A true gentleman ought to cultivate his abilities rather than succumb to the allure of splendid raiment. Why is this so? Elho reprimanded Liu Chang sternly, leaving him feeling dejected and with a lowered gaze. Ha, what do you think? Isn't it splendid? This upper robe, this lower skirt. Liu Chang twirled a few times within the Tianlu pavilion, brushing off the dust from his garments and deliberately raising his skirt slightly to showcase his new shoes, his face brimming with pride. He gazed at Rui, awaiting her response. In the past, whenever he donned a completely new outfit, Rui would invariably tease him, asking if he was preparing for marriage today. However, this time, Rui paid him no mind. She sat in her place, her complexion pale, her eyes swollen with tears, staring blankly ahead as if she had suddenly diminished in stature. After a brief display of vanity, Liu Chang resigned himself to sit beside Rui, occasionally glancing over at her. Rui, brother, your majesty? He reached out and poked Rui and Appo's cheek, prompting her to finally respond and turn towards him. Shall we practice swordplay today? Or perhaps venture outside the palace for some leisure? Attend a banquet with me? Go horseback riding? Longer, do not disturb your third brother. Please, go sit over there, came the voice of Liu Heng. Liu Chang, feeling somewhat helpless, mumbled something under his breath and walked away. Liu Heng settled beside Rui, saying, Third brother, Duke Gong once remarked that in life, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. What appears as calamity now may, in time, transform into fortune. The fluctuations of fate are beyond our current comprehension. As Mencius stated, when heaven intends to bestow a great mission upon a person, it first subjects their heart to suffering, their bones to toil, and their body to hunger indeed. Rui finally stirred, nodding her head and managing a faint smile. After class, as Rui was about to rise to leave, Liu Hui and Liu Yu approached him, blocking his path. Liu Hui and Appo's smile bore a hint of bitterness as he gently spoke. Third brother, I have been alone since childhood, yearning to see my birth mother but with no place to seek her. I heard that second brother is alone in the palace. If you ever feel lonely, you are welcome to join us. Our abode is also devoid of company. Save for a few elderly palace maids, Rui naturally agreed to their invitation. After walking for a while, he heard someone calling from behind. Rui. He halted, turning around to see Liu Chang, who looked at him with concern. You seem rather unwell today. Liu Chang hesitated as he untied his own sash, gazing at the new accessory before him. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and unfastened his brother's sash, tying his own around Rui's waist. The sash was somewhat short, requiring considerable effort to secure it tightly. Once Liu Chang had fastened the sash, he scrutinized Rui once more, nodding in approval. This certainly enhanced his appearance. You. Liu Rui looked at him in surprise, affectionately ruffling his hair. I appreciate the gesture, but you should wear your own. It's too short. Just as he was about to untie it, Liu Chang scolded. Do not touch my head. Moreover, do not refuse my gift. Otherwise, I shall ensure you rebuild the palace, and I shall roast you. Haha. Will you rebuild the palace or roast me? Liu Rui pondered. Let an Oppos S rebuild the palace first, then roast? Liu Chang declared, I do not care. Just take it. With that, Liu Chang ceased his words, secured Rui and Oppos S sash, and dashed away. He slowly lifted his head as Prince Liu Ying emerged from the inner chambers. Liu Ying appeared somewhat bewildered, even hesitant to meet his younger brother and Oppos S gaze. He looked anxious, his expression complex, yet he approached Liu Rui and Oppos S side. Third brother. Brother. Liu Rui began, tears streaming down his cheeks as he pressed his hand to his forehead, weeping uncontrollably. I am so sorry, Liu Ying said, pulling his brother into a tight embrace. Brother. Liu Rui sobbed in his elder brother and Oppos S arms, the two brothers holding each other closely. Brother. I do not blame you. I simply miss mother. I know she was not very wise, but I still long for her. I understand. Liu Ying gently patted Rui's back. I promise she will not suffer. Within the Jiaofeng hall, Liu Chang bowed his head, while Empress L held a small wooden stick, lightly tapping her hand. Now where's your sash? You just changed it today. Where has it gone? I traded it. With whom? With Zhou Xingji. You did not leave the palace today, did you? Will you tell the truth? Or do you wish to be punished? Liu Chang simply closed his eyes. Go ahead and strike me. Take the sash I gifted you and give it to Rui. Is there truly such an unfilial son in this world? Empress L inquired coldly. Liu Chang was momentarily taken aback, quickly exclaiming, No, mother. I know you despise Lady Qi, and I share your sentiments, but Rui, he is so unfortunate. I cannot fathom the depths of his sorrow. If one day you leave me alone, and I cannot find you, I would surely be unable to bear it. The wooden stick Empress L held lingered in the air, not falling for a long while. After much hesitation, she ultimately chose to put it away. Chapter 68. I almost thought my father-in-law was sitting beside me. Upon hearing that the king of Huainan was stockpiling provisions and sharpening his weapons, what could be his intention? The Han envoy, bearing Liu Bang's missive, bellowed at Yingbu, who knelt before him, his face flushed with indignation. In that moment, the envoy genuinely feared for his life. However, prior to arriving in the kingdom of Huainan, he was well aware of his mission. Even if it meant his demise, he would not cower. Should he perish, his family would be properly cared for, and his son would inherit his title, advancing one step further. Gritting his teeth, he continued to read the remaining contents aloud. Indeed. Halfway through, Yingbu could no longer restrain himself. He sprang to his feet, snatching the edict from the envoy's grasp, and erupted in fury. When have I ever conspired against the throne? Which treacherous villain dares to slander me? The envoy stood his ground, retorting. The king of Huainan seizes the decree and claims he does not intend to rebel. Here, take it back. Yingbu hurled the edict forcefully, striking the envoy's face. Drag this scoundrel out and execute him, he roared. 2 armored soldiers advanced, hauling the Han envoy away. Traitor, may you meet a wretched fate. The envoy cursed, relentless until his last breath. Yingbu then turned to his generals, pondering, Today, Liu Bang seeks to eliminate me. What shall we do? Rebel, the generals shouted, utterly oblivious that by executing the envoy, they had already committed treason. Yingbu's face flushed with rage as he thundered, Liu Bang is a base man. If it were not for the support of King Chu and King Liang, could he have ever defeated Xiongnu? How could he have risen to be the sovereign of the realm? Now that he has ascended to the throne, he seeks to eliminate us one by one. Yingbu was a man of fierce temperament, with a profound weakness for injustice. Once, when falsely accused of theft, he, in a fit of rage, plundered the accuser's home, resulting in his imprisonment. Later, when Xiongnu and Oppos S envoy confronted him about rebellion, he, in a fit of fury, truly rebelled, aligning himself with Liu Bang. And now, here we are. Each time he felt wronged, Yingbu would be blinded by rage, oblivious to all else. If you accuse me, then I shall indeed act. Very well. Since Liu Bang shows no mercy, let it not be said that I am disloyal. Everyone, swiftly return to the counties, gather the soldiers, and stockpile provisions. Follow me into battle. Yingbu commanded, and the generals promptly began their preparations. In the original course of history, the tragic fates of Han Xin and Ping Yu, particularly the demise of the honest Ping Yu, had instilled great fear in Yingbu, prompting him to make preparations for self-preservation. When Liu Bang sent envoys to interrogate him, he immediately led his troops into action. However, this time, as Han Xin and Pingyu had not perished, he was ill-prepared for a military expedition. In a moment of heated impulse, he chose rebellion. This elucidates why Xiaohe was reluctant to allow Liu Bang to send someone to interrogate Yingbu. A person like Yingbu, if left undisturbed and occasionally bestowed with gifts, might indeed become engrossed in hunting, harboring no treasonous thoughts. However, once tasked with an inquiry, he would undoubtedly rebel. Meanwhile, the palace was bustling once more. Father, despite his ailments, spent his days conversing with the ministers, who came and went incessantly. Ping was almost residing in the palace, always by father and Appo's side, engaged in undisclosed matters. As for mother, she was initially busy for several days, but later appeared much more relaxed, her spirits seemingly lifted. Long, what are you doing? Change into your new attire. We have guests arriving. Oh, mother? Where is my lower garment? Isn and Appo's. See it on the couch? Where? I don't see it. Impudent child. El Ho approached the bed, retrieved the lower garment, and tossed it to the astonished Liu Chang before walking away. Where did mother find this? How could I have missed it? Liu Chang muttered as he donned the clothing, uncertain of which guest was to arrive. Typically, few guests visited, usually only his uncles and aunts, as others were not permitted entry. Given mother's evident concern, could it be that a remarkable guest was expected? Once prepared, Liu Chang obediently sat beside El Ho, awaiting the arrival of the guest. Mother. When the visitor bowed to El Ho, Liu Chang was momentarily taken aback. He lifted his head and exclaimed, Sister, how have you grown so substantial? Sister, why are you crying? Come, greet your brother-in-law. Liu Chang turned to the side, where Zhang Ao observed him with a complex expression, clearly feeling awkward. Liu Chang's biological mother had once been Zhang Ao's songstress, later given to his father-in-law, a matter that had greatly angered El Ho. Behind them followed a girl and a boy. The young boy was older than Liu Chang, roughly the same age as Ru Yi, while the girl appeared even older, perhaps similar in age to Liu Ying. Liu Chang paid little mind to the young boy, focusing instead on the girl. She was even more beautiful than her mother, perfectly inheriting all her mother and Appo's virtues, yet exuded a more vivacious and lively demeanor compared to Princess Lu Yuan. She smiled radiantly as she bowed to Liu Chang, leaving him entranced, staring in awe at such an exquisite young lady. Yin, greetings to my esteemed uncle. Ah? Liu Chang felt as if something had shattered within him. Yet he quickly regained his composure, raising his head and declaring, There is no need for formalities, young lady. He immediately turned to the boy, who appeared somewhat flustered, not exuding much courage, reminiscent of his elder brother. The boy awkwardly bowed, Greetings, uncle. Do not stand on ceremony, young master. This is not the first time Liu Chang has encountered such a situation. If blame must be assigned, it should fall upon Liu Bang, a notorious libertine who indulged in his vices from the age of 20 until 60. His eldest son, Liu Fei, is nearly the same age as Empress Lu, while the youngest, Liu Jian, is still an infant. Oh, and before these two, Liu Chang had already fathered 8 nephews. Why has Liu Fei become Liu Shou? Because he has already sired 8 sons, and is still procreating. It seems that the greatest joy of the vassal kings of the Western Han dynasty lies in fathering sons. At times, Liu Chang ponders whether someone in the future might raise their banner and proclaim to the world, I am the grandson of the great ancestor. The overlord of Chu, Liu Chang. Liu Chang's eldest nephew is already capable of fathering children. In terms of seniority, Liu Chang remains unperturbed. Although he is the youngest in the palace, many of his guests are his juniors. Empress Lu has 1 son and 1 daughter. She is particularly strict with her son, often scolding him upon their meetings, harboring high hopes for his future, yet she dotes on her daughter. Princess Lu Yuan is the only one who can elicit a departure from Empress Lu's rational demeanor, allowing her to act according to her instincts. When the Xiongnu invaded, many suggested marrying Princess Lu Yuan to Modern, to which Empress Lu vehemently opposed. Later, when Zhang Ao's subordinates rebelled, it was again Empress Lu who staunchly defended him. Historically, Empress Lu even conferred titles upon several of Zhang Ao's sons. Lulu indeed cherishes his mother. When they meet, Empress Lu nearly sheds tears, grasping her daughter and Appo's hand tightly and urging her to sit close. She also holds great affection for her 2 grandsons, gently caressing Zhang Yin's face with utmost tenderness, while insistently encouraging Zhang Yin to eat more meat. Liu Chang casts a jealous glance at her, frowning as he devours his food, huffing in frustration. Alas! How old is Yin? Unmarried? Empress Lu inquires with a smile, to which Zhang Yin lowers her head, her face flushed and unable to utter a word. Yin, eat more. You appear so frail. Your uncle is nearly as tall as you. Eat more. Chang, do not pile all the meat in front of you. Share some with Yin. Princess Liu Yuan chuckles. It is of no consequence. Let him indulge. He is at the growing stage. Chang, how fares your studies? What texts have you perused? If you ask about that, I shall cease eating. Liu Chang hastily sets down his food, lifting his head. I am but a humble scholar. Initially, I studied the teachings of the esteemed Master Guy of Qi, mastering the principles of Huang Lao, diligently annotating the Daedejing, and studying Han Fizi, the Analects, and the Mozi, excelling in all schools of thought. Subsequently, I encountered the Marquis of Huayin, who accepted me as a disciple, where I learned military strategies, and I have also engaged in state affairs under the Chancellor. Acquiring the art of governance, I have practiced swordsmanship for 6 or 7 years, such that a common crowd of 100 may not approach me. Xiaohoing drives my chariot, and I spend my days in the company of the esteemed scholars of Chang and Apos, and surrounded by illustrious friends. Zhang Ao listens to Liu Chang's words, his expression turning to one of astonishment as he rubs his eyes, glancing at him once more before finally exhaling with relief. Chapter 69. The Eldest Sister as a Mother. Humph. Insolent wretch. Suddenly, a voice scolded. Liu Chang and Apos' face flushed with anger as he turned to see Liu Bang, who had appeared behind them unbeknownst to him. Liu Bang glared at Liu Chang and admonished, one must embody humility. How can one boast so recklessly? Those who revel in flaunting their abilities often possess none. Elho let out a cold snort and averted her gaze, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Princess Ru Yuan, Zhang Ao, Zhang Yin, and Zhang Yin hurriedly rose to perform a respectful greeting. Greetings to father. Greetings to grandfather. Liu Bang regarded them, choosing to overlook Zhang Ao, and instead focused on his daughter and 2 grandsons. He strode forward, scooping up Zhang Yin, rubbing his bushy beard against the boy and Apos' face and laughing heartily. Have you missed grandfather? Indeed, replied the obedient grandson. The granddaughter approached Liu Bang and Apos' side, and he pinched her cheek, remarking with a sense of nostalgia, truly like your mother. Liu Chang observed this scene, feeling an inexplicable sense of jealousy. It seemed that father favored his grandsons more. His elder brother and Apos' son had previously visited, and although Liu Bang had been amiable then, it was nothing compared to the warmth he displayed toward these 2 grandsons. Liu Bang continued to amuse his grandchildren, cheerfully settling beside his daughter. Are you faring well? Has anyone troubled you? Though he outwardly appeared calm, his voice trembled slightly. Zhang Ao stood awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Father, I am well. Yin and Yin are both obedient. No one has angered me. Elho calmly interjected. Ao is not an unfeeling person. Liu Bang was taken aback and turned to regard Zhang Ao, who had maintained his bowing posture. However, Liu Bang's gaze was somewhat unfriendly. Lacking warmth, he coolly instructed, sit down. Zhang Ao, accustomed to the treatment, felt no offense. Before marrying Liu Bang and Apos' daughter, he had been treated well by Liu Bang. As Zhang Ao's father, Zhang Er, was Liu Bang's elder brother, held in high esteem in the Wei Kingdom. Zhang Er and Apos' reputation derived from having served as a retainer to Wei Wuji, a figure of influence known as Lord Xinling. However, since Zhang Ao wed Liu Bang and Apos' daughter, Liu Bang's demeanor had shifted, often reprimanding him upon their encounters. Initially, Zhang Ao found this perplexing and harbored resentment, but after having his daughter Zhang Yin, he began to understand his father-in-law. One day, if a pig were to root through his cotton coat, he might not react differently than Liu Bang. Yet, Elho treated him well, forgiving him even when he erred. Liu expressed his concerns. The crown prince wrote to me, saying father is unwell. Liu Bang grinned broadly. I am unharmed. I have faced countless battles. What illness could possibly ensnare me? Indeed, father is robust. Just the other day, I saw him spinning around while holding both ladies. Be silent. As soon as the 2 grandsons arrived, Liu Chang's status plummeted significantly. It seemed that his son could not compare to his grandsons. Neither Liu Bang nor Empress Lu paid him any heed, as their thoughts were solely focused on their daughter and grandsons, showering them with affection and warmth. Liu Bang, in particular, constantly offered meat to the 2 grandsons, exuding kindness and approachability, entirely shedding his usual demeanor. Do not drink, do not drink, Liu Chang murmured quietly. On such a splendid day, how can one not indulge in a drink? Liu Bang replied, commanding a servant to bring forth the wine. As Liu Bang and Zhang Ao engaged in toasts, Liu Bang began reminiscing about the past and the present. In the face of the numerous Qin soldiers, I never felt the slightest fear. I obliterated Qin and destroyed Chu. That Xiang Yu, who proclaimed himself a hero, was ultimately defeated by me and had no choice but to take his own life. Han Xian, who looked down upon the heroes of the world, was captured by me. And what of the likes of Peng Yu? Now, with Ying Bu plotting rebellion, there is no need for me to take action myself. Dealing with such individuals requires merely a few capable generals to carry my banner, and their audacity will be shattered. The realm is prosperous, the people free from strife, and the world unified. This is my achievement. Throughout history, has there ever been a monarch who could attain what I have? Ying Zheng claimed to have surpassed the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, yet my accomplishments have already eclipsed his. There is no one who can compare. Zhang Ao beamed with delight, nodding in agreement, marveling at the humility displayed. Liu Chang, however, disregarded Liu Bang and Apos' boasts and resumed his quiet murmuring, "Do not sing. Do not sing." As Liu Bang grew more animated, he felt compelled to burst into song, but Liu Chang had already tightly covered his ears. "Uncle, why is this?" Liu Chang inquired. "Your grandfather is about to sing. Should you not cover your ears?" He kindly reminded, adhering to the decorum of elder respect. Zhang Yan looked utterly perplexed, questioning why one should cover their ears. As Liu Bang began to sing, "The mighty winds arise," Zhang Yan and Apos' expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly covered his ears. Zhang Ao, however, appeared to revel in the performance, swaying to the music. Liu Chang could not shake the feeling that it was these shameless scoundrels who had instilled false confidence in his father, leading him to mistakenly believe he possessed any talent for singing. The Lu family took residence within the imperial palace. The following day, Liu Chang eagerly sought out his elder sister, joined by the other princes who also wished to pay their respects. Lu, being of considerable age, ranked second among Liu Bang and Apos' children, older than Liu Fei and significantly older than the others. Everyone cherished this gentle sister, who had prepared numerous gifts for them, tailored to their individual preferences. Liu Ying received a person, not a woman, but rather a distinguished Confucian scholar personally recommended by Zhang Ao. Liu Rui was bestowed with a brand new sword, while Liu Heng received a rare and precious book. Liu Wei was gifted several sets of meticulously coordinated clothing, suitable for all seasons. Liu was delighted with an array of toys, including intricately carved wooden toy carts and figurines, sufficient to entertain him for a long time. Even Liu Jian was not forgotten. Liu presented him with small infant toys. Liu Chang gazed enviously at everyone as they joyfully thanked their elder sister, casting longing glances at Liu. "Alas, in my haste, I forgot to prepare a gift for you. You wouldn't be upset, would you?" Liu expressed with a hint of regret. Liu Chang's eyes widened, and tears quickly formed, blinking his large eyes. "Not upset. Ha ha ha. I was just teasing you." Liu planted a kiss on his forehead and led him out of the palace. Outside, a small chariot awaited them. Indeed, it was a miniature chariot, resembling a full-sized war chariot, but considerably smaller. Perhaps only a pony could pull it. The interior space was quite limited, making it a challenge for adults to sit. Yet it could comfortably accommodate 2 or 3 children. "Stop stealing others and Apos' chariots. This one is for you. Your very own chariot. Look. It even has a flag embroidered just for you." Liu Chang dashed forward, and indeed, a tiny flag hung from the chariot, inscribed with the characters Liu Chang. His eyes instantly glistened with tears. He laughed and jumped, climbing onto the chariot, joyfully patting it and exclaiming with excitement. Several princes watched him with a mix of exasperation, and Liu Ying shook his head, lamenting, why on earth did sister gift him such a raucous present? Liu, however, remained unfazed, smiling as she retorted, "What child isn't a little rambunctious? But Yin and Yin aren't rowdy. Look how well behaved they are." Just then, standing atop the chariot, Liu Chang raised a wooden sword and shouted at Liu, "Sister, with this chariot, fret not. If anyone dares to bully you or us, I shall run them over with this chariot." Liu chuckled softly, "Be careful up there, and no driving for you. Fear not. I have a brother named Xiao who excels at driving." Zhang Ao watched Liu Chang thoughtfully, glancing at Liu beside him as if he had suddenly realized something profound. Chapter 70. Young people should not be too arrogant. Though he boasted that he had no need to go to war, on the very next day after Liu and Apos' arrival, Liu Bang departed from Chang and Apos, and Liu Bang appeared robust, pledging to his soldiers to quell Huainan with valor, exuding an imposing presence. However, behind him trailed several imperial physicians, and his war chariot was often permeated with the unpleasant scent of medicinal herbs. After Liu Bang and Empress Lu's departure, Lu chose not to linger in the palace. Liu Bang, however, did not heed this. It remained unclear whether he anticipated Zhang Ao to undertake significant actions or had discerned Zhang Ao and Empress Lu's character, deeming him unfit for grand endeavors. Upon returning to Chang and Empress Lu had numerous relatives to visit. At this moment, it was a time of respite. The esteemed Gaigong was not holding classes, instead lost in the pursuit of literature, neglecting even the practice of swordsmanship. Due to Liu Bang and Empress Lu's expedition, the entire Chang and Empress Lu was under a semi-lockdown, particularly the palace, which permitted entry only to the likes of Empress Liu Ying and Liu. Consequently, Liu Chang found himself trapped within the palace, idly passing the days. When Liu planned to leave the palace to visit relatives, Liu Chang implored him earnestly, and Liu reluctantly agreed to take him along. Seated in the war chariot, Liu Chang regaled his cousin with tales of his past exploits, offering commentary on the valiant heroes of the realm. Zhang Yin listened in astonishment, developing an unspoken admiration for his uncle, who seemed even younger than himself, his eyes soon sparkling with admiration. Zhang Ao observed this scene with a resigned shake of his head and a sigh. "Alas, what troubles you?" Liu inquired. "You Liu family truly have us Zhang family completely under your thumb. What nonsense is this?" Liu furrowed her brow, losing her customary gentleness with Zhang Ao. She pinched him sharply at the waist, causing him to shrink back, chuckling, "My lady, please do not be angered, for consider the merits of my efforts from last night." "Bah, the children are still present," she retorted, laughter echoing as Zhang Ao burst into hearty mirth. This family of three maintained a harmonious bond. Liu held an amiable relationship with Zhang Ao and treated his concubine with kindness, unlike Empress Lu. This may be attributed to the fact that Zhang Ao was not like Liu Bang. He treated Liu with great affection. Although they occasionally quarreled, such disputes were fleeting, and they always reconciled. Yet, in the annals of history, when Empress Lu compelled the couple to marry Zhang Yin forcibly to Liu Ying, one wonders if their harmony endured. Liu Ying, throughout his life, never dared to approach his cousin, harboring a deepening sorrow, and he passed away prematurely. Following his death, Zhang Yin also succumbed to grief, remaining untouched by any man until her last breath. 5 years after their daughter's marriage, Liu, consumed by sorrow, passed away, and shortly thereafter, Zhang Ao followed suit. Empress Lu conferred titles of nobility upon Zhang Yin, even elevating the children of Zhang Ao and Empress Lu's concubines to royal status. One cannot help but wonder if this was born of remorse for the family. Liu Chang accompanied his sister to a grand estate located in the southern part of Chang and Empress Lu. This estate was remarkably vast, surpassing any residence Liu Chang had previously encountered, even overshadowing the abodes of Zhoubo and Fan Kuo. Soon, someone came out to greet them. Liu smiled and said, "Greetings, uncle." This was indeed the residence of El Shirji. Upon seeing Liu, El Shirji was overwhelmed with emotion, for they were truly blood relatives. He wiped away his tears and hurriedly ushered the family inside. Spotting Zhang Yin and Zhang Yan, he was filled with joy, crouching down to playfully tease them. "Ah, you little rascal is here too." At last, El Shirji recognized Liu Chang hidden within the two children. "I was just looking for you." Grabbing Liu Chang's arm with a fierce expression, El Shirji questioned, "Not long ago. Did you lead a group of rascals trying to sneak into my home?" Liu Chang looked at him wide-eyed and shook his head. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Stay away from those troublemakers. They will lead you astray," El Shirji said as he guided everyone into the mansion. The interior was lavishly decorated, even featuring a rockery and various gardens, akin to a royal palace. Following El Shirji into the inner chambers, he had a banquet laid out, sumptuous and abundant. Liu Chang was elated. His instincts had proven correct. Their visit was indeed worthwhile. El Shirji and Empress Lu's family also came to pay their respects. He had 3 sons. The eldest, Elze, was already quite mature and had begun his official duties, reportedly serving in some county. El Shirji intended to provide him with experience. Yet the results seemed less than favorable. The second son, El Zhong, and the youngest, El Lu, were still young, albeit older than Liu Chang. El Shirji and Empress Lu's sons were not particularly close to Liu Chang, primarily due to their overly serious demeanor. Although they had played together in childhood, they had never truly connected. El Shirji had hired esteemed teachers for them at a young age, resulting in their articulate speech, yet they amounted to little in action. Their maturity, in Liu Chang's eyes, differed significantly from the composed maturity of his fourth brother, and their lecturing bore no resemblance to the teachings of his second brother. They preached to others but lacked the initiative to act as his second brother did. They always perceived others as childish, unlike his fourth brother and Oppos, as genuine maturity. Liu Chang vaguely recalled a time in his early childhood when he played with them. For reasons he could not remember, his mother began to discipline him. While the two boys egged her on, echoing her words about listening to their mother and not angering adults. The more they spoke, the more emboldened they became, prompting their mother to point at them, urging Liu Chang to learn from them. In a fit of rage, Liu Chang, in front of El Ho, delivered a thorough beating to the incessantly chattering boys, and even El Ho could not intervene. He made them cry, and they never dared to play with Liu Chang again. However, that was a long time ago, and they had evidently forgotten that incident. Now, they respectfully bowed to Liu Chang in greeting. Unlike Liu Bang and Oppos' treatment of Zhang Ao, El Shirji was exceedingly courteous to Zhang Ao, even inviting him to sit beside him as a sign of his affection. They drank together, but fortunately, neither of them indulged in boasting or singing, allowing Liu Chang to enjoy his meal in peace. After a hearty meal, El Shirji instructed his two sons to take Zhang Yan and Liu Chang out for a leisurely outing, while Lu accompanied El Shirji and Oppos' wife. This left El Shirji to revel in the pleasures of drink with Zhang Ao. The El residence was quite expansive, although El Zhong was somewhat older. He was not particularly loquacious. It was El Lu who regaled them with tales of the household, his words laced with an unmistakable pride. As if he were presenting his grand estate to two rural cousins, his expression dripping with disdain, utterly dismissive of his relatives. Zhang Yan, though honest and somewhat discontented internally, managed to smile and nodded in agreement. Liu Chang, however, was of a different disposition. He nodded vigorously and remarked, "What a splendid residence! Such beauty stirs my very being. I feel compelled to relieve myself. To not do so would be an insult to this magnificent sight." With that, he strode to a corner, loosening his belt. El Lu and Oppos' countenance shifted dramatically. "No? What do you mean by that? But why not? This is not the most comfortable spot. The backyard boasts even more exquisite vistas." Zhang Yan, taken aback by Liu Chang's sudden fury, stood frozen in place. "Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand. I understand." Meanwhile, within the inner chambers, Zhang Ao and El Shirji were indulging in copious amounts of wine, becoming thoroughly intoxicated. Those who slander others are the most detestable. Zhang Ao, lost in thought, raised his wine cup and downed it in one gulp. Chapter 71. The Death of the Feudal Lord. Someone take him down. At Liu Wan and Oppos' command, the armored soldiers surged forward, pinning the minister Zhang Sheng to the ground. Zhang struggled, but the soldiers pressed down hard, his beard scraping against the earth as he gasped for breath. "My lord, I am utterly loyal. Why must you kill me?" Liu Wan, born on the same day as Liu Bang, was no longer young. Strands of gray had begun to infiltrate his hair. In terms of military achievements, he could hardly be compared to fierce warriors such as Chao Can or Xia Hoing. To put it bluntly, even the rebel Qin Shi, who had risen against them, had outperformed Liu Wan in military exploits. Nevertheless, Liu Wan was Liu Bang's closest companion, a bond that surpassed even that of blood brothers. From childhood, they were inseparable, spending their days in each other and Oppos' company. As young Liu Bang learned to speak, little Liu Wan would crouch before him, eagerly listening to his elder boast. The youthful Liu Bang, with a childish lisp, would declare that if he ever accomplished great things, Liu Wan would be his most trusted brother, promising him abundant meat to savor. He followed closely behind his elder brother, hopping with joy as Liu Bang led him to pilfer from their family orchard. Both pursued and punished by their grandmother. As they grew older, Liu Bang began to take Liu Wan into fights, with Liu Wan wielding a wooden stick. And together they became a terror to the children of the county, who dared not challenge them. Liu Bang would boast in front of them, with Liu Wan always playing the supportive role, their camaraderie earning Liu Bang the title of the local king of children. As time passed, Liu Bang found himself entangled in legal troubles due to his misdeeds, often seeking refuge in Liu Wan and Oppos' home. When Liu Wan found himself in debt, Liu Bang would pilfer from his own household to settle his friend and Oppos' dues. In their youth, Liu Bang harbored grand ambitions, planning to escape home to join the esteemed Lord Xinling. It was Liu Wan who gathered the funds for his journey, and Liu Bang promised that once he established himself under Lord Xinling's banner, he would bring Liu Wan along. Eventually, as Liu Bang rose to power, Liu once stood by his side. Although he lacked the administrative prowess of Xiao He, the fighting skill of Fan Kuai, or the audacity of Xia Ying, Liu Bang always cared for him, creating opportunities for him to earn military merit, ultimately appointing him as the Grand Marshal. Following the rebellion of the former King of Yin, Liu Bang conferred the title of King of Yin upon his dearest brother. Liu Wan glared at his minister, demanding, "Why have you conspired against me? Why have you allied with the Xiongnu? Why with the traitor Chen? I have already reported your treachery to His Majesty. Await your family's execution. My lord, before I meet my end, I have but one request. Please listen earnestly." Zhang Shen cried out. Liu Wan ignored him, prompting Zhang to plead. "For the sake of the years I have served you, allow me to utter my last words." Liu Wan hesitated. He was not a heartless man. He nodded slightly, signaling to the soldiers to release Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng then spoke. "Over the years, the kings of Chu, Han, Liang, Zhao, and the former king of Yin have all been eradicated, which sufficiently demonstrates His Majesty's intent to eliminate all feudal lords of different surnames. Now, only you and the king of Huainan remain, and with the king of Huainan slated for execution, the next to face annihilation is none other than you, my lord." Silence. Liu Wan retorted angrily. "How could you presume to understand the bond one share with His Majesty? He would never treat me thus." "My lord," Zhang Sheng implored, "please forgive my forthcoming words. Your contributions pale in comparison to those of the kings of Chu and Liang. Your original standing is not on par with that of the kings of Zhao and Han. As for closeness, the king of Zhao is His Majesty's son-in-law. What then? I am aware that you harbor no rebellious intentions, yet did the former feudal lords possess such thoughts? Was it not the case that the chief steward of the king of Liang falsely accused him? Does His Majesty remain unaware of this? The officials conducting the investigation must know, yet His Majesty feigned ignorance, obliterating his state and branding him a criminal. When the subordinates of the king of Zhao conspired against him, could he have survived if not for the intercession of the queen and princess? Now, His Majesty sends yet another letter, alleging that the king of Huainan is plotting rebellion, thereby justifying military action against him. Such occurrences will inevitably befall you. At that juncture, who will safeguard you?" Tears streamed down Zhang Sheng and Appo's face as he spoke mournfully. Liu Wan, upon hearing these words, hesitated, yearning to counter, but finding himself at a loss for words. "How dare you? How dare you sow discord between us? He would never treat me so. Never. I would never rebel." Zhang Sheng replied earnestly. "I know you cherish His Majesty and would never conspire against him. My intent is not to incite rebellion. I merely wish for you to maintain relations with the Xiongnu, ensuring His Majesty thinks twice before taking action against you. As long as you preserve your own safety, that is all I wish. I have said all I need to say. Please, my lord, and my life." This time, however, Liu Wan hesitated to give the order. He lowered his head, furrowing his brow, his expression a tumult of conflict. I shall write to His Majesty to save you and your clan, but do not utter such words again. I will not rebel. My lord, the enemy is attacking the capital. My lord, the enemy has breached the capital. My lord." Within the royal palace of the 6 counties, corpses lay strewn about, leaving no space to stand. Blood flowed like water, and the stench of blood was overwhelming, inducing nausea. The palace had long lost its former grandeur. Bloodstains adorned the walls. And from the palace gates to the inner sanctum, it had transformed into a hellscape of death and despair. When Liu Bang dispatched envoys to Han, he had already positioned his troops around the kingdom of Huainan, waiting for Yingbu to slay the Han envoys before launching his assault. Historically, after the tragic demise of Pengyu, Yingbu became apprehensive that Liu Bang would turn against him, thus he prepared his forces in advance, fortifying the borders. Liu Bang's troops were scattered by Yingbu, achieving victory against overwhelming odds, and even initiating a counterattack, resulting in the death of King Jing, Liu Jia, instilling fear in Liu Bang and compelling him to treat the situation with utmost seriousness. However, this time, Yingbu had not made any prior plans for rebellion or self-preservation. On the very day he killed the Han envoy, the army arranged by Liu Bang commenced its assault, led by generals such as Xia Ying and Fan Kuai. Seizing the moment when Yingbu and Appo's forces were still unassembled, Xia Ying launched a swift attack, successively capturing several cities and slaying Yingbu and Appo's trusted commanders. He then directly assaulted the royal palace, aiming to seize Yingbu before he could muster his troops, much like they had done with Pengyu. The few thousand guards within the capital were utterly incapable of withstanding the frenzied onslaught of Xia Ying. Nevertheless, Yingbu and Appo's forces exacted a heavy toll on Xia Ying. Their ferocity unmatched, Each soldier seemed to embody the strength of 10, as if invigorated by some elixir, leading to significant losses for the normally reckless Xiahou Ying, who had to rely on sheer numbers to bridge the gap and breach the capital. Fortuitously, the walls of Yingbu and Apos' capital were not particularly high. After ascending to the throne, he had neglected to fortify the defenses, spending his days in the hunt. To be frank, his reign had rendered Huainan rather prosperous, as he refrained from imposing labor on the populace or engaging in needless turmoil, indulging instead in his passion for hunting, turning to bandits only when there were no beasts to pursue. Within the palace, the armored soldiers of the Han stood in formation, brandishing their spears, trembling as they fixed their gaze on the distant figure. Yingbu, disheveled and drenched in blood, dripped with viscous fluid, creating a nauseating sight, his injuries indiscernible. In each hand, he wielded a spear, surrounded by countless corpses, both of his brethren and foes. The bodies piled high, and Yingbu roared like a beast, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged towards the soldiers, swinging his spear with such force that it shattered upon striking one of them, sending the soldier flying before crashing to the ground. He drew his sword, plunging into the mass of soldiers, slashing left and right, indifferent to his own wounds, relentlessly attacking and bellowing. At a glance, it appeared as if he were propelling hundreds, even thousands of armored men forward. How long had he fought? More than half an hour. Perhaps we should shoot him? Xiahou Ying noticed that Yu, usually audacious, was now pale and trembling. Yet, Xiahou Ying refrained from rebuking him, instead shaking his head regretfully at the sight of the unstoppable warrior in the distance. Who could help but feel fear before such a formidable opponent? Rising, Xiahou Ying adjusted his armor and helmet, wiping the blood from his brow, and slowly raised his spear. Clear the way. The soldiers before him obeyed the command, parting to create a blood-strewn path of corpses. Soon, Yingbu discovered that a path had indeed opened before him, the soldiers retreating in fear, not daring to look at him. Yingbu laughed, a loud and piercing sound echoing through the air. In the distance, Xiahou Ying aimed his spear at him, and Yingbu, upon discerning the figure far away, wore a look of disdain as he picked up a broken spear from the ground and defiantly pointed it back at him. With a commanding shout from the charioteer, the war chariot surged forward, trampling over corpses, shaking violently, yet never toppling. The speed intensified, hastening towards the enemy. Xiahou Ying bent down, raising his spear high. Attack! With a fierce thrust, Xiahou Ying lunged forward with his spear, and Yingbu, in a swift motion, hurled his own spear. At the moment of their clash, Yingbu and Apos' spear soared past Xiahou Ying and Apos' ear, striking the side of his helmet with a resounding impact, causing him to cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Xiahou Ying's spear pierced through Yingbu's chest, and with the force of the chariot's charge, Yingbu was flung away, tumbling several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Xiahou Ying leapt down from the chariot, brandishing a short sword, and swiftly rushed to Yingbu's side, flipping him over and pressing the blade against his throat. Yingbu gazed at the blood dripping from Xiahou Ying's helmet, panting heavily with blood bubbles forming at the corners of his mouth. He whispered something, but Xiahou Ying could not hear him. He seized a soldier nearby and shouted, "What is he saying?" The soldier uttered a few words, yet Xiahou Ying still could not comprehend. In frustration, he removed his helmet, revealing a severely injured left ear, blood streaming down. The soldier cried out, "He asks you, if he were not exhausted, would you be his equal, general?" Xiahou Ying paused, staring at Yingbu, and bellowed, "If you refuse to accept it, then wait for me. We shall compete again at that time." Yingbu sneered, glaring defiantly at Xiahou Ying, fixating on him until, after a long silence, he finally lay still. Chapter 72. The heart of a hero. Xiahou Ying reverently approached Liu Bang, cradling a wooden box. Upon opening it, the severed head of Yingbu lay within, its eyes wide with fury, refusing to close even in death. The upheaval in Huainan had occurred swiftly, and just as quickly. It had concluded, leaving the common folk largely unaware of the turmoil that had transpired, which vanished in an instant. One wonders if, in his final moments, Yingbu regretted failing to heed the counsel of his generals and prepare for rebellion. Huainan, prosperous and second only to Qi, likely left its inhabitants oblivious to the true nature of events. Upon seeing Liu Bang's chariot, they hailed him as their king, only realizing he was the emperor when reminded. Fortunately, the strife did not extend its reach into Huainan, and the overall situation remained relatively stable. With the Zhao Dai rebellion concluded, Huainan was no longer a source of anxiety for Liu Bang. In this moment, he found a profound tranquility as he gazed upon the landscapes of Huainan. his heart at peace. Yet, the affairs of Huainan stirred tempestuous winds elsewhere. Upon learning of Yingbu and Appos' demise, Liu Wan found himself unable to sleep, haunted by nightmares that left him weeping in despair. "What troubles you, my lord?" the queen inquired, her concern evident. Liu Wan shook his head, tears streaming down his face. Remaining silent, he dreamed of his dearest brother, but in that dream, his brother sought to take his life. Within the Tianlu pavilion, the princes were abuzz with excitement. They had not anticipated such a swift conclusion to the conflict, nor that Yingbu would indeed perish. "Indeed, I had thought this war would ravage the lands of Jing and Chu," one remarked. I always perceived Yingbu as weak," Liu Chang proclaimed proudly. His brothers looked at him, and Liu Rui retorted sarcastically, "Now that Yingbu is defeated, how astute of you to have noticed his fragility. How I wish I possessed such foresight. Father certainly chose your name wisely. Of course, you understand nothing." Liu Chang continued, "Not long ago, I was with father in the Jiaofeng Hall, entertaining our elder sister and indulging in merriment. In that moment, father sighed deeply, and upon my inquiry, I learned he was troubled by Yingbu and Appos' fate. I told him, and Appos, 'Father, you have faced armies tenfold that of the Qin and feared them not. Even the valiant Xiong you fell before you. What is there to fear from Yingbu? With a few capable generals and your formidable reputation, the enemy will surely be cowed.'" The princes exchanged glances, uncertain whether Liu Chang's claims were true or mere boast. Liu Rui scoffed, "Take his words with a grain of salt. There may be some truth, yet it is not solely his insight. Perhaps it was our sister and Appos' counsel." Liu Chang, embarrassed at being exposed, erupted in anger, pointing at Rui and shouting, "How dare you malign me? I am not yet mature. When I am, there will be change." Rui merely rolled her eyes, suggesting he would benefit more from reading than boasting. The princes continued their animated discussions about the battle, their excitement palpable as they spoke of Xiaohoing, showering him with praise. Ahem. A truly virtuous king does not revel in the chaos of war. War is a calamity, surpassing all other disasters, and it inflicts immense suffering upon the populace. A king of genuine benevolence can achieve three objectives: to prevent war, to restrain war, and to resolve war expeditiously. War exists to safeguard, not to oppress. Lord Gai earnestly articulated this, and none of the princes dared to counter his words, not even Liu Chang, who nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Indeed, master, you speak the truth." In this lesson, Lord Gai aimed to enlighten the princes on the nature of war. He was a staunch pacifist, despite his martial prowess not embodying the same tranquility. Upon the conclusion of the lecture, practice with the sword was inevitable. It goes without saying that to this day, Liu Chang still could not withstand a single strike from Lord Gai, being dispatched in an instant each time, which left him exceedingly vexed and even a little bereft of his former confidence. Yet, Lord Gai paid him no mind and showed no leniency, intensifying his onslaught instead. With a resounding clash, Liu Chang and Appos' wooden sword was effortlessly disarmed, the tip of Lord Gai and Appos' sword resting lightly against Liu Chang and Appos' brow. Stunned, Liu Chang gazed at Lord Gai, his expression tinged with despondency, exhaling a sigh. "Master, why do I feel as though I am losing more swiftly than before? To this day, I am still unable to withstand a single strike from you. Am I unfit to practice swordsmanship? After all this time, why can I not seem to improve?" In a state of despair, Liu Chang sat upon the ground, neglecting the wooden sword at his side. His brow furrowed as he began to lose faith for the first time. Lord Gai stood before him, stroking his beard, stating, "When practicing swordsmanship, technique is of little consequence. What truly matters is cultivating your mindset. I do not understand. The principles of the world are interconnected. This holds true for swordsmanship and for all other pursuits. When you engage in the art of the sword, you must not waver. You must believe in yourself and forge ahead without hesitation. Only then can you claim mastery." Liu Chang remained bewildered. Lord Gai, recognizing the need for a different approach, continued, "Do you know how Xiaohoing defeated Yingbu? Of course. I have heard that it was with a spear. And do you know why Xiaohoing was able to kill him? They say it was because he struck while Yingbu was fatigued." Lord Gai shook his head, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Those facing death are often the most valiant, striking with desperation, not merely exhaustion. Xiaohoing triumphed over Yingbu due to his indomitable spirit. He believed he could defeat Yingbu, while Yingbu faltered, his mind in disarray. This was the reason for his defeat. Could it be that Xiaohoing was in a chariot while Yingbu fought on foot? No. Listen to me. Regardless of what you practice or aspire to achieve, never hesitate, never retreat. When you resolve to undertake something, believe wholeheartedly that you can succeed. Those who possess such spirit will never be vanquished. In my youth, much like you, I was reckless and dismissive, holding no regard for any warrior, engaging in fierce battles without hesitation. After a lifetime of turmoil and the loss of all my family, I reflected deeply and resolved to pursue knowledge to unravel the confusions within my heart. Thus, I dedicated 30 years to my studies, and gradually, my mind has become free of perplexities. This is the lesson I wish to impart to you. In any endeavor, perseverance is paramount. One must not easily surrender, but rather harbor unwavering faith. Once a determination is made, nothing is beyond reach. I understand, Liu Chang exclaimed, picking up the wooden sword from the ground and leaping into action, resuming his duel with his teacher. With a resounding thud, the wooden sword struck its mark, causing a flicker of fear in Wanbu's eyes. In the next instant, Wanbu's sword had already landed on Liu Chang's neck. With a smile, Liu Chang sheathed his wooden sword and shouted, "Again!" Wanbu bit his lip. He had never encountered someone as gifted as Liu Chang. In the past, Liu Chang had been full of flaws before him, and their sword practice had felt akin to playing games with a child. Yet, in such a short time, Wanbu had witnessed Liu Chang and Appo's remarkable growth. Now, he had to muster his spirit to avoid embarrassment before his master. Liu Chang and Appo's strength, speed, and skill were escalating rapidly, and his techniques had become increasingly refined, often leaving Wanbu struggling to keep up. He could hardly fathom what kind of formidable individual Liu Chang would become in the future. Could he possibly turn out to be a figure akin to the legendary Lord of Chu? During his own apprenticeship, he had heard tales of how the Lord of Chu, leading a mere handful of riders, could charge into the midst of thousands, slaying generals and seizing flags, unmatched by any foe. At that time, Wanbu had often scorned such tales, doubting the existence of such fierce warriors. Yet, observing Liu Chang now, his convictions began to waver. Perhaps such extraordinary individuals truly did exist. While Wanbu was lost in thought, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his abdomen. He looked down to find Liu Chang's wooden sword pressed against him. Liu Chang grinned and said, "Wan Jun, your mind is in disarray. One must have confidence and a resolute spirit. How can one retreat?" "Your words ring true," Wanbu replied. "Do you know how Xiahou Ying defeated Yingbu?" Chapter 73, a self-reliant man at that moment. My father glared furiously at Yingbu as their chariots collided. General Xiahou wielded a spear with such finesse that its tip became indistinguishable, while Yingbu adeptly twirled his own spear, rendering him impervious to any assault. Xiahou soared into the air, executing a move akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, his spear aimed directly at Yingbu and Appo's throat. Within the Zhou residence, a gathering surrounded Liu Chang, captivated by his storytelling. Liu Chang narrated with vivid animation, occasionally adopting imitative gestures that enthralled not only the children but also some of the household servants, who clandestinely listened from a distance. Standing atop a small war chariot, Liu Chang brandished a wooden stick, gesturing as the battles he recounted grew increasingly exaggerated, veering towards the epic tales of the Sui and Tang dynasties. If he continued, one might suspect he would soon delve into the legendary investiture of the gods. Xiahou Zhao was utterly taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Is my father truly that formidable?" As he listened, tears suddenly streamed down his cheeks. Liu Chang, taken aback, inquired, "Why are you crying?" "I previously pilfered his chariot and accidentally damaged it. If he were to find out, would he not unleash a celestial assault upon me?" Liu Chang patted his chest, exclaiming, "Fear not. As long as I am here, what is there to dread? With the bond one share with General Xiahou, a mere word from me will ensure your safety." Only then did Xiahou Zhao cease his weeping. Not far away, Wanbu shook his head in resignation, burying himself in his meal, pretending to be oblivious to the unfolding drama. Finally, Empress Lu permitted Liu Chang to mingle with his peers, though she stipulated that he must be accompanied. Thus, the unfortunate Wanbu found himself trailing this rowdy group of children through the streets of Chang'an, tasked with mending the chaos they instigated. In recent days, Wanbu had lost count of the officials and soldiers he had encountered. He had become something of a local celebrity in Chang and Appo's officials recognized him, and the aristocrats who passed by would glare menacingly, demanding he keep the unruly children in check. Wanbu longed to maintain order, yet he was woefully outmatched. He himself had sustained injuries, and that boy named Xiahou Zhao was nothing short of a fool, constantly dodging yet still managing to collide with him, thanks to a nudge from his chariot. Fortunately, it was a small war chariot. Had it been a full-sized one, Wanbu would have been sent to join Yingbu in the heavens. Was it intentional? After the collision, Xiao Zhao wailed in distress. Was it accidental? His aim had been remarkably precise. As Wanbu observed the rabble of wild children, he silently vowed never to marry or have offsprings, reassured by the existence of his younger brother to continue the family line. The mere sight of children irked him, were it not for their noble status. He would have relished the opportunity to kick them away. Meanwhile, Liu Chang boasted about the battles in Huainan, spinning tales as if he were present on the battlefield, enchanting his audience. After a moment of solemn reflection, Zhou Sheng, perhaps accustomed to playing the straight man, quickly inquired, "Why do you sigh, my lord?" In the past, when the elders engaged in battles during the Zhao dynasty, we were unable to accompany them. Now, as they wage war in Huainan, we find ourselves still unable to follow. I can only lament my youth. Zhou Xingji once again addressed the assembly, suggesting, "Why not consult the wise among us, your majesty? They may possess a solution." Wanbu and Appos' lips twitched slightly, urging, "Pray, do not offer any more schemes." Liu Chang cast his gaze towards the esteemed individuals of Chang and Appos, and swiftly scanning over the sniffling Xiaoyan before settling on Chenmai. After a moment of contemplation, Chenmai spoke, "Your Majesty, we are still quite young, and it is feared we may not be capable of significant endeavors. However, should your Majesty wish to undertake something, we shall undoubtedly offer our utmost support. Indeed, we shall certainly provide our full assistance." Liu Chang nodded, realizing that the decision must rest with him alone. Yet, alas, his mother forbade him from meeting with his teacher. Otherwise, the teacher might have enlightened him on possible actions to take. Suddenly, Liu Chang recalled the matter of the imperial decree concerning the creation of plows, and an idea flashed through his mind. What if we establish an iron mine to extract iron and smelt steel? Chenmai was momentarily taken aback. "Your Majesty, this endeavor is quite challenging. We would need permission, locate a suitable mining site, and hire thousands to excavate. It is not an easy task. Securing permission is not insurmountable. The Chancellor manages such affairs." Fan Kong exclaimed excitedly. "I recall a relative of ours who mines in Shantuan. He even sent gifts to my father, including a truly sharp sword that my father greatly appreciated. I can seek him out and have him inform us of iron deposits. If he complies, we can offer him some wealth. If he refuses, we could abduct his daughter. I am quite familiar with her." Liu Chang retorted, "We are not brigands. How could we dare to kidnap his daughter? Is she particularly beautiful? Your Majesty, the primary issue remains the workforce. They employ slaves for mining. The government directly utilizes criminals. We lack funds, food, and do not possess any criminals. How can we proceed with mining? Indeed, this matter is too troublesome. Perhaps we should consider other ventures. Yes, mining and smelting iron are pursuits for merchants. We must engage in grander endeavors." Upon hearing the daunting challenges, the assembly quickly abandoned the idea and began to chatter restlessly. "Silence," Liu Chang commanded, furrowing his brow as he earnestly stated, "In this time of national fatigue, with countless matters awaiting resolution, the common folk lack sturdy agricultural tools, and our soldiers are without sharp weapons. Iron is the singular element capable of transforming these conditions. How can this be deemed a trivial matter? As for the challenges, I am well aware of their magnitude, yet should we abandon our aspirations simply because they are difficult? Is this the conduct befitting a true man? What we pursue is no less significant than quelling the unrest in Huainan. If our forebears could achieve such feats, can we not do the same?" Liu Chang and Appos' words invigorated the assembly, igniting their spirits as they erupted in cheers, vowing to accomplish this endeavor with unwavering determination. Wanbu shook his head helplessly. The young master and Appos' idea was indeed commendable, yet the difficulty of actualizing it was substantial. The children gathered eagerly around Liu Chang, impatiently awaiting his command. "Your Majesty, we lack the necessary funds. How shall we resolve this issue?" "Fear not. I have acquaintances among the officials of the Shangfang court, who hold me in high regard. Once I speak, they will undoubtedly acquiesce. As for obtaining permission, that too can be managed. I share a rapport with the Chancellor, who may lend us his assistance. There is no need to worry about resources. I am well connected, and my name, Liu Chang, is known far and wide. If I merely express my intent, all shall fall into place," Liu Chang asserted with unwavering conviction. Chenmai hesitated. "Your Majesty, did you not say we should rely on our own efforts to accomplish great things? If we depend entirely on others..." Liu Chang waved his hand dismissively. "To have support and not utilize it would be foolish. This plan originated from us, and we shall see it through ourselves. There is no cause for concern." As they walked, Wanbu could not restrain himself, Your Highness, if the Shangfang officials do not have the Emperor's decree, they may hesitate to assist. Liu Chang, brimming with confidence, retorted, what difficulty lies therein? I am certain they will not dare oppose me. Should they resist? I possess wealthy friends who can readily gather the necessary funds. However, moments later, Liu Chang stormed out in a fit of rage. They refuse to comply. Do they truly believe I am powerless? If the Shangfang court will not lend their aid, I shall resolve this matter myself. You shall regret this decision. He shouted furiously outside the gates of the Shangfang court. The Shangfang officials, we should not provoke the young master, one murmured. Alas, I have no choice. Without the Emperor and Apos, as command, how can I presume to act so boldly? Liu Chang stood before Lady L, lamenting, my mother and the others refused to help me. Chapter 74. I, Liu Chang, never boast. Liu Chang, with tears and snot streaming down his face, was met with a disdainful gaze from Elho. Mother, I genuinely wish to undertake endeavors that benefit the nation and its people. Yet, I am but a youth, lacking assistance, and thus find myself powerless. He recalled witnessing the artisans at Shangfang create agricultural tools and realized that without quality iron, crafting superior implements was impossible. Consequently, he had been pondering how to extract more minerals and refine better iron. Elho refrained from interrupting, attentively listening as Liu Chang elaborated. After he had conveyed the general idea, she furrowed her brow and fell into contemplation. Do you truly possess the means to augment mineral resources? Indeed, mother. If others doubt me, how can you? Who is Liu Chang, and when have I ever spoken in vain? Upon hearing this, Elho, initially swayed, began to hesitate once more. Chang, mining iron ore is no trivial matter. It demands the mobilization of thousands, if not millions, and entails significant expenditure. If you fail to accomplish this, do not utter such claims, for it could lead to dire consequences. Mother, I assure you I can succeed. Just send me forth, and I shall deliver. Should I fail to fulfill my promise, you may punish me. I shall utter no objection. Seeing Liu Chang brimming with confidence and vigor, Elho found it difficult to dismiss him further. After a moment's reflection, she replied, very well. I shall tentatively place my faith in you. Wonderful. When shall we journey to Shangfang? Go seek your elder brother. He will assist you. Is this all just a pretext to push me on to my brother? Liu Chang murmured under his breath. What did you say? Nothing, thank you, mother. I express my gratitude to Her Majesty. After Liu Chang departed, Elho summoned a palace maid and imparted a few instructions. Excellent. Your idea is truly remarkable. Liu Ying exclaimed, striking his thigh in excitement. After Liu Chang had conveyed his thoughts to his second brother, Liu Ying wasted not a moment in agreeing. He had been harboring a desire to prove himself before Liu Bang. Originally, Liu Bang had contemplated sending Liu Ying to lead the expedition to Huainan, but Elho had vehemently opposed it. Now, upon hearing Liu Chang's proposal, Liu Ying was overjoyed, viewing it as a splendid opportunity not only to demonstrate his capabilities, but also to yield considerable benefits for the Han dynasty. Liu Chang, taken aback, wondered if his brother had truly agreed without a second thought. Brother, are you not concerned I might falter and render our efforts futile? My brother can accomplish anything he sets his mind to. How could he possibly fail? A warm sensation enveloped Liu Chang's heart as he smiled broadly. Rest assured, this matter will be executed flawlessly. I shall not betray your trust. The endeavors of Liu Chang and Liu Ying were entirely distinct. As Liu Ying accompanied Liu Chang to the gates of Shangfang, the officials inside hurriedly emerged to welcome them, bowing deeply and wearing smiles as they awaited the prince's commands to select a suitable iron mine, arrange the necessary manpower, and prepare various tools. Liu Ying, regardless of what he uttered, was met with swift acquiescence. Not a hint of hesitation dared to surface. In the absence of Liu Bang, he nominally held the regency as the crown prince, overseeing all domestic affairs, and none dared to defy his commands, not even the chancellor, who would consult with both Empress Lu and the crown prince in matters of great significance. Although it was often Empress Lu who made the final decisions. Should Liu Ying genuinely desire to take action, the ministers would be utterly unable to oppose him. As Empress Lu remarked, no one is binding your hands and feet. Well, except for her own. Witnessing the obsequiousness around him, Liu Chang could not help but grind his teeth in frustration. How could they treat all princes so disparately? Just wait. Once I'm mature, I shall apprehend all of you and make you toil in the royal palace. In the Qin dynasty, private iron mining was strictly forbidden, as was the smelting of iron. Both salt and iron were managed by the state under rigorous standards. However, shall he believe that in order to swiftly restore the livelihoods of the people, an ample supply of iron tools was imperative? He thus lifted the restrictions on iron, permitting private mining and smelting, with the hope of amassing a considerable quantity of iron implements in the shortest time possible. Historically, both Emperor Wen and Emperor Jing of the Han dynasty continued this tradition established by Xiaohe, which proved beneficial for the revival of the nascent Han state, significantly aiding in the reconstruction of the realm. It was not until the reign of Emperor Wu that ministers once again turned their attention to salt and iron, seeking to generate wealth for the nation and sustain military campaigns. At the dawn of the Han dynasty, iron ore was relatively abundant. Yet most of it was sourced from privately owned small-scale mines, employing only a few hundred workers with a meager daily output. In contrast to the Qin, the state-operated mines of the Han dynasty did not rely heavily on criminals, nor did they conscript large numbers of commoners for mining endeavors. Thus, the yield from state-run mines was also quite low. The Western Han dynasty, operating on the foundations of the Qin system, abolished numerous harsh penal measures, learning from the lessons of great uprisings, and ceased the frequent imposition of corvée labor and the mobilization of the populace. While this was undoubtedly a positive development, in terms of mining and the utilization of iron, the early Han was far inferior to the Qin. It can be said that no policy is devoid of imperfections, each bearing its own advantages and disadvantages. The Shangfang had no jurisdiction over the iron mines. However, they could assist the crown prince by facilitating communication. After conveying the princess orders, the minister of the imperial granary assigned Liu Ying to manage the largest iron mine located in Shangjuan, which housed over 13,000 prisoners, thus qualifying it as a vast mining operation. Liu Ying resolved to first organize affairs in Chang'an before embarking towards the mine. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Chang hastily sought out his companions. As I approached the gates of Shangfang, the officials rushed forth, standing reverently at the side, awaiting my directives. I proclaimed that the Han required iron and that I could assist in mining it. Upon articulating our aspirations, they were astounded and promptly assigned a mine in Shangjuan, one that employed a staggering multitude of several 100,000 workers, to me. Subsequently, the crown prince approached me, expressing his awareness of my intentions in seeking my aid. In the spirit of brotherhood, I acquiesced. My companions stood in stunned silence, their eyes brimming with admiration. However, dear brother, call me the great king. Your Majesty, did you not promise to involve us in great undertakings? Zhou Xingji lamented. Now that you intend to accompany the crown prince to the county, and we cannot join, what purpose do we serve? Who claims you are of no use? Came the response. In your respective residences, do you not possess capable hands? Do you not have wealth and provisions at your disposal? Once the iron is refined, you may assist in its sale. The assembly listened intently, nodding in agreement from time to time. Within the chancellor and Appo's residence, Xiaohe gazed helplessly at his son, who sat before him. Initially, Xiaohe was quite anxious, contemplating various solutions until one day, a retainer observed the dazed Xiao Yan and approached to offer congratulations. When Xiaohe questioned this, the retainer replied, "You are already chancellor, a position unparalleled in prestige. Your descendants, regardless of their endeavors, shall inherit your title and will not suffer hardship. Instead of allowing their ambitions to tarnish your illustrious legacy, is it not preferable for them to lead a modest life?" Xiaohe found this reasoning compelling and ceased to pressure his son into academic pursuits, allowing him to follow his inclinations freely. Xiaoyan, simple-hearted and devoid of guile, was inherently kind and gentle. Fortunately, Zhou Xingji and his companions never bullied him, always including him in their playful activities, ensuring his days were filled with joy. Xiaohe believed this arrangement quite satisfactory. "Father, the crown prince requires my assistance in iron refining." "Ah, indeed, your Majesty." "Master Chang?" Xiaohe shook his head, a smile breaking forth. "This mischievous child truly stirs up matters. I have heard of the iron mine, yet Liu Chang insists on rallying his band of brothers." Suddenly, a realization struck Xiaohe, and his brows furrowed, his expression turning grave. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head once more, his demeanor calming. Then, "You may support the crown prince in a private capacity. I shall prepare everything by tomorrow, and when the prince departs, you can deliver it. Remember, it must be in your name. Do you understand?" "Yes. Please repeat for me. In whose name?" "Ah, in my name." Chapter 75. The winds and sands here are too strong. It is unwise. "Why?" Chen Mai gazed at his father with confusion, his face flushed with anger. Chen Ping squinted his eyes, stating, "I permit you to associate with the offspring of other noble families, but I have never allowed you to mingle with the royal children. The king is a magnanimous man who treats us well, and we all hold him in high regard. He is my elder brother. I wish to play with him." "Oh, is that so?" Do you recall my teaching? Associating with royalty is never a prudent choice. But father is quite close to the crown prince, is he not? Qin Ping, however, lacked the patience to further explain to his son. He merely shook his head. From now on, you shall refrain from going out. Instead, focus on your studies at home. I do not expect you to achieve great heights. Merely preserving our family's title is sufficient. I will surely surpass you in the future. I will earn a title of my own. Qin felt deeply wronged, his eyes reddening. This was his first time shouting at his father. Yet Qin Ping neither scolded nor struck him. He simply picked up a book, choosing to ignore him. In most families, the male head is often absent, such as in the cases of Xiahou Ying and Fan Kuai. Fortunately, their wives were not lacking in intelligence. Fan Kong was the first to prepare gifts. His mother wholeheartedly supported his actions, urging him to foster closer ties with the crown prince and Liu Chang. Without hesitation, he arranged the offerings, exerting the most effort among all families. Meanwhile, the wives of Zhoubo and Xiahou Ying visited the Empress Dowager, Liu Ho, in succession. Humph! These unruly youths. I shall discipline this rascal thoroughly, Liu Ho declared angrily. Mrs. Zhou responded with a smile. Your Highness, they were merely fooling around before, but this time, they are engaged in serious matters. We hope your Highness will not hold it against them. We have come primarily to converse with you. With the good men on the battlefield, the domestic affairs have fallen upon us, Mrs. Xiahou quickly added. Indeed, but it is your Highness who manages the household most adeptly. The young master harbors ambitions for the world and can guide the children onto the right path. This is commendable, and we absolutely do not oppose it. The three women engaged in light-hearted chatter, discussing trivial family matters, lamenting their unruly children, and enjoying their conversation. They were not foolish. They dared not oppose the crown prince. For Liu Chang was inherently a member of the royal faction. Their visit was not one of inquiry, but rather a report. Should any issues arise in the future, they would have already established their stance with the Empress Dowager, ensuring her support. Liu Ho clearly understood their intentions and instructed them to bring their children to the palace more often. She had never feared Liu Chang. Knowing that no one understands a son better than a mother, she recognized that Liu Chang would undoubtedly become Liu Ying and Appo's most steadfast and loyal supporter. Liu Ying, being gentle in nature, would be susceptible to the bullying of ministers and nobles. At such a time, the strong-willed Liu Chang would teach them a lesson in propriety. In the present day, Liu Chang has united the second generation of nobility, which, in a certain sense, is a fortuitous development. Most of these individuals are destined to inherit their fathers and Appo's titles, and Liu Chang, being a natural member of the princely class, will likely garner their support for Liu Ying, collectively safeguarding his interests in the future. However, Liu Chang's reckless disposition raises concerns. One can only hope he matures with time. This situation presents both advantages and disadvantages. At the very least, Empress L can be assured that should anyone dare to bully Liu Ying, Liu Chang would not hesitate to confront them with lethal force, a boldness that the other princes lack. Despite their affection for their elder brother, they would hesitate and falter. But Liu Chang is resolute in his intentions. This child has always been rather forthright. Soon, Liu Chang will accompany his brother to the county, and his companions gather to bid him farewell, yet Qin is conspicuously absent. This absence incites great anger in Zhou Xingji, who exclaims furiously, "This fellow is avoiding us out of fear of financial loss, refusing to meet." Liu Chang, confident in his assessment, counters, "Qin is not of such character. Surely, something must have delayed him. Here's what we shall do. Fan Heng, you go to the Chun residence to keep watch. Once Qin Ho departs, we will scale the walls and enter to inquire about Qin." Liu Chang articulated this plan and proceeded to execute it. When Qin beheld his disheveled elder brother leading the group into the study, he was nearly moved to tears. He soon revealed the reason for his absence. "Father forbade me from associating with the crown prince." Liu Chang waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "That is hardly an issue. I shall pay a visit to Qin Ho and, with a few well-chosen words, persuade him. Could it be that Qin Ho harbors some bias against the crown prince?" When Empress L posed this serious inquiry, Qin Ping was drenched in cold sweat. "How could I dare? Then why do you not support your child in assisting the crown prince with mining endeavors?" "I do not know. I mistakenly assumed it was mere child and Appo's play." As Qin Ping exited the palace, his face was a canvas of indignation. There were traitors among them. Everywhere he turned, he encountered incompetent allies. This treachery nearly endangered Liu Gong. After suffering multiple setbacks, even someone as composed as Qin Ping found it difficult to suppress his rising ire. He lifted his head, his expression tinged with anger. After a moment's hesitation, he relaxed his clenched fists, deciding it was not worth the trouble. If he wished to deal with a mere child, he had countless methods at his disposal. Thus far, Chen Ping had never failed to eliminate an adversary. Even those as formidable as Han Xin and Ma Dun had fallen prey to his schemes. Nevertheless, Chen Ping was not the kind of obsessive madman. Removing Liu Chang would yield him no benefit. On the contrary, it could invite calamity. Thus, he resolved to endure. Many compare Chen Ping to the strategist Gaozu from the Three Kingdoms era, noting their shared cunning and self-preservation. Some even posit that he is akin to Gaozu of the early Han dynasty. However, Chen Ping is distinct. He is a uniquely dangerous and remarkably restrained genius. An unparalleled strategist. As for Chen Mai, he would soon be free to play with Liu Chang and his companions, having been personally sent forth by Chen Ping. Chen Mai paid no mind to this. He cheerfully sought out his elder brother and eagerly trailed behind him, continuing their escapades. Liu Ying had finally resolved his affairs and departed Chang'an with Liu Chang. Although El Ho did not personally bid them farewell, she discreetly arranged for all necessities for their journey, from provisions to clothing, ensuring they lacked nothing. Liu Chang, seated beside his brother, bid a reluctant farewell to his friends and joyfully left Chang and Appos. Liu Chang needed to journey to the mines to create something of value. Many ideas swirled in his mind, yet not all were applicable to this era. The farming tools he had previously designed served as a prime example. Despite being filled with thoughts, the tools proved utterly impractical, rendering his efforts futile. Their party set forth towards Shanjuan with the Zhou, Xiaohou, and Fan households sending ample provisions and laborers. Thus, a lengthy procession followed Liu Ying and Appos' carriage. Liu Chang, unable to sit still, would leap down to converse with those behind whenever Liu Ying and Appos' attention waned. However, gradually, Liu Chang found it harder to smile. Traveling east from Chang and Appos, and one could witness the plight of the people, the desolation and despair starkly evident. In contrast, heading west revealed no such scenes of hardship, for the common folk were scarcely in sight. Along the journey, Liu Chang encountered 4 villages, each transformed into ruins. The once encircling low earthen walls had cracked and charred, and the tattered wooden doors swayed in the wind. Beyond the villages, small mounds of earth dotted the landscape, some sunken, revealing the stark, white bones within. Liu Ying slowly reached out, covering Liu Chang and Appos' eyes with his hand. The condition of the county town was somewhat improved. It appeared less desolate, as there were indeed living souls. Yet, when the emaciated citizens gazed vacantly at Liu Ying, he felt a piercing pain in his heart and hastily lowered his head. The Han dynasty inherited the Qin system, yet the remnants left by the great Qin were a sight of devastation. The Han struggled through this darkness, hoping to find a correct path forward. Second brother, have you been crying? No. The wind and sand here are too fierce. Chapter 76. So it is young Master Chang. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Brother, the Han dynasty will indeed be remarkably powerful. Truly, in no time, the common people shall prosper. It will flourish for many, many years. Ha ha ha, you are absolutely right. Liu Ying lifted Liu Chang, pinching his cheeks. I speak with sincerity. I understand. The Han dynasty's most significant mines are situated in Zhao, with others scattered across Yin, Liang, and Shu. The mine in Shanjuan is not the largest, yet it is the closest state-operated mine to Chang and Appos, and after the establishment of the dynasty, Shaohui sold off many of the substantial mineral resources left by the Qin, retaining only a small portion, as the Han did not have a multitude of criminals, and Shaohui was resolute in not exploiting the populace. Among the officials and the common people, the most esteemed figure is Chancellor Shaohui, who is deeply revered by the populace. Encountering his carriage evokes greater excitement than meeting that of the emperor. Shaohui continued the litigation practices of the Qin dynasty, consolidating ultimate authority in his hands. Should the common people find an official and Appos' judgment unjust, they could appeal directly to Shaohui. Of course, if it is determined that the official did not err, the accuser would face double punishment. Conversely, if it is proven to be a false accusation, the chief official would enforce the original sentence. Aside from litigation, in terms of taxation, Shaohui has repeatedly reduced levies, abolishing many of the miscellaneous taxes inherited from the Qin. In its early days, the Han remained a classical feudal society, where everyone held a title and could elevate their rank through valor in battle. However, Chancellor Shao increased the opportunities for agricultural advancement, striving to steer the Han in a distinctly different direction from the Qin. Shaojuan is perhaps one of the poorest counties in the Han, with few towns, rugged roads, and considerable distances between settlements. Yet, the mining area remains quite lively. Despite the absence of fortified cities, the mining industry has fostered several villages where merchants can rest, offering food and drink and facilitating trade for ironware. Liu Chang eagerly followed his brother to visit the mine. The Han's mining operations are rather rudimentary, with miners relying on the most primitive tools, axes, hammers, and picks. Surrounding the mines, one can observe various sized smelting furnaces. For convenience, during the Han dynasty, iron smelting and mining occurred in the same location, with extraction on one side and smelting on the other. Liu Chang quickly leaped up to observe intently, lacking tools. The miners could only rely on keen observation to locate ores and utilize simple instruments to assess the mineral quality, determining their excavation direction. Within the mine, one could clearly see the miners choosing to extract from areas where the ore was concentrated, high in quality along fault contact zones. Remarkable! Liu Chang could not help but exclaim, as he initially believed the mining methods to be exceedingly primitive. Yet, in this mine, the workers employed a combination of vertical shafts, inclined shafts, and horizontal tunnels, demonstrating an understanding of complex issues such as ventilation, drainage, lifting, illumination, and support structures within the mine. In terms of methodology, they have reached the pinnacle of their craft, with only mining tools posing a potential hindrance. Liu Chang squinted, as if recalling something significant, and lowered his head in contemplation. This was Liu Ying and Appo's first visit to the mine, and he found himself utterly bewildered by everything, the ores and their various techniques. He merely gazed vacantly at his surroundings, refraining from disturbing Liu Chang. With the crown prince's presence, the miners knelt at a distance, their heads bowed, while the soldiers stood beside them, also looking down, too intimidated to meet the crown prince and Appo's gaze. The person in charge here was a robust fellow named Zhao Huan, whose rugged appearance belied a sharp intellect. With a beaming smile, he stood beside Liu Ying, exclaiming, "It is indeed a great honor for us to have the crown prince visit. To behold the crown prince personally is a privilege beyond compare." His incessant flattery left Liu Ying somewhat bemused, although he was accustomed to courtesy. He had never encountered such shameless and brazen sycophancy. Typically, those around Liu Ying were of high status, their flattery more subtle, mindful of propriety. After a moment, Liu Chang suddenly approached. "Are you familiar with the explosive burning method?" Zhao Huan was taken aback, inquiring, "What is this explosive burning method?" Liu Chang explained, "First, heat the ore with fire, then douse it with cold water. The expansion from heat and contraction from cold will cause the ore to shatter." Zhao Huan and Appo's eyes widened. He had never heard of such a technique. He cast a dubious glance at the crown prince, asking, "Who is this?" "This is my seventh brother, Chang," Liu Ying replied. "Ah, so it is young Master Chang. I have long heard of your esteemed name. It is indeed a great fortune to meet you today, to encounter both the crown prince and young Master Chang." As Zhao Huan spoke, he abruptly turned to his subordinates and shouted, "Did you not hear young master speak? Use the explosive burning method." Liu Ying cautiously tugged at Liu Chang, whispering, "Brother Chang, will this truly work?" "Of course. It is the simplest method," he assured. Zhao Huan personally led the miners to an open pit to implement what young Master Chang had suggested. Although Zhao Huan was skeptical about the effectiveness of the method, when they heated the iron ore until it glowed and then suddenly doused it with water, a surprising crackling sound erupted. The ore indeed shattered. Zhao Huan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gently struck the ore with his pickaxe, causing it to fall away. This. Zhao Huan stood in stunned silence, casting an incredulous look at Liu Chang. Liu Ying also watched in astonishment, and soon he burst into laughter, ruffling Liu Chang's hair. "I knew it. Brother Chang would not disappoint me." However, Liu Chang appeared less than pleased, shaking his head as he remarked, "The effectiveness of this method is minimal. The best approach remains to use explosives." "What explosives?" Liu Ying mused, having previously thought his years of study had equipped him with ample knowledge, only to realize that he had much yet to learn. Liu Chang and Appo's words were incomprehensible to him. "Brother, do you know where saltpeter can be found?" Zhao Huan, who had been waiting for an opportunity to flatter, brightened at this and was about to speak when Liu Ying confidently interjected, "Saltpeter is found along the Longdao. There must be some here as well, right?" Zhao Huan nodded with a smile, affirming its presence, but inquired, "Why does the young master need saltpeter? Is someone unwell?" "What is it?" Zhao Huan asked, looking bewildered. Despite years of mining, he had never heard of anything called sulfur. Liu Chang, exasperated, described the characteristics of sulfur to them. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Huan's eyes lit up, and he was about to speak when Liu Ying once again asked with a smile, "Are you referring to Liu Wang? That is not difficult to procure." Zhao Huan looked at him with a hint of grievance and curiously asked, "How does the crown prince know of such things after spending so long in the palace?" Liu Ying replied, "I am fond of reading. I once read a book called Fan Zi Ran, authored by the ancient family, which mentioned saltpeter, Liu Huang, and other substances. When I heard Chang Di mention it, it reminded me of the descriptions in the book. To know the world without stepping outside, such is the power of literature. The crown prince is astute. We, your humble servants, cannot keep pace. Then, can we obtain this Liu Wang?" Zhao Huan asserted. "In our county, we lack many things, but these 2 items you seek are in abundance." He patted his chest, promising that he could deliver them to Liu Chang today. "Additionally, I require another item. Charcoal, please bring that as well." "Understood." Zhao Huan hurriedly departed. The Shang dynasty had already begun using charcoal as fuel, and the utilization of charcoal in Huaxia dates back to ancient times, showcasing the wisdom of our forebears. The miners commenced their work, employing blasting methods in various locations, though such techniques were more effective in open-pit mining. Liu Ying followed closely behind his brother, perplexed, and asked, "Chang Di, where did you learn these peculiar methods? You previously invented the spinning wheel, and now you devise such techniques in an instant. Who taught you?" "I was born with this knowledge." Liu Chang proudly raised his head, declaring, "This is merely the beginning. Soon, brother, you shall see the extent of my capabilities. Could it be that these 3 items are useful for mining? Are you curious? Then take me to dinner, will you? I am hungry, and I promise to tell you everything once we have eaten." Chapter 77. Announcement of Release and Reflections. First release. Tomorrow marks the release, and to be frank, I am no longer a novice. I have unwittingly evolved into an established author. I still recall the early days of my writing journey when I would clandestinely type on my phone during lectures, attending classes by day and spending sleepless nights at internet cafes. Now, I find myself a married man, soon to become a father, with the arrival of a little one, perhaps a chubby boy or a little princess, expected in June. Oh, how I fervently hope the child is not a character like Liu Chang. This novel diverges significantly from my previous works, which often bore a somber tone and traversed tragic paths, earning me the moniker Knife Wolf. The reason for this notable shift? Perhaps it is because my life has taken a different turn. Last year, I encountered several monumental changes. I got married and started a family, just as joy enveloped me. My mother received a cancer diagnosis, leading to surgeries and various treatments. The anguish of witnessing my mother suffer while feeling utterly powerless is a memory I shall carry for a lifetime. Life has its share of trials. If the world within my stories mirrored that despair, it would be unbearably cruel. It is likely due to my newfound understanding of the weighty yet comforting concept of family that I have penned this book centered on that very theme. The early Han dynasty presents a rather brutal tragedy, where no character finds happiness, be it the tyrannical emperor, the unyielding empress, or the compassionate chancellor, alongside the diverse princes. I aspire to alter their fates with gentleness, and many have remarked that my narrative resembles a letter from a wandering child to their ancestors, a sentiment I wholeheartedly embrace. I understand the concerns of my readers regarding the potential return of my earlier, darker themes. Fear not. I have matured to the point where I no longer require such drastic measures to evoke your emotions. I wish to craft this book with excellence, often. I find myself laughing heartily while reading it, which brings me joy. If I can achieve this, I shall consider myself content. Moreover, there is no need for worry on my behalf. Following surgery and various treatments, my mother and Appo's condition has significantly improved, with positive results from recent checkups. She will surely recover completely, and her grandchild will take my place in bringing her both joy and exasperation. Upon release, barring accompanying my wife for prenatal checkups or taking my mother for follow-ups, I shall diligently remain at home to write. I aim to produce no less than 8,000 words daily, persisting until completion. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my supportive readers and friends. Many have journeyed with me since my first book, including familiar names like Gaozu, Li, Shin-Tu, Meng-Yi, and the seasoned operator Gaowu, whose unwavering assistance over the years fills me with immense gratitude. When this book was initially published, my confidence wavered. Yet the encouragement from the esteemed Qitian Dalao and his Silver Alliance served as a tremendous boost during my moments of uncertainty. I am determined to repay the faith of my supporters with even better works. Thank you all, regardless of your feelings towards my book. I wish you a harmonious family and good health. Chapter 78. Luan Bu. Strike him. The once intricate rituals of the spring and autumn and warring states periods have dissipated from the lives of the Han people. In those times, the emperor, feudal lords, nobles, and commoners were all bound by ceremonial laws that dictated the number of meals one could partake in a single day. Chapter 79. This is Firecrackers. Zhao Liu Ying and others gathered around Liu Chang. Liu Chang had ordered the grinding of limestone and saltpeter into fine powder, which was then placed into 2 separate jars. Chapter 80. I am willing a few fierce soldiers, resembling tigers and wolves, pressed a muddy, burly man before Zhou Bo. Once again, Zhou Bo pursued the fleeing remnants of Chun Shi's defeated forces. Chapter 81. Are you showing me this? While Liu Chang was diligently engaged in the construction of the blast furnace, wholeheartedly devoted to the production of iron, Liu Ying approached him with a sense of unease. Changdi, gather your belongings, I. Chapter 82. Compensate me with a chariot. Liu Bang's health was indeed quite poor. Empress Lu specifically sought out a renowned physician to treat Liu Bang, who naturally prescribed a variety of dietary restrictions, warning against. Chapter 83. No one to rely on. How can it be that the Prime Minister would seize the wealth of the common people for personal gain? Is this truly the character of you, Xiaohe? Liu Bang chuckled. Chapter 84. Just here to dance for your amusement. Perhaps it was at the Court of Judicial Review. Chen Mai, the only one with a modicum of discernment among the esteemed gathering, spoke hesitantly. He too was not entirely certain. Chapter 85. Return to the womb. Ah, more gently, more gently. Liu Chang lay on the bed, crying out in agony. Liu Hui shook his head, cautiously. Chapter 86. You are far from it despite the previous correspondence and the words of the captives. Liu Bang remained unconvinced of Liu Wan and Appos as treachery. His foolish brother had been ensnared by some malevolent force. Chapter 87. He truly rebelled. Liu Chang, adhering to the directives of Lord Gai, spent his days engrossed in the reading of historical texts and practicing swordsmanship. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would seek the company of his companions, leading a life that was, indeed, quite fulfilling. The officials of the imperial court. Chapter 88. The desire to slay Fan Kuai. Thanks to the silver alliance of Gaozu. How could this be possible? How could it be? Fan Kuai and Appos' eyes burned crimson, his roar echoing like thunder. At this moment, Liu Bang appeared remarkably composed, his emotions. Chapter 89. Young master, save me. Why does His Majesty wish to execute Duke Huiya? Chen Ping remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. However, Xiahou Ying could no longer contain himself. He turned to Chun. Chapter 90. Is the Duke trying to kill me? Gratitude to the Silver Alliance of Lingxi. My lord, where have you gone? Fan Kong, cradling a large assortment of food, cast a wary glance at those around him and exclaimed, if it weren't and Appos, tea for my protection, they would have. Chapter 91. Brother, learn from me. For reasons unknown, Lord Gai sheathed his sword. If even a mere child shows no fear, what hesitation should an old man like me possess? Master. Chapter 92. Uncle, return my car. The prince and Appos' carriage is unlike an ordinary horse-drawn vehicle. Liu Ying is not one to indulge in extravagance. However, this particular carriage, crafted for ministers. Chapter 93. Filial piety and benevolence. Liu Shiji's expression was frigid as he fixed a cold gaze upon Liu Chang. You insolent wretch. Do you wish to slay me? Liu Chang, staring at the visage strikingly reminiscent of his mother, replied, no. Chapter 94. Liu Chang and Appos' ingenious strategy for national stability. Liu Chang lowered his head, furtively glancing at the Empress Lu. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, prompting Liu Chang to hastily avert his eyes once more. Now, allow me to present an update on our accomplishments. The initial subscription stands at 12,000. As you may have noticed, it is the only novel to have reached such a milestone since its launch on March 1st. Perhaps due to the influence of the Silver Alliance, it has temporarily ascended to the pinnacle of the historical category rankings, securing first place in sales, readership, recommendations, and rewards, while standing second in monthly votes. Overall, it ranks 7th in total sales and 20th in total monthly votes. This is truly astonishing, far exceeding my expectations. And I find myself invigorated by this success. Today, I devoted an entire day to writing at my desk, ultimately composing over 10,000 words. I am immensely grateful for your support. However, I have noticed a particular issue. I have exhausted my stock of manuscripts and am now writing and releasing content in real time. While some express a desire for a more steady release, Others relish the thrill of following along. Therefore, I have resolved that starting tomorrow, I shall retain my completed chapters and release 2 in the afternoon and 2 during my midday break. Finally, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you. In the upcoming month, I shall remain dedicated to my writing, diligently crafting each word from the comfort of my home. Should you have any suggestions, please feel free to leave a message. Even if I do not heed them, it will at least contribute to an increase in reviews, will it not? Chapter 95. Long. Do not bring shame upon your master. Long. His Majesty has personally selected a royal tutor for you. You will have the opportunity to study under this esteemed tutor. If all goes as anticipated, this royal tutor shall be. Chapter 96. Reluctantly embracing the dual saints, Liu Chang felt that the name was quite familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, he dared not inquire further. All he knew was that the individual before him appeared exceedingly. Chapter 97. Come back to me. The true evidence reveals that the prowess of Liu Wan, the Prince of Yen, is considerably inflated. Before Fan Kwa could reach the battlefield, Zhou Bo swiftly turned and struck down the soldiers of Yen. Chapter 98. The message from Han Xin with a resounding clash. Liu Chang's sword intercepted that of Duke Gai. In that fleeting moment, Liu Chang was overwhelmed with joy. Yet, almost instantaneously, Duke Gai unleashed a surge of power, causing Liu Chang and Apos' wooden sword to collide. Chapter 99. The wise mentor and the accomplished disciple for the princes Liu Chang and his brethren. Liu Wan was likely even closer than their uncle Liu Jiao, whether during his tenure as the Marquis of Chang and Apos, or. Chapter 100. No laughing. Reflect upon why the Marquis of Huayin has managed to survive until today. The answer is rather simple. Apart from King Wu of Changsha, there are no longer any other feudal lords of different surnames. Chapter 101. Will you, or one and Apos, to you? Liu Bang clutched his abdomen, laughing so heartily that it caused him discomfort. All right, I shall cease my laughter. Please continue. Beside him, Shen Ping maintained a stoic expression. Chapter 102. The roots are here. Your Majesty, the state of Jin cannot be entrusted to others. Shall he spoke candidly, always getting straight to the point. Perhaps it is due to this very nature that he. Chapter 103. The new military strategy of the Marquis of Huayin. Liu Bang managed to persuade Empress Lu. The state of Jin, centered around the regions of Henan and Hedong, transformed into the Tang state, with Taiyuan as its focal point. Consequently, Chapter 104. The wise king's official debut. You insolent wretch. Alas, Liu Chang was seized by the neck and lifted into the air, flailing his arms and legs in a desperate struggle. Chapter 105. The arrival of the virtuous kings. In the 12th year of the Han dynasty, Liu Chang was conferred the title of King of Tang. Liu Chang was naturally overwhelmed with excitement, donning his imperial robes and parading around, regardless of who encountered him. Chapter 106. The governance strategies of King Tang upon greeting the esteemed grandfather, Zhang Ao, who was not considered a feudal lord, arrived in Chang and Apos, and, after paying his respects to the emperor and empress, he proceeded to visit Zhangtsong. Chapter 107. Brother. Please do not leave. Wang Wuchen from Changsha was in a state of panic. The reason for Liu Bang and Apos, as summons of the lords from across the realm was to hold an oath-taking ceremony. The content of the oath was merely. Chapter 108. The treachery of Chao. After Liu Rui's departure, the palace gradually descended into monotony. Aside from practicing swordsmanship with Lord Gai, Liu Chang spent the remainder of his days wandering the streets of Chang and Apos. And Chapter 109. Change and prosperity. Master, I yearn to venture to the common people of the Great Tang are enduring suffering, living in dire straits, while I remain here indulging in comforts. Alas, I. Chapter 110. 3 major achievements. Mother, why would they replace the capable Xiao Xiang with Chao Can? Mother, I have heard that there are changes in Yen. And you mentioned that Prime Minister Chao. Chapter 111. The Crown Princess Zhongfu. I am known as Liu Chang, the 7th son of the emperor. None of my elder brothers have been bestowed the title of king. The reason for my elevation to royalty lies in my filial piety and benevolence towards my elders and ancestors. Chapter 112. One must deal with this Chao thief. Zhongfu. Yesterday, I visited the residence of Prime Minister Chao to pay my respects. However, he insisted on betrothing his second daughter to me. I declined, citing my youth as the reason. I believe. Chapter 113. If you can't defeat them, join them. Zhou Xingji, cradling a lamb, gazed at the mansion before him, trembling uncontrollably. Chao Kin and. Chapter 114. The lacking Tang Kingdom. I had no idea that the descendants of Liu Ho were right within this imperial palace. Liu Chang held tightly onto Zhang Biqiang and Appo's hand, a beaming smile adorning his face. Chapter 115. Like father, like son. A sudden, heavy snowfall enveloped the entirety of Chang and Appo's, and on the roads, apart from a few mischievous children, scarcely a soul could be seen. Haha. Chapter 116. The Crown Prince and Appo's grand wedding. As winter gives way to spring, the long-anticipated wedding of the Crown Prince has finally arrived. Your Majesty, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors established rights for the realm. During the era of Yu and Shun, there existed the 5 rights, and in the time of the Duke of Shou. Chapter 117. You write in your diary. I read the newspaper, dear uncle. My elder brother is getting married, and everyone is filled with joy. Yet, I wonder why you have chosen not to attend. Although the wedding is a celebration, my heart remains heavy as I constantly think of the suffering people of Tang. Chapter 118. The young master learns archery within the Tianlu Pavilion. Liu Chang gazed at Liu Hui before him, a foolish grin adorning his face. Liu Hui felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutinizing gaze. What are you laughing at? Chapter 119. Alas, I must depart, mother. The Marquis of Ying has seen me and insists that I follow him to learn archery. Initially, I was reluctant, but he persistently urged me, claiming that I possess a natural courage and strength that necessitates the pursuit of archery. Chapter 120. Someone must let go of pain throughout his life. Liu Bang toyed with Liu Chang countless times, achieving success on each occasion. Yet, in this final instance, he faltered, as the world spun chaotically when. Chapter 121. I am still myself. Princess Liu Yuan embraced him, calling out to her father. His countenance evoked a myriad of emotions among the onlookers. Chapter 122. Nothing appears pleasant to the eye within the Zhou residence. The esteemed scholars of Chang'an sat in silence. Liu Chang remained reticent, leaving the assembly uncertain on how to persuade him. With a deep sigh, Liu Chang suddenly. Chapter 123. What is moral coercion? Liu Chang never anticipated that Zhang Liang would suddenly appear before him. Zhang Liang had come to bid farewell to Liu Bang. His words, however, dear readers, I'm currently accompanying my wife for a prenatal checkup and remain in the hospital. Today's update will be delayed. Chapter 124. My apologies for the disturbance. As Zhang Liang exited the Hall of Peppers, Liu Ying had already gathered the others, waiting outside. Upon seeing the waiting crown prince, Zhang Liang was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 125. I am aged, yet my son is youthful. Liu Chang once again reclined upon the bed, while Liu Hui diligently applied the medicine beside him. My dear brother Chang, I believe that rather than binding the Marquis Lu to the Tang Kingdom. Chapter 126. Is this a retainer? Thus, although Zhang Liang was not acquired, Liu Chang nonetheless gained a retainer, albeit one who was not particularly eager to serve. Wen Zhaoping. Chapter 127. My brother is timid, yet he is kind. Mother, how dare he do this? How dare he? Liu Chang roared once more. Yet, Elho sat calmly at the desk, observing the various. Chapter 128. The magistrate of the donkey in the first year of Emperor Han's reign. The emperor issued an edict commanding the magistrate to address the offense of disrespect committed by El Tai. The magistrate, Xuani, received the order and promptly apprehended him, confining him within the magistrate's prison. This incident immediately stirred a commotion among the court officials. Chapter 129. Sister, please do not marry him. Mother, come. Allow me to massage your shoulders. Would you care for some water? Chapter 130. Can none of you see me? The king of Zhao, deeply favored by the late emperor, is still in mourning. Filial piety should take precedence. At that moment, the attendant stood before the chariot of the king of Zhao, proclaiming the imperial decree. Chapter 131. The dispute that never fades to my astonishment. You are capable of uttering such words. How could mother underestimate me so? Throughout these years, I have been guided by numerous esteemed masters. Chapter 132. A perfect illustration of plucking the goose feathers as Liu Chang hummed a little tune. Raising his head high and striding arrogantly towards the entrance of the Pepper Hall, he was taken aback to find the emperor kneeling at the threshold. Brother? Chapter 133. I am not unfamiliar at that moment. Hundreds of soldiers obstructed my path. With a mighty roar, I hoisted my elder brother onto my back, wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, charging forth through the rain of arrows. Chapter 134. Who are you? Do not come any closer. The soldier suddenly raised his spear, startling the farmer who was carrying firewood. In a fluster, the farmer hastily exclaimed in broken Chu dialect, "Spare my life." Chapter 135. Chu Mo, I am a guest of Lord Kuai. Villain, you have slain my sovereign. Does Kuai Che even have retainers? Liu Chang wore a perplexed expression as he gazed at the scene before him. Chapter 136, the textbook villain, King Tang. During the Warring States period, the Mo family was divided into three factions, Qin Mo, Chu Mo, and Qi Mo. Among these, Qin Mo focused on mechanics, Qi Mo emphasized reasoning, while Chu Mo. Chapter 137, the young tiger Liu Chang waited for an extended period, and as dusk approached, the group of individuals remained engrossed in their tasks. Reluctantly, Liu Chang assigned a portion of his personal guards to oversee these individuals and instructed the officials from the Shangfang Bureau. Chapter 138. I truly mean no harm. Liu Chang lay sprawled on the bed, grimacing in pain. Please be gentle. What are you wrapping that cloth around your hand for? Use your hands. Fan Qing raised her head. Chapter 139. What Qin Mo has accomplished, I, Chu Mo, shall not be able to replicate. Esteemed ones, you have rendered great service in rescuing me. I am not a stingy ruler. I shall bestow upon you some rewards. However, there is no need for your gratitude. These treasures. Chapter 140. I wish to impeach King Tang. Dear uncle, not long ago, nefarious individuals attempted to assassinate me. However, moved by my benevolence and virtue, they were deeply touched, abandoned their murderous intentions, and wept sorrowfully, expressing their desire to serve me. Chapter 141. It must be Chen Ping's doing. As soon as he entered the imperial palace, three close attendants surrounded Liu Chang from three directions, intending to escort him to the Xianshi Hall. And these three individuals. Liu Chang. Chapter 142. No more pretense, it, and oppose. As time to confront. Liu Nb. Why haven't you brought forth the generous gift I prepared? Liu Chang wore a broad smile, standing respectfully before Chen Ping. Chapter 143. The three marvels of Chang and Master Guy. I am truly infuriated. Utterly enraged. You have no idea. That individual, relying on his Confucian status, actually established Confucianism in Jinyang. Chapter 144. As long as you have a horse. You are my best brother. Liu Chang with a bow in his left hand and the string tautly drawn with his right. Liu Chang stood resolutely. His left arm remained steady while his right exerted relentless force, causing the Han bow to emit a series of muffled thuds. Gritting his teeth, Liu Chang glared fiercely, his eyes wide with determination. Chapter 145. The sovereign, burdened with affairs of state, is truly exhausted. Behold, do my valiant soldiers not appear formidable? Liu Chang sat facing the Hu tribesmen, gesturing towards his personal guards who were diligently engaged in their daily drills not far away, smiling. Chapter 146. With unyielding strength Liu Chang gazed upon them, his expression a portrait of helplessness. What could possibly be the reason this time? Chapter 147. Respecting each other as guests only when the children had gone out to play. Did Liu Shizhi hesitantly whisper? Elder sister, was his biological mother 9 feet tall? Liu Ho and Appo's expression. Chapter 148. Guanzhong and Liu Yi. In a remarkably short span of time, Zhang Tsang became the common adversary of the ministers, earning a notorious reputation within Chang and Appo's. This transformation unfolded with astonishing rapidity as Liu Chang. Chapter 149. The letter from modern Confucius once remarked that in the face of adversaries, he would place his shield beneath his pillow each night. A constant reminder to never forget the pursuit of vengeance. He expressed a preference for forsaking official duties rather than allowing enmity to fade. Chapter 150. Jibu. During the court assembly, Liu Ying exhibited his imperial wrath for the first time, nearly losing his composure. Moreover, Empress Lu also took part in this assembly, arriving to engage in the discussions. Chapter 151. Do you seek revenge? Rain drenched the entirety of Chang'an. Outside the Xianshi Hall, the rain formed a delicate curtain of water, with splashes continually rising from the ground. The hall. Chapter 152. Burning bridges, 2-in-1 chapter. If you wish to vanquish the Huns, the foremost task is to quell your feudal rage and regain your composure. The anger you presently harbor is merely suited for striking a few. Chapter 153. Liu Chang's reply to modern combined version. There once existed an individual who brought an end to the turmoil of the Central Plains and implemented a grand unification. This individual was known as Ying Zhang. Following Ying Zhang, another figure emerged who brought an end to the chaos of the grasslands. Chapter 154. Who do you think you are facing? The first to catch sight of the vast Hunnic cavalry were those in the vicinity of Yunchong and Yinmen. The magnificent steeds of the Huns galloped in the distance, neighing and tireless, racing across the horizon. Chapter 155. Liu Chang and Appo's humiliation in public. At the juncture of Taiyuan and Shangjuan, a group of oddly attired cavalrymen approached with measured pace. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty hastily intercepted them and escorted them forth. Chapter 156. The people of Tang Nation are not treated as humans. Liu Chang gazed earnestly at Han Xian before him and said, Master, the citizens of our Tang Nation are enduring tremendous suffering, and I. Chapter 157. Bring wine for the King of Qi. At the celebration feast, the esteemed generals finally regained their spirits. Xiahou Ying, no longer wearing a stern expression, jovially recounted the details of his recent battle to those around him. Chapter 158. Whom does His Majesty truly wish to slay? In this recent conflict with the Xiongnu, the state of Qi mobilized the greatest number of soldiers and achieved numerous accolades. It seems that King Qi has managed the affairs of the state quite commendably. Chapter 159. The legitimate son and King Tang. Whom does His Majesty favor more? Bang, bang. As the heavy stick descended upon Fan Kuo, he stood bare-chested, silent, revealing the dense muscles on his torso. Announcement. Today I shall accompany my wife for her prenatal checkup. Updates will be delayed. Chapter 160. Who knows? Investigate. It is imperative to ascertain the truth. Liu Ying was seething with rage. This time, he was genuinely furious. The magistrate of the donkey court, Xian Yi. Chapter 161. The hunt. Who are you? Liu Chang stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at the old man before him, his eyes filled with suspicion. He was just about to seek out Lord Gai when this old man suddenly appeared. Chapter 162. The nobility of the feudal lords with palatial residences. In the third year of the Han dynasty, a heavy snowfall blanketed the city of Chang and Apos, rendering it a desolate landscape. Even the most mischievous of children hesitated to venture outside in such frigid conditions, leaving the streets of Chang'an eerily vacant. Chapter 163. The Tang Wang Mansion? No. A den of thieves. Xianyi lifted his head and observed that the residence was wide open, with the words Tang Wang Mansion boldly inscribed on the plaque. Restless? Xianyi scrutinized the place for quite some time before. Chapter 164. Mother and son. When Liu Chang conveyed Lady Liu and Apos' words to Liu, she appeared quite uneasy. With a bitter expression, she remarked, I asked you to persuade my mother. Why did you simply? Chapter 165. The 10,000 Ways of Death of Kuai Che El Ho gently caressed Liu Chang's back. The young man lay peacefully in his mother's embrace, soundly asleep. Liu Ying entered the Jiaofeng Palace, poised to speak. Chapter 166. As long as I am morally unbound, thanks to Xin for the alliance. In the past, when Zhang Ao conspired against the throne, the late emperor commanded that he and his associates be escorted to Chang'an, to the dungeons of the Minister of Justice. Subsequently, someone unexpectedly approached me, stating that the others. Chapter 167. The traitor, take this cane. Gratitude to the lord of the southern Guangdong barbarian dragon. After bidding farewell to the envoy from the Xiongnu, Liu Ying found himself somewhat perplexed. He inquired, why did Lord Chen refuse? A ceasefire and peace negotiations would be beneficial for both nations. In light of the fear of losing 30,000 in subscriptions, a decision was made to sacrifice a few seedlings to bolster the overall count. Initially, there was concern about the release of the Lord of Deceit, which features a character, Mr. Toilet, who serves as a mere supporting role. Readers are encouraged to mock him. Next is my Attribute Cultivation Life, authored by the esteemed Rolling Open, a writer I greatly admire for his dedication and hard work. It is indeed a pleasant surprise to be able to pay homage to his work. Furthermore, there is You All Force Me to Become a Superstar by the great Wu Ma Xing, who has been diligently following this book. He even set aside his own writing endeavors to read my work, a testament to his spirit. This book has the potential to thrive, provided he spends less time on my writing and focuses on updating his own. The adept author of I Really Don't Want to See Bugs, Wu Tonghua, has been delivering impressive updates, slightly surpassing my own efforts. Cough, cough. Then we have Starting from the Tang Dynasty, picking up an Emperor Taizong, penned by a fellow countryman of mine, with hopes that more network writers from Xinjiang will emerge. Lastly, Three Kingdoms, Inheriting Three Systems may have a cumbersome title. Yet the author is an experienced writer with remarkable literary prowess, belonging to the indigenous style. For those who find themselves with a lack of reading material, I recommend picking up a book of records from the Three Kingdoms and picking up The First Emperor, both of which are exceptionally captivating. Penned by a young and talented author whose brilliance is truly astonishing. Additionally, I humbly request monthly votes, as recommendations will be made tomorrow. Those who wish to secure a lordship should contact the administrator, Gugu Wu, who is rumored to be preparing for a lordship event on the 29th, with a private sponsorship of 200. Will the esteemed gatherers make reservations? Chapter 168. My master and Apos' master is not my master. Shao. He sat upon the bed, his eyes wide open, glaring furiously at Liu Chang before him. Liu Chang, holding a chicken in his hand, chuckled and said, "Xiao Xiang, I humbly present." Chapter 169, My Naive Foolish Brother, How Should I Change You? Liu Chang grinned as he sat facing Li Zhuo. I knew that Uncle Zhong would never abandon the common people. Back when General Wen. Chapter 170, What is the true Chang'an like? Thanks to Lord Qi for his support. Brother, observing Liu Chang sitting before him with an air of composure, Liu Ying felt a sense of astonishment. What has transpired now? I have heard whispers about the governor of He and Amp, Oppos, Nan. Chapter 171, Initially not rebellious, yet lost love among the courtiers. There exist two Chang'ans, one within the city and another beyond its walls. As Liu Ying followed Liu Chang out of the city, they traversed along the city wall for the better part of a day. Chapter 172, The world has suffered under the Tang for far too long. As Chao Can hurriedly entered the Xianshi Hall, the ministers had already knelt on either side, their heads bowed in deference. Liu Ying sat in the elevated position, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 173, The rebellious establishes a feudal state. The individuals confined within the grand prison of the Chief Justice could no longer maintain their previous composure. Whether it was Chao Can or Zhoubo, at this moment, they all began to. Chapter 174, The Tang dynasty gains another virtuous one, gratitude to Calvin I 96. The leader of the group. With the dismissal of Chao Can and Zhoubo, the ministers within the court were likewise liberated. The Son of Heaven appointed Wang Ling as Chancellor and Guan Ying as Grand Commander. Chapter 175, The Grand Chancellor of the Han Dynasty. Faintly emanating from the Jiaofeng Hall was the melodious voice of Emperor Gao. Many of the close attendants paused, reminiscing as they listened intently. In the days when Emperor Gao was still present. Chapter 176, Oh no, I have become fortunate. Brother, this time when you go out, you shall refer to Zhou Xingxi. I am Zhou Yafo, the son of the Marquis of Jiang. Do you remember? Liu Ying inquired curiously. Chapter 177, The sovereign has conceived another ingenious plan. This is the perfect location. Yes, this spot is the best. Liu Chang surveyed the grand hall and nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, autumn had already arrived. Chapter 178, A resounding slap. Chuanxian stood before a tavern on Chang and Oppos and Street, gazing haughtily at the passers-by. In the Qin era, taverns did not exist, and the sale of liquor was prohibited, even during the reign of the High Emperor. Chapter 179, Do you wish for your clan to perish alongside you? Liu Ho and Oppos' gaze was frigid as she fixed her eyes on Liu Ying. Liu Ying, stunned by the blow, realized it had been quite some time since he had endured his mother's wrath. The last occasion, it seemed, was. Chapter 180, Dispatching the thief. Gazing at Liu Chang, who embodied both timidity and bravery, Chao Can found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resuming his seat. What is it that you truly wish to convey? Chapter 181, The most notorious villain of the great Han Amu. King Jing initially fought alongside father, leading by example. The soldiers all obeyed his commands. He has been in the kingdom of Jing for many years, and the ministers are all his trusted confidants. Now he. Chapter 182, Targeting the old and weak. From Chang'an to Zhongjun, the infamous reputation of the Tang King is universally acknowledged and widely recognized. Even before he set foot in the kingdom of Jing, the ministers of Jing were already engaged in discussions regarding this. Chapter 183, Betrayal of the family. Wang Xiong awoke once during his journey. Chapter 184, You truly are the son of the High Emperor. Evidently, Guan Ying did not receive the answer he desired, and his expression darkened further. Liu Chang understood Guan Ying and Oppos' thoughts quite well. However, he. Chapter 185, The Chang and Oppos, an incident. Liu Ying awkwardly gazed at Liu Chang before him. Wherein and Oppos, do you suppose to arrive in 4 or 5 days? With a hint of sarcasm, he continued, Shall I wait outside Chang and Oppos, and for 4 or 5 days then? Chapter 186, The Incompetence of King Zhao in the 5th year of the Han Dynasty. Liu Chang nearly choked on water. He raised his head, gazing at the envoy before him with a look of perplexity and uncertainty, and inquired. Chapter 187, You are a tyrant like King Qin. As Liu Chang leaped into the Pepper Room Palace, Empress L was still engrossed in the seemingly endless stack of memorials before her. Empress L issued. Chapter 188, King Tang and Oppos' joyful appointment of a new attendant. As Liu emerged, his voice resonated with reprimand, prompting Liu Chang to finally rise with a cheerful demeanor. Given that Jia Yi was still in his youth, he was met with Liu. Chapter 189, Uncle, please, remain calm. As Liu Chang smiled and led Jia Yi out of the palace. Several attendants cast curious glances at him. Liu Chang cheerfully introduced, "This is Chapter 190. Your Majesty is handsome, yet those who wield the dagger from the side are true heroes." When Empress L beheld Liu Chang being carried into the pepper chamber by his attendants, her gaze instantly turned frigid. However, upon noticing El Shah's presence trailing behind Liu Chang, Chapter 191, the terrified Jia upon the arrival of Liu Chang, the Empress hastily rose to her feet and took her seat beside Liu Ying. Chapter 192, the great sage who established his own school the following day. When Liu Chang reluctantly awoke, he felt a lingering ache in his head. Rubbing his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. Chapter 193, the benevolent and charitable great benefactor excellent. Elho nodded, acknowledging your commendable efforts. However, it suffices to utilize only the first half. The remaining content is overly intricate. Chapter 194, fear of the good, dread of the evil. The Zhou residence was exceptionally lively, filled with smiles at every corner. As Zhou Bo and Apos, eldest son, was tying the knot, no one dared to disregard the occasion. Traditionally, Chapter 195, why do you not pay your respects to me? Establishing one and Apos' own worship, whether as a living or deceased entity, is not an unheard of occurrence in the Han dynasty. Long ago, a certain individual who preferred to remain anonymous. Chapter 196, the banquet of life and death within the hall of the palace of the imperial chamber. Liu Ying occupied the esteemed position, with the lords and kings seated to his left. Liu Chang, Liu Fei, Liu Rui, Liu Heng, Liu Hui, Liu Yu, Liu Bai, Liu Inca, and others. Chapter 197. The irreplaceable Emperor Tang. The feudal lords had all submitted, yet they did not hasten to depart. This was not due to their own reluctance to leave, but rather because they dared not depart without the edict of the Empress Dowager. Chapter 198. The universally acknowledged number one rebel. The Empress Dowager issued a new policy. However, it no longer mandated the forced rotation of officials across various regions. After thoroughly considering the advice of the esteemed Liu Ho, the Empress Dowager. Chapter 199. Chao Shu Chao Can, with his gray-white hair, sat alone in his study, his expression fraught with unease. The relationship between the Empress Dowager and His Majesty had deteriorated further. Let me first report on the recent situation regarding this book. This morning, the total subscriptions exceeded 40,000. In the historical category, it seems that only Qin Yunyan, Tang Brick, and Zhue Su surpass my numbers in subscriptions. I am still somewhat bewildered. The book was launched in March, and by early April, we reached 40,000 subscriptions. It feels like a dream. I know that such remarkable success is due to the tremendous support from esteemed readers. I am incredibly excited and grateful. This has far surpassed my expectations. I never dared to imagine 5,000 subscriptions, and I would be content if this level of achievement is maintained until completion. As for the progress of the story, it may seem somewhat slow to warm up. My intention is to allow readers to witness Liu Chang and Apos' gradual maturation, from a mischievous 5-year-old to a 14-year-old young man. Over these 9 years, Liu Chang has evolved from a mere rascal into quite the mischievous lad. If he hesitates or stammers when asked to marry, he would no longer be Liu Chang. Regarding the female lead, Liu Chang and Apos' affections are his own, and he currently sees Fan Qing merely as a childhood friend, no different from Zhou Xingji and others. Moreover, there is only one female protagonist in this tale, our formidable Empress Dowager, a ruler who is ruthless, cunning, yet compassionate towards the common people. In her presence, all other female characters must yield. Those who do not will face her wrath. As for the upcoming plot, there is no need for concern. I certainly have my own vision and will ensure the quality remains consistent. A minor setback shall not deter me. Additionally, I would like to promote a few more works to solidify the 40,000 subscriptions and ensure they do not decline. The last time I promoted, did any of the works besides the esteemed author survive? Respecting Teacher Kong Zhangni is a book that translates classical literature with a breeze. It recounts the intriguing stories of a character who travels back in time to become a disciple of Confucius. Readers who enjoy a touch of classical flair may find it worthwhile. Chongzhen, I Am the Sovereign of a Prosperous Era is penned by an old friend. A traditional historical novel. Those fond of Ming history might want to take a look, although I must admit my own familiarity with the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties is rather lacking, and I fear I may never write about this period. My father is Yuan Shu, but I wish to be Chao the Thief. I cannot fathom why the titles of historical novels are becoming increasingly lengthy. Should my next title also be a dozen characters long? This author is also seasoned, Yet the current sentiment towards the three kingdoms does not seem as robust as before. I hope these three works can endure. Haha. I have inevitably taken up the mantle from Sister Hihi. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the three esteemed leaders, Buddha, God of Demons, and Dugu Yen, whose writings have kept me so busy that I hardly noticed the addition of three more leaders. I am deeply thankful for everyone and Oppos as support. I will certainly strive to create even more diligently. Chapter 200. I have grown. There are changes. The first to speak was Liu Ying, who raised his head in astonishment, gazing at the Empress Dowager. Why is that? Such a young age. Chapter 201. Who truly are the barbarians? Ha ha ha, the king is magnificent. When I witnessed the king riding forth, with one person held in his embrace, I was utterly thrilled. Truly, the king lives up to his title. Chapter 202. Who in the world does not understand Tang? Ha ha ha, my good brother, your arrival is truly timely. I am on the verge of my grand wedding. It is perfect for a feast. Liu Chang exclaimed loudly. Chapter 203. Because I truly possess an academy, Liu Chang muttered to himself, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance. My mother does not love me. Indeed, only today did you come to this realization? Liu Heng. Chapter 204. Remember to write it yourself at this moment. The so-called Taishue is not merely an educational institution. Taishue has existed for a long time, encompassing governance, sacrificial rites, study, and the initiation of various activities, serving multiple purposes. Chapter 205. Jiashang gradually assimilated enough. Do not weep any longer. If you are angry, feel free to strike me. I shall not retaliate. Should your tears continue, I may be compelled to retaliate. Chapter 206. How to portray a rebel. A modicum of restraint will suffice. It is not only Jia Yi who holds this belief. Nearly everyone struggles to comprehend Zhao Tuo's intentions. Within the halls of the Tang royal residence, the attendants engage in fervent discussions. Chapter 207. I shall capture Zhao Tuo alive. The gathering of esteemed individuals was complete. Both the young and the old assembled. Liu Chang gazed at the crowd before him, pondering for a moment. Liu, Kong, Zhao, and you four. Chapter 208. I am your ancestor. Duke Liu Zhaotuo exclaimed joyfully, leaning on his cane and unsteadily making his way toward Liu Jia. My king. Chapter 209. Bringing back an elder. Zhaotuo was not taken aback by Liu Chang's demeanor, regardless of who it is. Encountering someone who claims to be an elder would not easily inspire belief. Chapter 210. The Grand Chess Master and the Young Chess Prodigy. It is indeed lengthy. If a resolution can be achieved peacefully in the southern region of Yu, it would be beneficial for both parties. Once warfare commences, calamity invariably follows. It would be prudent to avoid such a fate. Chapter 211. The Hound of Legalism. Ahem. Dear brother, Qixing's nature is unruly, and he must be disciplined properly. When it comes to children, one cannot be overly lenient. Otherwise, they will become spoiled. Chapter 212. Zhang Bai and Zhao Ping of the second generation. Upon hearing Liu Chang's words, Liu Heng appeared contemplative. Do you wish for me to fend off Nanyue? No. I desire my fourth brother to eradicate Nanyue. Chapter 213. Who is this little brat named Luan? By the time Liu Chang and his companions arrived within the barrier, the weather had begun to turn cold once more. At this moment, Liu Chang was still moving swiftly. Chapter 214. The Feast of the Virtuous in the Dead of Night. A resounding cry echoed from within the Hall of Great Virtue. The hall was illuminated by flickering flames as Liu Chang, with a look of helplessness, cradled the little one in his arms. Chapter 215. Just say whether you will help or not. As she gazed at the resignation letter submitted by the Korean official Fu Quan, Empress Lu fell into deep contemplation once more. The reasons behind Fu Quan's resignation were rather straightforward. Although not explicitly stated, the implications were evident. Chapter 216. Mother. If you wish to discipline a child, you may strike. Liu and Liu Zhang stood proudly before numerous scholars, flanked by attendants on either side. The esteemed sages, led by Lord Fuchio, stood nearby, engaging in hushed conversations. Chapter 217. The honest and simple King Tang. Everywhere there are toppled fences and herded cattle and sheep. Chapter 218. I, Liu Chang, am a man of my word. After closing the door, Zhao. Chapter 219. The boy who borrowed sheep. He will no longer return. After the two concluded their discussions regarding state affairs, Zhao Tuo felt a sense of relief. He was aware that Liu Chang's arrival was undoubtedly at the behest of Empress Lu, which elucidated his willingness to. Chapter 220. When I departed within the vast expanse of the pepper chamber, the figure of Empress L appeared even more diminutive. Clutching a needle and thread, she was diligently weaving garments. her eyesight not as keen as it once was. Chapter 221. Xiao Zhao, strike him down. As the white steed bore its master away from the city of Chang and Apos, and a multitude followed in its wake, Liu Chang turned his head, glancing behind him. Chapter 222. This is indeed the work of Rui. At this moment, Madame Wang was left in a state of utter astonishment. She did not recognize the relative standing before her. Instead, she scrutinized him with a look of suspicion, her brows furrowed in deep contemplation. Chapter 223. Let us give it a try upon hearing the news. The king of Tang is approaching. The ministers of the Zhao kingdom are now gathered together, their eyes filled with trepidation. The king of Tang is. Chapter 224. Shall we join together? Under the cover of night, the entire palace of King Zhao was shrouded in darkness. With a torch in hand, the attendant illuminated the path as Zhou Bo made his way toward the inner hall of the palace. As he walked along the path, Chapter 225. The Tang nation impudent fool, Liu Rui exclaimed with palpable fury. Our Zhao state, in dire need of revival, has but a single chancellor. And you dare not spare him? Chapter 226. The remarkable people and land of the Tang dynasty, I had never anticipated that the Tang kingdom would be so impoverished. Upon my arrival in the Tang realm, witnessing the emaciated populace brought tears to my eyes. Chapter 227. The morning of the assembly. The royal palace of the Tang dynasty is situated at the heart of the architectural complex, an expansion built upon the foundations of the former Zhao king's palace. This location marks the original capital of the Zhao state, Han. Chapter 228. No one understands governance better than I do. Within the Wang Palace of Tang, in the Hall of Martial Virtue, two swordsmen stand in a tense standoff. To an outsider, this contest appears profoundly unethical. Chapter 229. Grown stronger yet not fully matured in truth, these individuals are not as unfortunate as they claim. The Tang nation is reasonable and does not coerce one to sever ties with their family. Generally speaking, it merely requests. Chapter 230. The grand ambitions of King Tang within the hall of the Minister of Justice. Zhang Bai wore a grim expression as he gazed upon the room filled to the brim with bamboo slips. Standing proudly beside him, Chao Kuo wore a broad grin. Chapter 231. Fierce tiger Li Zhuoche listened intently to Qin Tao's description, becoming lost in thought. According to Qin Tao's account, such an entity could immediately compensate for the deficiencies of the Han dynasty in equestrian archery. Chapter 232. The unbridled Tang Wang Chang Liu Chang devoured a large piece of meat, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, Wanbu? Did you witness that? I have slain 500 or 600 of them in succession. Chapter 233. Han Xin. It is all Li Zhuoche and Apos' fault. Why did he have to urge the king to go to battle? Within the Tang royal palace, the ministers were thrown into disarray. Chapter 234. The duel of two powerful figures I truly do not comprehend. Wanbu, riding a magnificent steed, has been on the march for 3 to 4 days, and they now appear somewhat fatigued. Wanbu and today, I simply cannot make it. I went to the city for a prenatal checkup, but I was delayed for far too long on the way. My wife has been experiencing severe motion sickness, and we are still en route. I will undoubtedly be unable to finish riding today. I shall make it up tomorrow. I sincerely apologize and hope for your understanding. Chapter 235. Is your strategy taught by the overlord of Chu? Liu Chang had never encountered such feeble Hans. With remarkable bravery, Liu Chang decisively overcame a vast tribe, leading a meager force of nearly 10,000 men. Chapter 236. The Tang King revolts. The entire Tang kingdom has mobilized. Those provisions that had been stockpiled for a long time are now being dispatched to regions such as Yuncheng, Dai, and Yin, flowing in abundance. Chapter 237. The torn heart of a mother. As Liu Chang rushed into the Hall of Peppers, he was overwhelmed with emotion, almost plunging headlong into the space. He turned his gaze towards. Chapter 238. The king's valor surpasses 10,000 troops. The following day, Liu Chang awoke in the Hall of Great Virtue. The grand hall bore no signs of change. The Empress Dowager had kept it for him. Originally, Empress Chao had intended to bestow this estate upon another. Chapter 239. You wish to leave without stealing my sheep? Liu Ying earnestly advised. Liu Chang chuckled wryly. This simply one and Apos, do the battle. Chapter 240. The discourse on the fall of Qin. At that moment, Liu Chang and Apos' expression was one of astonishment. He furrowed his brows and suddenly leaned forward, seizing her in the midst of Fan Qing's bewildered gaze.